as well, which is even scarier. I'm an Assyrian currently serving Assyrians in this department, and that's concerning in and of itself. There's other guys in this group. I'm assuming it's like family members and other sons, and some of the boys are younger. And the three guys that attacked this one man, one of the main guys was a Jake Shields MMA guy and listener, was very into that stuff. Followed Jake Shields' profile on social media. This guy's also an MMA person. There's no question that there's not been radicalization from that
And where
arena.
was Patrick Bet David when this happened?
What do you mean?
It's a joke because he's very proud of being Syrian.
Oh, well, yeah, I understand that, but okay, I didn't understand. Okay, anyways, um, you're interrupting like the flow of a serious conversation. You understand that, right? To
I
say
know, I'm
something that's
sorry.
not funny.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's impulse control. You're young. It's okay. So these three guys ran away. So this guy has a tattoo of like the balance scales, of being like a lawyer. And this guy was doing headshots on the guy's head consistently as he was trying to protect his face. I think he was beating up somebody else. The guy lost his shoe. Then the younger kid was starting punches as well. These and it's 3-on-1. Where's the other guy? I don't know where the other person was at the inside table. They ran past. It's like a nice small area. I know exactly where this area is actually. And I don't know if they're beating somebody else on the inside of the table or something, but they're giving headshots. Not a single person got up to help this man. So all the people that were sitting alongside there are giant pussies and they're disgusting human beings. And they didn't even stop these guys from running away. And they were doing headshots for at least 2-3 minutes to two people, one on the ground on the inside and another one. These are hate crimes. This guy's not going to lose his legal license. They're all pieces of shit. Went to UC Berkeley, radicalized. They're laughing. They think that they're not going to get caught. They are so fucked. They are so done. This is going to blow up all over the place. Yeah, we're going to send it everywhere. Fuck them. So here's JCRC Bay Area. An additional video from this account shows a closer vantage point of the assault. According to one of the victims, one of the suspects uttered fucking Jew while repeatedly beating him to the ground and beating him in the head. And nobody did anything. Nobody got up while they're beating two people. How did nobody pick up a chair and hit these people? He's like, I got you, bitch, I got you. That's what he said. Here's another angle, and not a single person got up to help them. Nobody. All these losers. All these losers. Not a single person did anything. People are disgusting. People are disgusting. They're disgusting. They're trash. All these people are just watching this person get headbutted and nobody does anything to stop it. What pieces of shit. I would have hit them with a fucking chair. I'm sorry. I don't know what is wrong with men, but they're weak ass men in Northern California.
It's a worldwide phenomenon. Do you remember the girl that was tortured to death in the New York subway?
Yeah, but this is different. This is at a very high-end restaurant area shopping in Northern California. This is like there's security there. There's like people that work in Silicon Valley there. This is not like a subway where everybody's fucking nuts.
No.
And
But what I'm saying is, everybody there was just simply watching. They did nothing, including the police. They were filming, but they didn't do anything. Remember?
because they didn't have a fire extinguisher. Is that why?
I'm sorry?
Because they didn't have a fire extinguisher?
No, they were just there watching, walking, like the girl is being tortured to death inside the subway and nobody's reacting. There's a human phenomenon that people are not reacting to these things still. That's my point. That it's not necessarily they're weak or they're, not. There is something in the psyche of people that are making them not react like normal humans.
That's not true. I've seen people react. I've been in many circumstances where people got up and kicked the shit out of
always
people.
have those that will, but I'm saying as a like general society, that's what I'm talking about. Remember the cabin
but not when you have grown ass men and you have three guys that are very thin, short Assyrian guys, and it's like a 3-on-1 and they're beating up two different people. No. It's people were standing and sitting next to the guy while they're eating and them doing this.
That's my point. Exactly. They're not reacting.
I have never seen people not call the police and not do something. Never, ever, 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 ever.
Do you remember not long ago the cabin that was burned that caught fire on, I think, was Switzerland, the mountains.
Yeah. So what about
Okay.
it?
Did you see the videos of the kids
Yeah. Oh, I
inside?
saw all the videos. Oh, yeah.
Rather than reacting like normal humans, running away from the fire, they picked up their phones and started filming it like morons.
Filming is different, but there was people that were trying to rescue people from the
Of
inside.
course,
That there was that they
no,
were calling the police. Yeah.
self. You will always find normal humans. Yes. What I'm saying is there's a societal wide phenomenon that are making masses of human beings not react normally to these situations and instead simply look at these situations happening around them as if it's not happening, or if it's not part of them, or if it's, I don't know, like it's not a normal human reaction. That's what I'm saying.
This is what I was saying, Stealth. Culture has changed.
Why culture? This is a grown ass guy. You should have taken a gun and shot him all three in the face.
Well,
Yeah,
okay,
what happened to Daniel Penny? What happened, like,
Yeah,
exactly.
Danny Penny got up and choked the guy out and killed him.
Yeah, but the
yeah, and
people
then he
around him.
almost went to jail for it. Remember how
That's because
long it
it
took
was
the
New
jury
York.
to
That's
decide?
New York.
This
But
is
in this
California.
circumstance,
This is California.
you could no, it doesn't matter. You could totally shoot these people with what they're doing. You could totally shoot them, no problem whatsoever. No problem whatsoever.
I agree with you, but that's not how people think. They just think of like, oh, well, I can't afford a lawyer to spend 400K to take me through a trial.
I don't think it's that. I think they just don't want to be involved because there's a conditioning, a cultural
Exactly.
conditioning that's
It hasn't
the
affected
way it is.
everybody's sales, but there is a
I've
cultural
I've
shift.
I've never seen people not respond ever, ever, ever. I've never seen not people respond. Never seen a
I've
circumstance.
seen it. I've
Bar
seen it
fights, anything. Always seen a response.
I've seen it hundreds of times. Self, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe
I've seen people with their cars go and run over the guys that were running away. I've seen it all. So yeah. No.
stealth.
But Stealth, you can't deny it.
I've seen people mugging old ladies and nobody reacting and doing anything. Just sitting here
In what
watching.
city? In what state? In what city?
Not in the U.S., in Europe.
Yeah.
Okay,
Europe is a
That's
different
what I'm
problem.
saying.
Stealth, we
There's a
just saw
social conditioning
Here
going
in the
on.
US, everybody has guns. Everybody has guns. Everybody does something.
we
This is
just
a
we
very
just
high end area.
we just saw a young girl get killed in the subway,
Where?
with a knife in North Carolina.
Oh, you mean with the black guy?
Yes, and everybody was looking around. Nobody helped her. Huh?
Because it was hard to understand what happened to her, right? If you watch the video, it's unclear because she just falls over on the side. People rushed up and helped her, but the other people did not know what was going on. That's the problem. Because it was this was. Go look at the video. Go look at my feed. This is
Stuff
very
we had a
different.
week ago. I saw the video. It was horrible. We had a week ago. We just saw an announcement that the cops who shot that terrorist were being, brought in front of a grand jury. People are scared. It's not good, but
The
like that's
cops that
what.
shot the terrorists. That's because they passed a law over there, specific law about the cops. That's who what? Who cares?
Stealth,
Yeah,
what
but
about
people don't
images?
know the difference. People just think that if you defend somebody, whatever, if you use violence, you're going to end up in front of a court, and people are scared of that.
What do
It's
you mean in
not.
front of a court? This guy's beating somebody else. You can go and beat up the guys that are beating up your. What do you mean? This happens every day. This is America. Like we've
Yeah,
grown
but
up on this shit.
there are pictures, there are images in the subway, for instance, in New York City, where of incidences of altercations, and people just look around. They just don't want to be involved. That's
But there are
new.
people that do respond
No,
and
I'm
respond all the
not
time.
denying that.
There's exceptions and the rule. Not everybody has a camera when things are going on,
I'm not denying that,
and they do
Stealth.
respond.
But what I am saying is that there's a change, a shift in just the propensity and
There
expression
is
of the
no
way
change
things.
or shift. People respond and people don't respond all of time. There are people that will respond. There's people sitting next to them, these like regular white guys, couples sitting there in a big fancy mall, and they didn't do anything. They're sitting next to the two guys. That's crazy. That's I've never seen nobody not
No,
respond.
it's something new. It's something that's gripping the.
It's not new. It's not new. It's not new. Hold on. I'm calling my contact right now. These guys have to get picked up right away. Hello?
I mean, in New York, for example, it's actually pretty common that like people kind of act crazy. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't think that she wants this compared to New York, because like I know what you're talking about. I've been on the subway in New York where there's like a crazy person going up and down the subway cars ranting and whatever,
No,
and
but
everyone like
But
tries
that's
not
the
to
we're
make eye
vibe.
contact. But this is
That's the
different.
vibe
talking
that we
about
get now.
crimes.
We That's the vibe that we get now in other cities, and that's quite alarming. Like the just a while ago, like my dog is the one who intervened, and it was like an older lady too. And the first thing that crossed my mind was, oh my god, like my dog just tried to bite someone.
Yeah, I think that realistically, what we have is like a what we have is like California, and I think that maybe there is a problem where people just got too used to like crazy homeless people. But ultimately, there's a difference between a crazy person who's just like one person and whatever, and like maybe they're out of their mind, and like a bunch of people ganging up on somebody, which it becomes much more of a life or death thing. Like when it's a 3-on-1 fight, like even in hockey, that's not allowed.
Yeah, but there are crimes that are being committed, and people are just sort of um, enabling this sort of thing by not helping the the weaker person, the person in the weaker, the person being attacked, or it's common. It's I don't know why Stealth is saying it's not. It's pronounced. It's in every city in North America. It's in every city in the
Yeah, but
West.
the standard should be you break it up. Like, I'm not
Well,
saying they need to join in, but like you just pull everyone apart. It should be that like 4 or 5 big guys there are like, okay, everybody, like we're not fucking killing someone at a restaurant. My wife's trying to eat dinner. I'm trying to talk to her about her day and whatever. Like, I don't need to watch somebody get the shit kicked out of them. Like, that's not how civil societies behave. There is like a certain standard of like whatever. Like we don't. This isn't the Wild West. We don't do fucking duels. We don't do 3-on-1 gang fights. Like whatever. I don't know. It's not the hood. Like it's a restaurant. It's a nice restaurant.
Still,
I don't know, guys. Buy a gun. That's all I can say. Buy a gun and get like find the insurance that protects gun owners when you use it, because you do need the insurance.
Still, you can check your DMs. I sent you the video of the space thingy that that I said about Suleiman and the potential soldier. As I said, I, somebody has to go through Suleiman spaces in the last couple of days and figure out who was this person.
Lillian, what's the deal from Israel? What's the news?
I think Stella's on the phone.
Yeah, she is. She's calling the police.
Yeah, what were you
Guys,
saying about the Suleiman space, Leslie? Because I've been, yeah,
have you been attending
Have you
recreationally or
fun?
professionally?
Actually,
no comment.
when he was. So Khaleesi yesterday mentioned something on her space. I joined briefly to listen to something because I saw somebody that was there and I thought it would be a little bit more high IQ than it usually is. But it wasn't. But it doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is that when I joined, they were talking about apparently a US soldier that was stationed in Qatar that had joined their space and started talking about like Shia and Sunni, and so she sort of like kicked him out because she said that we don't do sectarianism here. But what was troubling was the fact that he claimed to be a US service member based in Qatar from Lebanon. And so I was just wondering if you know when that happened.
It happens often, to be honest. It's a great thing that we have the location on the profile. We can spot those people pretty quickly, but um, that happens quite often, actually. yeah, there's a few that I'll damn you. I'll damn you.
All right,
Took care of it.
sounds good.
X needs to go after Junior's out
Yeah,
the
so
counter.
just so you know, you can fight back and shoot them. In California, I just spoke to who I needed to speak to about it, and if the guy had a concealed and carry, he could have shot them all three in the face if he wanted to, with no issue. They have very liberal laws for if you feel your life is at risk. So they're cooked, and I'm sending it over. We want apparently the DA is nuts up there, like very pro crazy jihadist stuff. So it's going to have to go through hate crime through the FBI. And I'm getting it sent over to everybody. Oh boy. Oh boy. So his followers are Khomeini supporters. So take a picture of every single one of their followers if you have the accounts. Screen record everything. Because they're in big trouble. Also, if you see my post and you want to go to your local FBI, the best thing is to go right in and show them this report, or you can call them up, but they need to get scooped up real quick because they're a threat risk.
Public service announcement: you are allowed to defend yourself. You heard it here first.
Yep.
Second of all, if stealth calls the police on you, you know you're going to have a bad year.
Oh yeah. You're yeah. That's yeah.
She'll look the other way for like a lot of things. Really, she will.
Yeah, I
So like
do.
when stealth calls the police, you're done.
Yeah, you're done. Yeah. Not no, I went above the police. I went straight to the FBI. So but I sent it over. I sent it over to the administration directly to counterterrorism unit. So directly to DMs. So yeah. And I'm DMing it directly to Harmy Dillon as well, who follows me, and Pam Bondi. They have a fucking Syrian militia and they follow IRGC. Are you kidding me? It's a national security threat. They can show up and shoot and kill all these random people and nobody would ever fucking know.
It's kind of crazy that they chose that side, considering how the Iranians treated them.
They got radicalized by Jake Shields, allegedly. One of the guys is an MMA guy. So, what can I tell you?
Kind of crazy. You can be dumb enough to be radicalized by Jake Shields and still pass the bar in California.
Yeah, and still having a Syrian militia. So, yeah. No, you're going to jail. You're going to jail for terrorists. You're going to lose your law license. You're a dumb fuck, and you brought your brothers in on it so that they could end up young kids go to jail. Prizes and prices, mother flowers. Prizes and prices. You're done for. So let me send it over to handsome guy. One of the guys is handsome. You just ruin your whole life for no reason, you dumb fuck. So that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Now, I thought Assyrians were Christian. Assyrians, not Syrians. Assyrians. I don't know.
Yeah, Patrick Bet David loves to talk about it. How they were persecuted by the Iranians because they were Christian and they weren't like willing to accept their radical form of Islam and whatever. He's devout.
Well, I guess these ones are not. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I think posting that militia group thing wasn't the smartest thing either. Oh my God. You know what they call Sneeko in Lebanon? Bachabali. Oh my God, he's hilarious. Oh my God. Yeah, I can't post this right now because I'm posting something serious.
Stuff. He has a Deuce Vault tattoo. Fuck. This
Iraqi
fucking guy has a
Republican Guard.
cross on his chest.
Oh my God. Iraqi Republican. Oh my God. 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 Iraqi Republican Guard. Oh my God. This is insane.
There's a lot of
Um,
pictures, and Angel Demi Killer posting, like Ben Anon's post is drawing all the evidence. The guy's got like a lot of tattoos.
Yeah, in Arabic. Yeah. Did you see my post? Go look at my post also.
Also in English.
What do you mean
There's
in English?
he has a cross on his chest and it says Deuce Vault on his like just below his shoulders, and then he's got on his hand something I can't read in English, like a paragraph.
So who is this guy? Is Tehran, Iran? Who is this guy? Oh, it's one of his followers. Are they in Iran? Is this follower in Iran as we speak? He had Charlie Kirk on there. He has all the Persian crazy Arabic stuff. Yeah, they supported the Islamic Republic of Iran. And he has Jesus Christ as his handle. RG Soldier. AraPeptidesUSA.co Josh 20. What the fuck? Nitro tickets. Oh, he's in oh my god, this is even crazier. Oh
Oh
my
wait,
god.
sorry, I'm taking it back. Never mind. The guy who posted might have been posting himself saying he was gonna fuck him up, but it might have just been him taking a semi-naked picture. Is it not weird all these guys are taking pictures of themselves with no clothes on and posting them on Twitter?
With no clothes on, and there's a big lawyer. That's the thing. Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
we have
public service announcement number 3, guys, just you don't need to take pictures without your clothes on. It's okay. Like, I know it's an OnlyFans trend, you don't need to get on this trend.
Iraqi national affiliated. Oh my gosh, this is militia group. Hold on. It's getting bad. Oh boy. Here is okay, if you go to my feed, you'll see the names of the people and everything posted there. Not just tagging. If you tag if you don't put a period before your post, nobody sees your post. So don't tag the videos. The videos are already known to the FBI that you're posting. They don't it's the name of the people. That's what you need to be posting. The actual individuals. Yeah. Yes, you might have. Yes. To the question you just asked me, if you uncovered a sleeper cell, it's possible. Yes. Yes, it is possible. It is very possible. Yeah. This is pretty crazy, guys. What we just found on here. This is good job for them, for the guys. I don't even know what to say.
Hey, Stealth, can I ask you, can Congress override, or rather with laws, with creating new law, bail laws, bail reform? Like, and how, like, the process of, like they get arrested and then they're released by sundown. Who can change that besides the prosecutor? Who can change
I'm
that?
busy doing something, so talk to somebody else right now.
Cyber.
Cyber's doing stuff as well. Everybody go to my feed and retweet the space and retweet the assailants.
You can tweet Leo Terrell at the Department of Justice. He deals with hate crimes and these kinds of things also.
Yeah.
And Lady Pamela, of course.
Yeah, the FBI already have it. So that's who I was on the phone with, but their associates and their affiliations. So take their handles and go to Snapchat, go to Telegram, see where else their shit is. Let me see here. Yeah, this is not good, guys. This is really not good what these people are involved with. Wow, this is crazy. How did they get to fucking America? How in the hell did they get to America?
You want an honest answer?
No, we're going to find out very quickly. I mean, this guy's a lawyer, went to UC Berkeley, highly educated. Like, this is crazy, dude. Let me see here. There's like Persians posting about them as well. Here is, yeah, this is, he's at Assyrian Advisor is the name of the law, is the name of the account. Just somebody go check their Snapchats. Let me do
So what's
a rep.
interesting here is once you've been trained to use your like arms and fists in a violent way, like in a combat sport like this, the charges that come with attacking someone, even just with your hands, are upgraded. Because yeah, whatever.
What is this? Is Kai Schwimmer in this space?
About this earlier, but attacking a grieving widow, incredibly evil of Candace Owens.
Okay, I can't tolerate that for too long. Give me a second. Soldiers, wait. There is something so gay about these Andrew Tate guys. I can't explain it to you. No socks with loafers, very tight pants, very effeminate, walking like with pronation, like as if they're ballerinas. It's a very weird thing. The only time I've ever seen men like this if they're gay gigolos. I don't know. That's just That's a whole other conversation. Nobody's laughing. You should be laughing. This is very funny. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Kai Schwimmer knew about Ali Akbar preying on 15-year-old groypers, said nothing while Nick Fuentes brought him into AF and helped sweep it up after he was exposed. He then joined Rift TV and knowingly worked with gay predator Elijah Schaefer. He should be nowhere near students. Yeah, you can call me. And is this true? Is this guy, Kai Schwimmer, involved with this stuff? With this gay stuff? And the Ali Akbar stuff? Is this true? Anybody know?
I don't know. It seems like a lot of these people have a proclivity for underage people, and yeah, like what's his name? The guy, Mister Pighead on a steak yesterday was caught by 0 Hour, like very bad DMs.
Lang?
Lang, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, not
He's
good,
kind
not
of
good.
what is he like too special for the short bus type of special?
Josie, he was texting a 15-year-old, knowing she was 15, telling her, "Okay, wood
Hey,
chipper, wood
hey,
chipper."
Stealth. Kai,
Yeah.
Kai, I've been seeing Kai lately. I've been going to spaces, especially where turning point people are in spaces. I haven't seen him speak yet, although right now he's live. The guy
Is he in
is
a space live? Is that the space that I was listening to? Is he there?
it's like it's not really a space. How do you call when you're live and so?
The live stream?
Yeah, it's the live stream.
Oh, okay. So you can't like directly tell him that he's in
Yeah,
the
but he
show.
was in a couple other spaces. The guy is. The guy certainly is a groyper and now trying to ride the same wave that Gary and every other person is trying to ride when they say certain thing that is ridiculous, their identity is revealed, and now he's trying to ride it.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on. Just found something. Hold on one second. Hold on, guys.
Your mic is hot, by the way.
I know. It's fine. It's okay for now. I'll mute out if I need to. Shit. I just found something. I need somebody to for the person that sent me that link for Discord, can you put in a fake account and get in there? Because I can't get
Send me the link.
no, Josie, not for you. Not good for you. Not good for you. You don't want to get wrapped up. There's a lot of mutuals in there that you may know. So just
I got many accounts sent to me.
I have a ton of different emails and accounts I can log in, but this is like, something that's not affiliated. Well, speaker later. Did I just oh boy. This is the kid? Where's the event at? San Jose. Shit. Oh boy. Okay, thank you for the person. Yeah. Yeah. See if there's anything in there about, what happened that day. Shit. That's
Was
crazy.
Bryce Mitchell the one who was going off on Israel and then took a drill to his
He's had drills before and then afterwards. What happened?
was Bryce he's following Bryce Mitchell is just whatever that's
Oh,
like.
you are? He is?
No, I'm not, he is.
Can you screenshot it for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ugh, I need somebody. I hope this person's at the office.
San
They're
Francisco,
all on this peptides company.
Yeah.
San Francisco does seem to have a lot of this gang-related, like immigrant.
They're not. It's not gangs. These are high, wealthy lawyers. This guy's a lawyer. They've got money. These people.
Looking at their guns, they're very expensive
Yeah,
ARs.
Yeah. Yeah. They
yeah,
have money.
that's right.
Assyrians are wealthy.
So it's not kind of like the same with the Afghanis.
No, not
You
at
know what
all.
I mean, though. Like in San
Yeah, not at
Francisco,
all. They're Assyrian Christians, but they're pro IRGC and pro Khomeini, and yeah.
a Christian who is pro IRGC, pro Khamenei.
A lot of hits to the head. A lot of MMA fights he lost.
Who? Who?
Said a lot of hits to the head. To be Christian and to be pro IRGC, you gotta take a lot of headshots. So
Here's a guy who's running for office there. The Assyrian anti-Semite terror attack. Oh, I see. I see what you just said to me. So you can't, okay, got it. Yeah, they have to prove you. Okay. Um, part of a militia, IRGC, Khomeini, IRGC aligned, followers of Jake Shields, UC Berkeley. This guy's a summa cum laude. Like, they're not dumb people. Law grad. MMA involved. Part of a, I mean, I don't even know what to say. It's part of a militia. Oh gosh, this guy's just fucked his life. Why? Jake Shields is not going to happen anything to him, but you're getting all fucked up because you listen to his crazy nonsense. It's crazy. Just crazy. What a waste. All those years studying your bar exam, all this, and then it's such a waste. Such a waste. They don't even know who they are, and these people are posting.
How much you want to bet if they release, they'll make their way into Canada?
No, they won't be released, and they can't get into Canada.
Are you kidding me?
No, they can't. No, they can't. The guy's a lot. They won't make it past the border. No, they're going to jail. They're going to jail. And they're going to be investigated for the militia, and the FBI won't let them out. Yeah, yeah, crazy. See, you go to UC Berkeley, and you get radicalized to become a jihadist. You don't think they realize that, but what they're doing, like that their faces out there, like how do you? What are you thinking? You're so stupid.
It's called Jew hatred stealth. I keep saying that. I keep saying it.
No, no, no. It's more. It's not. This
It
is.
rots the mind. It's anti-Semitism. It's picking
It.
on somebody who has.
This is. This is very, very stupid mistakes. Okay, can somebody? I need one person to look into the AURA peptides, please. One person research AURA peptides. Thank you. Somebody asked me to do that. Let me see. Not sure.
Aura peptides, really?
Yeah, what is that? Do you know what that is?
That's a code word. There's no such thing as aura peptides. There's
It,
probably a name for it, an actual
that's the
name.
name of the company. I said it just like that. That's the name of the
God
company.
damn. They really went for it, eh?
It's .org. They have a website.
Yeah,
Oh, you have to make an account. Registered users only.
really.
Yeah, I don't want to give them my email.
No, you don't have fake emails. Everybody has supplementary emails for those types of things.
Yeah, but they could still, of course I do, but
Yeah,
still.
but you're in another country. How are they going to track your shit?
They can.
Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay, I'm screen recording this, and oh, one of the comments on the original post is what? What is the comments? Land of the free, land of the free because of the brave. That's right. Oh, this one account. Where's this? Oh, he's one of the guys. Got it. I got him. Got him. Okay, so one of the comments on the original post on the Joshi post here. I'm gonna screen record this account, this website that we have all the pictures of all these people. Wow, I told you the Middle Eastern Christianers, they act tribal, and this is how they got screwed. ISIS can chop off your heads, but no, it's blame the Jews for all your problems. This is crazy, dude. Are Assyrians Catholic or what are they? Does anybody know? They're Syrian Christians.
I thought they had like their own
Anybody
kind of
know?
like Orthodox church kind of thing going on.
Mm-hmm. Here's their big events in Arizona. All these kids that want to like make something out of themselves. Networking in Mixer, art, Palm Springs, blah blah blah. Now your dumbasses are, like you do a discredit to your people. It's very stupid. Yeah, and he runs this big organization. And let's see here. Internal team. Let's go. Oh, here he is, top of it. President and founder. Bitch ass. Stupid ass. M&A attorney. Here's his friend underneath him. Head of technology, UCLA. VP of Clinical Relations, Brigham Young University. Roma Akyons. Oh, marketing communications intern. West Valley College. Got you, bitch. He was one of the people who was beating up the people.
Yeah, and the
Very nice.
Assyrian Christianity is a sect of Catholicism.
Yeah, look at him with his little militia here, taking a picture. Wow. Senior advisors. Alvina Antar, Chief Digital Officer, member of Couchbase, Advisory Board member of Build Advisor. Oh, she's part of their group? Oh, she doesn't know what she's dealing with over there? She's dealing with a bunch of terrorist militias. All these women, very high up, presidents, very wealthy people. President of this, president of that, former president of CEO of Cellmark. These are all Silicon Biogenics, laboratories, all of these people.
So
Ron
would that
Starisha, Chief Operating Officer,
would that be the
John Reyes.
would that be the reason why they're in San Francisco, like area?
Yeah,
Okay.
that they're Silicon Valley. Yeah, they're Silicon Valley family kids and
So
organization.
it's not the fact that they are Syrian Christians. It's the fact that, Silicon Valley.
No, no, that's not why they beat up the people. What are you talking about?
No, I
What are you
mean,
talking about?
why San Francisco? Because, three of them at once implies community, right? So I was just asking.
They're all part of the same organization.
Yeah, but why?
Two of them are brothers.
Well, fair enough.
These are grown
These
men.
are grown
They
men. What are
fight
you talking
together.
about?
They go to the same gym. The
I don't
issue
understand
is
why
I
everything
don't
has to be
know what a
so
good Assyrian
particular
last
and
name is.
retarded.
Yeah, I guess I understand that. I understand why they're in San Francisco. Well, I wanted to know why they're in San Francisco, whether it's the Assyrian aspect or whether it's the tech, the Silicon Valley.
Assyrian communities live in specific areas in groups where the churches are. They locate in certain groups. These guys happen to be part of that world. That's it. I don't understand what you're trying to figure out. I mean, you're overcomplicating things for no reason. Um,
These people all have like great
I
CVs.
know, I know. Oh yeah. Um, Here. So this is shit. Go to drafts. Give me a second.
Ooh, interesting.
What?
There's a post of them making reference to a specific priest on their Facebook page. I'm going to send it to you.
Um, to a specific priest.
Z Ghost, if you have a chance, yeah, Z Ghost, if you have a
Is he
chance to
ghost
come
in
up and
here?
explain their like religious, yeah, he's listening.
Oh, yeah, they're radicalized for sure, and they're involved with the IRGC, and they're part of also there's Iraqi militia group that one of the guys is part of. Um,
Thing is, they're like very Christian.
yeah, I know. So are
Just like
so are
what?
the supposedly the ones in Gaza that work with Hamas. Um, this is crazy, dude. Hold on. We're going now. We're gonna go full on hog wild, you bitch ass motherfucker. Look what you did. Unbelievable. The interesting thing is like handsome guys put together, blah blah blah, but nope. Goes back to their tribal Middle East bullshit. Like it's just you just sometimes you can't take the Arab out of the person. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to say. This is not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Really not good. Not good. So one of the attackers engaging on Instagram. Engaging on Instagram with which guy's name? Let me pull up this. With the, oh gosh, that handle. Hold on. The potential Iraqi sleeper cell. I mean, this is not a joke.
The thing is, he has so many pictures in churches. Like, this was like a very weird radicalization.
Oh, how is it in the post? Which which DM? Which one? Which post? Shit. Let me.
I'm sending you all the Instagram stories.
Oh, so no, maybe I posted something. Hold on. Hold on. I must have posted something. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. No.
Also, it's kind of dumb to post and say trained to kill 99% of you and then go out and try to kill someone. It's inadvisable.
It's above. Let me see. Which one is the above? Let me see. Is that... Hold on 1 second. The fourth picture. Which fourth picture? Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, it's the above one. Okay, let me see. Oh, shit. Got it. Okay, let me delete this one. I see. I'll delete it. I'll delete the picture. I didn't realize that. Okay. Let's see. Updated. Let's see this. Let's see this guy's picture. This guy. This guy. How is it? It only has 28 views. Let's see. Is it like limited? What's going on with this shit? Their invitation to dine with Mayor Mamdani is forthcoming. Okay. Let me see. Hold on 1 second.
סתיו, מישהו פתח את החברה סגור?
איזה סגור?
כאילו, הקשר הסגור?
איזה סגור? איזה?
Text you.
Okay. Zigos, are you looking at what I'm posting, Zigos? Zigos?
Stealth, I sent you some information that I found online about aura peptides. I don't know that it's anything different than what you've already had. Just names, 2 PhDs, and an independent oversight consultant. I didn't get to hear the names of the brothers you guys were talking about. I'm looking.
It's on my feed. They're listed there. So this is the. Do we have the church that they go to?
I sent you screenshots of Instagram stories of churches they went to as tourists.
Yeah, this guy is the president of this group. Carolina, we caught the guys that are the attackers. Do you see it? Can you send it from my feed? And they have really big names of people. Like, it's crazy. Like, in that world. This is crazy. Carolina, are you there? Can you unmic or no?
Yeah, I can unmic. I was sending you thumbs up.
Oh, I didn't see.
I figured.
Did you see the post?
Yep. I'm sending that one, and then which other ones? I'm just going down your feed right
Just
now.
go down my feed, whatever I posted. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm retweeting too.
Yeah.
Shame on anybody who doesn't retweet.
I know, totally.
Like, shame. I'm making a list just for this is going to be my list of the non-retweeting people.
At least retweet the goddamn space, you know.
We may need to learn even more because the name of the ones that you have aren't even on the list of those that I came up with.
What list did you? What do you mean from where? What list from where?
Associated with the name of the peptides that you suggested we look up.
Okay, the peptides just happens to be it's this fighter's business that's associated with them. That's not like don't like just we just wanted to know if there was anything on there that's like grifty or whatever. Don't like
Did
Got it.
yeah.
you get the message I sent you on WhatsApp from? Have you talked to George Santos? Because he sent me something, and I need you to look at it. And then, have you talked to him? If not, can you talk to him?
Yeah, he spoke to me yesterday in the space. We're supposed to speak privately. Is
Yeah,
he
yeah. Get him on a group call with us.
okay? But not
He
right this
has
second. Let me just do
WhatsApp.
this right now. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, no, no, not right now. It could be
Yeah,
tomorrow. But
yeah,
I'll
yeah,
tell
yeah,
you what he
yeah.
sent.
Huge Silicon Valley um biotech and tech association. The attacker. He's the main attacker, right? UC Berkeley law grad. Zigos, can you hear me, or you're unmute and you can't unmute? I'm confused.
I'm listening.
Zigos,
I'm listening.
did you go? Did you see my feed?
I did.
And what do you think of the Iraqi militia group?
They're Assyrians, right?
No, 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 no. They're Syrians, but they're affiliated with an Iraqi militia group, and
Yes,
they're
yes.
all pro IRGC. Do you know who that guy is? He's also a fighter.
Yeah, he's trying to be an MMA fighter. I saw your post.
Hey, Zigos, what is Assyrian? What does that mean?
It's a denomination. It's a very old Christian sect. It's in northern Iraq and northeastern Syria.
So they're Kurds.
They are not
No,
Kurds, they are Christians. They had a great period of time when they discovered accounting. They discovered all these things. Like if you search the Assyrian uh, caliphate, whatever you want to call it. It's not really a caliphate, it's a kingdom. They really had a great time at the beginning. They were the good soldiers and everything, well organized. We speak Assyrian in our church. When we're doing the church between Aramaic, and we switch between Aramaic and Assyrian.
Do they have like I know Assyria from like the Old Testament, but is it anything identical to that?
The Assyriac.
The Assyrians,
Assyrians, yeah, we're as Jews we have some historical
yeah.
bad experiences with them, but we get along now. I guess we don't get along now. Well, at least with
Well,
these guys, we don't get along.
you just have
Patrick Bet
three
David seems
idiots.
cool.
I looked at the video that Stealth put up, and the weird thing is everybody sat there and kept eating. Nobody fucking reacted. This is California.
that's what I went crazy about. This is what I was so upset about. This is why I was so pissed. This is why I was so
Yeah,
pissed because
I don't know this happens. If I was at that restaurant, this is happening. I'll be right in the middle of it,
you
regardless.
know what? You should go hear what I said on this space before you came in. What I mean, you can hit him with the chair. You could have run him over with a car. You could shoot him in the face if you had a conceal and carry. No, there's big guys that walk by. Nobody. These are skinny.
The
You guys are
table is
skinny.
full of weapons. The table is full of weapons. From
What do you mean?
straws
Oh
to
yeah,
knives
knives,
to
forks.
forks to spoons to glasses
Yes.
to plates, you name it.
Yeah.
When you sit at a table in a restaurant, you're basically full of weapons. And you can defend yourself with a multitude of things. And people just kept eating their fucking salads and drinking their shakes.
Yeah.
I just saw this like right now because I've been off Twitter a little bit, and oh my god, like what is wrong with people? They how can they just stand by and watch someone get beat up like that?
It's very rare. It's
You're
a
gonna
very
find that in
sensitive area.
Sheeeeit, people aren't going
It's
to.
a It's a very expensive area. There's it makes no sense. I lived up in that area for a period of time in Silicon Valley during COVID for work. I lived there 15 years ago for, also for in Silicon Valley for other reason, like in very expensive corporate housing, not corporate, but like, what do you call it? Furnished housing or whatever. There's no reason. There's guys, everybody has weapons. They have conceal and carry. It's like a big thing over there. It makes no sense. Makes no
Not
sense.
like forget that. Like not even physically getting in the middle of.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm listening to audio. He follows that anti-Semitic guy from Australia.
That must have been some kind of divine intervention. Marmari lost his eye, and now he has a prosthetic eye in the name of Jesus. What did you think and feel seeing this Assyrian Christian leader? And I believe he should be the Assyrian Christian leader for all of us. This man attacked for his huge, tremendous faith. Rage was like the first thing I felt. I was so angry.
Oh, they're MMA guys with the ears.
Just stood out is the fact that, like, Bishop Marmari Emanuel, he was millimeters away from death as well. The knife, he tried to crack it open, it jammed. That must have been some kind of divine intervention. Marmari lost his eye, and now he has a prosthetic eye in the name of Jesus. What did you think and feel seeing this Assyrian Christian leader? And I believe he should be the Assyrian Christian leader for all of us. This man attacked for his huge, tremendous faith. Rage was like the first thing I felt. I was so angry. What really just stood out is the fact that, like, I want to say a couple of weeks later, we got back out there, and he's just like, yeah, I forgive him. You know, I'll give up an eye if it means the salvation of the man who stabbed me. You can talk about it, you can say you'll do this, you'll do that, but until the moment comes, you really don't know. And for him, the moment came. The Lord used him, and he did what he was supposed to do. That is basic Christianity at its best.
Did you know that did you know that the tattoo on his
Bishop
chest
Marmari Emanuel. He was
Yeah.
millimeters away
What does
from
the
death as
tattoos on his
well.
chest
The
say?
knife,
says
try to crack it
America
open, it
in
jammed.
Syriac?
It says what?
America.
So they're proud Americans that go and beat up
Yeah,
people
yeah. It
and
just
are part of a fucking militia.
yes, but
I'm
that's what his
sending you
Are we
his
tattoo.
talking about the
Twitter account.
Syrian, the M&A lawyer?
Yeah, him and his partners. Yeah, they're part of a Syrian militia, and there's an Iraqi militia associated with them as well.
So is he getting
And they're
fired?
they're pro IRGC. What do you mean? What do you mean more than fired? There's the FBI. This is hate crime. Look at that. They're going to be investigated for associations with terrorist organizations. They support IRGC and Hezbollah
I,
and
I
Khomeini.
wonder though, Stealth, like a lot of these people get radicalized here. They don't.
Jake Shields. Jake Shields. No, they're radicalized there too, man. What are you
No,
talking
I'm
about? They're
not saying
highly
they're not
anti-Semitic.
radicalized there, but I'm saying that so many of these kids, like they get.
They're not kids. This guy's he's summa cum laude UC Berkeley grad. He's like in his 30s. He runs a president of a huge Assyrian group that handles the whole West Coast. What are you talking about? This guy's a
They're in their
genius,
30s.
wealthy, in mansions. Yes,
Oh my god.
yeah. No. Yeah, this
But
is.
he does have a point. A lot of these Iraqis, they do get radicalized because of the internet. ISIS, they did recruit a lot of Europeans. Who was it? Lily. There is a lot of people, to be honest with you, radicals online. Still,
No, but
that's
I mean,
true.
I agree that it's very likely they got radicalized in both places.
But that's not the point.
There is a person who sent me a theory that they were radicalized by the conspiracy theory that Israel created ISIS to destabilize Syria and possibly then threaten the Assyrians living in that area. So just throwing that out there, like there are these kind of fringe theories that other people have kind of played into, but they interpret in their own ways and motivate them to do things that are otherwise out
I
of
mean,
character.
it all comes, a lot of the conspiracy theories, the Middle Eastern ones that involve Israel, Jews, whatever, they all literally come down to only Jews have agency somehow. Like only Jews are the only ones who ever do anything. So it's just insane. Like
Well, it's impossible in that case because these guys clearly have agency because they're affiliated with some of the top
no,
billionaires in
100%.
Silicon
But I'm
Valley.
saying the conspiracy theories, like what Cyber's talking about, they all come down to this like one overarching thing, which is that like only Jews in Israel can ever do anything, because the conspiracy theories from that, like that, they're all like They're all like basically like, oh, they do everything to
So I
resave a
found
fight.
his gym. I found his gym who he trains with, an MMA fighter that just lost recently in like 10 seconds. I know that fighter. And they have John 1.9 and they have Revelation 5.5 on their gym wall. I'll send you the name of in the gym and where they train and everything like that.
It's in my DMs. Okay,
No, no,
What does it mean?
send it to me.
I'll send you something.
I'm sorry, but Christians did kill Jews, if you know that, like for, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, 1,000 years. So it's not like it's unusual that you have radicalization. There's Palestinian Christians that kill Jews, right? PFLP, DFLP, right? This is a
No,
thing. It's
100%. You're
like,
not going to get any
okay.
disagreement from me ever. Not on this.
No, not you. I'm telling Zigos, like this thing happened, right? Like, you know, they forced.
He follows all the retarded numerology accounts.
Oh, send me that. Okay, I found him doing an interview with Bishop Mari Emanuel also. And this guy's highly anti-Semitic, by the way,
Okay,
just so you
so
know.
Zigos, what was that? John 1:9 and Revelation what?
This is 2 years ago.
Guys, I can't multitask. I'm
You
checking.
can't multitask.
I, I'm
Just Google it.
I'm checking
Yeah.
the gym and their membership and who's training there and all their associations. So
They're Romani people? Why do you say Romani people?
I,
Why would you say Romani? What's with the Romani?
I didn't say Romani.
Not you, not you. Somebody who DM me the Romani people. I'd like to understand why you mentioned Romani people. What is that implying? Exactly.
Before before I defame him, is the guy Neil? Is he one of the guys who was actually
Who's
involved?
Neil?
Neil
What?
Chamaki,
Wait, I'm confused. Wait, the main guy?
corporate lawyer,
Yeah,
Assyrian
that's
advisors
him.
founder. Is
Yes,
that the
he's the
main
main
guy?
guy. Yes, yes.
Okay, so I have his Twitter account, and he's followed by some heavy
I
hitters
know. Get screen record.
on Twitter. He's
Screen record. Oh yeah, probably from the U.S. government, correct?
uh, startups at
Yep,
Berkeley, Adam Sterling, associate dean at Stanford
yep,
Law, Berkeley Center for Law and Business, Berkeley Law Library.
yep,
Rafa Nadal, the tennis player, follows
yep,
him. Roger Federer follows
yep.
him.
He's Silicon Valley guys. They're millionaires. These are millionaires. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is the shit that we're dealing with, and they decide to throw it all away because they're anti-fucking Semites because they listen to Jake Shields. Roma Akoyans, Ramon Akoyans, and Brunelli Chamaki. That's their names, allegedly.
Did you see in San Jose they attacked the guy that was speaking Hebrew?
This is literally what we're talking about. Have you gone to my feed?
No, I'm just
Oh,
looking at it. I
yeah, yeah,
just finished my space. I'm like, oh my god!
yeah. This happened yesterday. Just so you know. Just so you know.
And then did you see what that bitch posted today? What is her name? Oh my god, Carrie Prejean,
Yes.
the letter to President Trump.
Oh no, I
She
didn't
wrote
see
a
that.
letter.
Yeah,
I didn't know she could write.
that's what
I
I
didn't know she could
said.
Who do
read.
you
She's
think
not
wrote it
only
for her?
witch, she's a dumb bitch.
You want to read it,
Let me
or
get to
I
it.
can read it if you DM it to me.
Also, this has nothing to do with this, but I'm just catching up. Did you see that the IRGC is using a cardboard cutout of the Supreme Leader's son because
Yes.
and they're just walking around with a God, the world is so insane. I don't
Yeah, they learned that from Joe Biden.
Okay, so their coach is Bernal Dariush, an MMA fighter. That's their
Yeah.
coach.
Is wait. The guy with the ears that was interviewed in Australia.
The last, not the last MMA 326. I think it's 324. He fought and he lost very quickly within kind of a right hook, I think, or the left hook. I was
Yeah.
watching that
Did he
fight.
lose to an Israeli?
No, no.
No, he lost
That
to a
young
woman.
that actually he's okay fighter. Not he's getting old and stuff. But that's their coach in the picture that I sent you. And they have you have to remember they have John 1.29, which is talking about the Jews, right, on their
What
wall.
what does it say? How do you spell the last name? Dariush is Dariush, right?
Sorry, Zigos. For those of us that don't know, what is it referencing?
It's the New
Is that
Testament.
is that John 1:29 or John 12:9?
Is that the one
John
that's any?
John 1.29. I'm sending you his name and everything.
Okay, so I'll read John 1:29. It says, this is King James, I guess. The next day, John saw Jesus coming down toward him and said, "Behold, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world." That's John 1:29.
That's why they have on their gym the lamb and the lion. So you'll have to decipher what they mean with it, right? And then they have Revelation 5.5. The lamb and the lion. That's their whole mantra.
Okay, so what do they mean by it?
It really doesn't matter. They're going to the gym. They want to be tough. They're not fucking tough. And then three guys can't even punch worth shit. I watched the video, and it just happened that they just ganged up on the guy. Everybody on that fucking cafe was sitting there like people with no balls. I have no idea what happens. You can just take a fucking plate and then frisbee it on them if you can, and you see them running like babies. I don't know. This is ridiculous shit.
Is the guy they beat up? Is he okay? Do we know?
We don't know.
He went to the hospital kind of to check because he blanked out for a minute in case he.
There's two guys though. It's not just one.
Yeah,
They beat up another guy on the inside,
yeah.
and they went back and
Okay, I
forth.
have someone telling me about the church. The church is the Saint Mary Assyrian Church, Saint Mary Chaldean Church in Campbell, California.
I lived down the street from that church for years.
Saint Mary Chaldean Church.
Is that a Catholic church, Angela?
Yeah, they're Catholics.
Wait? Can I see ghost? Can I ask a dumb question? Are Chaldeans and Assyrians are not necessarily the same, right?
Right.
Very close. They're not the
Close, but yeah.
same, but super close. You have Chaldeans, you have Assyrians, and you have the Ashuris. So they speak different dialects, and they're a little bit. So in Beirut, they are such a small minority, and the Ashuris are very few thousands, and the Assyrians very few thousand. They're always fighting. They
Oh,
were always
oh,
fighting, and we had to get
oh,
in the middle of them all the time. I had friends from both,
else.
and we had to
Isn't
get.
historical Assyria is like much bigger, right?
Yeah, yeah, much
Stealth,
bigger.
someone just hit the jackpot. Somebody just sent me something from. I'm gonna send this to you. It needs to be
Send
archived.
it to me
I'm
right
on a
now.
cell
Send
phone,
it to
so
me
I
right
can't.
now.
Sending it to you and Ben.
Would you consider Assyrian Arabs Zigos or not?
They don't consider themselves Arabs.
Well, I don't care. They have well, I'm
They're
sorry.
Arabized. You know, it's.
They
I mean,
do.
there was a lot of rich cultural diversity in the Middle East before the mostly peaceful armies of Muhammad took over everything. So
They're not ethnically
They
Arab.
do. They do speak Arabic. Actually, if I
Yeah,
can
they
They
speak
say,
got
only
air.
Arabic.
Well,
They
Assyrian,
speak
they
they
would
Assyrian.
speak
say
Just
that,
Arabic.
like,
one,
who
one
would
second.
Nassim Taleb would say he's not Syrian. He's not Arab.
Michigan, Michigan, El Calhoun in California is a lot of Assyrians there. So one things we know about the Kurdish, they do hate us. Even in KRG, they do have their own representation. We do have in the parliament 10 members for minorities. So even they have their TV channels. Ashtar is called, which was one of the gods, old gods. But they do hate Kurdish because they say, I don't know what's the Kurdish, they say Kurdistan is our land. They need to get it back, basically Mesopotamia. I know that for sure. They do not like probably Jewish too, but as a Kurdish experience, the Ashurian, they don't like Kurdish. I think one of our kings they toppled their kingdoms. So something happened between
They're
them,
pro IRGC. Which groups are they're pro IRGC and Khomeini?
And Stealth,
which
just to
is
tell
sad.
you, the church that you mentioned is in fact an Assyrian Chaldean church. They provide mass in Assyrian.
Why are they pro IRGC and pro Khomeini?
That might have happened here. That part specifically.
Where in their church?
No, I mean like it might have happened
That
online.
that might explain Jake Shields.
Jake
No.
Shields is half Indian and half white, American Indian.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, like he's what he airs. He's his views.
He got hit.
No,
He got
no,
hit in the
guys.
head a bunch of times.
Okay, the area they are in, if they are from the Hasaka, it depends where they are from. As Assyrians, they had problems historically with the Kurds because they're different sects, different religions. And during the Assad regime, the Assad kind of protected them. And the Iranians came in and they have under the influence of the Khomeini thinking they are the saviors. They don't understand that minorities go last. So that's probably how they got, in their head that they hate everybody else that is not, you know, and now because it's almost exactly I can guess what happens. The guys spoke Hebrew and they listened to them speaking Hebrew and they thought, oh, these are the enemies of Assad, the enemies of Iran, and those are our protectors, and they kind of got into it. Big deal.
So you Ghost, I'm going to send you
They
something.
didn't get into it. They heard them speaking Hebrew and they went straight and attacked them. They didn't even have a back and forth. You know that, right?
I mean, the
Yeah,
fact that
it does.
They
All I'm
they
saying is,
sucker punched
like
them.
three idiots with a street fight. You already identify him. He has to listen. Probably loses his law license because he's a lawyer, and then we'll see what happens. It's no big deal. It's a small thing. We're worried here. They're shooting at the American consulate in Toronto. They're shooting synagogues. That's what I was worried about. I'm not worried
Yeah, but
about.
this is how it starts. It escalates like with these assholes like this. This is how it starts. This is how it starts.
Yeah, but still, this is Catholic integralism.
This is not Catholic integralism. These are Arab Christians.
Yeah,
They're not
but
integralists. Please, oh my God, what is going on with you, MG, today? Did you? Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know. You have your
okay,
period, MG? It
okay,
sounds like you have your period. Please,
okay,
I
just
can't. No
hold
men
on,
with periods for me
hold on.
today.
Okay, help me out here. Just help me, and I'll shut up. You can even drop me after this. John 1:29 discusses the shield of the Lion of Judah. Revelation 5:5 in their gym. I'll read it to you just so that you see where I'm coming from. It says, verse 5, this is King James Version. It says, but one of the elders said to me, do not weep. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has prevailed to open the scroll and to loose its seven seals. Candace Owens is always screaming to us how Christ is king, not disputing that. Like she uses that as, her the thrust behind her arguments against the Jews. The Jews are bad, as we just saw in San Francisco with this guy, with this gentleman being attacked by these guys, who have John 1:29 and Revelation 5:5 on their wall that discuss the Lion of Judah and the shield, and they're Catholic.
Is it because they see themselves as the inheritors of?
Exactly. So this is Catholic integralism.
No, that's
But
not
they're not
Catholic
Catholic.
integralism. That's old school. That's old school Middle Eastern Christian anti-Semites. That's it.
Yeah,
Very
but why,
simple.
why the eschatology? You don't have to invoke the Lion of Judah to hate Jews. You know what I mean? Like you don't need to do all of that.
Yes, the Eastern Orthodox groups, these ones have always been highly anti-Semitic. Always.
I mean, Marcionism started in the Middle East, so it kind of makes sense. The idea that the Old Testament is not, that it's just not, they don't use it. I don't know.
So you Ghost, check your DMs. I sent you something.
What are we looking for?
Anything
Um,
related to this guy and his two brothers, it looks like.
Can you send me his name?
it's on my feed. Go to my feed, Lily. Everything's
Okay, I'm
there.
gonna
All the names, everything. It's all there in a row. Retweet everything. Retweet all of it.
Shout out to Yeeeeit. I don't think she's on the stage, but Yeeeeit just found a bunch of great stuff, including that YouTube lecture, which is in the purple
Yep.
pill. If someone wants to go through it and watch it and see if there's anything in there
It's
significant,
him
I can't
interviewing
watch it because,
Amari. That's the one. Yeah.
yeah, she also found that Berkeley article.
Today we're blessed to be sitting with Bishop Arkesi Marmari Emmanuel.
He's
He's
very
the Bishop of
anti-Semitic.
Christ of the Good Shepherd Church in Australia. His courageous delivery of the Word of God has become a viral phenomenon and has attracted millions across all social media platforms in this digital age. As a Christian leader, this is unprecedented in this era. Marmari is incredibly popular among the youth, and his message has arguably brought more young people close to Christ than anyone else in the modern era. He's touched the hearts and minds of many, including myself, bringing me closer to the Lord Jesus Christ. Marmari, thank you for all that you do. God bless you. Let's get started on the questions. Was there anyone in particular who had an influence on you in your youth, maybe a family member or a loved one? In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, one God, Amen. First of all, I thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for this blessed and precious moment being here with you, dear Brunel. I thank the Lord very much so. And I pray the Lord Jesus bless you and bless all of our beloved viewers, whoever they are and wherever they are. I pray for America to always be protected by the Almighty God, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, who was revealed in the flesh over 2,000 years ago. Coming back to the question, the most influential person that has ever been in my life was my beloved earthly mother. She always taught us from at the very early stage of my life, my son, no matter what you do, or wherever you are, and whoever you become, don't ever lose track. Jesus Christ is the only way. This is the way we were raised, and I am indebted to my earthly mother for planting the love of Christ in our hearts and always reminding us of the Lord's presence. That is absolute pivotal point in our life and for our destiny later on. So unfortunately for me, but very fortunate for her, she moved on. She passed away back in June of this year, 2023. I do miss her dearly, but I believe and I know where she is. She is with the Lord, and I pray that she is praying for me and for all of us. So yeah, it was my mother. There are a lot of Christians now who are almost afraid to come out and say I'm Christian. They're worried that they'll be judged. They're worried they'll be mocked. They're worried about how they'll be perceived at universities, at work, wherever it may be. Yes. They're actually afraid. Many Christians are afraid. They're hiding. Yes. What can those Christians do to be courageous and
Go beat up Jews.
their faith and not hide it?
That's what you need to do.
Did you get the link I sent you? Did you
Yeah, I'm
see it
opening it up
before?
right
Did you see it
now. I'm
before?
opening it. Let me
When
see.
you come to this realization that you have nothing to lose, when you don't have nothing to lose, then you're not afraid anymore. Why are people afraid? Because they want to cling to this world and to this life. But my dear friend, don't you know this reality? Nobody lives here forever. So what is the big deal about this life? What is the big deal about this world? What is so precious about it? Oh, going downtown clubbing or having fun, going on holidays, restaurants, dancing, drinking, gambling, and playing with fire. Is that it? But when you come to this truth, that true life is Christ, not here on earth. The true home, the true kingdom, the true place is Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Then what have I got to lose? Absolutely nothing. When I have Christ, I'm not worried about nothing. And when I'm not worried about anything, then I'm not afraid. So when I speak out, I'll never be ashamed of my Lord Jesus. I want the world to hear this from the highest level to the lowest level in the world. I want you to know I'm a proud Christian, and I'm saying it with the loud voice, crying out in the wilderness, I belong to Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I'm a Christian, and I thank God that I'm a Christian, because there is no other God but Him. Jesus Christ is my God, my Lord, my Savior, my Redeemer, my Father, my mother, my brother, my home, my citadel, my kingdom, my crown of glory, my strength, my authority, my light. He is my life. He is every pride in us. Not many. Of the Lord Jesus. That rank is worthy of these titles. But the Lord gave me that rank. I should also, when they call me your grace, I should say, it's all right, my dear friend. Let's be friends, it's better. But the ultimate.
So Bishop Maramari was on Patrick Bet David's podcast as well. This guy he was stabbed in the eye. If you guys remember his attack, he's very anti-Semitic.
Until this very day, they misunderstood what kind of a deliverance the Messiah was going to offer to them. You see, they were anticipating and expecting when the Messiah comes, he is going to deliver us from slavery. Little they knew, the Messiah came to deliver them from sin.
Yeah, that's not what
Dels,
it says.
check your DM.
Hold on one second. Okay,
Holiness. Yeah.
what'd you send me?
Transgender is saying that Jewish people invented transgenderism.
We didn't. She's just a retard. What do you want? You want me to take anything from a transgender black woman seriously? That's an
Well,
actress.
she's saying we need to protect the Jews because they invented transgenderism. I'm like, fuck, don't put that on us.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't share that tweet. So
Who
I'm
said that?
not, but I'm just saying. It's like, what the hell was that?
that black transgender woman.
Hey, Stealth, I'm going to send you another Twitter account that has a lot of Christian symbolism and directing a crusade against Jews,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
direct calls for
Send it to
violence.
me. Yeah, yeah. That's. I figured. I figured.
Also, I do. Somebody sent intro intuition sent a theory which I think you're going to be interested in. I just sent it to you. You can read it over.
Where do they say? Oh,
Tell me.
oh. Christianity is anti-Zionist. Is this the one? This guy?
Yeah, just if you scroll through the entire account, it's a bonkers account. I took a lot of screenshots. But somebody sent a theory about the Assyrians and their mindset. You should just quickly read it over.
Yeah, I know their mindset. I listened to that one guy.
I understand. Just look at that. Whatever.
Yeah,
It's just
this guy went
literally four
into
texts.
Gaza. I don't know if you know this, right? You know, he's a pro-Palestinian, pro-IRGC. They're very mixed up in their minds. During the Syrian civil war, Assad was propped up as the secular protector of minorities from Al Qaeda and ISIS and IRGC. Fighters literally helped hold Christian towns. Diaspora families absorbed the narrative that Assad and the Axis of Resistance saved them. They're indoctrinated. Also, these people fall prey to the Zionist orchestrate regional chaos conspiracies. They blame Israel for ISIS and the protocols conspiracies I mentioned before. Yeah, I know all this stuff. I don't give a flying fuck. You're in America and you're a summa cum laude in law. You should know better. It's like it's. I don't care.
Of course they should, but you saw he fell for the whole spyware scam. Did you see that
What's
article? The Berkeley,
he wrote the article at
the
Berkeley?
whole conspiracy theory. Yeah, the whole conspiracy theory about how Israel was like enabling the cartels through spyware and the WhatsApp hacking, all the stuff that we talked about with someone else, right? We had to debunk it back like 2 months ago. He wrote a whole article about it in 2022. So he's right. Like the guy should know better, but he's falling for all these conspiracy theories. He wrote an article about it for UC Berkeley as a JD candidate. That was the article I sent to be archived.
Someone was saying like I don't remember who it was, but they were saying that one of the ways that they get like normal people, even not people who are like indoctrinated, but normal people to get caught up in a lot of this stuff is that they just flood the field, right? They say absolutely everything and they see what sticks and then they keep going along and along and then so many people get caught up in these conspiracy theories just because there's so many and it's hard
Okay,
for people to track
okay.
them down.
Maybe you guys are not understanding something. Okay, the Eastern Orthodox faiths have been highly anti-Semitic for 2,000 years. Okay, doesn't matter what the conspiracy is now, then, you or later. This is what they were. This is how they've always been. They've always hated Jews. Do you understand? Always. Doesn't matter about NSO and cybersecurity and WhatsApp. This is how they believe. I can play you here. Give you a perfect example.
Right, but
And
it's
still
not about
do.
that. It's not about the particular thing. It's about the fact that he was articulating it and he was involving himself in it when, as you correctly pointed out, he's moved to America. He's got his entire life ahead of him. He's very
No,
successful.
the
He's got
churches in
money.
America espouse it. It doesn't matter. It's their church
But the point is
leaders.
that he's not the kind of person who's ignoring it. He's the kind of person who sees it as important and sees it as something he needs to spread to the world in 2022. He's had 4 years to radicalize around these conspiracy theories. Yes, they've always been a problem. He particularly took it to heart, and that's the issue.
They all do. You don't understand. You don't understand. You're not getting it. Have you ever listened to Tovia Singer on this issue? This is what they literally will side with Muslims over Jews.
I understand.
They
They're
will
not
kill
all
you
writing
if you do not
articles.
convert for 2,000 years. It doesn't matter articles. It doesn't. They all believe it. It's from inside the church they talk about this, Saber. What do you want me to tell you? Do you understand or no?
I understand,
Max
but
is saying that
my
he got
point.
radicalized here,
How does
basically.
Max know? Here in your church doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He also follows people that are highly radicalized. This guy Mari talks about Jews constantly during his sermons, constantly, and says horrible things
Okay,
about
so
Jews.
going back to him going to Gaza, is there some way to look into that and find out more information about it?
Yeah, Google it. Mari goes to Gaza. Go look it up. You'll see. And he
Oh,
says it.
I thought you meant the this guy, the MMA
No. I'm
guy.
talking about the leader who he went and said he should be the leader of everybody. He's the most anti-Semitic pastor. What do you want me to tell you? It's not my fault. I want him to not be, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Go ahead, Victoria.
So I got interrupted. I missed some of the stuff, but what are you trying to get to the bottom of? Maybe I can help.
I'm not. I'm fully clear. They're nothing. We're right now exposing their whole network, and they're involved with some Iraqi militias as well. They're all pro IRGC. These guys.
Gotcha. Could you send me who
It's
you're
all on my
speaking of?
feed. Go all
Okay,
on my feed. Go all on my feed.
perfect.
It's all on my feed,
Okay,
all the way up and
thank
down.
you.
Share everything on the feed, guys. Yeah.
If I may interject, I think still I may understand where you're coming from. This is my observations. Those Christians living in Arabic or Islamic countries, to me, it look like they have Stockholm syndrome. They get in love with the oppressors. You know, I think Tom Barak was one of the example. He actually hated themselves. He talked highly about Ottoman Empire, about Turkey, and that's what he happened. He was orchestrated Syria. There is a lot of examples that the Christians, I don't know why they associate with extremists. I really don't know what I understand. To me, it can only
Here
be
it is. I have the review.
Stockholm.
Let me explain. No, it's not Stockholm. The early church fathers, the Eastern Orthodox Church, is considered the most anti-Semitic of all kinds, more than the Vatican II Catholics. That is how they've been always since the beginning of time. Here's the priest lies about Jews in Daniel 9. This is this Mari, the guy. This is the debunking. 102,000 views.
You know, you guys are painting all the Christians in the Middle East in the same white brush, right?
No,
No,
these ones.
I've just heard the last speaker speaking like that.
He's got a fancy outfit on. He's got a fancy thing, but he's holding a cross in his hand. The Messianics do the same scam. Same thing. Why do they say the Jews hid Isaiah 53? Why do they say? The reason they say this is because they think they can get away with it. This is such a mind game, and I want to say this to you who are in the church. You don't have a chance.
So Mari was on TV, like, and espousing some. It is 2 years ago at the beginning of the war.
I have heard. Everybody's always heard that the book of Isaiah, or at least the chapter 53 of Isaiah, was hidden from the Jews. But this bishop guy is saying that Daniel was also hidden by the Jews. Is that? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
You understand?
Right, so
This guy worships this
Christians, and that is the Jews
worships him.
engage in a conspiracy of hiding the truth. That means we really know the truth that Christ is Lord. We really believe in this stuff, but, and this is where the Jews are the devil, we hide this from the world and most importantly from fellow Jews because we don't want them to believe in Jesus. Evangelical Christians who profess extraordinary love for the Jewish people, they say this, but yet accuse the Jews of hiding, of subverting the 53rd chapter of Isaiah from the Haftorah. The Haftorah is a segment, a small segment of the prophets that is read aloud in the synagogue following a reading of a segment of the Torah. So whereas throughout the yearly cycle, we read from the Torah
Wait, stop that. Just pause for 1 second.
and we
You're not going to do this. You're going to make me stop every point, right? Unless
I know, no, I'm
okay.
just going to do this one time, okay? The Haftorah was instituted because there was a time where oppressive regimes that were not Jews banned Jews from reading from the 5 books of Moses on the Sabbath. And so the rabbis found specific segments or sections that they felt related to the section and the message in the like normal on the parsha that was banned, and that was read instead. And then when the Jews were able to kind of free themselves and go somewhere else, or there had been successful revolts, and they were then free to read the 5 books of Moses and the proper parsha on the weekly cycle, they would read both because there was a genuine connection, there was a meaning. But understand that the Haftorah is, like he said, it's a small section. You couldn't possibly read all of the Devim and the Ketuvim, the prophets and the writings on the same weekly and annual cycle as the 5 books of Moses are read. That's why there are some things that are included and some things that are simply not included, because it's only a fraction of things that are actually read.
Okay, what was the point of adding that to the statement? What was the necessity?
That it was the result of a ban and censorship, and so the rabbis couldn't put every single thing they wanted to put. Like, they were already working around the law, around an oppressive regime, and so the things that are included and are not included are in large part the result of censorship by non-Jews, in most cases Christians, and that's why something wouldn't be included, not because Jews were trying to censor something.
Wait, the rabbi said the Jews are trying to censor something?
No,
That he's saying the conspiracy theory is Jews were trying to censor something, and that's why it's not included in the Haftorah. And I'm explaining that any censorship that was occurring at that time was exclusively oppression against Jews by non-Jews. And so if something wasn't included, it was not by the choice of the Jews, it was by the law that was forced upon them.
they keep insisting that Isaiah 53 was taken out specifically because they say that it would prove that that he's the Messiah, but it just can't be in, like what Cyber is saying. It just couldn't be included in the Haftorah. Like it wouldn't make sense.
Okay, so now everybody forgets what we've originally talked about. So can you reserve it for the end, please? Is that okay? Okay, thank you. Okay.
How do you think he gets away with it? He gets away because no one looks it up. No one. They just listen to him. He's got a fancy outfit on. He's got a fancy thing, but he's holding a cross in his hand. The Messianics do the same scam. Same thing. Why do they say that the Jews hid Isaiah 53? Why do they say? The reason they say this is because they think they can get away with it. This is such a mind game, and I want to say this to you who are in the church. You don't have a chance. So I have heard everybody's always heard that the book of Isaiah, or at least the chapter 53 of Isaiah, was hidden from the Jews. But this bishop guy is saying that Daniel was also hidden by the Jews. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Right. So this is a common thread among fundamentalist Christians, and that is the Jews engage in a conspiracy of hiding the truth. That means we really know the truth that Christ is Lord. We really believe in this stuff, but, and this is where the Jews are the devil, we hide this from the world and most importantly from fellow Jews because we don't want them to believe in Jesus. Evangelical Christians who profess extraordinary love for the Jewish people, they say this, but yet accuse the Jews of hiding, of subverting the 53rd chapter of Isaiah from the Haftorah. The Haftorah is a segment, a small segment of the prophets that is read aloud in the synagogue following a reading of a segment of the Torah. So whereas throughout the yearly cycle, we read from the Torah scroll and we go through the entire 5 books of Moses from beginning to end, every part of the Torah is in our, but for the prophets, we read only a very small segment, which really represents only about 4% of all of the Nevi'im, so it's a very tiny number. And we read the segment that comports best with the segment of the Torah that we've read. This tradition began during the Greek Empire. And it was a tradition because for a time we weren't able to read from the Torah under Antiochus Epiphanes IV. The point is that Christian missionaries, and these are not the people who are... these are not people who belong to the clan. These are people who say we love the Jews, and the Jews are the most wonderful thing, and we love Israel. We love it. They say that the Jews hide Isaiah 53 from the Haftorah, and they say this despite the fact that the vast majority of the book of Isaiah isn't read at any point during the year. So they're really hiding it. Moreover, I've done this many times where I've been on the streets speaking to Christians and they ask me what it says in Isaiah 53 and they have no clue what it says in Isaiah 51, 50, 52. So so this is the thing, that the Jews are deliberately hiding text. This is very important because we then are engaged in a conspiracy of subverting information. We know the truth, but we don't want others to know. It's really a very dangerous charge. And imagine what this does to parishioners. What does this do to the nice Christian who goes to a Baptist church in the suburb of Dallas? She's thinking to herself, God, what's with these Jews? Why are they just trying to hide Christ? Why are they subverting it? And the people who are responsible for this are people who engage in Jewish evangelism. These are so-called Christian Zionists, and we love Israel, love the Jews. Why are you spreading this stuff? I mean, it's not like we read all the prophets and just happen to 53 is just selected. The vast majority of Isaiah is never read in the synagogue on the Sabbath day. And in fact, the tradition of reading the Haftarah long predates Christianity. In fact, we see the reading of the Haftarah in the Christian Bible. As an example, in the book of Luke, where Jesus, we're told, is reading from the Haftarah in Luke chapter 4 in Nazareth, in the synagogue in Nazareth. So this is very silly. Now, the chapter that is quoted most frequently by missionaries is Isaiah 53, and the other is Daniel 9. Daniel 9 is... I heard them address Daniel. I've always heard about Isaiah 53, but I've never heard this before. This is what's kind of really interesting about this guy. It's insane. So this is commonplace that the Jews hide Daniel 9. This is an Assyrian priest. It's sort of an Eastern church, not part of the Orthodox Church. Let's hear him make this grotesque charge against the Jews that they deliberately hide the book of Daniel. I don't want to upset our beloved Jewish people, but did you know the book of Daniel is not accepted by the Jewish people? It's taken out of their books. To them, it's not authentic. You know why? Because the only prophet, can I make an emphasis on this? The only prophet out of the entire Old Testament prophets, the only prophet that prophesied in absolute perfect timing of the Messiah coming is Daniel. He is the only prophet who pinpointed when Jesus Christ was going to be born. Pinpointed. His time is so accurate. When you accept the book of Daniel, you must accept that Jesus Christ of Nazareth came. There's no two ways about it. That's why the Jewish people took the book of Daniel out, because they don't want to believe the Messiah had already come. So what this guy is saying is that the Daniel 9 somehow contains the time of the birth of the Messiah. This is in his audience. I am sure that people actually think that there's a claim that Daniel 9 predicts the birth of the Messiah. This is so convoluted because Daniel 9 is nowhere quoted as predicting the birth of the Messiah. Christians do claim that Micah chapter 5 is marking the birthplace of the Messiah, but not Daniel. That's how convoluted this is. Moreover, he's stating that the Jews hide the book of Daniel. Like if you went to a Jewish Tanakh, a Jewish Hebrew Bible, you would not find the book of Daniel. Well, I encourage my friend, and people say my Jewish friends, it's coming. When someone says to me, some of my best friends are Jews, I go, oh boy, here it goes. Some of my best friends are black, but then everybody knows, here it goes, because it's a reverse ad hominem. So this is a complete lie that the Jews hide the book of Daniel because we don't want anyone to believe in Jesus. That if they would, how many chapters in my book are from the book of Daniel? Where is this Tanakh? It doesn't exist anywhere. So he's making an outlandish claim, and the strange thing is that he's got quite a large following in this Assyrian church, and he's a fairly large YouTube following, and people, I'm sure, just watching go, oh my God, those crazy Jews took out the book of Daniel. Oh, that's very silly. The book of Daniel is very much in Tanakh. It's a sacred book. It's a book that tells us so much about the Messianic age, the destiny of the Jewish people. Daniel 9, let's talk about this for a brief moment. Daniel begins in bewilderment because he doesn't understand prophecies found in Jeremiah. He's concerned with Jeremiah 25, verse 12, and 29, verse 10. He conflates the two and can't understand it. And he begins a prayer to God to understand what's happening. Why is Daniel perplexed? Because he is standing in the first year of Darius the Mede. That opening statement in the 9th chapter of Daniel, that I'm in the year of Darius the Mede, that means the Babylonian Empire has just fallen. And Daniel is observing this. He lived during the Babylonian exile. And he sees that one part of the prophecy has been fulfilled, meaning in Jeremiah 25, verse 12, Jeremiah is telling the Jewish people that Babylon's only going to be around for 70 years. The context in Jeremiah 25 is that you don't need to rebel against Nebuchadnezzar. This is the Neo-Babylonian Empire. Don't fight against them because they're not going to be around that long. They're going to be gone. Daniel conflates that 70-year prophecy with another 70-year prophecy in Jeremiah 29, verse 10. That speaks of the return of the Jewish people. So what comes into view in the response to Daniel is the angel Gabriel outlines history from the destruction of the first temple, destruction of the second temple, which is 490 years, 70 weeks of years. Each day is a year, so a week is 7 years. And he breaks it up into a structure of three periods. The first is 7 weeks is 49 years. Cyrus emerges. Then in a moment, you're going to see how he spins this. So Cyrus emerges a half a century after the destruction of the first temple. And then for subsequent 434 years, the temple is rebuilt street and moat. The second temple stood for 420 years. So there it is. And then the last week is the last 7 years. This is going to become very important in a moment. The last 7 years of the second temple period. Half of that week, meaning 3.5 years, is going to be a war with the people who are from the prince, who eventually are going to destroy the sanctuary, and the priest is going to be cut off. It means an anointed one will be removed, will be cut off. And the Christians conflate and push Jesus into it. And of course, this is all very, very silly. And one other point, you talk about hiding stuff. The calculation found in Daniel 9, verse 24 through 27, is never found in the Christian Bible. This is all an afterthought. That means Daniel 9 is quoted in the Christian Bible, but not because there's some amazing timeline prophecy predicting the exact time of Jesus' death. This is totally silly, and of course we'll see in a moment why this can't work. Let's play the next clip. So the first interval is 49 years because it's 7 weeks. Since the week is 7 years, so 7 times 7 is 49 years. What is this first interval? From the time of Daniel's death till the time of Malachi the prophet coming, there was a gap of 49 years. So let's think about that for a moment. From the time of Daniel's death, this is what this priest, he's an Assyrian priest. So he says, well, this is very clear. It's a time that Daniel died until the time of Malachi. Well, I have news for you. Guess what? Guess how many times Daniel's death is mentioned in Daniel 9? Guess. You guessed it correctly. 0. It doesn't exist. This is totally made up. Guess how often is the book of Malachi mentioned in Daniel 9? 0 times, never. So here we have a case where he is making a very serious accusation, leveling a very serious charge against the Jewish people. They were hiding books. The book of Daniel doesn't appear in a Jewish Bible. This is a complete lie. But as it turns out, he has reason to start with that charge because he's about to lie. That means he's making stuff up that does not exist anywhere. Nothing. In fact, as it turns out, from the going forth of the word, I did a lecture, which is on YouTube, in Germany, where I talk about what the word is. The word is a word of prophecy. The word is devar in Hebrew, memra in Aramaic, logos in Greek. The going forth of the word, that's the word of Jeremiah. That's the destruction of the first temple. That's when you start counting. And then you go forward a half a century, 7 weeks. You come to who? Who emerges after a half a century from the time of the destruction? L'chorvot Yerushalayim. Read Daniel 9, verse 1 and 2. Who emerges? Cyrus. Who is he? As it turns out, the Bible says, the book of Isaiah, chapter 45, verse 1, that God says that Cyrus is my Mashiach. And he was given the role, the mandate to call upon the Jews to restore and rebuild Yerushalayim. It's all you have to do, my friends, is just open the Bible to Isaiah 44, verse 28, and the next verse is the next chapter is 45:1. Just read it for yourself. And it really doesn't make a difference whether there's a cross in the front of the Bible or not. They're all going to read that, except for one caveat. Instead of translating the word Mashiach as Messiah, as your Christian Bibles render it in Daniel 9, verse 24, 25, 26, instead it translates it as anointed. It's the same word and doesn't capitalize it. Why? This is all a mind game. That's what's really happening here. So that's the anointed one, not from Daniel's death to Malachi. This is all complete nonsense. Moreover, that's the sound of American. view, and that is he's saying that the anointed one who's cut off after the 62 weeks, that's verse 26, and after the 62 weeks, an anointed one will be cut off, but not for himself. Now the word is Yikares Mashiach. The word Yikares means will be cut off, which could mean killed, it could mean removed, it could mean any of those things. And many of the translations, including the NIV, says will be killed, will be put to death. That's total fake. The text says Yikares Mashiach. If the text wanted to say that an anointed one will be killed, it says Yahareg Mashiach. That means killed. So this is such a mind game, and I want to say this to you who are in the church. You don't have a chance. You really don't. Because if you're not looking at the original Hebrew, you're gone. And if you're looking at Christian translation, they're all playing a game with it. You're really in a lot of trouble. The church had thousands of years to figure out how to tool this material in order to make... The next problem is that last week. That means if in fact the anointed one who is cut off, it really says an anointed one will be cut off. There's no definite article there, although the Christian Bibles insert one. There is one more week, which is the destruction of the temple. So what do you do with the last week? It doesn't make any sense. That means according to Christian tradition, Jesus died essentially in, let's say, the year 30 or 33, just somewhere in there, right? That means he died essentially 40 years before the destruction of the second temple. Look carefully again at Daniel 9, verse 26 and 27. We have there the destruction of the sanctuary, destroyed. That's the Churban Bayesheni. Now, if you properly look at these texts, so it's really simple. What happened a half a week before the destruction of the second temple? Let me rephrase that. The second temple was destroyed in the summer of 70. What happened 3.5 years before 70? What year was it? The year was 66. In 66, the Jews go to war with who? The Yankees? No. With Ukraine? No. They go to war with Rome. It was the war that lasts how long? 3.5 years. That's your half a week. So you understand why when you're making stuff up, you have to be a genius to keep track of your lies? I mean, Mark Twain speaks about this. Liars have to be geniuses because they have to keep track of everything. So what happens is if, in fact, an anointed one found in 26 is referring to Jesus, who's crucified in, let's say, the year 30, so there's 40 more years. Well, where's this other week? There's 40 more years. So that's, how long is 40 years? 40 years is 5.5 weeks. It doesn't work. The whole thing falls apart. And what is the last week? Listen very carefully. What is that last week? Christians have no clue what to do with that last week. No clue. You know what they have to do? Most of them have to say that the last week is totally removed from the first 483 years. I'm not making this up. I mean, if you look at the text, it says that 70 weeks are decreed upon your people. That's Daniel 9, verse 24. But they can't do 70 weeks. Why? That means 490 years. Why not? Because what do you do with the extra week? If you've never heard of this before, you may be thinking to yourself right now that this Rabbi Singer perhaps has an unflattering view of Christianity, and after all, his job, he has devoted his life to getting Jews from believing in Christ, and he's making this up. He is strawmanning this. He's portraying Christian thinkers in a way that's unflattering. So I don't believe in Jesus. I'm not. This is mainstream stuff because they don't know what to do with it. Why don't they know? Because they're making it up. How do you know I'm telling you the truth? The last week hasn't come yet. Why? Because at the end of the 62 weeks and the 4 weeks and the 7 weeks prior to that, at the end of 483 years, Jesus was crucified. When Jesus was crucified, the church of the New Testament was born. When the church of the New Testament was born, the time of grace kicked in. When the time of grace came in, the time of the world stopped, pushed the last week till the end of times. I don't know, are you with me? No, definitely not with you. Look carefully at verse 26. This is Daniel 9, verse 26. V'achrei hashivuyim shishimu shnayim, and after the 62 weeks, yikares Mashiach ve'ein lo, an anointed one will be removed. Now that's really referring to the priesthood. What happens when the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed? Really, what happens when Rome goes to war with Jerusalem? What happens is all the carbonas stop. The central feature or the central mandate of people like me, suddenly we can't bring offerings anymore. And that comes to a complete end in the year 70 when the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed. And while there are restrictions on me as a priest, I can't go into a cemetery, I can't bring sacrifices. Now my job, my role has been removed. But look what the text says. Kindlech. Listen, this is time to wake up, my friends. Please open your Bible, take a look inside and see what it says. Ein lo. That means it's. What does the ein lo mean? The ein lo means there'll be nothing left to him. He has nothing. It's an ambiguous phrase, but it means doesn't mean that die. It means that I have nothing. Again, I want to repeat this. I'm a priest. I'm a Kohen. I'm a great grandson of Aaron. Right? So the mandates that are given to me in the book of Leviticus, as an example, Leviticus has a name called Torah's Kohanim, the teachings or the Torah, the laws pertaining to the priest. So much of that doesn't I can't do it. I can fulfill the negative commandments by not coming into contact with the dead, which is forbidden to me, and other things, but I can't do those things. It's been removed from me. It will be restored, says my Bible, Ezekiel chapter 41 through the end 48. Now, look what we get. V'ha'ir v'ha'kodesh yashchis Am Nogid Haba, and the people of the prince will come, and what will they do? They will destroy the sanctuary. Literally says that. And the city and the sanctuary will be destroyed. It mamish says that. That's the destruction of the second temple. What? I thought that according to these people, Jesus crucified and the temple is not destroyed for another 40 years. 40 years is 5.5 weeks. The whole thing doesn't work. And what they have to do is say, well, this final week is removed for the future. Now, even though this person looks at this priest because he's an Assyrian priest, so what he's wearing might look very striking to you, what he's saying is mainstream stuff. These calculations. Now, Christians have all kinds of spins on this. Make no mistake about it. They start counting here. They start counting there. They start when the time when Artaxerxes gave the letter that Nehemiah could repair the wall. They got all those kinds. That's not the command to rebuild Yerushalayim. That's not Cyrus's call. And in fact, I encourage you, my friends, to pick up the book of Ezra. How does Ezra begin? Ezra chapter 1, verse 1 and 2. Really, if you love Hashem, which you probably do if you're watching this, you're not watching this for entertainment. If you consider the Bible holy, like, why should this even surprise you? Ezra chapter 1, verse 1 and 2, who comes into view? Cyrus. What does Cyrus say? I have a nevuah. I have a prophecy from God.
So this rabbi, the guys involved with the hate crime, terror attack, however you want to call it, these Assyrian guys, they follow this guy from Australia, this Bishop Mari, who was attacked, if you guys remember, was stabbed in the eye by Islamic terrorist inside of Australia. He does videos and he is very anti-Semitic in the videos. Sometimes they're less, sometimes they're worse, whatever. But his group of people are very radicalized. There's been issues in Australia also from this group so they're Assyrian, but these guys that did the attack are pro IRGC, pro Khomeini. So they're and meaning in Iran, which is fascinating to me in so many ways. But they're part of the Eastern Orthodox Church, which is just virulently anti-Semitic. It's fine. It's neither here nor there. It is what it is. It's a reality. We can accept that. The um, the rabbi, the argument, and he's very like, if you this guy who did an interview with him, he flew to Australia. The guy who's the main assailant in San Jose, he flew to Australia to meet with this bishop. So if you're listening to, like, you would normally listen to his live streams, especially this the guy who did the attack. And what they do is they just dehumanize the Jews, and they basically say, like, because we don't believe in Jesus, like, just kill us. Like, essentially, that's the nature of it. Now, most Christians don't believe that. We know this, right? It's it's particularly, out of some of the Eastern Orthodox stuff, but it's not all. So we know this. So Rabbi Tovia is basically dispelling the reasons or the uses that they'll use certain things to discredit the Jews from and make up things that don't exist in the Old Testament. But we don't sit here and question the New Testament or other people's Bibles, only in the cases where, like in this case, where they're discrediting. He makes videos to stop the discrediting, or to make things up and then apply it, because people don't know their scripture. They don't know their Old Testament, and they don't know their New Testament. They definitely don't know their Eastern Orthodox testaments. So this is what occurs. Now, some do, obviously, but he's a person that does big debating, and this is what he does. So normally I wouldn't play this stuff because I don't want to hurt my brothers and sisters that are Christ believers, because I'm not going to sit here and argue things, because Jews believe that you go to heaven also. It's not up to us. Whether you believe we go to heaven or not is really none of my business. That's on you. But the least you can do is not want to kill us or force convert us. I think that's fair. We don't do that to you guys, right? So we don't think like that. So that is my problem, right? That is my problem. The reason why I would normally play this, and I wouldn't be so hot and bothered under the collar, if it wasn't for the fact that the blood libel from yesterday, from the Catholics for Catholics girls, and the which is the SSPX ones, or the Catholic Arena, or them, because of what happened in southern Lebanon. Southern Lebanon, just like in Gaza, same blood libel. Hezbollah comes and kills a priest. The Israelis are protecting these trying to protect these towns and clean up the country with their own fucking lives, and they're not bombing the Christians, which they could have easily done. Rather, they're on foot going in ground, or whatever the situation is. And the Hezbollah is mixed in, and yes, this is a big problem. And he was shot. He was put into a Red Crescent ambulance. We don't know if he's really alive or dead. People said that he died. He was all over the TV an hour before. You can see my timeline was filled with this from this yesterday. And I'm sorry, Jews don't need an extra blood libel that they killed a Catholic priest, so that Carrie Prejean Bowler can be within 30 seconds posting it, and she doesn't know anything about Lebanon. She doesn't even know what Maronite Catholics are. She doesn't know anything. She doesn't know how they pray. She doesn't know anything. She doesn't know their relationship with the Vatican. She doesn't know how they were abused. They don't know how their villages were raped and killed and murdered and their daughters taken. Okay, so whether the Maronite Catholics hate Jews or not, I could care less. I have a right to defend them, because what was done to their daughters and their wives and their sons and boys were done to the Jews in Gaza, right? And in Israel. So that's where my affinity goes. And I love Lebanese people. Besides that, now I don't care if you hate me, but you don't have to then radicalize youth in America to then go and do an anti-Semitic attack against two guys that they look like they're over 50 and not in shape. They're not fighters, and nobody helped. And this is in San Jose, in a rich area near Silicon Valley. These kids are wealthy, educated, top line. If anything, like the people they affiliate with, you would think to yourself, like, you'd be proud to have sons so accomplished. They're not sitting in militias in fucking northern Iraq being ravaged and killed, and their wives being kidnapped and killed and raped. No, they get to be in beautiful churches in Northern California. They have mansions. They get to all go to a private MMA fancy gym. They get to fly to Australia and interview their pastor. So you have the most idyllic fucking life. UC Berkeley, summa cum laude. These are smart kids. And they're Arab Christians. And the Arab Christians used to be wealthy in the Middle East. And then their wealth was taken from them. And when they came to America, some of them came with wealth, some didn't. But they made all the parents put them through school and wanted them to be doctors and lawyers and dentists and successful. Great. I'm proud of you. But then you imported your bullshit over here with this ideology and you listen to people like Jay Shields, godless, lefty, doesn't believe it. None of these people are like religious. You can't equate. And what you're listening to, Palestinian fake Catholic Christian Timu, whatever, the guy, Ibham Hansan, whatever his name is, who's more Palestinian and cares more about the resistance and terrorists who would kill them in a heartbeat and take their own wives and daughters and rape them and kill them in Gaza or in the West Bank or in any other country if they wanted to. But you've decided to align with the wrong people. So because they align themselves with the IRGC and with Khomeini and all these people because it's like what, anti-ISIS or something, because they were killed also by ISIS. Yeah, but Jews didn't kill you in Iraq, so that's not our problem. Assad killed 250,000 Palestinians. He also killed Christians whenever they wanted to. He also oppressed them, but he was aligned with the IRGC and the Russians, so that was okay. That's why Syrian girl is like, oh, Assad, we want him back. The guy had torture places where he took Christians from Lebanon and they brought them there and they did God knows what with their kids also. Like these are Baathists. They're essentially also godless communists. Like people don't understand that they're Arab nationalists. For them, it's not about religion. If you're a communist or an Arab nationalist or you're a dictator and you have all these different tribes and everything and you just said, oh, I'm just gonna gas people, mow the lawn, kill, open graves, savage them, do organ trafficking. That's what he did. That's what they did. Organ trafficking of kids, people that they raped these girls and put them in jail, and the kids that they used their organs. What do you want me to tell you? You want me to tell you the dirty, ugly truth? This is the dirty, ugly truth. There's not a single one of these fucking crazy countries with these Arab terrorists that should have not have been eviscerated. But we don't believe in genocide. But what Assad did, he's living in Moscow having the time of his life, and the atrocities they did in the prisons in Syria are horrific. And what they did to the Lebanese Christians in Lebanon were horrific. And the Israelis trained the Lebanese Christians, the one that wanted their freedom, and they did their best and provided hospitals and let them come and live in the country. We have more Lebanese Christians with more money and more successful in Israel than you have even Jews and other Christians from other denominations or from America or Duluth or whatever. They're highly successful people. And the Israelis let them have their Christmas things and their events, and they can do whatever they want. Nobody cares. Nobody bothers them. Nobody gives a shit. Have a successful life. But I take it personal when you come to America, to my country, and you're provided refugee status here because you're a Christian minority from Iraq that's ravaged, and your kids get to have the best programs, and you align yourself with the trash that are like free Palestine and pro IRGC that rape girls before they kill them so they don't go to heaven. I'm sorry. I'm not going to unite with this ideology. And I don't understand how the pastors can't get over their own 2,000-year issue, because they can still prove to any single Jew that's read their studies and literature that the Messiah has come, because it is not based on a scripture. I'm sorry. It's not to offend you. You believe he's coming back. We believe we're waiting on the first one. Somebody's going to be right. We believe in our faith. We don't have to question and argue with you guys because we have belief. If you have to question and argue and convert us and everything, then you don't believe your own faith. It can't really be that God's only going to give salvation to those people who believe a certain thing when he made a covenant with the Jews. And we had many people that thought that they were the Messiah in those times and area for 1,000 years. Jesus wasn't the first person that they declared as such. There was before him and after him that the Romans and others killed. And throughout Christendom and Rome and all these places, there was many people that believed they were even the second coming. I'm sorry. This was a time where everybody was a prophet like Muhammad or whoever, or people thought they had divine, because this was a time of a lot of paganism. A lot of interesting things were going on. A lot of interesting things. A lot of paganism was incorporated into Christianity in Rome because there was no way to get Romans to convert. They also removed the circumcision thing. There's a lot of things that were removed to make it easy for people to become monotheistic. So that's fine. We don't say anything about it. We shut our mouths. But you're not going to go and convert Jews out of Orthodox Jews or Jews into another faith and then lie about the actual scripture. You want to convert them, that's up to you. Jews don't believe in conversion in terms of like us being able to convert out. So no matter what we stay Jews, we'll figure it out at the end. God will work that out. But you're not going to lie about the scripture, which is actually written, and make things up that don't exist because that's just insane, right? And then go and beat up some two random guys eating at a non-kosher restaurant and beat them up and just show up because you hear them speaking Hebrew and you randomly go and attack people when you have everything to lose in life. Why would you do something like that? How are you being a pillar and a representation of your community? I would say the same thing about our kids. Thank God the Jewish community, we don't have like calls that we get called up. Oh, these Jewish kids are beating up somebody at a fucking cheesecake factory. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. We don't promote that in our synagogue. Nobody, I mean, even since the beginning of the war for 20 years, nobody says like, let's go beat up Arabs. That's insane. During COVID, pro-Palestinian people in March of 2023 during Ramadan drove by two kosher restaurants on a Saturday night on Beverly Boulevard and beat up Persian kids. They were out with their sisters and their girlfriends, young people, right? Beat them up for no reason. They pulled up their vehicles. They go up and down all the Jewish neighborhoods and restaurants on Saturday nights because all the kids walk to go eat. And they were intimidating and trying to beat up kids. Not just Palestinians, Arabs. There was Armenian Christians. There was Arab Christians. They got arrested. We knew who they were. We saw the pictures. We saw the mass, like, after October 7th, the mass amount of car rallies they did that were like pro-Palestinian, even though they were of all different. There was Lebanese, Armenian, Syrian, Palestinian Christian, Palestinian Arabs. It doesn't matter. It was a smorgasbord. Our IRGC, Iranians did it. You name it, they did it. They drove up and down with $150,000 vehicles. Not one had a shitty car. Mercedes, that box thing. Bentleys, Porsches, SUVs, decked out. These are people doing very financially fucking well. There was nobody with a shitty Camry. Mercedes Benz. They had, some of them had like gorgeous Range Rovers, custom Lamborghini SUVs. Excuse me, these are all refugees. Their license plates, they had the Palestinian flag hanging on it. I was like, what the fuck? You're not even Palestinian. None of these people are even whatever. You had whatever come out to do this bullshit in the Jewish neighborhoods for intimidation. What did we do? Did we shoot them? No, we didn't do that. Did we go to their fucking neighborhoods and do that? No. Did we go to their embassies and do that? No. They protested the Israeli embassy for like fucking 2 years straight. What are you doing over there? You can't even make it 5 inches near there. No, we don't do that stuff. Zero. 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 So get fucked. I don't care. I don't care. I often ask myself, like, there's a lot of, Middle Eastern Jewish guys. They like to tussle. I've seen them at jujitsu classes when I took my son and everything like that. I was like, these campus riots that occurred, a couple of Persian kids showed up. It was like a little bit of a drama. There were rabble rousers. I wouldn't have let that happen. But you had Mexican cartels working along the protesters that were pro-Palestinian over there, picking them up, and this NLG Chinese green cap chicks were picking them up from downtown LA to bring into these campuses. You had Antifa there. You had like people that are real killers, right? Some Israeli dads showed up. I don't know if they were strapped or not. None of them got arrested. They didn't do anything wrong. But you don't think that like there's dads that are not military trained, both U.S. military and Israeli trained, that don't live in America, that contribute, pay taxes, are successful, have 4, 5, 6 kids? You don't think they wanted to roll up and show people what's what? No, because their wives are like, if you fucking do that, I'm going to kill you. And you say the same thing to your sons. First of all, don't make our people look bad. If you get arrested, you shouldn't be afraid of the cops. You should be afraid of your mother. I don't care if she's 5 feet tall and 100 pounds. You're going to be more afraid of her. You'll never hear the end of it from her. She'll invoke the memories of all your grandparents and ancestors. She will remind you every single day, including, at your wedding, at your at your graduation from medical school or law school. She'll remind you at your 50th birthday. Oh, you remember when you did that stupid shit? We will remind you because you're embarrassing your people. You're not supposed to be doing that stuff. Why do you think I'm so hard on these like lefty, because well, it doesn't really exist, whatever. These weird lefty Jews that pretend like they're women or whatever, and they show up and they're like, oh, we're the voices of transgender rabbis. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You're like, first of all, you're cut off by God, first of all, like as if you're a dead person for like even doing any of that kind of stuff to begin with. But if we had our ways of how to handle that situation, we would be very aggressive about it. But we don't want to bring scandal and shame. We disavow them. We're like, these are not our people. I don't know what the hell that is. That's a mental person that needs to be in an asylum. Period. Full stop. We don't acknowledge it. We don't. It doesn't believe. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist to us. It's as non-existent as the state of Palestine does not exist. Period. Full stop. Anything weird, perverted, alternative, whatever, we completely disavow. Anybody, even just Israelis that are not even religious. Like the Israelis from Israel or the Middle Easterners that are not even religious are super base and right wing. All of that stuff is gobbledygook. Because at the end of the day, even if you don't even know how to do kosher, you don't know how to do this or whatever, Middle Easterners that are Jews are super based. Very few times I've ever seen them. No, I haven't even seen one lefty. I can't even think of one. Maybe a Persian here or there, but rarely. I've never even seen it. They always vote Republican. They're anti-gay marriage. No offense to the gay, people. I'm sorry. Don't be offended, but it doesn't exist. So we don't, even if it doesn't exist. I'm sorry. But we're not going to go and hunt you down and say that you should be burned at the stake. God forbid. So do you understand? It's very pragmatic and very common sense. What I am annoyed about, first of all, I see it as a waste because I see those boys and I think of like, oh, it's like my sons. And for sure their moms are going to be crying and heartbroken because we know what their parents sacrificed for them. Let's say they came rich and even if they skimmed off the system and whatever. But I know what their people went through in the old country because I know what Jews went through in Iraq and those old countries. So I can have sympathy from the mothers, the grandmothers, the great grandmothers who suffered because I'm a human being. I'm normal. But I was taught to think that way because my dad had friends that were Lebanese Arabs, Lebanese Christians, of Afghanis for business. We met all kinds of people. We had no problems. You're not going to marry my daughter. My dad said, you're not going to touch her. You don't look at her. And the same with yours. Keep your sons over there, even though they're drop dead gorgeous. That's it. It's very simple. It's very straight. It's business friendly. A cigarette, a cup of coffee. Oh, we have some extra fruit. Let me give you some fruit. Do you want something? Super Middle East culture. Generous, generous, generous. Both sides. Very normal behavior. So I grew up like that. I did not know any of this kind of weird stuff ever in my life until after October 7th. This was not in my nomenclature. Yeah, I knew there's people that hated Jews. I know there's terrorists. No big deal. I had Coptic Egyptian girlfriends. I knew their churches were super anti-Semitic. You couldn't even go there. They had their little ankhs on them. Most of the girls' mothers were kidnapped by Egyptian Arabs. And they tell me those stories. And so they have these mixed marriages that are very bizarre. And eventually the abuse gets so bad they get divorced or whatever. And it's like a whole scandal. Like, I know all of it. I know all of it. I had Egyptian Jewish friends, Egyptian Arab friends, classy, educated, Armenian Christian friends. Like family to me. None of this was ever a fucking issue. Not in any country I lived in. Not in anywhere in America I lived in. Never an issue. Not in business. Not in medicine. My first major experience was after October 7th. But I know about terrorism. I know what it is to have like crazy Palestinians in your university system. Though the chicks were the most radicalized. The Christian Palestinian chicks were the crazy with the patches on their backpacks, psychopaths. First day of class, throwing shit around. If you have a Jewish name, oh my God, apartheid bullshit. They all got fucking thrown out of the school. Because they're all crazy, radicalized crazy. Nobody wants them there. Get out. And this is like 20 years ago. So like, you know, this is why I'm frustrated, because if you're a mom and you've raised your kid and he's handsome and he's successful and he's this and he's this and you do something like this, you have to punish them. You need to make an example. Because if not, more will do it. And then you're going to have other mothers and grandmothers and fathers crying. Men only learn, only learn by prizes and prices. If you don't pay a price, a man will not learn. I'm so sorry. I know it sounds like mean mommy, but that's how men are built. Real men, normal men. Everything else, they're like, I don't know, salamanders, and they wear like pink socks and weird stuff like that. We don't do that stuff. So you want to act like a tough guy. You want to do MMA. You want to have cauliflower ears. You think you have big dick energy. You don't. And it's a shame. I feel bad. But on the same time, you can't feel bad because you need to teach them a lesson now, because the next time they would have escalated and people would have been killed. And you know it because they got a taste for it in their mouth.
Stealth, can I speak to this? Because I'm actually from San Jose, and I personally know this guy Brunel, and he definitely is. He's one of those guys that just has an inferiority complex. He just kind of goes around with that, chip on his shoulder kind of person. And I'm curious to just hear the additional details.
Listen, you heard what I said. If I was his mom or his sister or his grandmother, I'd be crying, but he would be more afraid of me because I would beat the shit out of him if he was my son.
He's also from, and like I've known this guy for many years. He's also just very racist. I know that for a fact.
Oh,
I've
okay.
just like towards like everything. You know what I mean? He's one of those guys that's just like,
Yeah.
it just doesn't really make sense. Which,
But it's
for the
unfortunate
longest
because
time,
look how
I
successful.
wondered
Summa cum
why.
laude, UC Berkeley,
Yeah,
law
and
school,
that's the thing. For the
handsome.
longest time, I wondered how he even had these jobs, like how he hadn't gotten flagged, because he's like very like ridiculous when like when you would see him out and about, like the things that he would say, like in small circles, like it was just like whoa, you know what I mean? Sometimes. So I mean, I've never heard him specifically say anything about Jews. I don't know him that personally. Like I don't hang out with the guy. I just know him through other people, and he definitely is. I'll also say this, like the Assyrian circles in San Jose are very racist in this sense. Like from what I've seen, they're just like racist against everybody. Um, and they're very close knit. They stay in their community. But again, I've never heard.
They marry in their community.
Yeah, they
I know
marry
the
in their
culture.
community. I've
I've
Yeah,
had
also
it's a
Assyrian
big
friends.
community in San Jose, Stels. Huge.
I
yeah,
know.
but I've also just never heard. I mean, it's never come up. I guess I've never heard them talking bad about Israel, right? Um,
His whole feed is IRGC. All of their feeds.
Yeah,
We have like
which will I that's what I'm trying to get to is I feel like just knowing this person, like who he is, I have reason to believe that this is kind of just like indoctrination from this like wave of anti-Semitism that has started since October 7th. And I feel like it's
no
not even that I think and feel, I
Kurush.
know.
Kurush, he follows the pastor Mari Mari. They are known to be very anti-Semitic. Like it's
Okay.
not just now; it's before for many for a long time. But you'll
Okay.
find ones that are not like that are cool and normal, but
Right.
they're very anti-Semitic. And yes,
Yeah, they're
it,
just very racist in general, And this kid has like followed and unfollowed me on Instagram like multiple times. Like he's like one of those chip on his shoulder. Like I'm also a pretty successful person for myself, so like I can see why he would be competitive. But he's one of those weird guys, like where he's like in his head to the point where he's unfollowing and following somebody that he barely knows because like in his head he's competitive with me or whatever. Things like that. Like he definitely is one of those guys that has a complex. And I'm really curious. Like when I saw this on my feed, I was like, wait, what the fuck? That's Santana Row in San Jose, which is like this really nice, excuse my language, which is like this really nice, like well developed outdoor mall. And then I looked and I was like, wait, I know that kid. Like I was like in
Kurush.
shock.
I was living in Silicon Valley for a period of time during COVID for very specific reasons because of what I do. It did. In that area, and like I went to that mall. I mean it's a very high end, very expensive, very wealthy people. Like everybody
Right.
is millionaire, billionaire living in these areas. It's not a
Right.
joke. So you know, I was at the Stanford location there, the satellite Stanford location in Silicon Valley, and I was doing lots of things. I don't need to go into too much of it, but I know this area and I know these people. This is crazy that you just hear two people speaking in Hebrew and you go up and you start like, clocking them and beating them up, and it's, they're just eating dinner. They didn't have like a nothing.
Yeah,
Can I
no,
jump in for
it's
a sec?
insane. Insane. I mean,
Yeah.
again, it's just wild for me to see people that
That like
that I
from like
personally know. Yeah, and
I
this is
know.
the thing. I do want to say this because I think this is very important to say. I'm Persian, right? And this guy's group of like Assyrian friends have said racist things to me, right, about Persians. And like I was like, "Yo, what the hell? What are you trying to say?" And they'll like talk shit over the phone, but they'll never like in person. They'll like try to act like everything's all good. Like, so I just want people to know this guy isn't like pro. I can see him being pro IRGC, but the only reason he's pro IRGC is probably to poke fun at the people he knows, and because there's really no pro IRGC Iranians in California. Really, there's like very small, minimal amount of them, and I can see him like being pro IRGC just to like push this narrative that and like poke the people around him. Because again, like I've personally been like personally been like targeted by anti-Iranian, anti-Persian like racism from this his group of friends. You know what I mean? So I could see him just being pro IRGC for the sake of the
No,
argument. You see what I'm
It
saying?
has to do with Assad. So Assad was, IRGC and was propped up by the IRGC, right? His brother was very involved. So in Syria and in those other areas, and because of ISIS and everything, they support
Mm.
Do you understand they're pro
You
IRGC
see?
for that
That's
reason.
right. That's crazy. I also saw pictures of a couple of them that it was like a picture of them in like a field with a gun, and it said it was tagged in Tehran on
Yes.
social
So
media.
so the one guy is a Jordanian militia
He's
from
a Jordanian
northern.
militia. That's
Yeah, they're
insane.
associated with Jordanian militia Christian, but there's guys are from northern Iraq, but they post that, but they're in America, like they're in America, and there's a whole
Mhm.
group of them.
Mhm.
So you saw, like, I guess maybe their grandfather, or whatever, had the sign that says "We're the Assyrian militia," and their kit is expensive. Their guns are expensive. These are
Yeah,
wealthy
they had
kids.
nice Americans like kits on their guns. It was crazy.
Yes.
And this is the thing. Like, I do want to also say this. Like, there is a certain level of a pattern that I'm seeing here in the Assyrian community just being very prone towards violence. Not even a year ago, another one of their same friends. You guys should look this up. Actually, this is something that's good to say in the space. One of their same friends, a guy named Marvin Gavargis, he got put in jail because he tried to run someone over with his car. Then the police went to his house and they found a bunch of guns like that. He ended up going to jail, a prison for a while, and he had like a gun case, a terrorism case actually against him. I think this is worthy of looking up. This is
Can
actually
you
like
give me how do you spell his name? Say it again.
Marvin Gavargis, Marvin space Gavargis, Gev, excuse me, Argis.
They follow Jake Shields because they're MMA guys, and Jake Shields obviously is very anti-Semitic and everything. But even like there's
Does he follow Brunel? I'm pretty sure he does.
Brunel is their coach. We have all the pictures of them
This is
together with
Marvin.
Brunel
Oh,
at the
Marvin.
gym.
Marvin as well. You're saying is all of them.
You go look on if you look at my feed, I have all the stuff. Like I have a lot that I haven't put out yet that people sent over.
Mm.
But we have like the gym, the MMA gym. He went to Australia to interview Brunel guy over there, the cauliflower ear guy, and then he went to see the priest, Mari Mari, the one who got stabbed in the eye by a terrorist in Australia. And I was playing the audio from his lecture, but he went and did a whole podcast with Mari Mari, and he traveled to Australia. He believes that he should be the ultimate priest for all the Assyrian Eastern Orthodox Christians. That was his point of the whole podcast. But
Right.
that priest is very anti-Semitic. Also, this is the problem.
Right.
So, but I don't want there to be like more attacks or like, somebody to go and take a gun and go kinetic. So you have to nip it in the bud, right?
Right.
I mean, that's just so wild. So you saw the title of the space, or how did you find?
Yeah, I saw the title of the space. I mean, I follow you, and I saw that you had a space open, and then
Oh,
she
okay,
came in,
got
and I
it.
saw this. But yeah, I just thought I'd come up and just add what I know.
So, he runs an organization called the AssyrianOrganization.org.
Right.
Every single person on there are like billionaire CEOs, women, a lot of women that run biotech companies, all Silicon Valley, Assyrian Christian women, very successful. If you see all the donors, all the staff, all the people, they have events all over
Right.
like the West Coast, and he's the president of it. It's wild, Kirsch. Like
Yeah, this
it's,
is wild to me. It really is. It's wild. It's wild. It's and like
but this, yeah.
if you're from the area and you like know the community, I'm sure all of them right now are shocked. You know what I mean? Um, but
But nobody got up from the tables to help these guys.
yeah, I'm very confused why everybody was kind of sitting around. You know, obviously it was an isolated incident. It wasn't like an event or a group of people there. It was just like a Jewish guy. They saw him speaking Hebrew, and these kids decided they thought it was the best thing to do was to start hitting the guy, which is again, I'm just shocked that we're in this day and age where people think that this is the way to act, like in public. Again, and to your point, you know, this guy, it's not like he was a loser. He has a lot to lose. Like, what are you doing, dude? You know?
But Kurush, think about it. Let's say somebody hears you speaking in Farsi, and you're saying something. You're sitting at a dining room. I don't know, at Mastro's, or you're sitting at a steakhouse. Or you're sitting at a cheesecake factory outside, whatever, and
And
you're
someone
speaking
just
Farsi.
decides to target me. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
no,
That's what I'm saying.
a pro IRGC guy walks up to you and starts like punching you in the head with his two friends. Even though these guys are like skinnier and everything, but they had training. This old guy wasn't expecting it. He dragged them out into a different area, and then they were beating up the other person they were with on the ground
Hmm.
inside. So it's insane, and everybody's watching and does nothing.
Right.
I want to arrest all the people who didn't even call 911.
I mean, I think the most important thing that I wanted to say here, you know, before I wrap up my talk here is just this guy, you know, is not. He might be pro, but this is actually an important distinction to make here. Not only is he pro IRGC, him and his group of friends, I have personally seen them being racist towards Persians, right? Like anti IRGC Persians, like myself. So, what does this say about all of this? You know, I'm gonna take some time and kind of think this through because I know they
So,
have a
Kurush,
lot of.
if you go to Tablet Magazine on my feed and you look up Tony Badran talks about um, Middle East Christians, and it's like the sectarian right, RIT, and it explains how Middle Eastern Christians have a different perspective based on the country that they're in and who they're forced to align with, which determines um, their proclivities. But one thing that is universal, other than like the Maronite Christians in Lebanon, who a portion of them were trained and fought with Israelis for their freedom against the PLO and the Palestinian terrorist groups and also the Hezbollah, right? And then a portion of them joined fucking Hezbollah, actual Christians, but they're like commies, essentially, you would call them. But they're Christians, but they're more Marxist, but they would prefer to align themselves with Hezbollah and the PLO and the PFLP and the DFLP than with their own brothers and sisters who are Christian and like Catholics. You understand how
Right.
crazy that is, Karush? Because that's the difference in the Middle East. Like you wouldn't go up here to a like I don't know. Like you wouldn't go up to a Persian synagogue, let's say for example, and think that half of them are going to be against you because some are pro Khomeini or some are anti the war. And like, you know what I'm saying? It
Right.
doesn't like it, but it's different because there's so few Persian Jews that were left in Iran, like masjedis or whatever. They converted to pretended to convert to Islam, and then they still only married in their communities Jews, but they hid that they're Jewish. And then when they left the country, they still practiced. That happened in like in Bukharia as well, or like like on the other side in Iraq, or it happened in Azerbaijan where they hid their religious, like sometimes like the Druze or the Alawites would hide
Are
it
you
in,
talking
let's
about
say,
the
Syria.
Jews in Iran?
I'm talking about the Jews in Iran, like the Masjedis. Yeah,
I mean, they didn't really have to. They didn't have to hide,
they
you know,
did.
their
Yeah, they
identity,
did.
really.
They did. They did. They did. They did. A lot of Jews pretended to be, a lot of Kurdish Jews pretended to be Muslim, and they sent their wives and kids out when the Shah fell, and then they were still with Khomeini
I
and
don't.
their
I don't think it's that they were pretending. I think that they were just forcefully converted. Like I know some
No, no,
people
no,
who.
no. They pretended to be Muslim, and then when they came to America, they went back to being Jewish. Like I know, at
Interesting.
least 100 families. Yes, because they had their money tied up in Iran, and they were they joined the
So they
IRGC
were
and they were
like they were
commanders
practicing Judaism just like in secret in the house or
in
something.
secret in their house. Yeah, they would dig holes in the ground and they would do it in
Interesting.
closets.
That's very
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah, yeah. And they sent out their wives and their daughters like with like donkeys, literally. And then they sent their money out eventually. And they went to Germany and spent like 5, 6, 7 years there. And they had to move their money. That's what they did to escape. But these were people that used to be with the Shah. And then Khomeini came in and they couldn't leave yet. So this is what they did. But Masjedis only married Masjedis, so they've had like high birth defect rates, like very interesting side effects. But still, like there was a problem. There was a time when also the Shah killed Jews. Like things happened in those times. There was wild times because of other reasons going on at that time. But again, it's different. You wouldn't go to like an Assyrian church and expect half of them are like, yeah, I'm going to go with the IRGC, and the other half, the IRGC comes in and rapes your women and daughters and kills your men. Do you see what I'm saying? How wild that is? I can't conceptualize this.
So you're telling me that the opinion in regards to that matter is split if you go to an Assyrian church, like
I don't know, but I know Assyrian
because like
Christians online,
again,
and I
I
still
know
don't think.
I grew up. I mean, I have my differences with these people now, but I grew up with some really really great Assyrian Christians. Right, I went to a Christian
Yes,
school growing up, and I mean,
right,
I never heard anything like this. You know, the mother and father, they spoke Farsi very well with my parents,
right,
and they had no
right.
problem with us. They loved the fact that my parents had put me and my family in a Christian
In a
school. And
Christian
yeah,
school, yeah,
and everything, you know, I grew up with them, you know, side by side, like they were my family,
I know,
cousins. You know,
I know,
so
I know.
again, I'm
Kurush
not
on
speaking for everyone.
October 7th, people that worked for 20 years in southern Israel, okay, who went over the border, who were like family, sat at the table eating with Jewish families, mapped out every teenage daughter, every mother, if they had a dog, if they had a pet, a husband, a grandmother, and gave it all over to Hamas and PIJ. And the same people that you ate with and they fed them and they took care of them like family, they came in and butchered them. Do you understand, Kurush, how insane that is?
Yeah, that's wild. I didn't really know about this. I'm gonna have to go look in this. It, you know, I like to say I'm a history nut. I know a lot about American, Iranian, you know, medieval, ancient history. I need to look into some of this stuff a little bit more. I don't really know too much about Eastern Christians. I know a good amount. I know enough, I thought, but you know, this is all eye opening. I'll look into it.
Like in Gaza, because there's different like they're tribal Arabs from either Egypt or Syria or whatever, they're mostly tribes. The tribes kill each other. All of them kill each other inside of Gaza without the Israelis there in any way, shape, or form. This has been going on forever, including in the West Bank, Judea Samaria region, right? They just kill each other constantly. Even the Arab Israelis will kill each other. They have papers and not papers, whether they're Christian or not Christian. They kill each other. It's like gang war, tribal war. So when Hamas took over in Gaza, they went and killed the main Christian leader who had a big Christian bookshop, took his daughters, raped them, forced married them. Okay, they did that, like just committed havoc until like there was international pressure and it stopped, and Hamas stopped letting the Christian families to travel out of Gaza at all. So there was a big compound, right, that they built before when the Israelis were living there side by side with them. They weren't doing this. The Christian community was thriving. They had a Catholic church and an Orthodox church over there, and like a compound. And essentially the Jews are protecting them. When they pulled out the Jews, that's when all the minorities inside of Gaza were just devastated. And what they did is forced marriage. They didn't let any more of the girls and the boys to travel to out of Gaza to Judea and Samaria where other Christians were living or in Bethlehem to let them marry. Why? Because Hamas and PAJ and the other, there's like 16 terrorist groups of different Palestinian tribes inside of Gaza. So they forced them to marry. They're all mixed marriages now. So when somebody like Joel Berry tweeted out, there are no Christians left in Gaza, it's because all of them were forced to marry, you know, Palestinian Arabs, Muslims. So it's all mixed. So yeah, there's some people that will go to the church, but it's also about money. And there's nuns over there that take care of Palestinian Muslim children that are left because there's such a high rate of consanguinity that about 65 to 70% of the kids have severe genetic disorders in Gaza for this reason. So they literally will dump the kids on the street, and the nuns go. These are old nuns, Catholic nuns. They pick them up and take care of them. And some of these are like in their 40s and 50s and 60s. Like some of them don't are cannot live without the support, and the nuns are even older. And the Catholic Church at the time refused to allow the nuns to leave Gaza and give them another parish, and to take the children that they were taking care of with them. And they didn't want to leave they're Muslim kids. They're not like converted, they're not baptized, nothing like that. But this is the nuns, right? So they're surrounded by a compound, and the Israelis did their best to protect them. Nobody even talks about the nuns. It's left silent. Whenever you see those videos of horribly sick children that look like they're anorexic, but they're not because they have genetic disorders, and you see a very fat Palestinian mom sitting next to them, in reality, they pose for those pictures. Those are not these kids' moms. These are kids that were like dumped off, and these are the nuns that take care of them. They go in and they make these pictures and they show them picking up the baby, tossing the baby around, essentially, like moving. And they're saying, "Oh, look, they're starving." How do you have a mom that weighs 250 pounds and your baby is starving? No, they have very rare genetic disorders. The rarest genetic disorders in the world exist in Gaza. Look it up. I published the papers. There's hundreds of papers on this, because they refuse to stop marrying inside of their own, like not only their own tribes, they refuse to stop marrying, not even first cousin, uncle to uncle, sister's daughter. Like this, it's constant to do it because they're tribes in there. They're not like one nation of people, right? So it's not even that. And their names ascribe to certain tribes in either Jordan or in Egypt, and they're all divided up, and they kill each other. They've been killing each other ever since Israel pulled out, and ever since Israel pulled out again from now. But the problem is nobody wants to address the fact that these kids who have these rare genetic disorders, they use them as props for propaganda. And you'll have Turkish Andalusa come in and take pictures. You'll even have the Catholic priest come in and check on them, as if it's like that they're starving, when it's like everybody's fucking fat. I need to airdrop Ozempic in there. But this is why I'm so aggravated, is the propaganda, because the Israelis said, we will take the Christians out of Gaza and we will bring them into Israel and take care of them, like they did in Lebanon. Like anywhere, they take care of the Jews in Syria. The Christians in Syria, the Jews want to take care of them too. The Israelis want to take care of them, but the U.S. and Turkey, opposed it because they don't want Israel to, use their air force to protect the Christians in another part of Syria that's further away from where the Druze are. And then what did they do? They crucified a Christian priest who, by the way, hates Israel and hates Jews. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. You're not going to take a Christian priest, which is a minority over there, and they actually crucified him, and they filmed it just recently. And nobody talks about that. All these assholes in America that are talking about Jews, that are these Timu Catholics, right? The Groypers, the Kerry Prijim Bowler, all these people. They don't mention one Christian in Nigeria getting killed, which is their own people, Catholics and Christians. They don't mention one. Why? Because you don't like the color of their skin? Doesn't make sense to me. I thought Christians could be any color, of any faith, of any religion. How are you going to convert Jewish Ethiopian Jews then to Christianity if that was your plan? Well, you're going to pretend they don't exist? The Jews saved them and brought them in and air vac them out of Ethiopia to save them from the Muslims that were going to kill them. It's insane. So Trump told Netanyahu, no, you cannot strike here, to stop the ISIS to go in and do what they did. They blew up the whole pastor in Syria with all his 8 children. Not a single word from any of these assholes, not from Tucker Carlson. No, pure lies. Lying about the whole Middle East. Lying that the Maronite Catholics, are fine. And as if they eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner with Hezbollah. Yeah, there is corruption in Lebanon. And yes, there is this problem. But there's areas that you're not supposed to go into if you're Hezbollah, because they make this mess. They do terrorist attacks from inside the Christian. They put long range missiles inside churches. And the Israelis give them warning. 2 weeks, they said, clear this area, clear this area. Lebanese armed forces. No, they left them. Why? Lebanese armed forces, U.S. tax dollars. We've been funding trillions of dollars to these assholes. You understand? Trillions. And they killed all our people. And then you're going to complain, Glenn Greenwald, Megan Kelly, Tucker Carlson, you're going to complain why we're taking out. If you see the thread from the White House, and that's not even you go through, look at my thread, what Hezbollah and Iran did to not just the Christians, but to other Lebanese people, other Jews, Americans, what they did to the CIA director, who was a big general that was there. It's insane. They skinned him alive and dumped his body after 444 days with no shame and no retaliation from Reagan. I would have cratered the fucking place. If you did, 241 Marines blow up, another 31 Marines blew up. Then they kidnapped the entire embassy inside of Lebanon. And on and on and on. They would go and kidnap soldiers from Israel and bring them in there. We're still looking for one that's 20 years, Aaron Rad. And guess what? The Israeli government will not leave him unburied and left in some random grave in Lebanon. They're going to bring him home to his parents. Doesn't matter if his parents are 80. We have the most famous spy in Syria, right? They have his body and his bones. There's negotiations now for 30 years to bring him back. The Israelis will. What do we need to do? How much do we have to pay? We want to bring back his body. His family's long gone. Everybody's maybe. I think maybe he has like a grandchild alive. I don't even know what the story is with him. He almost became the head of the Syrian government, because they were doing crazy stuff in these countries. I mean, how many times you're going to attack one country? 5 armies, 7 armies, 3 armies, 8 armies, and the Jews keep winning. Well, I'm sorry. That means whatever you believe in your belief system, that you're going to destroy them. It's not going to work. And they had nothing. So like I'm at my limit. So then when I see this in America, which I'm an American, I'm America first. I'm a like Trump person, right? Super right wing. So I see all the success, all the opportunities. Here, you're refugees. There's no way their families are not refugees from this region. We know they are. There's Palestinian Christians that are in D.C. that are the most virulent anti-Semites that pretend that they like Trump, and they got asylum here from Gaza, saying that they're Catholic. We don't even know what they are. We don't know because so many people's papers are faked inside the Middle East to seek asylum. This is a major issue, and we know this. We know this. But they've prospered here. These are obviously they're Christians. They're in the community. But all they can be is racist. What? They're racist against black people and Jews and Mexicans and white people and Persian. Everybody. You're going to be racist against everybody else when you're offered asylum in this country. We also spend money in Iraq. But the problem is they're involved with northern Iraqi militia groups also, which is those pictures that we saw. And those guys also served with the IRGC. And now they're here in America. And these are young people. So after the attacks in New York, we're sensitive to these things. After the attacks on Jews constantly, you mean an Egyptian guy who was on his on a broken visa in Colorado last year set grandmothers on fire that were Jewish that were holding hostage signs that did every Sunday in Colorado in a specific area, a nice area. They would do a silent walk for hostages that were 43 Americans. And he set them on fire with fucking kerosene and people watched them burn alive. One of which was a Holocaust survivor. And they died. And that piece of shit should have been in this country. He was Muslim Brotherhood and should have been deported. And he had this, his kids were in school. His daughter was going to go to, like, I don't know, med school or whatever, dentist school or whatever. Why would you do that? What do you care? You're an Egyptian that's here. You're Muslim Brotherhood. So you have more allegiance to fake Palestinians that you don't even know or who care or whatever about them, who also cause problems also in Egypt, mind you. And you get asylum here in America, and you care more about burning grandmothers who do a 10,000 step walk every Sunday, who are silent, don't bother anybody. They're wearing their little grandma sweaters, and you set these people on fire in broad daylight on a Sunday.
Stealth, can I say
And
something about that real quick?
and less allegiance to your own family, meaning your wife and your children. Because a man's responsibility is you have an allegiance to your wife and your children and your country that provides you, which is America. And obviously God first. God, your wife, child, and children, and your country. That's the order of events. So why would you care? Why would you sacrifice your whole life? It's ridiculous.
I think we have this weird confluence in this country where you have permission structures for violence being set up on the internet in places like Reddit, where people celebrate violence against people like Charlie Kirk and whoever the healthcare CEO was that got assassinated. People
Yeah,
celebrating Luigi Mangione, right? And then all of the implicit permission given in places like Reddit, where people weren't just condemning political violence like they should have been. Like,
right.
and then you have that, and then you have this bizarre normalization of anti-Semitism, where like I
so I'm a committed biblical Christian. I follow Christ. I'm Protestant, and so of course I love the Jews. Like it's so contradictory for a Christian to be anti-Semitic. Christ was a Jew. There's no that's so stupid. Um, and like I've actually always wanted to ask a Jewish person about this. Um, I've been calling out people who throw the word Nazi around at like mainstream Republican views. I,
It's
uh,
ridiculous. Nazis were Nazis in Germany. There's no other Nazis that existed. That's unique title for those
well,
people. It should not be used on regular
sure, but
Americans.
I've been calling that out as like Holocaust denial because you're
Yes,
equivocating like mainstream Republican views, many of which, by the way, 25 years ago would have been like Democratic views, and you're comparing that to these people who committed this horrible genocide and against the most racist people imaginable, and it's like that's why they use it. But I think that the overuse of that term and just throwing it around like that is just creating this like it's the same baseline in the permission structure for anti-Semitism as not condemning people who celebrate violence is in the permission structure for political violence, if that makes sense. And
100%.
then I actually wanted to ask you, how deeply offensive is it for you to see that word Nazi thrown around, or is it?
I'm like kind of immune to it. I have a problem with people calling white Christians Nazis when they've never done even 0.00001% of an atrocity. I find it racist. I find it offensive to me because I'm a conservative. And so I think it's ridiculous. I mean, I lost my whole family in the Holocaust. We had like maybe two survivors on one side and a handful on the other. I grew up with, everybody had a tattoo with numbers on them. Nazis are real Nazis. Okay. That's one thing. Assholes are assholes. Jew haters are Jew haters. That's different. You can't like Nick Fuentes isn't a Nazi. He may be a Jew hater. He may think he's a white nationalist, even though he's a Mexican guy whose family probably were Jewish at some point because of Fuentes. But he's not that. Like you have to actually like do something kinetic and be in a time of Germany. I think it's separate. You can be a Jew hater. I'm not going to put that label on you. I'm also not going to call somebody a terrorist if they haven't committed an act of terrorism. That's also weird. You're an Islamist if you are an imam and encouraging others to do it, and you're engaging in dawah for terrorism or whatever you want to call it, or taqiyya. But there's a difference between an actual terrorist, an actual Islamist, somebody who's just Muslim, somebody who's Muslim but doesn't care for all this gobbledygook and was like, leave me out of it. There's like differences.
I'm careful with throwing around the word Nazi as a title, but I think it's fair to use it for the regime in Iran. I call them the Muslim Nazis because they really are. They really
Well,
are. They're
we know
Muslim
that
Nazis. They
we
actually
know that they
killed
had
want to kill
involvement. Yeah,
Jews.
they did have involvement. Yes, yeah, but yeah, it because they had the Khomeini had met also with Nazis, and there's like a whole thing, and there was other stuff. There was involvement with Nazi Germany at some point, but
I mean, just
but
connecting anything with that sentiment, I think if anybody anything is worthy of that, it would be the Islamic regime in Iran. Just considering they literally call for the annihilation of Israel, they say that they
yes,
deny
yes,
the Holocaust,
yeah,
as a state.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I think it's fair to call them the Muslim Nazis, and that's how we should be looking at this as a world. Before we struck Iran, I saw a bunch of posts from these pro-Iranian accounts.
Kurush, any group of people that have to rape their daughters before they kill them because they show a piece of hair or they were in a protest and
Right,
and and they were just walking, that is, forget about it. Those people are barbarians and they don't deserve
right.
to exist. Period. Full stop.
No, of course. I mean, when
But
you get down to it, I mean, the basics of it is, Islamism. It's Sharia law, which is part of Islam. Islam calls for this, and Sharia law calls for these things, which is the basis of it. I think there's a root cause of all of this, right? But
Kurush, are you Baha'i?
I'm not. I'm Christian. I'm Christian.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
Christian.
but my
Okay.
family was Shia. There were Shia Muslims, but Iranian Shia Muslims, where we didn't care. We
Right.
had, I have two aunts that are Jewish. I have a cousin who's Christian. You know, what I mean, we didn't, in Iran, it didn't matter prior to the revolution. It
Right.
was just like America, where your religion was your decision, right? Like, it's
Right.
not like it wasn't an enforced thing, right? Like, traditionally, my family, yes, we were Shia Muslims, right? But that's all, it was just a name. It was basically meant when you were born, they would say a prayer in your ear, and when you died, they would say a prayer when they brought your casket down. You know, like I hear stories from my family about Ramadan in Iran back in the day, and basically all it meant was you wouldn't drink alcohol for a month. That's it. There was no fasting or anything. You basically wouldn't drink alcohol for a month, and you would have dinner with your family on Fridays of that month.
So
Like,
Travis, this guy Karush here knows the guy. Like they went to all schools together when they were younger. He knows them, and he was explaining that he's like, he was generally racist and he's pro IRGC. Travis,
I
I'm
didn't
sure
go
you've
to
experienced
school with
every.
the
I
guy
just
particularly.
Oh, you didn't go to school with
I,
him? I thought
I
you went to school
I
with him.
knew him through other people who I went to
Uh huh.
school with, but we knew each other, you know, personally. Again, he like he followed and unfollowed me multiple times on Instagram, which is weird. It makes me now I just want to hear his views on all of these things. It makes me wonder, you know, what is wrong with this guy, you know? But you
so
know, we had to hear.
I just want to real quick, if I could finish my point about the
Yeah.
bystanders, and then I'll
Well,
hop off and yield the floor. I so you've got the permission structures for political violence, you've got the permission structures for anti-Semitism, and out of that comes actual political violence and actual anti-Semitism, and then on top of that, you have like just the normal, the bystander effect, which is like everyone assumes somebody else will do something, and you have like little aspects of like this culture is a lot of U.S. culture is extremely litigious. People can get sued. Like if someone intervened in that and hurt one of the attackers, they could absolutely get sued and absolutely
No,
lose.
they didn't. I spoke to the FBI today and the police. No, you could have done anything you needed to do because they were
Well,
punching him in the head. No, absolutely not.
maybe, yeah, maybe. I mean, I've seen
Not
cases.
maybe. Not maybe.
Well,
No, no.
so
I
I've
spoke.
def
No, I was on the phone with them today. I was the first person to send over all this stuff to them. So no, no.
I'm a,
And there was another guy. No.
in this country, we've had people get sued by burglars who break into their house, and the people shoot them, and then the burglars don't die, and the burglars sue the people that shot them and have won in those cases. Like that has
Yeah, I
happened.
don't know about all that, but I know if
So,
you're in an open setting and you rock up to a random
okay,
person and you're punching them in the head,
okay,
and it's California. California has good laws on like your ability to like protect yourself from an assault.
okay.
So
All right, so that's not a factor.
yeah,
So the permission for violence, the permission for anti-Semitism, the general bystander effect, but then you just have, I think, also as a whole, this culture has very rapidly, and I say this as a young person, but this culture has very rapidly, basically in my generation and following, I'm millennial, has gotten totally away from any concept of the Christian values that and at least the moral values that this country was largely founded on, and there's this huge rise of selfishness. You have schools not teaching people how to reason; they end up being the center of their own world. You have, I mean, if you look at like terms like NPC that people throw around for other people, like everyone thinks that they're the main character of the whole world, and everyone else is just a cast in their play, and so it's just baseline selfishness and the total debasement of human nature away from the values of
Locke,
Yahweh.
there's been a consistent dehumanization going on by major influencers, and these guys were MMA guys, and they trained at an MMA gym, and they were
Yeah.
watching Jake Shields and all these people and all this stuff,
Oh yeah.
but they're still, it is part of their eschatology, and it's part of the priest that they're following out of Australia, and this guy had his own things, and they're pro IRGC. It's all over their social media, and they're very wealthy kids. Maybe they felt entitled or and never got any consequences for behaviors, but it's insane with the backgrounds they had and the money they had and the opportunities they had. That, yeah. So I want to speak to Travis. So Travis, just hold on, Locke. Sorry, I got to speak to
Yeah,
Travis.
no,
So
thank
Travis,
you, appreciate you.
thanks. Go ahead, Travis.
Hey, so actually, for what it's worth, I'm born and raised in the Bay Area. I grew up in San Jose. I grew up with Assyrians. I speak Assyrian, in addition to Hebrew. So all of these, this entire community in the South Bay is like family to me. When this happened, it's actually some Assyrian people who reached out to me. I'm pretty known in the community, and some of them actually told me about these perpetrators. One of them is very well known in the community for, I can't defame anyone or anything like that, but known for assaults, allegedly against. Um, yeah, just known for this type of behavior. I just wanted to make it clear, and in my expose video, I added a video below it. Seems to be going viral on X and Instagram now about the fact that we cannot use this. We cannot allow this to accidentally kind of drive a wedge between our communities. I do understand that the bishop in Australia definitely can say some controversial shit, but I want people to understand that that Assyrians are amazing Christians. They're allies for the most part, like anyone else. They support Western civilization. They're some of the best immigrants to the United States. Um, for the most part, they love Jews. They love Israelis. I have a massive Iranian and Assyrian community that follows me on Instagram. They're some of our biggest supporters right now against the regime. It doesn't surprise me, as you said, Stealth, that maybe especially the two younger guys, are consuming this absolute anti-Western
Yeah,
slop.
she was trying to
Um,
say that he's pro IRGC, and I was trying to say most likely because again, I grew up with a lot of Assyrians around me as well, and from what I know, I feel like he's only doing this, as I feel like as an influence over the last few
But it's not
years.
just him. There's all the influencers that are with him, including his friends that did the attack. All of them have IRGC content. It's like the
okay,
I'm
whole,
just saying
well,
this.
yeah,
I
it's a
feel like I
profile.
feel like he's being pro IRGC as a means of being anti-Israel because that's popular, not because it's a
yeah,
community thing. Do you see what I'm
right.
saying?
That's what I'm trying to tell you guys as well. Just let me finish because I do have to go. I appreciate you having me here though. But I would say in general, I would agree with what you just said, Kurush, because Assyrians are Christians. They're very anti-regime. They, for the most part, they came to the U.S. around the
Same
same
time.
time as Persians, as we know, in mostly in the 80s. So look, every community has its shitheads. All of the young guys are getting. They're drowning and this anti-Western, anti-Semitic content. And as you said, they're following Jake Shields and all this now increasingly Christian nationalist type of content as well. So it's very sad. It excuses nothing, but it shouldn't reflect on Assyrians at all. And hopefully they see justice. And that's really all I have to say is, like I said, I grew up, born and raised there. I know the community, and they're mostly really, really great people.
Um,
Stealth.
yeah.
Hi, this is Hill. I just wanted to say one thing about this guy. I have worked for many years with like top tier lawyers at big law firms in New York, white shoe law firms. And I looked at this guy's bio and it's pretty damn good. I mean, as far as his credentials go. And this is shocking because I cannot imagine a lawyer, a JD, who is a member of the bar acting in this way. I just can't. I mean, and if he's not disbarred, then we have a really, really big problem in this country because a lawyer, a licensed attorney, is an officer of the court. And this kind of behavior, it's shocking. It's really, really shocking. And we have to
Well,
follow this thing through.
if you're in the MMA community, you're taught to not be doing violence. You're supposed to do MMA to prevent violence to others. Do you
Right.
understand?
No, I understand, but the fact of the matter is this has to be followed through, and we have to make sure that he loses his license because there's no way that the American bar should tolerate this kind of filth in their ranks. Just no way, no way.
Often at times, and I'm going to say this very honestly, Travis, in Middle East communities, even Christian communities, which I grew up with Coptic Christians and all sorts of Middle East Christianers on my undergraduate and graduate program, when there is problems in their communities, they keep it internally and they don't call the police and they don't do this and they do that because they love their kids and everything. And then it escalates and escalates and escalates until something happens. You saw their kit. I have like they have training videos with an Iraqi militia guy. Did you see that stuff, Travis? I'm sure you grabbed everything. So like we grabbed all this Instagram feed, Discord channels, all this kind of stuff. People grabbed everything already and backed it up. But like you can't have kids that have advanced kit like that and have a sign that says you're the Assyrian militia in San Jose and then tag the IRGC pro Khomeini and not think that this is a risk. We had Sirhan killed John Kennedy. He was a Palestinian Christian. We have PFLP. We've had Christians in Lebanon kill Israelis and kill Maronite Christians. This is
All
like
I'm saying is no one's. I don't think anyone's contesting that. All I'm saying is, as someone who grew up in the Assyrian community, this absolutely does not reflect on them at all. If anything, this reflects on the state of social media and how extremism is touching everyone, including Christians now. That's all I'm saying is don't make a mountain out of a molehill here. It's not that we shouldn't look at the evidence you mentioned, but this is the Assyrian community is not an extremist community, and a few pieces of shit who do MMA and drink right wing slop or in IRGC slop that's what it is. I'm just saying we should at least be careful not to make it more than that.
you see what Carrie Prejean Bowler's doing. Okay. The we have a problem with Catholic integralists and Timu Catholics through SSPX who are saying and doing, including Tucker Carlson, who's nothing. He doesn't have any religion. He says he does, but he doesn't know anything about anything. You have an actual op that's going on in DC with the uh trad SSPX. A lot of them are are part of this excommunicated schism, but it's part of the Groyper movement too, Travis. And it it is known, and you know this as well, that a lot of the Middle Eastern Christian from the Orthodox Church side are horrifically anti Semitic, Travis. And how do I know this? Because I've been online for 3 years. We see their posts, we hear them speak in spaces, we see their posts consistently out of DC, out of the US, all their podcasts, and it's horrific. Okay, so you can't tell me when you're learning this stuff in the church and you're following these online pastors who are blatantly anti-Semitic that say basically that dehumanizing Jews, especially with what's going on with Dugan and the Eastern Orthodox Church, what happened in Jordan with Tucker recently, and the whole Latin Patriarch's letter and that whole op that occurred as well, because they say they hate Christian Zionists and they hate evangelical Christians and they hate Jews. Okay, so I'm sorry, it is part of their eschatology. Okay,
It
actual
is not.
eschatology.
It is not. Look,
Well, I will send it to you.
two things can be true at once. Look, you have your experience, and I'm not contesting any of it, that you've seen this content and you're watching it. I know that, but what I need you to know is I grew up in the Assyrian community, and I have thousands that follow me, as and I'm one of the most pro Israel Jews that's connected to the Iranian and Assyrian community, literally on the internet. So I don't have thousands of them following me because they're anti-Semitic. So there's some gray area here that we need to be careful, that there is extremism, as you mentioned, but my experience is actually with the people, and they follow me, and I talk to them for my entire life. I'm not just looking at the information environment, which is a very important thing for us to study, but the information environment isn't reality at all times. So I'm just
Until it gets physically kinetic.
okay. But again, uh, look, you're talking to someone who's DHS, CENTCOM, NSA, Air Force. Like I'm not naive here, but but I think you're still are stretching things a little bit beyond what they are
So
as
after
it
October
pertains to the
7th,
Assyrian
we
community.
had Arab communities, both Muslim and Christian, that did stuff to the Jewish community. And and I could tell you privately about the things that went on, and they attacked kids at a restaurant, and there was a lot of stuff that went on when they had the mass, with all their vehicles. And there was a problem in that area. There was Palestinian Christians, there was Armenian Christians, there was Assyrian Christians, there was Lebanese Christians. There was different groups that came out, not in big numbers because they're a small community anyways, in 2 states. And they were pro-Palestinian and doing that narrative. And they came out with very expensive vehicles. These are well-off people. They're educated. And there was people that got arrested. They were making death threats. There was like a whole thing. And that was when they put up the flags for the hostages or how many were killed or whatever, like, in a quiet park somewhere. Nobody cared. Nobody even knew about it. And then they would on Saturday nights like shoot BB guns at the Jewish restaurants while a ton of teenagers and kids were walking on the street and people got arrested. And they weren't all Muslims and Arabs, but they were Arab Christians also. There is anti-Semitism there. We know this. It's not a huge thing, but it is a thing. And when you have that, plus the thing with Prejean Bowler and the Religious Liberty Council, where she says horrific things there, which I don't consider, I don't talk about Zionism. That's not my thing. Or when you have Tucker putting a literal target on the back of Chabad, which I am, right? We're afraid to walk to our synagogues for a long time after October 7th. It is an issue. We had to have horses follow us, cops on horses. I mean, it's crazy, Travis. We're doing patrols on Shabbos night and us having to break Shabbat because we didn't have enough volunteers to patrol, not just Antifa, but it was because they know when Jews are home, they know when Jews are walking, they map things out, they trace it. And it's a really big problem. So, and after that, whatever happened in Baltimore today, and it's concerning. That's all. And the 770 ramming a vehicle into 770 and putting a target, Mumbai, Bondi, when we know his IRGC actually backed that attack. And then you have Tucker 3 days in a row going after
Okay,
Chabad.
sorry, I just don't
Come on.
understand the point you're making. No one would actually contest any of the things you just said, but like, what is the higher point you're making though? Like,
The point is that this guy was engaging in this rhetoric and behavior for quite some time before he did beat up these people on the street.
okay,
And we know it because we have that content.
right,
And
okay.
nobody from their community called the cops or corrected it on their own people. And it led to two men getting beat up.
So you're blaming. Okay, so you're saying that Syrian community is at fault for not
Not
stop.
the whole community, their community that knows what he was doing and his family and his friends. And none of the parents did anything about it and didn't stop him. They see his socials, they saw his rhetoric.
Okay, and we can say that about any assault or attacker, can we not? So where do we draw the line at where the family or the community is at fault for not stopping them before they commit some kind of assault?
Oh, so like when you're in an imam and your mosque and you have got a guy there who's going to do terrorism and the imams don't say anything and pretend they don't know
Yeah,
anything
but
and
that's
then they
not
do
the,
a terrorist attack, that's okay too,
yeah,
right?
but that's not this.
How do you know?
What do you mean?
How do you know that his rhetoric was not known by the pastor in his church and other people in the church?
I'm sorry. What rhetoric was there about terrorism?
No, anti-Semitism,
Oh, yeah. Okay. So
Jew hate.
so tell me what was said.
I'll send you the stuff. Krush
Okay.
even reported it in this space. Yes, he was bid. It's not his first time. There's a history of it.
I'm not here to defend him. I have two viral posts calling them out right now. I
Yeah,
just
no,
I
there's
just
a
don't
history
understand.
of it. There's a
Okay.
history of this
Well, yeah,
behavior.
and that's absolutely not surprising, right? Every time we do an expose, there's clear red flags. I
But it's
I'm
not
just
just one guy, it's three guys.
yeah, right. So I'm just saying like that this is sort of how it works, right? There's always a pattern of life of red flags that no one ever does anything about, and every single case that I've ever done publicly has been the same way. And I get your frustration. I just don't I just don't know the solution of like
But
how
listen, Assyrian or Syrian Jewish communities, like Syrian Jewish communities, they police their own, and because they don't want things to shame their community for things to escalate. This is typically what they do. We're close knit communities. He was posting things. He was saying things. There's Discord channels. There's engagement and subtweeting with other people. There was a history there. The Krush came and said very specifically he was super racist against Persians, super racist against blacks, super racist
right.
against Jews online.
So
So
what
there's
should
a
have been
history.
done? So what should have been done? Do you think?
The parents should have corrected him. His priest, other families. You like your MMA coach. These are people that can guide him and be like, "Hey, cool it. What's going on?" I encouraged you. Would you like to say what you said before in the space?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not here to make excuses for anybody. As much as I love my Assyrian friends, and I do have to say, from being in their community, they're very racist. You know, as I've seen racism in that in almost every minority community. But for them, I'm gonna have to. I'm being honest when I say this. I'm not saying this out of any enmity. being honest when I say this. There is an elevated level of racism there, to the point where I have seen them be in, in cahoots with white supremacists, because they think that because they're Christian they're somehow like more white or something like that. I'm going to be honest. There is a little bit of extremism to a certain extent in that sense. In terms of race, there is.
I've definitely seen and heard some of that, but I also seen and heard, in my experience, the equal amount from the Persian community. Like I said, I grew up with Assyrians and Persians, and I heard racist shit all the time. So I just don't know, like, how we measure that being elevated, as opposed to white people, black people, Asian people, Arabs.
I mean, I do have to speak on this because I'm in the Iranian Persian community, and that's not true. As a community, they are very much so, not prejudiced for the most part. Obviously, you have the extremists that you have in any minority or any race, right? But for the most part, as a community, it's not a thing, right? And it comes from the fact that they don't they don't have this feeling of, um I guess you could say they don't have this feeling of othering in their community, right? Iranians integrate really well, right? They don't. You're very. It's very, and I guess this also comes from the fact that Iranian communities aren't very religious, right? So they don't all convene on Sundays together, right? So, um, you know, there is a certain level of difference there. That's all I'm saying, right?
It is unfortunate because the Assyrian community is like a very tiny minority, if I'm not mistaken, right?
They have a
Uh,
huge community in Northern California. Very big, very wealthy,
yeah, no, I'm saying
successful,
overall,
beautiful
overall.
church.
Yeah, I'm saying overall. So
Oh, they have Syrian Jews in New York. Syrian Jews in New
no, not
York
Syria.
are,
I'm saying Assyrian, the
I
Assyrian
know,
group,
I'm saying, but you have like Syrian Jews in New York, and they have their own personality types, and they marry
for
kids
sure.
in generally their
No,
own culture.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is that Travis, the sort of the exasperating part a little bit, not about Assyrians per se, is that we're seeing, due to the stuff that you're always studying and working on, we're seeing this spread into they're targeting every community in a different way, right? In order to spread bigotry, I guess what I'm trying to say, right? They're targeting Catholics with this message. They're targeting mainline Protestants with this message. They're targeting evangelical Christians with criticism. They're targeting, right, and then various denominations of Islam and various now even a tiny minority community overall. I'm not saying in that area of Assyrians. It's like 3 to 5 million Assyrians worldwide. How the hell are they like getting involved in this shit? Like affluent, well educated. It's like it's crazy how we're in the worst informational
you
space we've
know,
ever been in. Yeah,
That,
go ahead.
that's a great point. I also investigated the two IED bombers from New York, and they come from very wealthy families as well, right? And they're both 18 and 19 years old. I think we're seeing a very clear pattern, no matter the person's background, is sort of my overall. It's not to contest again that there isn't racism.
Well, it's not no matter the person's background. I don't see us Jews going in and like popping Arabs in the head at Mastro's, Travis, or at, I don't know, maybe like at the Hudson
Well,
Hotel
just let me finish my point.
in
Just let
no,
no,
but
no.
I don't see Mexicans doing it.
You didn't even let me finish my point. My point is the targeting of the youth online through extremism content, slopaganda, and the demoralization of the West is targeting our youth, regardless of your demographic. Now, who acts on it, yes, is a different conversation. But my overall point is how social media is spreading this extremism, and we're seeing it touch the youth, we're seeing it touch the wealthy. People we would think may be more insulated from this stuff, they're not. And clearly we're seeing that, I guess, in the Assyrian community as well this morning. That's sort of my point. Is I'm not saying that Jews are going and doing it, but I also think we should be careful to think that Jews aren't capable. Yes, we're capable. Unfortunately, the brainwashing online is reaching everyone. So yes, having some kind of community values and mentors in your life would be very helpful to try to keep people from going off the train track.
Yeah,
Travis.
I don't think it's fair to try to pin this on the Syrian community either. I agree with Travis's point.
But
You
nobody
know,
was doing that.
I
I was saying that they need to regulate their own community
I
because
do want to
he
say this
also
though,
has
just to just
engagement.
to just to piggyback off of what he said. You know, who who are they targeting? And by they, I'm talking about the propagandists online, right? Far right propagandists. Who are they targeting? They're targeting young males who are looking for identity in some way, shape, or form, and that's
But this
who
guy has identity.
I.
Listen,
I'm.
I
I'm.
want to go to
Let me tell
Victoria.
you. Let me
Kurush,
tell you. Let me tell you.
Courage, give me a
Let me tell
second.
you.
I'm an
I
expert
know.
in this. I've been doing this now for 3 years. Just wait a second. I want to go to Victoria. Hold on.
I just want to
Victoria,
say
quick
this, that
comment.
he looks like he's done steroids over the last few years. He looks like he's
It
looking for
doesn't.
identity. He used to be chubby and fat. Like I am telling you, this is the kind of person that these people prey on. And Travis, I'm getting to your
And the
exact
two
point, and I'll
skinny
let you
kids
pick up
and the
because I
two
don't want to
skinny
keep
kids
going.
that are with him, what's their excuse? They were always skinny.
Travis
The two.
I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. I'm just trying to piggyback off of what he was saying because I know the guy personally, and I can affirm to what he's trying to say. That's all I'm saying.
Dan Bilzerian had 3 heart attacks, and he faked that he was a Navy SEAL officer, and he moved to Armenia and gave up his U.S. citizenship, and blah blah blah. And he's praying off the Quran, and he's an Armenian Christian. That it
Yeah,
has nothing to do with anything.
another loser, another rich boy loser that's lost in the world. And this is you're making my point for me. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? He's
he
looking for
doesn't.
something to have identity in, and that's something
He
he
has
found identity
identity.
in.
If you're an Assyrian Christian, you have major identity. Your community is proud. He has in every organization. He has billionaire Silicon Valley people. He's very well
Maybe he
developed.
feels.
He's a big lawyer, summa cum laude, brilliant.
Yeah, again,
Gone.
that's what that was my original point was I'm not sure why he did this considering he was so successful, but what I'm trying to say is not maybe that level of success wasn't enough for him to find identity in, and this is the example. This is the kind of profile that these people
Have you
target, that
seen
these
the
propagandists
podcast that
target.
he does? He flew to Australia and he has a podcast interviewing and doing stuff for his faith and his
And when
identity. He
did
has
that
a huge
podcast start?
identity.
Let's talk about that. When did that podcast start?
2018 is the first video I saw.
2018 is the first video, but
Yeah, and 7 years ago.
I'm sure if you go watch that podcast, as time goes on, you'll see a trend after October 7th where he suddenly goes haywire, right? I mean, this is all speculation, but it's speculation coming from a certain level of knowing who he is.
Yeah, but he specifically went to go see that bishop that is highly anti-Semitic. That even
When
after
was
October
that?
7th, recently in the last
Exactly, that was
year and a half.
recently, and that's my point. Is
But
this
he
is
saw him before.
this?
He saw him before. He saw him in 2018. That's my point, Kurush.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead, Victoria. Go ahead, Victoria.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't take a lot in our backgrounds where we can see like people from the same community completely divided depending on their history. And I believe you guys are both making good points. Is that there are people that have certain histories that all it takes is a tiny little spark to ignite a fire from their history to turn it into a flame. You know what I'm saying? Like there may be people from the same community. Joe from next door would never act upon that, even though he's consuming the same amount of social media and he's still getting targeted and all of these things. But then this dude next door has certain influences in his background, certain people that are influencing him his entire life. The history of the Eastern Church is very anti Semitic. Most people in Syria that are Christian are still not necessarily pro Jewish.
No, they're definitely not. They're anti-Semites,
Exactly.
100%.
I mean, I have a group of people that I know pretty well who did missions there, and they had to keep it quiet that they were pro Israel in order to help them because they had to be very careful or they could be killed at any moment. So I think it goes both ways. I can boil this down to just the smallest church in the Midwest. They're completely divided. What is this guy's background and what is the other guy's background? It all feeds into it. So whatever's getting fed into them now, compiled onto their background, it does matter. But I guess I understand what the guys were saying. We can't paint a broad brush and saying every single person.
But
No,
but
we're not
nobody
doing that.
was. But
No,
Victoria, nobody
exactly.
was. It's because Travis knows the
I
community, and he says 1,000 people follow me. They like me. Of course, they're not anti-Semites. But you don't know what they say when they're inside their churches alone or amongst their own families. I
right.
listen. I
I
grew
think
up
that's what they were
with
hearing, but I
Coptics.
don't think that's what you were
No,
doing.
but I had Coptic Egyptians that were in my undergraduate program with me. they said, you can't come to our houses or our church. We're very anti-Semitic, but I love you as a friend. So we would study together, but she would tell me exactly what was said. This was in their
Right.
eschatology. I'm sorry. Okay. It was the same thing with, I had friends of different faiths from the Orthodox. We just didn't talk religion. We liked each other at school, but in their homes and in their churches, pure on anti-Semitism and Jew hate from the Middle East. It's because it's being fed to them. It was also fed to them in the Middle East by the protocols of Zion, because there was a lot of communists there. They had the KGB propaganda.
Right.
They're
And when
all
a
involved with
society
this.
gets pushed into a corner where push comes to shove, your history does matter. Where are you going to go? Are you going to go? Who are you going to side with? And that's what's happening to the entire world right now. It's being split in half. You're either pro Israel or you're not, or you're, you know, Christian Zionist pro or you're not. It's basically being, you know, you're either pro Trump and doing what he's doing in the Iran war or you're not. The whole thing is getting split right down the middle, and it does matter. So when people are feeling like right now in the entire world they have to pick a side, and then the propaganda machine on top of it is just shoving this crap down people's throats, they're going to pick a side. It's human nature. It's global tribalism, really, is what's happening, and it happens on a micro
Yeah,
level and a macro level. And it's
but in the
There's
past,
other
what?
hands, baby. Hold on. There's other hands. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bradley, and then I'll go to you. Go ahead, Bradley.
Yeah, thanks, Stealth. Yeah, so just going reading about this Assyrian thing, well, just a little background where I'm coming from. I have a very deep ties with the Assyrian Christian community. Just last year, I co-founded a Jewish Assyrian Heritage Club based out of Illinois, and we do events together and to bring the Jewish and Assyrian communities together. Stealth, I sent you a private message, my interview with Mar Awa Rael, who is now the patriarch of the Assyrian Church of the East. And in that interview, he called, for friendship, brotherhood with the state of Israel. And it's a very brave position, for him to take, even though he's in Iraq right now, and such a position could land him in prison. And he wanted to essentially put the message out there that he wanted to get, he wanted Jews and Assyrians to come together in a spirit of brotherhood, and bringing up, and if you read the article, you could see so many commonalities in terms of ritual, uh, in religious practice within the church itself, taking like rituals from Jerusalem Temple Judaism. I suggest you read the article. I would share it. I have no idea how, but and that's not the only example. If you just go back in history, how did the United States get a MiG? From the Soviet Union. Well, essentially, it was an Assyrian pilot who was working for Israel, an Iraqi Assyrian pilot who flew a MiG, from the Iraqi Air Force, flew it from Iraq to Israel. Israel, in turn, took it apart and gave the schematics to the United States, and that's how the free world got a MiG. And so you can see this, this you know this working together, this alliance. It's been going on for decades now. So I don't know who these people are, who did this attack. They're horrendous individuals, from what I've seen. But they really seem like freaks of nature that came out of nowhere. I think it has a lot to do with what's going on in social media, how social media has a way to break people's brains, and that's really all I can say about that. I suggest you all read the article. And frankly, the Assyrian community, we have a lot more friends than there are enemies. Of course, there are crazy people. There are anti-Semites, as in any community. But on the whole, Assyrian Christians are very, very friendly allies, to the Jewish people and say the state of Israel.
Bradley, are you able to DM me that article, or is it in the nest, or?
I tweeted it out.
I
So,
tweeted it out.
Oh, you tweeted it. Oh,
Yeah,
wonderful! Thanks, Stealth. I have no idea how to do that. So,
it's
but I
my last
suggest you
tweet.
read it. Oh, okay, great,
I mean,
wonderful.
when was that from? When did you compile this article, this information?
So this article was published in 2017, back when Mar Awa was a bishop, for the Assyrian Church of the East, and he was representative of the Archdiocese of the United States, Canada. I don't know specifically the whole geography of it, but but following the death of the patriarch, he was elected, with a very strong margin to become patriarch, and now he's in Nineveh in Iraq, and he's leading the church from there, because that's the Assyrian ancestral homeland. And well, I don't have to tell you, but most Assyrians have been driven from their homeland because of Muslim terrorists, jihadists, ISIS, what have you, and they realize that this is their last stand. And meaning that if all Assyrians leave Nineveh, this is the last time that it's their only way to keep their homeland. So anyways, I just bring that up. That my experience has shown a totally different thing. I love the Assyrian community, and I've written articles as well advocating for an Assyrian state in their ancestral homeland, and how Israel can be helpful in that respect, in terms of an ancient people returning to create the infrastructure for a modern state in their ancestral homeland, how Assyrians can derive inspiration, from that, and as a blueprint. Well, and also, and from my understanding, it's been very receptive among the Assyrian community. I've interviewed various other Assyrians scholars who have taken inspiration, from the Zionist movement, from Theodor Herzl, and yeah, that's that's all I can really say on that front.
Two quick points, if I could. Number one, this feels like a continuation, part of the op, the massive, literally unprecedented in world history op that we've been subjected to. A big component of it is specifically directed towards American and North American and Western Christians, is the idea, which apes leftism, right, that Middle Eastern churches, Middle Eastern Christianity is more authentic than Western Christianity, right? You see the parallels already between the way Western people do it. Foreigners are, and especially people of color, are automatically oppressed, and as the oppressed, they're better and sort of more authentic representatives of whatever. So the idea that what they've successfully done towards some subsections of various denominations and churches is to say, the church was born in the Middle East, true, right? It is therefore today, in the year 2026, despite the fact that it's a tiny percentage and dominated by, aggressive Muslims around them, it is a more authentic Christianity, and therefore that is the Christianity that you should emulate rather than Western Christianity, right? Which is totally different than the majority of American history and Western history, where we discussed this article yesterday a few times. I urge everyone to read the tablet article by Tony Badran about sectarianism, right? It's called America's Sectarian Moment, right? And so we're importing basically Middle Eastern prejudices under the cover, and this is particularly relevant with Christians, under the cover of more authentic Christianity, which it is not, because when you are dominated by a totalitarian state and as a tiny persecuted minority, you cannot be your authentic religious self.
goes without saying. And that's part of what they're doing. That's what Tucker's doing. That's what others are doing. That's one thing. The other thing is sort of as an overall point. The very frustrating thing is that it feels like we're playing whack-a-mole, right? Every week or month or whatever or day sometimes we're finding a new manifestation of this brain rot, okay, of the world's oldest hatred, but which affects every aspect of people's lives. Because there's the funny thing is there's very few examples. There might be some, but there's very few examples of moderate anti-Semites. Right? There people who are either just don't care one way or the other. You're not an anti-Semite, right? But once the virus, once that idea gets hold in your brain, it's not like very few people are able to like in comparison to some other bigotries which are also bad, but very few people are able to like just say, oh yeah, I tell a few anti-Semitic jokes, but otherwise no big deal. These people just obsess over it. So it feels like every day almost we're finding a new manifestation, and we're trying to, like I said, play whack-a-mole with it and say, oh, what's the specific what are the specific paradigm for that particular community, when I think we need to be taking, which is useful to an extent, but we're getting lost in the trees instead of looking at the forest, and sort of how do we deal with it. And it's very wide ranging thing on a more systemic basis. How can we address the foreign funded op from multiple countries and multiple NGOs that we're under without compromising the First Amendment? It's one of the trickiest issues that we've ever dealt with, right? Because it has to be dealt with, and not for Jewish people, but because it makes people stupid and crazy towards each other about every issue. They don't become normal. So like this week someone in the Assyrian community. Next week it's going to be some guy, pastor from this. Next week it's going to be some fake Jew who says as a Jew. Next week it's going to be some Sunni. Then there's going to be a Shia, whatever, right? But like we are being inundated with foreign third world Russian peasant slop, Arab cab driver slop, okay? And so we need to look at it on a big picture and not get stuck of trying to like, we're always dealing with the symptom and the latest symptom with the latest manifestation of a symptom. And I mean, I have some ideas on it, but like I think the next big thing really for like the entire conservative movement and just people who don't want their country to become third world in nature is to prevent foreign adversaries and foreign nations from putting their thumb on the scale. It's incredibly important of our domestic debates. We never used to be like this. America never used to be like this. It doesn't mean there was never individual anti-Semites, but literally going back to George Washington, America was different. Okay. And again, it affects other people in other ways, but yeah, I just feel like we shouldn't not that we shouldn't, it's okay to look at the specifics, but we need to look at the big picture and not play whack-a-mole.
No, I agree totally.
More stuff like the TikTok, ban, right? But like, much better enforcement of FARA, disclosure about any kind of foreign funding for anything that can affect the information space, and just sort of take some of the poison out of the let us be crazy on our own without without all these.
I would say also let's deal with the bot problem because it's getting really out of hand. I do agree. First Amendment. I'm a big defender of freedom of speech, but not for bots. I mean, but freedom of speech for human beings, not outdated smartphones in the middle of Pakistan somewhere.
I was just reading yesterday
Hold on,
about
AB. Hold on, AB. I need to go to hands. Go ahead, Victoria and Leslie, and then Mario. Go ahead, Victoria.
I think those ideas, they definitely need to be implemented and we need to push for those things. But the problem is people like everyday Americans don't know how to deal with the fact that one day our best friend now hates us because we're friends with the local synagogue. What do we, I think people are feeling lost because we don't know what to do in our everyday lives anymore. Because my friends here in the local town, I go visit them in the synagogue on Friday, like they're afraid to wear anything that resembles they tell me I won't talk in Hebrew, I won't show my Jewish identity in any way in public. The local city isn't even that big. It's not even like one of the biggest cities in our state. So
they've had a bomb threat, they've had to increase security, and then friends in my community find out that I'm friends with Jewish people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care that they hate me, but how do we do this on the ground level? And I think that's where I think people are so lost. They we don't know, we feel helpless in a sense. Not me personally. I know what my purpose in life is. I know what I need to be doing, but I think the everyday average American feel like they just don't know what to do. And so they just hide and they ignore and they're afraid to speak out. I, on the other hand, refuse to stay silent about these things. But not everybody will do that because they're not educated. They don't go into spaces. They don't have the time to research these things. And so I think something systemically in communities need to happen, and people need to be empowered to do these things in their communities, along with governments need to take action as well on some of the issues that you brought up.
Listen, this is my belief system. You take care of your kids and your crazies in your own community. When we had like Jewish kids acting up, there was a problem that occurred on the night before Yom Kippur. Kids went up to like a high mountain point and they were messing around with, you know, how the kids were holding onto the sides of like, they all have fancy cars, SUVs. They're 16 and 17-year-olds. They drove up to like a lookout point the night before Yom Kippur, which technically you should not go out because it's a very like dangerous time because the next day is Yom Kippur, and a girl fell off. She was holding onto the side of the truck, and it didn't even go very fast, but she fell off. She hit her head, and she died in the backseat of a car. This was a teenage girl from our community. They because there was no reception, they drove her down to the hospital. The first hospital they went to wasn't good. She was then transported to a secondary hospital. I got called from the hospital. I didn't even know what was going on, and she was beautiful, 15-year-old girl. I mean, all the kids in the back seat of the car. There was three boys and one girl was in the front, and a boy was driving. Um, they're mentally devastated from what they saw. She bled out and died in their laps. But I mean, they tried to hold on till her parents could come to the hospital. They even transferred her. They kept her basically like on somewhat of a life support, and she died. The whole community, everybody's just devastated. Now, the kids didn't tell their parents they were going to look up point. They're saying they're going to the park, like 5 minutes from the house. Well, they lied about it, right? And you've got girls that are 15, 16, and they it wasn't even a prank. Nobody was going fast. It was such a stupid mistake. All of these kids' lives, everybody's devastated, right? Like completely. Then there was one other event that occurred, and like I mean, these parents' families had to move out of the schools. They left the state because of the shame of what was going on, even though it was like an accident. Because you self-regulate your own communities, like that never happened again. Nobody goes, none of the kids go up there. It's like a tragedy. They still talk about it. It's insane. You know, the boy was going to graduate and go to he was going to it got into like Harvard or whatever. Done. Everything was pulled. It's done. Life over. Not going to Harvard. Nothing. Like devastation, right? It affects everybody's family, and the whole community was affected. Talking about thousands of people that came for her funeral, thousands upon thousands upon thousands, you know, from all the private Jewish high schools. Then there was another incident where a lot of the boys were drinking and freshman girls came over, and the parents were literally in the house upstairs, and they have like basements in the house, and there was underage girls drinking, and some of them got, I don't know, you know, these girls are young and God knows what they, you know, probably had like one beer and were like, you know, passed out of sleep. And the boys are stupid and they decided to embarrass the girls. They want to take a picture that they fell asleep because they're lightweights. Nothing sexual or inappropriate. That was it. Life over for everybody, the girls and the boys. Kicked out of the schools, everything. Because when you put it out to the community, if you think that that is something you can do and you're a senior, okay, and you've gone all those years to the high school and you're separated from girls and boys are separated, and you know these girls because they're some of their brothers you went to school with that are already like graduated, right? They're all the families know each other. To do something like that completely violates every ethic of you being in a religious seminary and then going to yeshiva. You're supposed to go to like YU in New York or whatever. Forget it. Your enrollment is pulled. You know, the parents are shamed. Everybody's responsible. The pictures are being put through the high school group chats. Even the girls are sleeping. They've got long skirts on. They're wearing clothes. It's nothing. But the whole point was, what a stupid mistake from these kids. And there's, by the way, we have social media policies at all our schools. You're not allowed to have any social media. If we parents used to sit, we have a panel of group of parents, and we would go and find the alternate social media sites for the girls and the boys, and we would turn them in. And you get one time as a warning, so you get a suspension. The second time it's like it's actually in your record for college record, and then you get kicked out. And what kids were doing is they're opening up and closing their social media accounts so that they could, be online. And we know the rot that occurs. I was in charge of the social media policy. I had much stricter things. I said one time policy only, not even a chance. And they get kicked out because the parents are spending so much money and it's so hard to get into the schools. You'll have pressure from the parents at home. But when you don't have the reinforcement at home and you have no enforcement at the school, you end up with a very bad situation, which was there was a very big private prep school that was 80,000 a year. It's very famous what happened. And a very famous boy who was 17 that got in for a very famous football program. I'm not going to say who because then the more I say it's going to be very known. A girl who was a freshman decided to make an inappropriate video with him. Okay? And she shared the video because and it was think about the most extreme thing you can possibly think about of a freshman and a boy who's about to go away. He's black and she's white. Okay. And both of you are responsible for sharing, pornography. As it doesn't matter if it's the girl or the boy, you're both guilty. It's like you're not allowed to. It violates all these laws. And not Jewish or anything like that. And recorded it. She disseminated it. He allowed the recording of it, like that happened. He allowed even the activity, and he knew what the age of the girl was and everything like that, even though he was like 17 and she's 15. I guess a 14 turning into 15 as a freshman. But who would even think to do something like that kind of level of behavior? And their lives completely destroyed. The university lawsuits, it was like a whole big scandal. I'm not going to say the year or anything, but it caused a massive issue, and the social media policy is very rampant. And when you allow something like that to happen once, it is a slippery slope, and you have to be very extreme from the beginning. Like that's why, like communities, the old ways is your own community would regulate your own population of even in marriages. If a guy is beating up his wife, people from the church or people from the synagogue or people from the whatever go over there and you go beat the shit out of that husband until he remembers to never hit his wife or his kids again. And guess what? It doesn't happen again. And you don't even need to call the cops or anything like that because it's understood. That was the old school way. Italians, that's how we did it. The Irish did it that way. The mafia did it that way. Like Christians did it that way. The Mormons did it that way. And then when people stopped defending those things because people are wealthy or they don't want to lose business with those individuals, and when you care more about your own interest and not reporting a pedophile in the community. No, you handle your own pedophiles. You make sure the minute you hear somebody touch the kid, you don't cover it up like at Tucker's private school that his father-in-law was in charge of. No, 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 no. You make sure that it's taken care of immediately so that it doesn't happen again. You don't cover it up because you're worried about a small scandal when you know like the Sandusky's and all this kind of weird shit. Even like with the Catholic Church, look at the devastation by covering up and moving the cardinals from place to place to place to place. Look at the trauma you've caused. It's millions.
It's in
It's
the
not like a
charismatic
thousand.
church too. Yep,
Well, okay,
same thing.
whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
No, I'm
You,
agreeing with you. It's yeah,
I don't care if it's a donor. I don't care what it is. Because you stand before God as your judge, not your bank account,
exactly.
when you're covering up the harming of anything, and that's how it should be.
It's much more societally. You're right. It's much more societally healthy if the community polices its own to the maximum extent possible, and they tend to have a better feel, obviously, for their own people and know how far to go, how far not to go. With the specific exceptions. But yeah, it's just way better because when other people have to come in from the outside, it becomes more of a it's more problematic and it becomes more tension.
A parent's kids should be more afraid of their parents than the police. That's how you know you're raising the right kid. So that the police never have to worry about your kid because they're more afraid of you than the police department, the FBI, and the CIA. And that should be done in the Islamic world the same way, or else we wouldn't have these crazy kids doing what they're doing around the world. Not saying that these are Arab Assyrian kids. It doesn't matter, but it's still like it's the attitude in the home. You don't think the parents ever saw this behavior? Come on, I'm sorry. We see everything our kids do. We hear what they say. We spy on them in their rooms when they're talking. This is what especially Middle Eastern moms do. How many times do you put your ear to your kids while they're on the computer talking or they're on the cell phone? We spy on our kids because we love them and we don't want them to fuck up their lives and our lives because we put our whole lives into them. That's Jews, that's Middle Easterners, that's Italians, Catholics, Christians. If you care about your kids, that's how you are. It's a personality trait. Greeks are the same way. I mean, people will disown you if you marry the wrong person in some Greek and Italian cultures, let alone, you know what I'm saying? So, like, it used to be that way. Shame is a good thing. Everybody's like, no more shame. Walk around naked, do this, short shorts. No shame at all. No shame. Well, when you have no shame, you have a problem. I'm not talking about guilting and no. Actual that you're embarrassed to do certain things because if your parents found out, oh my God, not that they'd want to kill themselves, but at least to have a little bit of shame in front of God. This is wild to me. Okay, I'm sorry. I just had to say it. Okay, go ahead, Mario. Good,
What
Mario.
up? How you doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Just want to make sure. All right. I just want to make a statement real quick. My father's 100% Puerto Rican. My mother's Puerto Rican, Sicilian, Italian. She's half Puerto Rican, Sicilian, Italian. Yes, there's a difference. I don't want to hear, that's the difference between Italian and Sicilian. I'm not getting into that. So anyway, my whole thing is, my father came here, from Puerto Rico when he was young. They met in Newark, blah, blah, blah. And I grew up in all what would be considered bad neighborhoods, okay? From Newark to Irv. I love what you guys are speaking about because I've been talking about this for so long. I've been talking about this and I've been doing social media for almost, my daughter's 20. She's going to be 21, 19 years. I've been doing social media, okay? My son's gonna be 29. He's in the Army Reserves. He just came back from Iraq 4 months ago. I thank Jesus with what's going on that he came back. To me that's a big giant blessing. But like you don't know what's gonna happen. Anyway, long story longer. I've dealt with microaggressions and racism my entire life. Okay, from all sides of all people, consistently. Okay, all right. From all black neighborhoods to all white neighborhoods to all Spanish neighborhoods. If I was around Jewish people, I'm around Indian people now. And I got to explain that my father's a Puerto Rican, that my mother's the color of snow and my father's the color of a paper bag. And like you, you people don't get it that, I look like what's considered a white boy, but you don't know me. And people like, I got pulled over. I got pulled over by a cop a month ago. All right. I think he was black and Hispanic. He was racist as shit. Excuse my language. I don't know if we can curse here. Okay. I know some spaces don't allow it. I apologize. He was very racist towards me. He even double taked when he saw my name on my ID. And I went to pay the ticket today. I thank Jesus that the prosecutor was cool. Everybody was cool. I got it diminished. No points. Paid the fine. And I got out of there. So like I still to this day I deal with these microaggressions. I still deal with the racism. I walk through the street and people want to challenge me. Like and I'm talking about from white people to black people to Spanish people, all of them. Okay? I get it from all sides. You got to understand I identify like they want to say nowadays. I identify as a mixed race person. I am. I was born in this country. Okay. I was raised by two working class parents, gave me my work ethic. I'm a hardworking man. All I want to do is be chill, get along with everybody. And I get everything all of you are saying. And I agree. And it's like the one man was saying about punch a mole, the knock a mole or whatever he was saying. And I agree. It's like whatever's trending, people want to jump on it. And it's like the powerful to me listen, I'm a moderate. Like I was taught to be a moderate. They're all lying. Republicans, Democrats, monarchies, they're all liars. They're completely lying. Okay, all right, you can vote for who you want, you'll get them in and they're still gonna lie. To me the vote doesn't count. I have voted. I had a gigantic and it's kind of bothering me. Had a gigantic friggin' argument with my daughter. Oh, someone's gonna talk. I'm sorry.
No, Mario, I was going to say something to you.
God, I'm
The
sorry.
only animals on the planet that are able to lie, cheat, or steal are humans. So people lie in general. Okay, so you
It's
understand that,
true.
right?
No,
So
and I
like,
agree.
I don't do black pilling like everyone lies,
Yeah.
everything this. Yes, in politicians there's semantics and
You,
everything like that.
you should vote. You should vote in my yeah.
Yeah, but
I
we
do
will not
vote. I
tell people to
do
not
here and
vote.
there.
We don't do black pilling. Yeah.
No. I'm not saying that. My whole point is, okay, with all of that, is that they are the powerful and we are not. They're the ones linked into the corporations. The corporations are under their payroll. The freaking the scientists are under their payroll. For years, I've studied this for years. To me, I always felt the school system has been indoctrinated. I always felt there was an agenda set up. I was always told by teachers when I was trying to learn more, stick to the curriculum. Even the library at school was set to the. I'm a 51-year-old man. By the time I was 11, 12 years old, I was able to go to the public library by myself, and I was like, ah, and I was able to read and learn and started learning. And and I agree with what you're saying, and and I understand that what you're saying. But like for me personally, with what I've been through, and I still go through it to this day. I got a broken left eye socket because I fought a man 3 times my size. Okay, because he thought I was what's considered a white boy, and I still fought him, and I got respect out of it. You understand? But like that's what's going on in this world. They want to keep us fighting, keep us destroying each other, while they keep taking and taking and taking. Okay, they want to corral us in cities. I'm sure you've heard of 15-minute cities. They want to corral us in cities, put us on UBI, universal basic income. Those of us that they want to or still need, then the rest they'll just throw to the surplus population. That's all we are to them. Slave labor, okay?
Yeah.
Until they I'm
Mario,
sorry.
maybe you should come to my spaces more often. It seems like you've gone down the rabbit hole of like dooming and conspiratorial stuff. It's not all that. Yeah, there's rhetoric around that, but that's being pushed as propaganda from the CCP. I'm sorry to tell you, and you're a victim of it, especially if you've been on Instagram or any type of social media. Really, I don't think men should be on social media at all. I think it's brain rot for men, and I think it's very dangerous. I also think women should not be on social media. But women like to talk and they like to, post bullshit, and they like to post their nails or their toes or their whatever. That's also stupid. I don't think men should be on social media unless you're like writing an essay or whatever, because it's just not healthy for you guys. It's just it gets
I
too addicting, and you get down these rabbit holes, and you end up getting yourself in trouble with weird stuff. Not like I'm not talking about sexual
okay.
stuff. I'm just talking about weird thought processes.
Okay,
You know,
no. You're right. Go ahead. May I retort? May I retort now? I'm sorry.
yeah.
Okay. I understand what you're saying.
But I
Yet
want to actually stick to the topic of the space, if that's
eh,
okay. So, are you aware of what happened and what we're talking about? Because I don't want to get the
well,
space
I see
derailed.
that's it's the
Because I've
San
been going
Jose,
all day and I want to
California.
take a break. So,
San Jose, California people attacked at an MMA fight. Like that's what I've been looking at. And I'm like, oh my god, really? And like and so like what's that about? So let's talk about that. My
okay,
apologies.
so go to my feed, guys. You can all the posts and all the things there. But basically, on Sunday, there was two guys waiting to get a table at a restaurant in Silicon Valley, San Jose. The guy was speaking Hebrew. Three Assyrian Christian kids, not kids, they're in their 30s and 20s, uh, started to beat them up very badly. We don't understand why. The guys at UC Berkeley, summa cum laude lawyer, they all went to the same MMA gym together. It was an anti-Semitic attack. He is not well. There's militia pictures with him with this Jordanian militia crew out of northern Iraq. No, excuse me, Iraqi militia crew. They had pictures of him with like gear. There's very wealthy. All of them are successful. They're connected with all the biotech and billionaires and Silicon Valley people, and they have these great organizations. Because has these young people have a great life, and they decided to do an attack because they heard a guy speaking in Hebrew, and they're Assyrian Christians, and we're going through the eschatology of their belief. And he had a podcast that he went and interviewed pastor or bishop priest, excuse me, Amari down in Australia, who was attacked by a terrorist and his eye was stabbed out. It was like live on camera during a sermon. but that guy happened to be a very big anti-Semitic priest on top of it all. And so this kid says that this priest in Australia should be the priest of all the, Assyrian and Chaldeans and whatever. And he has a very specific style of preaching, which is attractive, and it's mostly on Zoom. He's got like all these followers online because his stuff is of a particular nature, which is tends to be anti-Semitic, and it's there's different components to it, but basically like no other religion, but specifically their type of, Christianity. And he's very pro-Palestinian, so he went into Gaza, right? Because there's an affinity, which is bizarre, between the Eastern Orthodox Christian churches and the Marxist or Muslim Brotherhood or resistance fighter groups or whatever. And we don't get it, but it's because they generally hate Jews in Israel. That's really why, right? So these guys were pro IRGC. We had all their socials. We all did our oaths and pulled everything we could on them. And they were posting pro IRGC content, which we thought was like, this is bizarro land. Why would Christian Assyrians want to post crazy content regarding the IRGC, and when we know what they're doing to the Christians and to the women and the kids, and that Shia eschatology is insane over there. Made no sense. Made no freaking sense. And we see that he just pulled up and started, beating people in their head, and they ran away. And it was crazy. The video is crazy, and they couldn't find out who these people were. And so a couple guys from the spaces identified it, and we started to put it out, and we started to find more and more stuff. And it's really the militia groups, like these northern Iraqi militia groups. And, they could have easily been a type of group if they're radicalized enough to go and shoot up a place. This is my concern because of what we just saw happening. And if the kids get this radicalized and you're in your 30s and you're successful and you live in a fucking mansion and you got cars and you got everything ahead of you, and you drag in, two other brothers with you, which are also from your community. The whole thing is really messed up, and it triggers because it has to also do with the fact that there was a Catholic Maronite priest killed in Lebanon. Was it yesterday or the day before, in southern Lebanon? And they tried to right away, all these influencers from the Timu Catholic SSPX group, which they just recently became Catholic, and they don't even know their own scripture. All they care about is wearing a Palestinian flag, like some blonde chick from San Diego, Carrie Prejean Bowler. Why are you wearing a Palestinian flag when you're picked for Trump's, Catholic Liberty Forum or the Religious Liberty Forum, and make a disaster there and a whole scene and all this drama? And now you're on Tucker, and it's going to air tomorrow, a horrible interview. And she's aligning herself with Muslim Brotherhood people. Those are her handlers giving her the statements to make. And when this priest was killed, he was an activist Catholic Maronite priest. He did a lot of videos. He had just done an interview an hour before Hezbollah literally shot at him and put a bullet in him. He was still alive when he got into the ambulance. We were told it was Air Force dropped something on him. But then we were told it was a tank. Then we were told it was a drone. Well, Hezbollah is in all those towns. This pastor for 4 days is begging the Lebanese armed forces to come and protect them. The ones that we spend over $400 or $500 million per year funding, taking care of. They almost impeached Donald Trump because he refused to fund it when he was in term and was forced to. So we're funding to train Hezbollah and Shia fighters. Supposedly they're the Lebanese armed forces, and they won't go and protect the Christian community because guess what?
Their chief of
They're all
staff
Hezbollah.
refuses. Their chief of staff refuses to go in. He's like the head of their army, the Lebanese armed forces, is like, no. The president of Lebanon's like,
Yeah,
go in
but
there.
he went in. But they went in literally when the Red Cross ambulance showed up, and the
Yeah,
whole thing is an op. The whole thing was an
crazy.
op from the beginning. From the beginning, there was an op,
But
and that's the whole point.
just really
And
quickly, following up on that guy's point, very quickly. Why it's not a good idea to black pill about America, with all of its flaws, because it leaves you just what the leftists did, right? When they demonized every institution in America, your family, your church, your synagogue, your country, right? In order to leave you exposed to their fucking manipulations. The same thing's happening on the other side now, right? With all the criticism you want to give to America, and they want us to fight each other. Guess what? If you just look at stats or your own lived experience, depending on how old you are, I'm not this old from the 60s, but like racial and group reconciliation was getting constantly better in America. decade, decade after decade, from the 60s to the 70s to the 80s to the 90s, 2000s, right? And it was getting better and better, I would say, until Obama. I'm not going to only blame Obama, but that sort of maybe that coincided with other forces as well. Um, and, 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 and and we're now because we're so black pilled in our own amazing societies. We're like the luckiest people in the history of the world living in these countries in the year, in the time we're living in. It leaves us open to third world peasant, Russian peasant, Arab taxi driver manipulation. And it's the saddest thing ever. Our country is way better than Syria and Lebanon and every other countries you want to mention there. And we shouldn't be fucking importing their ideas. Our ideas are better with all the flaws and all of our, uh, whatever, corrupt politicians. It pales in comparison. All those politicians and all those people combined to make America a better society, including for racial reconciliation and all that shit, year after year until recently. And it's because we're being manipulated by third world slop.
Go ahead, Leslie.
All right, two things, Del. So first of all, check your DMs, please. I sent you something in regards to Candace and what you said about the military, that she's not an active military person. But beyond that, AB, you said that this is one of the hardest things that we have ever had to deal with, and drawing the line between the First Amendment and what we're dealing with is something that we've never dealt before, and that's not entirely true. We've dealt with these before during the Cold War. We were subject to USSR propaganda, and our government did inoculate the population by explaining how the propaganda works. What are the techniques that they're using? Pamphlets, films, congressional hearings, etc. In order for people to understand when they are being manipulated, when they see something, to understand that this is propaganda because it's following certain patterns. So there are ways to do it. We've done it before. I don't see why our government, shouldn't do something similar now. The techniques are the same. Rather than being applied, by the USSR, is being applied by the overall media. But they just, they just got the same style, man. What can I say? They took the techniques, they applied it to the media, and that's what we have as media. That's like literally what we're dealing with. And then, of course, you will have bad actors, but at least people need to understand and disseminate information. What is a fact, what is emotional, what is an opinion. You'll notice the patterns and all these things. So there are ways to do it without infringing on the First Amendment. We have tools, we just have to use them.
It's a very good point. Thank you for saying that. It's an extremely good point, and we should use those same techniques. I think the thing that might be different now, and I think the techniques would still work with a little bit of an update, is the speed at which it spreads. Right in the 50s and 60s, you had to like implant moles and send pamphlets by mail and shit like that. Right? If everyone watched the show The Americans, whatever, like, and it was still effective for the Soviets, but like now, like the temperature change just since October 7th, right, is crazy. No, I don't think anyone's ever seen anything like it. And I think that the techniques combined with the speed that you can disseminate information because of technology makes a really tough combination.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, okay, we spend our days here on Spaces, on X, like whomever is doing research and posting and whatever. Like, we are aware of what's going on. We're trying to inform people. Some people already know what's going on. They're trying to inform themselves. But the overall population, dude, they're busy with their own lives, raising their kids, figuring out how they're going to get the next paycheck. And we need to embed this information in terms of like how to recognize the propaganda in the same places where they're consuming the propaganda, period. That's it. And you don't have to debunk every single claim that is coming out. You have to expose the methods. That's what's key. People need to understand the methods that are being used so they can shield themselves from those methods, not necessarily from the particular individual story.
Jack Posobiec again fails to understand the assignment like per usual. Unbelievable. Okay. I send that over to the people. If you are an active military officer or in an active military position, and if you tell people to go AWOL or not show up for service or tell people to not whatever, that is actionable inside of the military. If you're a regular person and a podcaster and you're telling people they can go AWOL or this, there is no actionable thing they can take against you.
But that's the point. There is statutes that do apply if you're doing it deliberately to willfully, interfere with the loyalty, the morale, and the recruitment. So the key here is whether this was an opinion or whether the intent was to willfully
I told you, I
interfere.
already sent it over to the people that needed to see it, and it's not actionable at all,
Okay.
at all, at all. And David knows exactly what I'm talking about. He's saying 100. He knows as well. So he's probably I think he's got the highest military qualifications of any guy in the spaces. So I sent it to Spencer. I sent it to FBI. Everybody.
All right.
No, she's not. If she was an active military officer, a commander.
No, but this particular law, this particular law is from civil codes, has nothing to do with the military. The question is whether she broke this specific law.
No, no. Let me see here. So did you send me something around Candace, you said?
Yeah, I sent you what I got as a reply from a lawyer when I
Oh, that stuff. Yeah. But is the lawyer like a military lawyer? Do they understand military law?
Yeah, he does understand military law and civil law, and he's the one that I normally consult on those things. And he asked, I mean, in his opinion, she did pass the threshold, like not like to like maybe it could be debated in certain areas, but in other areas he believes that he passed the threshold. Now,
Yeah.
but again, it's just this particular law has nothing to do with military, it's from the civil codes. And the question really is whether she passed the threshold of willfully wanting to interfere with the loyalty, morale, recruitment, and loyalty of the armed services. That's it.
Okay, so here's I'll tell you more about that later. So here is Travis's video that he put out. And because he's, again, I do sense a little bit of a bias on this because he knows the community. So I get it. Like, I totally get, I'm sure if it was the Kurds and I saw something too, and
Syrian advisors and his younger brother here, Ramon.
Here.
So me and my team were able to identify the three attackers against the Israeli man in San Jose today as Bernil Chamaki, Roma Akoyans, and his younger brother Ramon Akoyans. One source says it is being investigated as a hate crime. Luckily, the Sherlock app, which does facial recognition, helped us identify at least one of these attackers, and that was Roma. And as you can see here, Chamaki is the founder of Assyrian Advisors. And also one of his employees or associates here is Roma, who also works at Assyrian Advisors, and his younger brother here, Ramon Akoyan's Instagram, Roma's Instagram. I'll put all three of them up here. Here's Bernil Chamaki's. Go ahead and screenshot it. And just remember, everyone's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, but we were able to identify these attackers. And you can see here, they apparently are fighters. You can see Chamaki here, Bernil Chamaki. This guy's with an MMA fighter, and his younger brother is a jiu-jitsu fighter. What do you want to see happen now?
Yeah.
Worth it.
And
So
if you're MA and jiu-jitsu, the personality of MMA and jiu-jitsu is you actually do not use your military, your training to harm innocent people standing there waiting for a restaurant. You're supposed to be able to use that as like defensive to save people. That's totally goes against all the ethos of the MMA, unless you're obviously actively fighting and jiu-jitsu. That's why it's like so insane, just beyond insane to me. And I think Travis did one more video. Let's see if he did another
Kudos
one.
to Travis. Great job. That's awesome.
But it wasn't him. It was me and another people that found it first, and we're
Kudos
posting
to
it.
you guys, and then thank you.
Yeah,
For
basically
sending it
we're the
over.
ones that put out like the heavy-handed stuff because
Israeli man in San
That's
Jose today
awesome.
is Bernil Chamaki, Roma Akoyans, and his younger brother Ramon Akoyans. One source says it is being investigated as a hit. I want all
so
of
if
these
that's the
crimes.
only, let me see if he did another
A
video.
lot of people don't know this, but I grew up with Assyrians, so I want this video to not reflect on their community whatsoever. Assyrians are Christians, amazing people, like any community. They're shitheads. These guys are shitheads. I actually grew up with Assyrians since I was a kid. I learned how to speak Assyrian before I learned how to speak Hebrew. So shout out to my Assyrian friends and community. We love you. This has nothing to do with you. Unfortunately, these shitheads happen to work at a company or institution called Assyrian Advisors. Seems like they need a little bit more advice on how to not assault people, but we'll let the police and the court of law deal with that. I just want everyone to know this video was not created to drive a wedge between our communities or anything like that. Love my Assyrians. Shout out all Assyrians. Shalom Aleichem. Yeah, hopefully these guys see justice and, FAFO. A lot of people.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I just listen. Anyways, I'm not going to say what I want to say. Um, I'm just going to say that bring the same energy to people that we like and we don't like when they do something shitty like this, because it opens up. It just is a slippery slope, and so it's sad. This guy is a lawyer, very successful lawyer, summa cum laude, UC Berkeley, not a joke. Wealthy families, educated, flies around the world interviewing the guy in Australia, the priest Omari who hates Jews. Okay, I mean, I've listened. If you haven't listened to the guy who he calls his mentor, then maybe you'll have a different perspective when you talk to me about, Assyrian anti-Semitism, because that pastor who's world famous, everybody listens to him, and he's extremely anti-Semitic and has been so like the whole time, and took the Palestinian side, and didn't say anything about even the attacks on Jews inside of Australia. So, spare me the pearl clutching. Okay, that's all I have to say. I've been around the block way too many times when it comes to the different ethnic groups and how they respond to things, and why the hell they pick, the terrorists that rape, kill, murder women and children over Jews or Israelis, because they're just fucking anti-Semites. Okay, sorry, deal with it. I have the proof. I have the videos. I have their actual sermons every single day that he puts out. Okay, thousands and thousands of hours. Okay, thank you. I've been treated nice by all sorts of different types of Arabs. Even terrorists on Twitter are nice to me. It doesn't mean that they like Jews. Okay, that's all I have to say. Exception, not the rule. And we just deal with it. But I don't need to pretend like these kids
But
did
it's the
something
but
ridiculous.
it's the environment right now that's activating them from going beyond just attitudes, bad attitudes, bigoted attitudes towards random, just punching random guys sitting at a upscale cafe or whatever. There's something in the proverbial air.
You have to be some type of level of crazy to just do that because you hear somebody speaking another language. That's
100%,
insane.
100%.
Like I'm
Doesn't
not.
the one have a license? Can their license be revoked to fight in the MMA?
Yeah. Well, not just that. No, they're not fighters. The guy's a lawyer. They're all like professionals. All of them have like big professional degrees, right? They're these are multimillionaire, young people. So nobody cares about their MMA license. It's how do you give up like all that studying and all that time and passing the bar and being a big fancy lawyer and running like, you know, a big Assyrian organization that has like billionaires on their advisory board and does all these events. It's just ridiculous.
Your ideology
It's
has
just,
to run pretty deep in order to throw all that away.
see what I mean? That's what I was trying to say,
Exactly.
Victoria.
Exactly.
And to get your two friends along with you to do
Yeah.
it.
And I think just the environment that we're in just adds fuel to that fire. And they feel like they're unstoppable because look at how many people have done stuff and they've gotten away with it in the United States. People and society has lost their backbone. Like you said, communities have lost their backbone. I mean, judges just let rapists out over and over and over again. No one's held accountable. There are some communities that do, but on the large scale, and of course, people on social media and on Discord they keep getting told you're not going to get in trouble. You're protected. You're protected. You're a minority. You're this. You're that. You stand with the left. You stand with the crazies on the extreme right. You're not going to be held accountable. You know what I mean? It's like, but you have to have a deep rooted ideology to your core in order to throw all that away and shame your family and shame your community and shame yourself, frankly. I mean, it's insane. But yeah, all the rest of it's just added fuel to the fire.
And I think when a society comes to push comes to shove, people are going to pick their corners. Who are you willing? And they're going to weigh the cost out. What is it worth? You're going to weigh out the cost, just like we do every day, following our God. We're weighing the cost? Is it worth it? Every day we say yes, no matter how heavy the burden is, right? They're doing the same thing, but in a weird, sick, distorted way, a weird, sick, distorted ideology. And they say it's worth it because of whatever reward they're going to get someday. And I don't know what that is for these guys, but if they think I don't know what it is. I don't know these guys. I don't know what their ideology is, but it's systemic, obviously. It's been through their whole life. It's obviously to their core, their belief system. It's pretty evident. And people, even within the Christian church, is the same. I say Christian church as in the body, and I can just speak for this because I'm Christian. It's being divided because of what they've been indoctrinated with. On one side, and there's the other side, people we talk to every single day, and other people in our churches and our communities that aren't like this. They have been taught their whole lives, or whenever they came to faith, what the Bible actually says without distorting it, without twisting it, without shoehorning it to make it fit their ideology. And then there's people within the church that have been taught supersessionism, replacement theology. So when push comes to shove, when society feels like it's putting pressure on you, you're going to pick the corner that you've been raised with. The one that you say, this is worth fighting for. This is what I'm standing against or standing for. You weigh the cost. Is it worth it? And my choice is that I stand with biblical principles. I stand with the Jewish people because of all the research that I've done, all the experience that I've had. I'm self-taught. I wasn't a Christian from spoon-fed. I became a Christian at 17 years old, and I'm self-taught. I wouldn't let anybody teach me anything. Self-taught my whole adult life just because of my stubbornness and the way I was raised. Super stubborn. So I had to learn it on my own. But people, when push comes to shove, you hold to your ideologies and what's worth standing for, and that's what we're seeing.
So I just looked it up. Um, the DA in San Jose is Jeffrey Rosen.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's problematic. It has to go to the FBI otherwise, because everything else below that is very problematic. That's all I have to say. Very, very, very
I'm down
problematic.
if it goes to the FBI for sure. Although on the
It's already there. It's already there.
good on first glance, he looks to be like by Dem standards. We're judging everything by the sort of the Dem standards. He looks to be kind of moving a guy who doesn't like Soros type leftism. He's more a moderate leftism, a moderate Democrat, I guess you want to put it that way. And he endorsed the new DA in L.A. who replaced Gascon, who was a Soros prosecutor. So I guess I'm slightly hopeful that when they catch these guys, he may
Oh,
actually.
they already got him. They already got them. It's not. It's
They're arrested already. I know they're identified, but they're arrested.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah,
Okay. So
yeah,
hopefully
yeah.
this guy will actually. There's a chance. It seems like that he might actually prosecute them to
It's
something.
it's it's going to go through the FBI because of the Assyrian militia claims and the northern Iraq militia stuff, and there's other stuff that's going on there. So who knows who they've been communicating with or other things, but it's going to go as a hate crime. Maybe because there's no first time offense or whatever, but because they're all MMA trained and everything, that adds to the stuff. It adds to the what do you call it? I'm sure they're going to have very expensive lawyers and everything like that because they're very wealthy kids or adults or whatever. But I think it's going to add to the level of crime and everything. So that's it.
Yeah, he might be. They
Uh,
may be prosecuted by both. We'll see what happens. Hopefully.
well, it's a hate crime, and it's going to be considered an act of terror. And it's going to have all these other charges on it. And already Harmeet and Leo and everybody's all over this. So, yeah, yeah.
So when we're asking sort of what causes this type of thing, obviously, I think, as you've said, like, all of the stuff since October 7th, all the hate speech that's been going on, I think there needs to be a revision of the hate speech laws and how we can do that. That's a question. Obviously, AB was bringing up, the First Amendment concerns, and everybody has concerns about the First Amendment. But at some point, we need to have some way to filter out a lot of the really false narratives. So,
especially the foreign stuff, because that's a clear case that is not clear. Foreign funded propaganda is not protected by the First Amendment. It never will be. It never has been. So it wouldn't be. I'm sure the people will still, like they did with the TikTok ban, they'll still try being hysterical about it. Be like, oh my God, you're trying to prevent them. It's like, no, the government of China or any of their subsidiaries or any other government has no First Amendment rights in America and never have. So like, I think that's a really good place to start. And then we don't have to tread on shaky constitutional grounds, you know?
yeah, and I think there was a discussion earlier about how maybe the best way to attack it would be to teach people to understand propaganda. But the
Yeah,
problem
Leslie
is,
was saying that. Yeah.
yeah, but the problem is when you've got like the New York Times or, I forget the magazine that I think it was the New York Times that published the starving child sort of with the Mary type picture that turned out to be a complete fake. 99% of people that aren't completely aware of what's going on would take that as truth.
Yeah, so
But
they
that's
have to be
exactly
required
the
to come
point.
out with a conference. They have to pay a certain amount of money. The conference has to be repeated. It has to go on the front page of their newspaper for, let's say, a month straight. I mean, so that everybody sees that they lied. Those are the type of measures when it's
Right,
corrected.
and I think one of the other things that needs to be done is people who publish stuff like that should no longer have the ability to publish. Maybe you get like one warning, something like that,
Right.
but there has to be consequences for people publishing false information. Fine, but
100%.
my point here is that regardless if this is coming from Tucker Carlson or this is coming from the New York Times, there are key aspects that you need to understand on when they're trying to manipulate you and sell you fake information. The first part is the emotional part. Are they trying to give you emotional wordings for you to consume these? The repetition, for example, of certain slogans, you know, the false moral framing of trying to equate, I don't know, terrorists with soldiers. These are basic things that if people understand how propaganda is spread, they can understand whether it is coming from the New York Times or it's coming from Candace or it's coming from Tucker. And I think that's the important part that people need to be educated on, whether that is by the government, whether that
Leslie,
is by
can I ask you?
different groups. Yeah, Yes, and go ahead. I agree with you, Leslie. But you're
Can I
talking
ask you
about
something, Leslie, real
sort of
quick,
ways to
just while
help
you?
address it. But the bigger issue is preventing it in the first place. And we already have laws in the United States, and most countries have for defamation. You can't run around and say false things about people, and you shouldn't be able to do that on social media about an entire group. And I think that's where the revision of hate speech laws can come into play, because you can't go out and say something that's false that and blame an entire group for something. You shouldn't be able to do that. It's just as simple as that. So no, I understand that. All I'm saying is like working within the framework of our current laws, there are tools that
Hey,
we
Leslie,
can.
what do you think? What would you attribute to be what would be the cause of those who you say are supposed to teach the public about propaganda? Why aren't they doing it? What would you attribute that to? Like they're like, what is it?
Listen,
What is it you're trying to say that you didn't say?
okay, so there are different things. First of all, you need to understand like when it comes to media, like let's take away any sort of like influence, external influence of like coordinated, somebody paying for it,
You're rubber banding.
things like that. Okay, let me just explain you like just in basics. Right now, the way that the media works, you have very centralized places from where information comes out from. That would be, let's say, Reuters, the Associated Press, etc. These are the syndicators. Whatever they publish will be repeated worldwide, most of the times, almost word by word. Okay? So now, whether there was something that was incorrect in
Can
AP,
anybody hear her, or is it just me?
Yeah, I can
I think
hear
it's
her.
you. I think it's you. Still, if you want to recycle them or Rhodey? Hello?
I think Stealth lost connection. I got a notification on top.
Uh,
Oh, okay.
We might lose the space in a minute.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm
Okay.
back. I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry.
Stealth, can you recycle MG? He can't hear Leslie when she's talking.
Oh, okay. I
Okay.
do want to cover something else, and then I want to shut down because I was supposed to close the space 10 hours ago, like literally 10 hours ago. So like literally, and I was supposed to take a long break and then come back in the evening. So, but go ahead, Leslie. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Let me just finish really quickly. So what I was trying to explain is that you have very key places from where the information comes out. Associated Press, Reuters, the syndicators. Now, one of the big problems that we have right now is that now Al Jazeera, for example, got into the syndication business. So now you have Fox News, CNN, and all these other media organizations literally buying the news from the syndication services of Al Jazeera. Now, sometimes it comes as with your own branding. So you can purchase pre-made packages by Al Jazeera production that will come with BBC branding. I'm not saying the BBC specifically, I'm just giving an example. So right now it's very difficult to even, know where the exact source of information, the first root sources of information came from for, let's say, I don't know, the New York Times to be held accountable for publishing a fake picture of starving babies in Gaza. So that's the biggest problem that you have right now with the media. Taking away any, like external influence that the New York Times did it on purpose, the way the ecosystem that drives these media organizations right now, it's completely rotten from the root. You have over 75,000 media professionals. I'm talking about
So
people who
Leslie,
are
I agree with you. I agree with you.
no,
And I
no,
think the
let me just
issue
finish
with the
my sentence.
prevention, just let me I just want to just say one thing and I'll let you continue. The issue with the prevention is if you prevent publishers who publish false information from publishing again, that will immediately require them to verify the things that they publish. So the New York Times will no longer publish just unverified reports from Al Jazeera. So that's where the preventative maintenance comes in.
I agree with you 100%. Like, to me, the bare minimum is if you printed something on the front page, the retraction has to be on the front page. That's the bare minimum that I would, think as a solution. Now, one thing that what I was trying to explain is right now you have Al Jazeera has a media institute. They've trained over 75,000 media professionals. These are people who are
God
already
help us.
in
God
media.
help us.
These are people that are already working in media, in the BBC, in Fox News, in CNN, that are being sent to Doha or are being paid by their employers to take courses online that are set up by Al Jazeera Media Institute. And it's 75,000 that they claim to have trained already, only in like a couple decades since it opened. And that doesn't include the people that got trained went and trained others, because sometimes they're team leaders. They, go into university and are professors or universities. So there's also an entire indoctrination that already happened in the media industry where the producers, the editors, the graphic designers, they don't even understand that they are publishing propaganda. For them, they're actually doing journalism because they already got indoctrinated. So it's a multi-layer problem.
Okay. The story gets worse. So the investigator and the police did not follow up with the people that were attacked properly, and this is what they said, and they gave an interview. Said the saddest part of the story is how the police handled it. Lior said, only today did the investigator reach out to us and told me he is busy and has other cases. He also told Daniel, this doesn't look good for you. What does that mean? We didn't start it. We were just standing there. We were attacked by MMA fighters. Could have ended very badly. We all have kids. Do you see? This is why I'm telling you that there's a problem. When I say there's a problem with the DA and you're investigating who it is they be and who this person is, I already spoke and figured all this out beforehand that these are psychopaths up there. They're very pro left wing Islamic jihadist, very big problematic situation over there. Doesn't matter Soros, not Soros. Oh, he complimented the new DA. No, there's a fundamental problem up there. It's been an issue amongst many, many situations. Across all of California, this is a fundamental issue. It's very rare. Even in red places, there's all this infiltration in the police departments and in the FBI areas. Sorry, just is. So here's an interview um, of what happened, and this is insane. This is insane. Two
Yeah.
guys just standing there and going to sit down to eat, and both are getting beaten up in two different
And there's
locations.
no
And they're
evidence that we've seen, obviously, but I'm just saying, pointing out, there's no evidence that we've seen or that's been covered anywhere that they said something, to start, to start a verbal fight or anything like that. They just got to,
they're waiting to get seated, like in 2 seconds. The guy says the other guy, like the table's ready or something in
yeah,
Hebrew,
yeah,
and they just started beating them up,
yeah.
hitting them in the head from behind, chasing the other guy. I mean, it's crazy,
The only thing you can hope
crazy.
for is in a lot of these cases where the police are either weak or stupid or biased or whatever, the some media coverage often helps. So hopefully that will be the case here as well, and some federal attention, like you said. So hopefully both those things will
Leo
contribute.
Terrell, because I DM'd him, already posted about it, shared my
Good,
stuff.
good,
Same with Harmy Dillon. This is like not a.
good,
Anyways,
good.
whatever.
Great job. Amazing. For real.
Just look at the feed. Better. Anyways, I'm wasting my energy and my time.
No. That's amazing that you got it to them so quickly. That's phenomenal.
No, I'm just saying. You just people should just go to the feed. If you haven't gone to the feed and looked at everything that's going on, I can't help you. Okay, I have no patience right now. Barbie, I saw your DM to me. I was gonna respond. Have you? Do you want me to read the stuff or? Oh, she's requesting again. It's always a glitch. Are you having reception issues by any chance? Let me see.
I gotta go still. Nice talking to you.
Good night.
Talk to you soon.
Good night, sweetheart. Thank you. If I want to be gaslit, I'll go to one of the crazy spaces. Um, I love Victoria. She's great. She's so on point. What's wrong with Barbie's? Hmm. Barbie, can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah, when you have time.
do you want? So, do you want me to read it here, or do you want me to get off the space now and we go through the stuff
Oh
that
no, you don't have to
you're
get off the
looking at?
space. It's not like urgent. No, don't read it on the space. But no, it's not urgent. But it's illuminating. Let's just put it that way. It's very illuminating.
Okay. But is there stuff that we need to finish off the space by any chance, or no?
No, I mean we're gonna have to like sit down and talk about that piece and figure out who is, because this is not my area of expertise. We need someone who understands, like we need someone like Green Beret. I don't know, somebody who understands
That
like
stuff
this kind of
to
stuff.
post it?
Yeah. Not to post it, at least to explain it to me so that I understand. I mean, he can post it, but like at least explain like what's going on so that because I think I understand, but do I know? I no, it's not. It's really not my, you know,
Oh,
military like psyops is not my strong suit.
so
So
I
like,
know who we should speak to about this, but it's not Green Brain Nap time.
or so
Yeah,
anybody who can. I'm just saying anybody you know in
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah,
like sphere who has, you know.
yeah.
Because I don't, yeah, in my opinion, it's like a slam dunk. But again, this is not my area of expertise. If this was like about mapping, like, if
Right.
this was about talking about like evangelical Christianity, okay, I could give you like a pretty good opinion. But this is not my wheelhouse. But I think anybody can really understand where we're at
Yeah.
now.
Let me. I'm gonna send it to G, and
What are you talking about?
under
I'll tell you off the
like
space.
Okay, babe.
NLP, neuro linguistic programming.
We're talking about, yeah, it's really basically like a very
Oh
specific,
yeah, NLT. Yeah, got it. Got it.
NLP. Yeah,
but it's more than
it's
that
much more than
because
that. Yes, yes.
it's very fucking weird. Ugh, it would explain everything in my opinion to me, like as far as what's going on. It really would. I mean,
So
I
I was thinking about what BJ said to us today about like like the hypnosis and stuff like that. It's not like okay. So with like let's say you go to like a Tony Robbins event or something, or you go to like Esther. People went to Life Spring, or you go to um Scientology, or you go to like these like self actualization or these business seminars or like 10x with a Grant Cardone stuff like this. So they teach you a new language. That's the first thing. So there's a completely new language that you're taught, and then they model the new language, and then they put you through a series of exercise, and it's always escalating. So the first day is like 3 days of intensive. And the next time it would be like 4 days. And then in between the 3 day and the 4 days, it's like maybe 2-3 months. Or sometimes they say, no, you have to come back the next weekend for 4 days. And the point is to teach you a new language. If you have to teach people a new language and they have to use it. And they start to sound completely different than they've ever sounded before because they're taught a whole new language. So for example, let me give you an example of something.
Yeah, and Bruce does that. I don't know how many more. We did that. I did the whole course with her.
Who?
And Bruce, look it up. ANNEBRUCE. She's pretty good.
So, second. So, let me give you an example.
It's
So I'll give you an example of.
do they use let me see if I can pronounce this word. Do they use psychographic prescription?
Yeah,
Well, it depends. What kind of technology? I mean, it's called the technology, right? So, what?
That's the thing. I don't think it's just a technology. I think it's partially a technology and partially these like weird hypnotic like which I don't know even how to describe whatever the things that they teach you
Okay,
in
so there's
hypnosis. I
six,
don't really
six.
understand
Okay,
what they
there's
mean.
six types of psychographics. There's lifestyle, interests, personality, values, your attitudes, your beliefs and opinions, and your social status. Those are like six examples of psychographics, right?
they're
So
not. It's not hypnotic. It's not nothing. It's basically your brain producing more serotonin every time they talk. It's reaction of the brain to what they are telling you and association with it. Does that make sense to you?
but they first have to teach you
Right. They
how
teach
to
you
speak.
first. That's
Yeah.
where the first week, that's what it does. You take the
So,
whole week of it. And then after that, you start exercises. And those exercises bring you to that level.
okay. So, for example, okay, people who've gone through something traumatic is the kind of the best target.
Let me give you an example, self, and tell me if this makes sense to you. Listen to this. Like think about it this way and tell me if this makes sense again because this is not my thing. Let's say you create a let's say you need to create a campaign that is anti-Israel, right? Let's say the goal is not to turn out more voters in XYZ district, but the goal is to change the attitudes of the American right about Israel at various vectors, right? Different ages, different personality traits, different life experiences, different things that they value. Okay, so you create a clandestine psychological campaign using subtle messaging that appears to be a grassroots
Yeah, Barbara,
movement,
this is what
right?
me and G talk about. It's Golexi and
Well,
Kajuju. I have it all. I mean, I have all the everything.
this is what they're but yes,
Yeah,
you're talking about the actual method. I'm talking about the people and the links to how it's being spread,
yeah.
not the actual method. But I'm just trying to make sure that that is in fact the method that they're
Yes,
using.
yeah. So, for example, let me give you an example of something. Okay, um, let's say I have a room full of people, men and women, and men only tell you how they feel, and women only tell you how they think. I need to get the men to tell me what they think, and I need to get the women to tell me how they feel. So you're going to teach a whole new dialectic, and you repeat it every single week. You have the same meeting with the same group of 150 people, and you repeat the same thing. I'm going to give you an example of something. Let me pull something up for you. Um, and you would have to explain to people. You have to explain to the men how women's brains are developed and how their brains work, and then you say the same thing to the women, and you explain to them how their brains work. And then you walk them on a dialectic, and then you have to give them examples, and you have to explain to them how all the ills that they have in their life and why they're not happy is because they're not operating in a way that is, well, essentially not narcissistic, because you can't both say how you feel and think at the same time. That's narcissism. So if you are a female and you want to speak to a male, you would speak in the feminine. The male speaks in the masculine. So then you have to teach a masculine man how to speak like a man and not like a woman, or like a woman and a man simultaneously, which is the narcissist. And you do the same for the female. So you have to teach a whole new dialectic, and there's a whole. I can when we're privately not on here, I'll play something for you, and you'll see. And you repeat, and it's repetition, 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 repetition. Takes about 30 days, like just like to learn a new habit, right? And then it takes 90 days for it like to start to cement into different parts of your dialectic. And then about a year, it's like, okay, it's settled in, right? It's okay, I'll give you an example. People that are alcoholics or drug addicts.
Let me ask
Yeah.
you a better question, because I will still never understand the actual methodology, because it's just my brain doesn't function this way. Why are some people immune to it? Not immune, but kind of immune, because if you think about
Yeah,
it,
I'm like immune to it. You're immune to it, right? So it's because we have
I mean, I clearly listened to the same people for a long time, and I clearly have zero of these. Like, I have
these
zero, like
traits.
none
None of
of
them wear off.
this
Right.
talk. Yeah.
So because we have a strong fundamental already NLPing by our Old Testament and your church and my synagogue. So because we have something that's supersedes whatever dialectic or whatever narrative, we always defer back to the old platform where there's discernment. Now,
Well, it's not only that. You got to remember that it depends also on what they're doing. If they're creating artificial needs and link it to the emotions, me and you will be immune to it. And so will stealth, because we have our needs met and we understand the emotion better than anybody else. But people that are actually listening to this and they're connecting to their emotion because they're not mature enough, or they're not understanding their spirituality, or their intelligence level are not the same, that's where they get them. That is the problem, Barbie.
no, you also have to be open to suggestion.
Exactly. Well,
That's
that's where
the
the
yeah,
hypnotic part comes in.
yeah, yeah.
Well, drugs and alcohol are usually the primer for that,
No,
for the
it can be in
suggestion.
sober people. It could be in
I
sober
mean, not
people.
only do I know everything that you're talking about, but I'm pretty sure I haven't heard anyone on this platform that has any idea what this stuff is about. It's very clear that nobody even reads any of the articles that I put out. I wish you guys would though, because you're now going back what 42 months or something, or 36 months. I've been explaining this to everybody. They're going to continue to do this until you understand that this is rhythmic based on people. And if you can get in when the rhythm allows you to, you can actually change people's minds. You can alter their perception. And you hit it on the head, Stealth. Like there's one thing that everybody has a real big difficult time with trying to, any religious person that is deeply inside of the belief system that they have, it's very hard to get them out of it. And what you'll see is that most of these people never believed in God. They don't care about God. God was never really a part of their life or their upbringing. And then they kind of like Candace is the perfect example. This is not a Christian. She's not a Catholic. She never was. She didn't hang out with the people that were. And then now all of a sudden she's saying that she is, because these people will say whatever they have to in order to push these agendas and these narratives. And I honestly don't think that most of these people even know. They're like, I don't want to say NPC, but they're being programmed to carry out an agenda on behalf of somebody that understands these techniques. And they all fall back to the psychology. I know you know it, Stealth. And when you really start to like dig into it, you'll see that it's the same tactics and techniques that they used in marketing and advertising campaigns, except they started to use it to do other manipulations, which are the crazy
Barbie
part
calls
is
email
our
marketing.
CIA is declassifying this stuff like currently. Like you can go look, like they're letting the
Okay,
people know,
key,
and
key.
everybody's going to have to
Okay, well,
understand that
the
we
whole
all have the weapons now
key, the
to
whole
use.
thing is it's a social proof. Look at all of what they're doing. There is a system that they're doing: social proof, consistency, repetition, simplification. They're
Yeah.
simplifying, and emotion. That is all four of them right there, and that's all what they need. Don't go into the philosophical. There is only four, and if people that
It's
are
Yeah, but
not
it's not,
buying it,
Rody. That's what I'm saying. It's not philosophical. I've actually dealt with these people. Until you introduce drugs and alcohol, you can't get somebody usually to kill anybody else.
I mean, that's typical,
That
right?
is the
A
And
lot of
nobody's
the
hypnotic
talking
part,
about
a
killing
lot of
Constance.
these
anybody.
religious beliefs
No,
that
no, no,
people
no.
think
You're
drive people to
wrong.
murder
You
other
are
people.
absolutely
It's
wrong.
it's minimal. I'm just saying it's
You are
minimal.
absolutely wrong about
The
that
stats,
because
the
But we're
stats.
not talking about that. We're talking about a very specific way of communicating with people. I'm not really trying to understand like serial killers. I don't really care right now.
It has
Like
nothing to do with
on like
serial
listening
killers. It has to do with
or
what you
whoever
believe
killers.
in.
I don't know.
Yeah, but it has to do with what you believe in. So if
oh,
you
well,
believe in it
can you hold
enough
on
and
just
you
one
believe that
second? We are
somebody's,
talking specifically how it came
yeah,
up. Okay,
yeah.
so
So
what I
if
was
you
trying
believe
to
in
explain,
something, if you believe in
can you
something
please let
enough
me
to
talk
where,
for a minute? I haven't been talking at all. Give me a
Go ahead, Ronan.
minute.
Go ahead, Ronan.
Okay, so what we were talking about is the you were talking about the Dugan and all of those people that he
Yes.
is trying to convince, right? So that was the first thing that they did was the social acceptance. The social acceptance would mean masses have to be reprogrammed. How did they get reprogrammed? By physical or emotional thing. So people were either scared to death or they were completely fanatics towards it. Now Dugan comes in and he does repetition. It's a complete and total hypnosis, but it is not hypnosis that you think it is, like, oh, you're eating apple instead of the orange. That is not it. The hypnosis is different. It's more of a like a mind type control situation which you speak very slowly. If you will look at him, he speaks right into you. He looks in your eyes and he always speaks right into you. He speaks very slowly. He actually eats his word and then spits them out. And then what he does is he does a total acceptance, proof, social proof of what's going on. And then his last thing is your emotion. And that's what he does. And that is a mass hypnosis. That's what they've done in Soviet Union. That's what they've done in different countries when they needed to do something.
Rhodey, can you give an example of the social proof, let's say with Dugan,
W-
or something, even a hypothetical example?
Well, the social proof is Dugan will be the war in Ukraine right now. Go look on all of his podcasts. And I was actually watching it yesterday and today. And it was like repetition, the same thing. If you will actually listen to him, he will tell you the same phrase at the beginning, the same phrase at the end. Then he will go, the beginning, he will start, the war in Ukraine is necessary because, and then at the end will be, the war in Ukraine is necessary because. Now, in the middle, our Christianity is under the attack. Everybody knows Christianity is under attack, but he is not talking about under attack because of people are not going to church, people are not doing certain things. What he is talking about that our Christianity losing the values because we are accepting the Jews didn't kill the Christ. Why he accepting that? Because Orthodox Church is teaching us that Jews did kill the Christ because they didn't recognize him because he wasn't their Messiah. So he is going backwards into the Bible. Then he goes upwards and then he brings it to the emotion. Look what Jews are doing. Look what Epstein. So he's using any social problems right now to communicate with you what his message is all about. Russia is the greatest country. We are going to become the third Rome. We are going to become the most important, in the world. It's going to be nothing but Russian Empire because of the belief that war for Ukraine is good for all of us.
There's another thing, AB, when you talk about social proof, which is basically statements like everybody knows. The polls have shown. There's no polls. He doesn't refer to which polls. Not everybody agrees with you, although you say everybody agrees with this. These are key tactics of social proof. And Tucker uses it, and you will see the New York Times using it. Every human rights organization said so. things. Those are cues that you
Experts say.
recognize.
Experts say. Yeah.
No,
Experts
not even, yeah,
say.
not even experts say. It is widely known.
It is
It
widely
is,
known. The experts
yeah.
agreed. This, the scholars have concluded. Like those
Mm,
wordings
uh,
are
The
triggered.
International Association of Genocide Scholars that doesn't
Exactly.
exist.
Well, let me give you guys on how this works on a bigger scale. So this is why the racket behind the alternative media, why nobody's allowed to say anything, why no one's allowed to say anything about Tucker, why they all do each other's shows. Because when you turn it on full volume around the entire ecosystem, like you can write it, like make a circle with all these people, podcasts, and it's the same. They drum beat the same point. Okay, you already know like what the narrative is, and they come up with the craziest, weirdest things that nobody's ever heard of. All of a sudden, it's at their temple. Before that, it was like I picked up on this when they started with the separating the Judeo from the Christian. They started subtly, and then they work up to bigger and bigger and bigger until Candace Owens is literally saying that Jewish people are drinking the blood of Christian children. We're
Then they
literally
were
back to
calling. Then
medieval
they were calling you
pagan
heretical.
freaking.
Before that, they were calling the evangelicals heretical for believing in.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're still calling us
Yeah. Yeah.
that, which I
I mean,
laugh at these
Dr.
people
Barber
at this point. But
recommends
yeah.
a book, of Jews drinking the blood of Christians for Passover. So, I mean,
Well, okay, so that was, but you guys, you need to realize that Dugan doesn't work alone. And that's what I think that we are all missing. There is somebody else that is doing something with Dugan, and it's create chaos. Somebody is creating that chaos on the app or with bots or anything like that that brings Dugan to the front. And that's what I'm working on trying to figure out because it always goes in pairs. One person unable to do it. That's why they always have hypnotists, anybody. They always have a helper. So somebody is working with Dugan to platform it all.
Yeah, I think I understand who. I'm not going to say it on the
Okay,
space. We can
but
talk about it later.
do you
But
see what I'm talking about?
yes,
You
yes,
make it
yep.
chaos and then you subdue the chaos. That is the whole idea, and that's how people are going into it. If you buy into the chaos, you become paralyzed. You're not thinking for yourself. You start looking for answers because everything comes at you so fast, you're trying to sort it out. Your brain is not able to sort it out physically, mentally, intellectually, nothing. So once they put all that chaos at you, now you have a savior that will come in and actually put it together plate by plate, separate your food per se.
I want you to hear something
The
from
person that puts it all together is Bannon and through War Room. I'm just gonna tell you guys because he literally will this, but he does it in a way that's very like I was trying to think where do we come up with the terms of like globalist, neocon, rhino? Like where did those
well,
become like
globalists came from
the
the Russians, and then the Chinese came in with also globalists, and
but who made it a household name in America?
the original time global. Oh, this is during this is after World War II. This was in
Well, all
No,
No, I'm
the
talking about
no,
like this new
Steph.
iteration
this is
where
when
globalism is Jews. I'm talking about the one where globalism is pretty much like
the
the
KGB
establishment,
the KGB did that.
yeah,
No, but they didn't make it. They didn't make it
Yes,
household
they did. Yes,
yeah,
conversation.
they
Bannon
no
did.
no they did.
No,
yeah,
No,
no,
the
but
no,
KGB
Steph,
I
did.
you
think
didn't
what
listen to
Barbie's
it until
No,
2016,
no,
2015.
no. It was brought. It listen to Isabella Toporowski, Barbie. This is in Red Horizons and Disinformation. I played it before. Here, I'll play the clip again. There's a whole essay
No,
on
no, I
tablets.
know, but through which American media vector? That's
Oh,
my
they put
question.
it.
I get that
It
it's
was
there.
no,
it was all over the media in the U.S. They did it through the UN. They did it through
exactly.
podcast think tanks. I mean, like think tanks. They did it through
yeah,
lots of
No,
books, lots of white
Mel,
papers, and in
yeah, and that's what I
universities.
was.
That's what I was going to say. I think there's a lot of unwitting agents that participate, mostly unknowingly, in the exactly. contributions to their own detriment ultimately. So I think what
No,
Barbie
that's
was
not how
saying.
it spread.
So Okay, the
That's
root.
not how it was spread.
but Okay, so that's Barbie, always how it's spread. People continue to talk about the topic, and then the topic grows. It spreads. It's virality. It's correct. how it works. How information works, whether it's written down
No,
or
no,
whether
no.
it's
You were saying
spoken.
it's done. It's spread by the
True.
people that they're talking about. That's not what
Yeah,
I'm
but the
talking
person
about.
that that designed it, I think you were mentioning, was that specific KGB person. That was probably the one that came
No,
up
no,
with
no,
the
no. The
operation.
entire KGB created this. There was a whole team called
No,
Zionologists. Look up the history of Zionologists
Yeah,
in
but they
Russia.
wouldn't spread it themselves because that's just no, not how but intelligence operations work. They then go and
Yeah,
look for people to
yes, they did.
spread
They
it
brought
for
people
them
in
on their
country, trained
behalf.
it.
Okay,
Yeah, they
I'm
brought
just
people in country, and then
yeah,
they had Russians all over the
yeah,
world
and
in
they'll
the
pay
U.S.
them. Yeah, and they'll pay them. They'll boost people,
They're
and the next thing you
professors.
know,
No,
it's feeded into the
professors.
narrative inside of the society. That's what I'm. That's what I'm
No,
Guys,
pointing at.
professors in
no, but
universities and at
still,
newspapers.
but I think insurrection, Barbie's asking, when did this become a term that was a household term, for the masses? That wasn't during the KGB. That wasn't through the United Nations. That happened in 2016. One second, baby.
No,
Yeah,
that's not the first time.
One
No, I'm
second.
I would say
sorry.
late '90s,
For the
early
No,
No,
conservative
very
'90s.
it
rights,
was
long.
though?
actually
For the
okay.
conservative
I just
rights.
This
looked it up,
happened in
so nobody can argue.
2016.
Stop. Hold on one
It was
second, Leslie.
mostly pushed.
Leslie,
One
hold
second.
on. It started with Alex Jones on Infowars,
There you go.
early 2000s.
the early Candace. Just so you guys know, almost everything Alex spread to the United States came from sources he didn't know, basically through emails.
Let me
Right,
read
but
to you where it came
let
from.
me
Hold
just
on,
finish
please,
my
Oh,
everybody.
I
statement.
know
Hold
it
on.
came
Guys,
from 1940s. It was a
Hold on.
book.
Rodin. Hold on. Let me just read it. The idea of Jews as globalists, portraying Jews as rootless cosmopolitans or conspirators pursuing international rather than national interests, often with aims of world domination through finance, media, politics, or other means, is a modern variant of long-standing anti-Semitic tropes. It did not emerge suddenly, but evolved slowly from the 19th century developments crystallized in the early 20th century. The core concept of Jews as international force seeking global control has roots in the late 19th century amid rising European nationalism, economic changes, and conspiracy theories about Jewish influence in finance and liberalism. In the 1880s, 1890s, figures like German journalist Wilhelm Marr popularized it. Anti Semitism as a racial term, and accusations grew that Jews were cosmopolitans. Those were the words that was created. Threats to national identity, controlling international banking, or undermining societies. The most influential early articulation ever came with the Protocols of the Elders Design, a forged document published in Russia in 1903, fabricated by the Tsarist secret police. It falsified claim to be minutes from secret Jewish meetings, plotting world domination, blah, blah, blah. The text became the foundational modern source for claims of Jewish global conspiracy. The trope gained massive traction 1910s through 1920s after World War I and the Russian Revolution. It merged with Judeo-Bolshevism myths. Then from there, Henry Ford in the U.S. amplified it through every newspaper, including the Dearborn Independent. From 1920 to 1927, he literally ran uh, um, uh, Russian propaganda in the U.S. against Jews because he was an anti-Semite, Henry Ford. He published a series titled The International Jew, the World's Foremost Problem. This drew directly from the protocols and portrayed Jews as an international menace controlling finance wars, societies to erode national sovereignty, essentially early globalist framing. The specific term globalist as a coded or derogatory label for Jews seen as prioritizing a borderless, elite-driven world order over national loyalty became more prominent later, especially post-World War II and in far-right circles. For example, tied to the New World Order conspiracies that came out of when was that? That was after the UN establishment, and they were kept talking about New World Order, right? Or ZOG, Zionist Occupied Government. These were 1970s and onward, where this was talked about regularly. By the 2010s, it was widely recognized as a dog whistle in some political rhetoric, echoing the older international Jew idea. For example, accusations against figures like George Soros as emblematic globalists. In short, while precursors existed in the 19th century, the idea was first systematically discussed and popularized around 1902. But if you, this was then spread in the 20s with Ford. But if you listen to, this is a big paper and tablet where they start to talk about where did it start to come up. It didn't just peak in 2016 or 2015. The CCP was running it before that. So they were running that
No,
operation before that.
Stealth. What I was trying to say is that this term obviously has a long history. Right now, being a term that your grandmother would understand as like in the same context as everybody else, household wise, started picking up in 2016 and it was hardly pushed through Miller and Bannon. Before that, it
It
was
was in
on
the
the
Obama
fringes of the
era.
conspiracy.
It was before that. It was Obama as well. It was in 4chan. It was in alt-right communities.
Exactly.
But
It
it
was on the
wasn't
fringes of
as
the
wild,
conspiracy.
and it wasn't as prominent as it
Exactly.
became during Trump.
So
Exactly.
in 2009 through 2017, the term globalist became a very big conversation. That was when Obama
Where?
came
In
in.
which circle still?
In America, in all
In
of
which
America and all over the
circles in
world.
America?
All of America, all
Exactly.
over the world. It became nomenclature.
I don't care about all of America. I just want to know when it started on the right, on the conservative right, not
So
the
I was
alt
going to
right
say that
crazy
that's the answer,
lunatic.
question I was
That's all
answering.
I care
The answer
about.
to that, as far as I know, is the 1990s. Right, as it started as kind of like a critique to.
No, 2008, the Ron Paul movement. I just looked it up, and I got
I think it's
exactly
But
what
early.
it
Stella
was
had.
but
It
it
I
was
was
think it's
in
very
earlier than that.
1999 with Alex Jones. He did a radio station. He talked
Yeah.
about the
yeah, that was still alt. It was still alt when it became more mainstream, like when it caught serious attention of like mainstream journalists. And I get it. I get it's always been here. It's
So
always
it
been
was
on the
initially
in the, it was
used
neo-Nazi
it,
side.
on the
in the
right. It was initially
1990s. It was used on the right in the 90s with shock jocks, radio stations, because
That's
there
what
was
I'm
no
saying. That's what
Instagram,
I'm
there was no
saying.
nothing.
So
So
it emerged out of right. There was an actual thing called globalization, right? Sort of the borderless world of trade, et cetera, et cetera. And then people on the right, uh, in, innocently enough, initially, right, started using it as a critique, with
literally, when Obama came in 2008, it was used highly on the American right. It was a
for
big
sure,
talking point,
for
globalist.
sure.
You have to go back to the guy who was killed from Breitbart. He started talking about it a lot.
The
Andrew
point,
Breitbart.
what
Andrew,
Andrew
Yes,
Breitbart, yeah,
Andrew
but they didn't
Breitbart.
mean Jews back then. You have to understand, they didn't mean Jews back then. They
no,
just meant
correct.
globalists.
correct,
It completely changed
correct.
terminology. I get all of this.
It always meant
These
Jews,
terms have
Barbie.
been
It always
weaponized.
meant Jews. Always. Every
No, Andrew Breitbart wasn't
it
anti-Semitic
doesn't matter.
ever.
He
Like,
still just like me. We had problems with Jews that we thought that were acting like on the left.
not because they were Jews though, because they hated America.
No, no, no.
That's what I'm saying. These people now have made it into. Listen, I have problems with George Soros. I have problems with a lot of people of all sorts of
It was
religions
Glenn
and
Beck,
colors and
Alex
whatever.
Jones, Pam Geller, and later Steve Bannon. He was the last one to bring up the narrative because he didn't have a show. He didn't talk like that. So you have to go back to the original shock jocks on radio stations. You have to see Rush Limbaugh, but it was the
I was going to
19.
say Rush. I think Rush did use it, but more in a neutral term. Uh, um, uh, as an insult, but not as an ethnic insult, right? And so a lot of Republicans and conservatives started using it as an insult to say, "Hey, this guy's a globalist. He cares about like sort of global trade, kind of a global elite type of thing." And then it kind of started getting smuggled into anti-Semitic
Yeah, I'm
rhetoric.
just gonna say one thing, and then I'm not gonna argue about it because the point is this: the word neocon meant one thing at one point. Today, the word neocon means anybody who's not with the alt right, anybody who's not going to be anti-Israel. Period. I don't care what it meant all the other
Hundred
years that
percent,
we were all part of
hundred
this.
percent.
They have co-opted all the words. It
And they've
had
lost all
various
meaning.
meanings.
Yeah, and
I'm
they've
sure
lost all
some
meaning.
people gave them bad meanings. I'm sure we had an alt right always. I didn't know it was as prominent as it was, but whatever. But the point is that these words have now all been with this whatever the heck you just said, whatever, the neuro linguistics, all of
Neurolinguistic
this
programming.
creepy freaking crap. This is what they use to as an induction to literally co-opt the words. So now when all of these people, so they don't, all of these people who are on here like lunatics, like saying Trump is a traitor and ask them to describe what a neocon is. Ask them to
Okay.
describe what
The first
neoconservative they
time,
can't even do that
Barbie,
anymore.
the first major time was under the Bush era, like 2000s, where on all the left wing channels, the neocon was the word that they used. All the anti war circles, all that verbiage, which came out of like the Democracy Now, the anti war movements, the all that stuff, anti like military in China, all that neocon became to denote hawkish interventionist warmongers that allegedly pushed America into disasters. That's the WMD.
Yes.
All that came,
Now they're just Jews
all
or
that came
pro-Israel people.
from Russian propaganda at that time, like actual
I know.
Russian.
I'm fully aware of that. I get it. It was on the left, and then now it's everywhere. But what I'm saying is this: here's the main thing that I'm trying to explain that I don't know if we
The
can
New
even
York
figure
Times
out.
and the Commentary are the two main magazines in 2000 that were using the word neocon.
QAnon is set up. If you look at Alexander Dugin's fourth political turning
Yes.
theory, um, the QAnon, the entire QAnon infrastructure is literally set up exactly like his fourth political theory. Literally, like the secret knowledge, and that it's the same vectors,
So,
like
Barbie,
identical. That is not
the
an
first
accident.
time anybody to use the word cabal was in 2003 with a British MP, Tam Dalyel's is his name, said a cabal of neoconservative Jews were influencing policy, and it drew accusations of anti-Semitism. But you have to look at David Irving also. There's in Europe there was a lot of these writers that were pushing the stuff. So you have to look at David Irving. After 9/11, you had that whole architect group. The whole after 9/11 was a key a key turning point where all of this went insane. But there was only,
I
right?
agree.
Okay. So,
Hold on, let me read you one thing. Let me just read you one thing so you understand what I'm talking about, because I think we're talking past each other. Let me just read you one thing. So both QAnon and Duganism function as an interpretive framework that replaces critical thinking with pattern recognition inside a closed system. What that means is like there's a picture of this, there's a picture of that, and there's a picture of the other thing. All three of those things have absolutely nothing to do with one another, but when you put them together in a line, often enough, and you feed that message to people, specifically tailored, whatever, but they're like, they have teams of military grade experts who do this, whatever. When you feed that message enough, that is how people will now associate things. They will no longer look for the cause and effect. They will just look for pattern recognition based on whatever triggers you set up. Okay, so I'm going to keep going for 1 second. Neither requires you to know what you're actually looking at. They require you to feel like you understand. QAnon tells you there's a hidden war between good and evil, a satanic cabal of elites controls the world through institutions like media and finance. They engage in unspeakable acts against children. A secret patriot insider is fighting them from within the system. Nothing is what it seems. Trust the plan. The awakening is coming. Okay,
October
Duganism.
28th, wait, October 28th, 2017 was the first Q official post.
Right. Duganism tells you there's a hidden war between civilizations. The Atlanticist liberal, when they say liberal, they mean literally Protestant. It's not just Jewish people, it's anybody who believes in the separation of church and state, just so
No,
you
they
guys
mean
understand.
they mean small L liberal, like believes in liberty. In other words, yeah, that's what they mean.
No,
No.
they literally mean this. No, they literally mean Protestantism because liberalism is what Protestantism gave us from the
Sure.
American
Yeah, absolutely.
founding, from the Reformation. It's literally what they trace it back to. I've now done this analysis 15 times. They don't say that, but that's exactly what they mean. Liberal order controls the world through institutions, media, and finance. It destroys traditional cultures and moral frameworks. Russia and the Eurasian bloc represent the resistance. Nothing is what it seems. The liberal world order is collapsing, but there's a savior. That savior is Russia, the third Moscow, the third eye, whatever the hell he cut, somewhat Ketchenblot, I don't know, whatever crazy nonsense this old man calls it. And Putin is its savior, and Trump. That's why all of these crazy Q things, I never understood, like, what is their obsession with Putin? That is what it is. Trump is the savior, and so is Putin. They think in their crazy minds, they've somehow figured that they were working together. But the structure is identical. Hidden enemy, corrupt institutions, secret esoteric knowledge. Why do you think Candace has now started, and even Tucker was talking about giants. Candace is talking about astral projection, third eyes, and all that other crap. Why? Because now they're starting to feed in the last layer, which is we have secret knowledge. If you are part of this club, you will have secret knowledge too. This esoteric, like crazy talk, which I thought was just people, they were losing their minds. No, they're not. They're just escalating up the ladder, right? So at the end of the day, this secret knowledge that's available to only those who are awakened by their crazy, lunatic, occult theory, that's the framework where all the contradictory evidence that you throw at them, that's proof for them of the conspiracy. So every time someone attacks them with facts or truth or logic, they feed their audience this entire narrative that you are literally part of the conspiracy. That is the brilliance of this. If you can't trust anything, then everybody who tries to get you to see reason becomes even more just someone you distrust
It
even
goes
more. It's
deeper
like
than you
it's
think,
like a
type of thing,
self-fulfilling
right? That type of
prophecy.
reaction. It goes, yeah,
Yes, it's like a self-fulfilling
yeah.
prophecy. So that's why the world is complex. Like you're not powerless. You're awake, and everything's fine because all of this evil, we're gonna fix it. We're gonna make wave of magic wand, and we're gonna make all. They never tell you what they're gonna do with all these evil people that they keep talking about, right? They don't say like political opponents, policy disagreements. They don't. It's not normal language, and it hasn't been for the past 2 years. It's literally they're
So
evil,
Barbie,
and the question is,
Barbie,
and then what do we do with them?
QAnon taught people a new language. QAnon had a unique set of language where they taught people that language, and that's what became normalized. That's the KGB and whoever else was involved created
Yeah,
that, right?
cabal.
What?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
cabal.
But
Then they,
yeah,
yeah, all of this. They
there's
have
a
this.
whole
Yes,
like, so if
absolutely.
you do a query on your AI right now, ask, give me a list of all the most common words or phrases that was used in QAnon from the beginning. Okay, you'll start to see there was a dialectic that was put out. Suddenly,
But you have to understand they're accelerating the dialectic. That's what I'm trying to explain.
People
The
have given
dialectic
lectures on the fact that there seems to be overlap between the anti-Semitic Jewish world conspiracy theory and QAnon, right? Is that what you're
yes,
referencing?
yes.
Yep.
well, I'm saying it's Duganism. I'm saying it's the fourth
Right. And
political turning. QAnon was, yeah.
And so I'm trying to get this paper out that's based off my book that will probably never get published. But if you look back at 1987, Dugan was in a group called PAMYAT, PAMYAT.
Yeah.
And one of their most frequently republished materials there were like excerpts from the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. And this was in 1987. And you got to think about the protocols as being like this underlying operating system that's been ongoing for decades. The KGB
Can
used it, and it made it into the American right. And what you guys are talking about, a lot of that
so
operating system is there. Even in John Birch Society, with our conservative groups, we've always been battling these people, trying to keep them out of these groups. And what we're seeing with Heritage and TPUSA, this is nothing new.
so there's a few videos that are done by ISGAP. I'll play just like a minute of it, Barbie. And there's like where it goes through. Let me see if this is the one. My Hold name on. Is Sydney Yeager, and I am the public. Here is it. Let me see if this is it. Satan and evil. There is no compromise. I'm very sensitive to women's voices, so I'm not going to use her. There's a slide deck, but some women just sound like super annoying. Let me just see here if this one has what I'm looking for. Hold on. Give me a second. It's supposedly the person who was putting these Q drops on the internet that started early in the Trump administration and purported to predict that Hillary Clinton was going to be arrested and a whole bunch of things were going to happen. And it started because people fell into the rabbit hole, as it were, because they were chasing these Q drops and trying to make sense of his or her or their prophecy. But I've always wondered that it seemed to me that whoever was putting these Q drops on the internet. So I need like CISA, like I need like, okay, let me give you another example. Hold on one second. Here's from ISGAP. Good morning, everybody. This was done, let me see, this is based on Culture Wars. Hold on. This is 12 years ago. And the same libido dominandi that Augustine accepted as an immutable dimension of fallen human personality. It's Richard Landis gives the lecture, Barbie. Let me hold on, let me fast forward. It's only 30 minutes, but I want to find a spot. The aristocracy's loss of arbitrary powers legislated by egalitarian and constitutional lawgivers who instituted the slave morality of equality before the law. Okay, so this is more about the protocol. So let me bypass this one because this is from a security conference that they give these lectures because QAnon was a national security threat. Give me a second. Maybe it was. Let me see. Nazi cult. Yeah, seriously, that serious Nazi cult has essentially rebranded itself and is now growing in America. Check this. Okay, so that was, there's one documentary by Vice News, a second, that came out. Oh, there's also something that happened in Argentina simultaneously, which is very interesting. Here is this one on QAnon. Here it is. Okay, hold on. So this was common terms. Good morning to those in the US or America. Good afternoon, good evening. This is Indiana University. I'm very happy to be here. And hold on. You see, so it's extremely fluid, and you here the image board 8 can, which is just like 4chan. It's the same system and the same concept. According to some QAnon followers who refer to themselves as Anons. They faced. So QAnon became normalized from the 4chan, 8chan stuff. Then it went on to Facebook. That was the main, and then Twitter, and then YouTube, and then obviously Telegram. It became highly viral on Telegram and on any alternative sites, and it became a whole new language essentially. And that's where you saw it. They couldn't. Let me see here.
And this might be controversial, but you probably already know this, that people close to the administration, well, I want to say close, but people around the administration, like the Sobek, was probably had some friends that might have been involved with it or tried to get it started. And we know that he has some overlap in these anti-Semitic circles. Conspiracy. So there was
well aware.
Yeah, but these people were not smart enough to create this because there was such a virality. Let me see here. In the example so QAnon started the Christian anti-Judaism movement. Let me send you this lecture, Barbie. It's not like there's a better one that was corrected. I gotta find it. I think
I have a running theory. I'm not going to say the name of the company, but I think you can follow me if I just tell you what my theory is. My theory is this: QAnon was a test run by this company, right? That was a test run
No, it
that
wasn't them. I spoke to G and some other people privately. It was foreign done. It was the Chinese or the Russians.
I
That's
know
it.
this is foreign done. It was definitely the Russians, not the Chinese. I can tell you that for sure.
Well,
But it was definitely foreign, and it's definitely linked because if you look at the history of the parent company, have you looked at the parent company of the company I'm talking
yes,
about?
yes,
You
yes,
have? You realize they were a military contractor. You
yes,
realize they had direct military
yes.
like connections with the government. Okay. So this is the vector that it had to have come in. There's no other vector because what other vector do you insert this crazy lunacy into the entire American right if not that vector? And it connects to the UK as well, which I have other theories
But that
about
always does
that.
when it comes to Russians or the Chinese. Both of
Well,
them,
they
the Chinese were a long time mad, Chinese especially, to the Brits and the UK. They have a long history of why the Chinese were mad. You can look this up. It has to do with drugs and all this kind of stuff, opium. And then and the Chinese also, and the Russians also have an issue, obviously, with the Brits, right? For other reasons. So there's a long history of both hatred of the UK and by the Chinese and the English. Q does mirror some things. It was kind of like from the Chinese that was early onset of this, but the Russians were experts at this. A lot of the Q accounts would backdate to like places like Malaysia and like in third world countries that it was coming through. And then it all of a sudden went mainstream on other sites because there was no benefit to the administration to have people think, oh, watch and wait and this stuff. It did not benefit them. It,
Yeah.
it actually Trump could ban them
Well,
at all the
Well, I
protests,
think they
Barbie.
hijacked it, is what they did. I think so. Normally, what you would do is you would find a signal that's working for people, and then you'd hijack it. And then once that hijacking of the signal works, right, and you continue your attentions, your attention getters that are out there, then you just expand it. And that's what I think happened with Q. Q was actually very small in the beginning, and it changed completely. So whoever started it is definitely not who's still running it. And that you can just do like basic semantics and
You need
look
to
at
understand
how he
it was
worded
matched
everything.
up. It was matched up with the release of a fucking bioweapon.
Yeah,
You understand?
I think it started out as a small team, and then when it started working and it was getting traction, they dumped a lot of effort and resources from probably multiple different, elements all across the globe essentially. Because you can see stuff in the Q drops, like you were saying, Malaysia and all kinds of other locations affiliated with it. And then topics that don't even really relate to anything that Americans would even know about or even really care about.
So Barbie, there's a lengthy network contagion report of 24 pages on this. Did you look at it, Barbie? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I haven't. I'm actually mapping this based on what I'm not gonna say based on what, but you
Okay,
know what?
so
If
let
because
me
you
let
were
me
in the
let me
thing.
read to you something from here.
And one of the
So
reports does cite Dugan as a possible influence on it. I'll have to send that over to you.
okay, as a GOP congressman, I've been uniquely positioned to experience a tumultuous 2 years on Capitol Hill. I voted to end the longest government shutdown in history, was on the floor during impeachment, read the Mueller report, governed during COVID pandemic, officiated a same-sex wedding, first sitting GOP congressman to do so, and eventually became the only Republican congressman to speak out on the floor against the encroaching and insidious digital virus conspiracy theories related to QAnon. Certainly, I can list the various theories that nest under the QAnon banner. Democrats participate in a deep state cabal as Satan worshiping pedophiles and harvesting adrenochrome from children. President elect Joe Biden ordered the killing of SEAL Team 6. The National Security Agency penetrated voting machine software. Venezuelan and Cuban agents inserted malware in Dominion voting system machines. Osama bin Laden used a body double in Abbottabad. Watermarks identified real ballots. Trump's attorney screamed about more votes than voters. In multiple states, FBI and Justice Department allowed for votes to change from Trump to Biden in the dead of the night. Pandemic style ideas on weaponized use of COVID 19 forces socialism on all U.S. citizens, and so many more bizarre pronouncements. Now, some of those were absolutely right. That's 100% true. There were things in there that were absolutely correct
Yeah,
because
you
you
got
have
to
to put
have the
correct
truth. You
things.
got to have the
You
truth in
have to
there.
have the
Yeah.
truth. Yes, you have to. You have to. You have to. It doesn't work otherwise. As a former United States Air Force intelligence officer and CEO of a company that supported NSA and the Office of Secretary of Defense programs in cyber defense, network analysis, algorithmic warfare, and critical infrastructure, holistic modeling, I am uniquely qualified to argue and dismiss conspiracy theories. But what I found is that the technical repudiation of many of these theories doesn't matter to those who believe with heart and soul in a massive deep state cabal against President Trump. My concerns have turned from the technical and analytical case against conspiracy theories to the damage being done to family relationships and friendships based on in a multi-pronged digital radicalization using far-fetched, artificial, and unsubstantiated assertions to reinforce QAnon and similar conspiracies. Now, if you know anything about Kate of Kajuju and about Golexi, for me, QAnon was programmed and trained with the Chinese. They used obviously talking points from the Russians, but that was their first foray into disseminating cognitive warfare and propaganda because they were also covering up for the COVID situation and impending separation because of Trump about China and Taiwan and what was coming with that whole tariffs and his idea that China was the problem. Remember, Lee Smith's book came out, and so this was the preceding event and ramping up. And the Chinese were have more literature on their anti-Semitism and Israel and colonial and all that stuff than even the Russians do in modern history. They really picked up the heavy takes on this, right? So it says, below is an example of a message. Trump has a plan and watch it play out. He asked for a recount, which they will fight. He had the real ballots marked beforehand with a secret watermark. The forged ballots do not have this from Evelyn. Only 12 toss-up states got the watermark. Special ink is only observable with UV light or military night vision goggles. So in the recount, they will sort out the real ones from the fake ones. Trump was prepared. He knew Biden was in China's pocket. His NSA told him what was going on at the Houston Chinese consulate. This is why he ordered it closed 6 months ago, and there were reports of them burning papers in the yard when he announced the closure. That is here. We are strong. The forged ballots to turn Texas blue on election day. What better place to store fake ballots than at a foreign consulate where you can not get a warrant to search because of diplomatic immunity? Because of closing this consulate in Texas remained red. So the intelligence agencies have been doing their jobs behind the scenes. So do not worry. We already won. We're watching a movie play out. That is why Trump always says, grab the popcorn and enjoy the show. Hashtag watermark. Hashtag the Dems fell into the trap. Okay. So they use conspiratorial screed identify Pat as a true believer in QAnon concepts, propagating across multiple digital highways. Let me just see here. Okay. Summarizing the message can be best summed up as traitor, Soros backer, pedophile, liar, deep state stooge, member of the Zog, rhino, and the very worst of them all, not on the Trump team. So there was code words that they used repeatedly. Let me see here. This is Congressman Denver Riggleman. I don't know. So there's a framing thing about QAnon and cults and the ecosystem. See, I just never understood why nobody did investigation into QAnon. And the only reason that makes sense is because it was the Russians, because we were still trying to make peace with the Russians. But at the same time, if you look at Q often stands for things that are Chinese. Like there's a lot of organizations and infrastructure and different unique little things in China that always starts with a Q. In fact, the Chinese group affiliated with Tulsi Gabbard's family, where they made all their money, the QI group out of Hong Kong, has Q all over its like whatever. So there is that framing. So it was a subculture based online, but spilling over into the real world. It dates back to October 2017, when an anonymous author named Q Clearance Patriot began posting cryptic messages on the 4chan message board. These posts were puzzled over and interpreted by board users and soon by people on other internet platforms as well. Q Clearance Patriots, or simply Qs, riddles are colloquially referred to as Q drops or breadcrumbs, and QAnon followers or QAnons who seek to make meaning from them are sometimes called bakers. Do you know they were called bakers, Barbie? So, really quickly, when they started to have people wear Q shirts, which was Marjorie Taylor Greene, and who else had it? Flynn had it. Who else had the QAnon shirts, and they were wearing them, and they were no longer allowed to wear them. That's when things got into the real world. It's like, let me think. If anybody remembers,
Listen, if we're gonna be perfectly honest, the Trump campaign had something to do with that too. Listen, in the first campaign, right? They made, in order to expand the coalition, they kind of made it, the people who ran the campaign and popularized it made deals with all these, what they were called alt-right people at the time, the Pepe memes, all that shit, right? And I don't know about to this day, but up until recently,
Not
the
the
people who,
campaign, Steve
yeah, not the
Bannon.
campaign, Steve Bannon.
yeah, Bannon was, integral to the campaign,
He was,
the
but he
campaign
was
itself.
kicked out
And
by 2017.
I'm just saying, until recently, I haven't seen one in the last 6 months or whatever. But until recently, you still have the Trump Truth Social account from time to time, retweeting or whatever you want to call it, truthing Q memes. Really, just go back and look, Barbie. You can search for the thing. I'm not saying he's primarily responsible. I'm just saying that, like, even the people we have to be honest enough to say, even the people that we like and who do a ton of things that we like and are doing now more than ever things that we like, are partially responsible. Trump's very good. He was good at kind of making a deal between the traditional conservatives, the neocons, the establishment, and this kind of group, right? And now it's kind of like the monster. It's like Frankenstein's monster a little bit. That's trying to
Well,
take
AB,
over the
there's
host.
attention value to it too. So I think that, people misunderstand how these things work, right? Like what you're actually discussing, I want you to understand this very clearly. This is the gray area. It's not black and white. It's almost never black and white. And there's people trying to push their agenda inside of someone else's agenda. There's people trying to hijack other agendas. Sometimes they entirely capture the entire agenda, which is what I actually believe happened to Q. I believe that it started out with a little bit of conspiracy, probably was a nerd at a computer, and then somebody basically got a hold of it and they took over it. And he might have sold it, right? Because this is actually how it used to work, especially on Twitter. You can get an account boosted up and then you would just sell it. You sell it for like $1,000 because you had 100,000 followers, right? So
I
I
like how
want
this
people to
account out of
understand that
nowhere.
there's a lot of money issues, I
Sorry,
think, in
what'd
the
you say,
Q
James?
agenda
This
One
in the
second,
account,
Steve.
beginning,
this
in the
account out
very
of
beginning.
nowhere, there's like 14 hours of history is replying to us about Q,
Oh, really? What are they telling
freedom
us?
and liberty.
That's all they're saying? The same thing
They
over
have
and over again?
14 hour,
We
14
like those
hours
things.
of timeline history, and they've
Well,
been in operation
they
since
definitely,
2018.
they definitely
So
scan the internet. They have APIs working around the clock where they're just listening to us
you're
talk.
following this
And
account too.
He's following one of the accounts?
Yeah, it's
Or
freedom and
me?
liberty, CTF. You're following it.
oh
Me?
yeah, I
Cool.
follow all kinds of people. I mean, you'll see them all, like, because I want people to understand too. Like,
Out of nowhere, it just started
yeah,
replying to us, and it only has 14 hours of timeline history as far as
yeah,
we can scroll back.
I follow all kinds of people, up, down, left, right, doesn't matter. I'm in all the crazy spaces too. So if you guys ever see me in a space and you come in there, you might be like, "What the hell's going on in here?"
I don't know. I just found it interesting. Anyways, Posobiec, he said that two of his friends started it. I mean, that could just be total bullshit. But, if I was in the FBI, I'd be investigating that statement and some of the groups around him. Again, it could just be total bullshit. I think when we look back at what the Russians did with the protocols.
It was used very big in Brazil. Are you aware of that? It was a key vector was Brazil.
Yeah, and
Now
Dugan,
that
Dugan has
changes.
his people over there too, according to one of my Brazilian contacts. They've been building networks there.
James, can I ask you a question? Have you ever heard of this person, Nigel Oakes?
No, it doesn't sound familiar.
Okay.
I was going to say, Stealth, the Russians, they put in like this operating system, right? The protocols of the Elders of Zion, and all these conspiracy groups, these neo-Nazis, a lot of these guys believe in this. And what we see with Heritage and what's going on with TPUSA, these battles took place before, decades ago, with neo-Nazis trying to take over like young Republican groups. And these were people that like read the protocols, were influenced by neo-Nazis. And, neo-Nazis like Francis Parker Yockey collaborated with East Bloc intelligence, right? He went over to Egypt and did propaganda for Nasser. And then we had another actual Nazi from Germany that went over there and did propaganda for that government. So there's a lot of like
Johann von Leer.
exactly that's the guy. Yep. So there's a lot we probably don't know, but these battles took place, and the Russians they put down this operating system. And somebody mentioned like the early 90s. Yeah, you look at a lot of these groups like Bill Cooper. He reprinted the protocols of the Elders of Zion in his book, if I recall correctly. He was a lot of the people in the militia movement were following him, like Timothy McVeigh. So
this, and it goes back even further than that with the John Birch Society. Apparently, Ed McManus, I think was his name, privately believed in the protocols of Elders of Zion. So you get this like train of thought, the belief that the Jews are running the world, and at least with JBS, they weren't explicitly anti-Semitic. It morphed into maybe the term globalist, right? And when that term makes it into like the 1990s and 2000s, when people talk about globalists like Alex Jones, he may explicitly be talking about the Jews, or he may actually just be talking about a more neutered version of the myth of the Jewish world conspiracy theory. So I think
there's a whole lot, James, that has nothing to do with the Jews. I know that a lot of
I
times
understand that.
everybody thinks it's centered around the Jews,
Right,
but
I
it
understand that,
really
but
isn't.
I'm looking at
There's like a lot going on that have
I'm looking at it
nothing
from
at all to do
information
with the
warfare
Jews.
and from active measures and what the Russians did and how they created this thing to be used as a weapon against the West and how it made it over to the United States.
So Germany was the largest hub in Europe. Germany was the biggest hub for QAnon. Very specific rhetoric about QAnon in Germany. So when did they were in Ukraine? They went into Ukraine in 2014, right? So this would have
The Russians? Crimea, yeah, they invaded Crimea in 2014. The full scale invasion was
yeah
4
we all
years
know.
ago.
But my point was no, it was Egypt that invaded Ukraine. Okay, so so 2014, and then you get this you got Trump coming in 16, but the QAnon didn't set off until really 2017 and a half, 2018, and that's when Bannon was out already. But this was big in Germany, and then Brazil and the US. It didn't hit in other countries as much. So if Germany was the hub where we had US bases and we were I mean, we'd have to understand who was running in Germany and what the reasons why. It has nothing to do with like Nazi stuff. It has to do with who was operating out of Germany at the time. And I kind of know some people, and now I'm freaking out now that I think about it. Shit. Was there something going on? Was there a big election in Germany or anything by any chance? Does anybody remember? What about the
In
Syrian? What about the
2018?
Syrian? What about no? Let's say starting in 2014. When was the Syrian? When did all the Syrians start to move over to Germany? Was it 2014? Was that under Obama's years? Right? Didn't we have?
It was under Obama's years, yeah, when Angela Merkel was still in office in Germany. Yeah.
And when did she leave?
2016, around like the beginning. No, she was still there for Trump initially, right? For the first Trump term. Remember that famous picture? So maybe 2017, 2018, she left, something
Yeah.
like
So
that.
if you want to go after the biggest EU controller, that's Germany, and you're the Russians or the Chinese, and you want to run a propaganda, you would do this. That's what you would do.
You just jogged my memory. One of these Russian politicians, it may have been from the LDPR party, the one that was allegedly started by the KGB. One of their guys was saying, it might have been around 2016, if I recall correctly, that they were hoping the situation would continue with the migrants flooding into Europe because they were viewed as the adversary of Russia.
Well, I always thought it was
Migrants,
weird that
wait.
Code Pink used to be in
Migrants are the
Russia.
adversary
You
of
know?
Russia?
No, the
Wait, I thought
Russians. Europe is the adversary of Russia, and this guy from this political party in Russia was hoping that migrants would continue flooding into Europe because it was advantageous for Russia to have that destabilization.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So it says here, Barbie, just so you know, QAnon is implicitly anti Jewish. That is the core concept. Same with CTF. It says, whereas many conspiracy cultures have historically not evangelized and many cults have not incorporated end times eschatology, QAnon conspicuously includes both end of times eschatology and
Yeah, now.
evangelizing. So
Yeah, now, but in the beginning it wasn't.
no,
That's
in
what
the
I'm saying.
beginning,
Like,
this report is from the Contagion report this is from 2016,
do
2017.
they? Yeah, so Q is okay. I see what you're saying. So like, but it probably, and that's, you might be right. Actually, you might find that it was actually a seeded. The whole operation was seeded from birth, right? To be
Yes,
explicitly, yeah, that
yes,
might
yes,
actually be out there. Yeah.
yes. So it says this combined with its structural similarity to the protocols of the Elders of Zion, so it was constructed as such, and its origins in online spaces replete with anti-Jewish propaganda, it should raise serious concerns about the latent anti-Semitism present in QAnon. So it's latent. themes derivative of Christian identity, an anti-Semitic cult tied to neo-Nazism groups and militia movements. So that are already present in QAnon culture. It does not seem far-fetched that the eliminationist crusade described above could easily be turned to target Jews. So Barbie, eliminationist crusades were first mentioned in QAnon. Barbie, are you listening?
Can you send me
Barbie.
that report, Stealth?
Yeah, I'm listening. Sorry, I'm all the way down another rabbit hole. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
listening
so
though.
so
The
crusades,
Crusades,
elimination
yeah.
crusade. So it says QAnon followers wander further down the rabbit holes of dark fantasy. They inevitably come into conflict with their family, friends, and broader community. People outside the QAnon movement are naturally disturbed by the movement's nightmarish mythology and stated desire for political violence. When they attempt to disagree, they are often met with hostility in a movement where lines between in-group and out-group are so clearly drawn. Disbelief in core myths are perceived as threats. When families cannot bridge this gap of unreality, they often become estranged. Sometimes family members who reject QAnon are even seen as part of the conspiracy. Now, this is interesting when it comes to Scientology. So, if you do not believe, if you're a family member of Scientologists, they need to completely remove you from their life if you challenge or question any of their beliefs in Scientology, even if you're not a Scientologist. This is like, it's like a elimination, like it's so it has a little bit of that patterning, but a lot of cults are like that. You know, if you're not part of the cult, then we can't talk to you, right? So this is known in cults. QAnon erodes democracy. Let me see what it says here. End goal of QAnon is violent elimination of its political opponents. That's what's QAnon ultimately was the cleansing storm. Do you remember these words? So QAnon has two core beliefs: that the world is ruled by a cabal of satanic pedophiles, and that a cleansing storm is the word will soon expose this cabal. Can you look up if Dugan ever spoke about storms, or Russians speak about storms, or the Chinese like storms or cleansing
Also,
storms?
the
Just
Great
those
Awakening.
keywords. Yeah, but that's afterwards, right?
I'm just saying that's
Because it doesn't say it in here. Let me just look.
But do you see the carryover though to the recent Epstein hysteria, right? The
No, no,
global
no, 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 no.
cabal of
It's separate.
fucking
It's separate.
pedophiles.
Yeah, the cabal of pedophiles is it was
I
like
know it's
see
separate. I'm
the
saying the carryover to the current Epstein hysteria.
yeah,
That's
but
what I'm
the
saying.
only people
That
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 resurfaced that well, the Chinese and the Russians both resurfaced that, along with the Turks, along with even the Qataris made some comments, but it was Muslim Brotherhood, Russians, Chinese, Turks. Um,
the Iranians are using it now. They're saying the Epstein class is at war with us in Iran, right? They're using that. That Professor Morandi guy is going to the town on that particular
the Great
nomenclature. You know,
Awakening
so
language. I think it was used by Q, and if you look at, I think Dugan even put out a book with that in his title, as well as Alex Jones, if I recall correctly.
so from President Obama to actor Tom Hanks.
Dugan's all about the Great Awakening. He's about unlocking esoteric knowledge that nobody knows. You can only know it if you hang out with him and his creepy little circle of creeps.
Okay, then the other reference is okay. So QAnon impedes basic social function. Let me go to page 12. Hold on. Gamification. So epic meaning, empowerment, yes, and recognition, social influence, ownership. So it gives examples. QAnon bears many of the hallmarks of an augmented reality game, ARG. What's a reality game, ARG? What does that mean? Augmented reality games? Is there an example of one like that you guys
Yeah,
can reference? Because I don't play video games.
like Pokemon or whatever. You like you go
Oh,
around
I
like
see.
collect. I never played it. I'm just
Yeah.
relaying from what I heard from
Yeah,
other
okay,
people.
so augmented reality games, that's an example. Okay. That is a real life role playing game which integrates current events, public personalities, and players' own lives. While QAnon never explicitly describes itself in this manner, it is precisely that disavowal that enables players and believers to become lost in the fantasy of the game. Okay, so
So the timeline
Guys, I'm
for
sorry.
Q.
So we're gonna talk tomorrow, yeah? Because I
Oh,
gotta go to sleep.
okay. That,
Sorry.
real quick, the timeline for Q, when he actually changed was so November. So everything after November of 20, I think it's
17.
17.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why that
that's
was
when it
literally
went.
less than 5 days after it first came up on October 28th. So that doesn't
y-
mean that's not a big
No,
difference in
I
change.
have all of the posts. So if you look at all of the posts, the only one that he mentions that's even slightly like Jewish, I guess, is George Soros. But all of those posts eventually were just like nothing. There was nothing. It wasn't even. It was like Hillary's going to get arrested. She didn't get arrested. It was nonsense. It wasn't. It had like a lot of traction on the internet, but it wasn't like valid information.
You see what I'm saying? And then it went away. The account is gone, right? So the original Q account no longer exists. And then in November, a new account shows up and says, "Hey, I'm Q," and I had to get rid of my old account. And that's what everybody's talking about now.
So there's four main Q accounts that are listed in this network contagion report. They all have different names. So you'd have to look at those as well. But you have to know there was also like WhatsApp group chats, Telegram. There was, I don't know if there's Signal yet. Telegram was a big, Gab, it was a big venue. And then you had obviously
Gab.
yeah.
It
So
was
what's
Gab.
the
Oh,
date?
Gab was probably a lot of
So
Gab.
what was the date when True Social first came out? When did Parler first come out? We see it in Facebook as the first feeder zone because Facebook was probably the most popular.
I'm gonna go, guys. I'll
Okay, I'll
stop.
send
We'll
you this
talk
report.
offline.
Yeah.
Yeah, send it to me. Yeah.
Okay, feed it through the prompt
Bye.
and then overlay it if you can. Oh, she left. Shoot. Okay, I'll tell her what to overlay it by. Hashtag hijacking was a thing too. So that was a phenomenon that occurred. WWG 1WGA. Is that World War? What is that supposed to be like World War
Yeah,
something or
that's what
something?
Flynn was talking about. Where we go one, we go all.
Where else does that come in history? Is that a phrase used anywhere else in the world? Do we
Maybe
know?
that's one of the
Can somebody look
military
it up in
guys.
AI? Was it used in any other country? Okay. Crowdsourcing mythology. So there was crowdsourcing, storylines, hybrid structure. The evolution and spread of Q narratives are neither entirely orchestrated nor entirely organic. Key influencers, some sincere and some cynical, push content, which is then latched onto and amplified by less popular influencers and the vast middle of the QAnon rank and file. Content can be produced bottom up or top down, but influencers and Q themselves have the highest degree of narrative control. Community validation is central to this process as it rewards the rank and file for participating and incentivizes influencers with the power it confers. There was coordinated link sharing and disinformation networks. Some QAnon influence coordinate with one another to boost messages that they believe might benefit them, either socially, financially, or for the good of the QAnon movement. Was there also monetization on Facebook back then? Was there monetization on any platforms? Does anybody remember when monetization started on Facebook and Instagram?
I don't know, but
Anybody
I
know?
tracked some of the accounts and they
Ad
were making money off of like YouTube, like doing YouTubes off of it and stuff.
By the way, the origin of that line, where we go on, we go all, was originally from a Ridley Scott disaster film called White Squall, 1996.
Oh,
Was
that's a
this?
good movie.
You sure it wasn't said
It's
anywhere else ever?
Well, they believed it was originated with John F. Kennedy, but that was incorrect.
Who's they? Who's
Uh,
they?
the QAnon people,
in their
Yeah, but
head. It
don't
QAnon
type.
was.
followers.
No, but don't type anything about QAnon in the question. Just write that phrase and then say how far back in world and U.S. history. Like don't see the bias already packed in.
Okay. All right.
But you have to start a whole new thing because the AI will already be biased. Like now, from that. Am I right, James? James knows I'm right.
Yeah, you got to run like a new session. I just
Yeah, a whole new
realized that the other
session.
day.
So the
Slowly.
Yeah.
US, UK, Germany, and Belgium were the hotbeds. They all had major pedophilia and Me Too scandals over the past few years. In the US, these scandals were rooted in some of the most sacred and beloved religious and secular institutions, the Catholic Church, the Boy Scouts, Hollywood, and social elites. So that's something to notice, actually, now that I think about it. So it's interesting because it was the peak of the scandals with the Catholic Church, if you remember, James. That I find even more interesting now that I think about it. Also, the Boy Scouts. Remember, it was like the Sandusky, the Boy Scouts, the Catholic Church,
Oh, that was
Hollywood, the Me
horrible.
Too minutes, right? Horrible.
Yeah, that we forgot about that one.
When did Spotlight movie come out? When did the Sandusky one was horrible? But there was a lot of those kind of cases. There was like kind of a flood of them all of a sudden, and then it kind of dissipated. Um, but when did the movie Spotlight come out, where it went after the Catholic Church? Because remember the Dugan and that whole infrastructure and the Chinese were waging a war against the Vatican and the Russians, the Catholic Church, including with Bannon and Epstein and Dugan. So that
2015,
wow,
2015, November 20,
2015 is the first is what
Spotlight,
Spotlight came out in 20. Oh, so this makes sense. Does any
November
can you see
2015.
who made Spotlight? Was it the Harvey Weinstein group or like who was it backed by Qatar, Saudi Arabia? Did anybody own that the rights to that movie? I'm just curious. Or I'm just was curious. Okay, I don't know. Anyways, so then the wellness community gets involved. On ramps, meso level vulnerabilities, meso level, I guess. With the wellness community, pastel QAnon, a new style of QAnon propaganda has recently emerged, which mimics the soft graphic design style of mommy blogs and crafting websites. This has proven a major on ramp for women. So they brought out the pastel QAnon. You like that, James? It's funny. And that
What the
was,
heck?
yeah, this report is great. Everybody just go to NCRI and type in QAnon. They might have multiple reports. So Pastel QAnon was how they got on the trad mommies on there, the mommy blogs, and also the medical freedom, people that were against Western medicine. They're skeptical of authority and encourage one another to choose their own path. This makes them vulnerable. So this is how they got the women in, because it was mostly a male thing. So wellness community, pastel QAnon, mobilized moms and heroic men. Okay. As stated above, the desire to save children from trafficking represents a strong motive for people to become involved with QAnon. This otherwise healthy desire has been co-opted as an on-ramp into the QAnon conspiracy culture, such as though the Save Our Children movement, an ostensibly grassroots anti-trafficking and abuse movement that is in fact a front from QAnon groups. What the fuck? What?
Yeah, it gets crazy.
Militias, paramilitary organizations have begun to co-opt QAnon as well, narratives. At the recent Million MAGA March, okay, that's another thing that I forgot about. Oh my God. Okay, protesters were heard chanting Biden is a pedophile. Do you remember when that was like a big thing, right? Everything was trending. The diary from the daughter, the sniffing the children, the imagery. Oh my God. Oh my God. It was such brain rot, all this stuff. It killed me. Yeah, okay. There was a problem with the wife who was the babysitter. Yes, while his wife was dying in the hospital. That is true.
It was
And
also weird that he was sniffing kids too. I mean, that was a C-SPAN
yes,
video. That's very strange.
yeah, he always was sniffing kids, always sniffing kids. But that could have been early onset dementia problems too. Anyways, but he was doing this all the time. Okay, so paramilitary organizations, you were a traitor, equivalent to being a traitor. If you're working to combat Q, you're considered a traitor and you should be kicked out of all these groups. Q associated propaganda frames belief in Q as a patriotic, suggesting that disbelief in Q is equivalent to being a traitor. The history of American patriotic militia violence makes this a particularly troubling development. Okay, whatever. On an individual level vulnerabilities, black and white thinking. So individuals who are unable to cope with nuance or uncertainty are more likely to seek the certain answers and clear good and evil distinction offered by conspiracy theories like QAnon. Okay.
Do they ever get to like what trust the plan means? Did they talk about that?
Let me see. I'm only on
Because I
page
would just
17.
be, I don't know. I just every time I hear people say trust the plan, I'm like,
Hmm.
so that means I should just sit on my ass and just pretend that the Avengers are going to save everybody. Like is that what trust the plan means? That's why I never really liked the Q
The
stuff,
thing is,
because it was like it was almost like they
you
were trying to neutralize people. Like, hey, some secretive group somewhere is going to handle all the cabal and all. Like it was. Seems very neutralizing. You know what I mean? It's
Yes,
like,
yes,
hey,
yes.
let's
That's
talk
that. So
bullshit,
that's
but not do anything.
right. That's right. So that would be either the CCP or the Russians or the American left, like a Neville Singham operation, right? So that would benefit both the left, but they were anti QAnon, obviously, right? So they were watching people on the right and calling us people crazy because a few people
They
wore Q
never
shirts.
posted. They never posted when to go and vote. None of them. I noticed that. Like they never posted that when we had the election.
Oh,
We were trying to get
really?
Trump back in. No, I don't. I have seen
Was that
zero Q
illegal?
accounts like, yo, go
Was
make
it
sure you vote the next day. I
was it
just maybe I
illegal
was
to do
following the
that?
wrong ones. No,
Was
I'm
it
just
illegal
saying. You
to
know
do
what I
that at the
mean? Like
time
if
on Facebook? I
yeah,
don't know. I'm
I'm
asking
just
the rules. What were the rules on Facebook back then? Because it seems
I'm
like
not. Yeah, it might not have been. Yeah, you're right. It might have been. They might have had some different rules. But what I'm saying is, like, I just a lot of times when you follow those groups, it's like you don't have to vote, you don't have to do anything. Just sit tight. Trust the plan. Everything's
That's
going
an
to be
interesting
fine.
observation about the voting.
so. There's a report here about the voting and how it ran an op and tweet activity timeline on QAnon and on 8chan regarding Dominion voting systems. Even Charlie Kirk has a tweet. God bless his soul. 6 months today since his assassination. You had Dominionizing the vote, and then that woman Chan, cyber analyst on Dominion. Who was the first person to talk about Dominion? Was the Flynn network? What's her name?
I forget her name.
The
Sydney
female,
The
right?
Powell.
lawyer.
That lawyer,
Yeah, Sidney Powell.
yeah.
Sidney Powell.
Sydney,
Yeah. So what was her deal? What's her background story?
yeah.
What?
She's crazy.
No, no, no,
She's
no, no.
crazy. She
That's
got in
not
a
an
lot of
answer.
trouble.
Saying somebody's crazy doesn't understand the information up. What was Sidney Powell's deal, James? What was her stuff?
That's a good question. I don't know. Didn't she meet with Trump during the last administration during the final days? Her and Flynn.
Yeah, she was a lawyer. She used to go on Tucker all the time. By the way, when Tucker still had his Fox show, and she would, prop and all other Fox shows too, not just Tucker. But and she would propagate this thing. And then when it came down to like, can you produce evidence? She was like, the Kraken. Remember the Kraken is coming. Remember that? That was Sidney Powell. Oh, the Kraken is coming, et cetera, et cetera. There was always something big around the corner, right? But never arrives.
So we'd have to do a background check on Sidney Powell, her husband, her relationships, what she was involved with. Was she approached with a disinformation operation, like where she was given intel
I think
and
somebody
therefore
did get in trouble for giving her false information. I'm going to look into that. I'll send it to you. But I remember somebody got in trouble for falsely claiming that an election was stolen, and they did like a false affidavit or something like that. So I'll look for that and send it to you. I don't know if it's related to Cindy Powell, but shortly after that, she like went away and she got in a lot of trouble too. So I'll see if I can find it and send it to you.
Yeah, I'm starting. My memory's starting to jog. So it's been a few years since I was researching
her
this.
husband was a very famous lawyer. That's what I do know. Very famous lawyer.
When she was talking about that stuff, like the Kraken, if I'm not mistaken, she was in contact with a retired Lieutenant General McInerney, and he was an associate of, I think, a major general that was retired, and that major general is the one that set up I think, the Trump meeting with Putin in Moscow.
She defended Merrill Lynch. She was an executive at Enron. She also was the lawyer for General Flynn, and she prosecuted drug smuggler Jimmy Chagra. So she defended Merrill Lynch executives in the Enron scandal, as well as
Here,
representing.
I'll read you if you can hear me what I found. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear
It
you.
says Sidney Powell, the attorney involved in multiple post 2020 U.S. election lawsuits, relied on affidavits that were later shown to be false or misleading in her legal filings. And I can send you more information on it. But I remembered something like that. So that was kind of what like tarnished her name. I don't know if she necessarily is a bad actor in any of this, but I do know that he was relying on what people were telling her, but it turned out to be like BS, basically. Maybe not all of it, but
And
some
So
of it.
she was married twice
she
and
pled
divorced
guilty.
twice.
She pled guilty to conspiring to illegally access voting machines and election data in Coffee County, Georgia. So maybe not, she
Yeah,
didn't
but she
actually
got
access
off
them,
of
but she
it. She
pled
had
guilty.
probation, and like I don't think she served it. Yeah.
Yeah, 6 years probation, $6,000 fine, and she agreed to testify against co-defendants. So she agreed to cooperate. And then she was sued by Dominion Voting Systems, which made good money suing people, including Fox News.
So I don't know if this is interesting or not, but I've got at least two concrete examples of later on these Q accounts uh, basically supporting the Russian narrative. One is amplifying what's called Storm 1516, which is a Russian military intelligence backed information manipulation set, basically disinformation. And it's linked to one of Dugin's groups that he set up, pushing out like these narratives against the West. So one of these QAnon accounts is amplifying this or reposting some of this information. And then there's also the case of this account called War Clandestine. I've tried to warn James
Yes.
Lindsay
Yes.
about it, and he's posted like basically what looks like Soviet era propaganda. It's a night, two nights. One is Russian in armor, and the other one's like Chinese and traditional Chinese armor, and they're fighting a six-headed snake, and it's Europe and the United States. And he's saying we aren't the good guys anymore.
So Storm 1516 is known as Copy Cop in some
Yeah.
recent reporting, or
Isn't
Neva Flood.
isn't that funny? It's called Q the Storm, and then now you mentioned I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but that group is specifically like I guess assigned to doing like these sort of operations, and then
I don't know. I just thought that was funny that it's like, they always talk about the storm is coming, and it's like, I don't know.
So there was intel.
But
There was
that's
investigation. There was investigation into these things. It was an operation tied to Western intelligence researchers, cybersecurity firm Microsoft Threat Analysis Center, Clemenson's University Media Forensics Hub, France's Viganum Record Future, and others to Russian military intelligence elements, most credibly GRU Unit 29155, and networks connected to figures like John Mark Dugan,
Yeah,
exiled
he's a
American.
defector. He was basically this police or sheriff down in Florida, and he got into trouble, and he defected to Russia,
Yeah.
and he started information operations there on behalf
It's
of Russia.
remnants of Prigozhin's ecosystem and Dugan-aligned actors. It frequently launders content through far-right influencers, anonymous X accounts, QAnon-adjacent circles, and pro-Russian Telegram channels to achieve viral spread.
Yeah, his Dugan Center for Geopolitical Expertise that he started up is run by one of his Eurasian Youth Union guys. And he started this Eurasian Youth Union, I think, in the early 2000s, no later than 2005. And it was basically a way for him to train people in unconventional warfare and information warfare to carry out what looks like the objectives and his foundations of geopolitics. So after standing up this group in 2005, he received presidential administration funding from Surkov, which is the guy that made the news recently. So they got that. Okay, go ahead.
No. So Storm 1516 is actually not related to the original QAnon, the Storm concept.
Correct.
Trump's this is it is part of a modern Russian active measures campaign that had deliberately exploited and piggybacked on QAnon style audiences and conspiracy communities and platforms like X to inject Kremlin narratives into Western information spaces. That's where I believe, again,
yeah, it's new.
The Chinese made it. The Chinese put it out, and then on top of it came the Russians.
The other thing that made a significant portion, or of the let's say Trump voting base, not majority, but more than 0%, unfortunately, more susceptible, was a boomerang from the Democrats, Russia retarded conspiracy, right? That was false, completely, totally false, but it got a significant portion of Republicans to reflexively defend Russia, saying, "Oh, if the Democrats are falsely, which they were, falsely going after Trump for being a Russian agent, etc., then that must mean actually Putin is good and Russia is good," and that for sure turbocharged. That also explains why Q was so friendly towards Putin, but it turbocharged the whole Q movement, no question.
Yeah, Storm 1516 is taking advantage of kind of what is already existing, which makes sense that the Russians would do that. And just take a look at this timeline here, right? So Dugan, he stands up this group, it gets presidential administration funding, and they're involved in unconventional and information warfare. So 2005 was before the 2008 Russia-Georgian war. When 2008 happened, his members were involved there. And then you had 2014, where they went into East Ukraine, Donetsk, and Luhansk. And then from there, they went into Crimea. And when they went into Crimea, they set up a information operations center, and it was called South Front. And South Front made it to places all the way over to like guys like Jack Posobiec, who probably didn't even know what it was, but they were retweeting that. And it was led by a guy, or it was founded by a guy that Dugan had brought into his Eurasian youth movement. So these guys, they went into leadership positions in East Ukraine later. And then Dugan, he started that Center for Geopolitical Expertise, which is headed by one of his Eurasian Youth Union guys, and it's involved with this GRU-backed Storm 1516 information operations that are using like these Q accounts and some other accounts like Jackson Hinkle to spread this disinformation to English-speaking voters.
Wild.
They're really good at it. The Russians proved to be really good at it, and the sort of the hybrid warfare, little green men, all that stuff.
Yeah, our United States Special Operations Command, I'm not a military guy, I think that's what it's called. They wrote a book on Russian unconventional warfare, and they actually mentioned Dugan in that book, and that was years ago.
In which book?
The book is something like Russian unconventional warfare or Putin's Little Green Men. I'll have to dig it up.
But they were onto him years ago, which makes sense. It's good to know that our guys were it caught their attention.
Coleman Hughes did a debate between Niall Ferguson and Richard Haas. What do people know about Richard Haas?
He's normie shit lib, kind of predictable. Trump derangement syndrome, but like not a crazy radical. He's like counsel on foreign relations, kind of former Democratic State Department person. He's not like he comes when you listen to him on the surface, he comes across as wrong, but not like communist wrong, if that makes sense. But he's definitely, he hates Trump, so he'll say things to undermine him, of course, or whatever. But
Okay, so
he's relatively
have you listened to
yeah. Go ahead.
Vigano's stuff, James? Have you listened to his when he releases videos,
It's been
Vigano?
like a year since I haven't followed him closely.
Okay. Listen, I feel like I'm blessed, like on a level of never having to hear a Q-slap post or any of this stuff, not having to bother with anything. I mean, like honestly, the only website I ever had to go through was Children's Self Defense, and they had some of the weird stuff saying there. I just ignored it. But other than that, I didn't have to. I wasn't a victim of any of this stuff, like this brain damage, which is quite beneficial, I should say. Okay, so there's let me see. He gives a news post saying, oh, is this 1 month ago, 3 months ago? Let me see the timeline on this. Hold on.
Is they just out of curiosity? Is the Coleman Hughes and Niall Ferguson and Richard Haas, is that about Iran?
Yes.
Okay, that might be interesting.
So the last one is 2 weeks ago. Cursed earth in your work. What does that mean? Maledicta terra nopra tuo. So this is on February 18th, 2026. And Nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus. Let's see what the statement is. Hold on. Is it in English or no? Questo rito solenne severe. No, it's in Italian. Let me see. Padre mio, che è nei cieli. No, it's in Italian, so we have to translate it to Italian for everybody. Okay. Okay, so let me see if there was one where because he speaks to Dugin, right? Dugin and Vigano speak together in the Russian thing.
They were at a joint conference, I think.
Yeah.
Virtually.
So
I'm not sure about in person.
okay, so okay. Whoa. Oh, here it is. Taylor Marshall. Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano issued a long statement this week, about 8 pages long, discussing Russia, Ukraine, NATO, globalism, the New World Order. You see? Great Reset. You see? All in one document. It's thick. Okay. It's a lot of information. Somebody find the thick document. It's 8 pages. It sounds like Eurasian is slop. So I'm right. I said
Oh,
globalist.
like 8 pages.
Yeah, it's very thick. Well, it's thick for these guys for reading, but anyways. Often I'll read the entire Archbishop Vigano statement. It's too long. It's too big. Do you understand? This is Taylor Marshall. So today I'm just going to give some commentary about it. It's too long and it's too big. I'm not sharing my own personal opinion about it, but I am going to know who that person is. Somebody, can you grab that document? Can anybody grab it for me? Anybody grab it? 8-page document. This is 3 years ago, and I'll get 1.78 million views. March 11th, 2022. So it was around that time. Oh, you guys are requesting. I didn't see. Sorry, guys. I'm
We
not
need
looking here.
the aliens, the UAPs. Where's that at? Didn't they release the files yet?
The last space I did with Maze was like a 24-hour space on UAPs. It was like before everybody decided to suck on the teat of the IRGC. I don't know. This is like 3 years ago. I don't know what happened. It was one of the most anyways, everybody was like going crazy listening to us.
That was a different world. That was a different world.
Yeah. That's when the gang was anyways.
What about your
So
boy Ryan Matta, Stealth? Come on,
he was
you like
never
that
in these
one?
spaces.
I
Never
know.
was in
I'm
these
just messing
spaces.
with you, but you seen what he
It was in
posted
no, I can't.
under?
I can't.
Well, he
I can't do
posted
it.
under Trump
or something like that. Like, I hope your ships sink or something like that.
Yeah, he said don't.
He
Basically,
gets
Yeah,
dick
defensive
man. He gets
he's
dick
telling
man
U.S.
too.
military to die and Israeli military to die. Yeah, I can't deal anything that's anti my military, even if I can't deal with it. Like you're not gonna have a good time. Like I'm gonna start to say things that I shouldn't say, and I'm gonna end up on some watch list. I can't. I can't. I'll say things like "No,
Yeah.
your mama," like that kind of stuff. I
Yeah.
can't.
But he's a classic example of a person who tried to gain credibility with the right by jumping on the child protection, you
There's a
know.
lot of people that did that
Train.
though. That's not like a problem, but
But I'm saying it was always sincere, and he was always crazy,
I don't
always
know
from
if
the
it was
first
originally
moment.
insincere. That I'm not aware of because there's like there is a big group of
Okay, he
people.
was always crazy. That I
It
could say. I
was
don't know
because
if he
he
was sincere or
pilfered
not,
a
but he
lot
was.
of the authentic people's work who are trying to actually like save the kids and stuff like that.
Well, I'm not aware of any of that history. I didn't pay attention.
Well, he's like a Bitcoin guy turned a child protection crusader overnight, and he
yeah.
lies about everything.
Well,
I
Elon
Everything.
don't know
Musk
about all
mentioned it
that.
when it came to fraud, and I started asking myself this recently. I was like, I wonder how many of these accounts that were really like wildly obsessed about the Epstein stuff. I wonder how many of them, like so far, they've caught people. Like, I'm not
Yes.
going to mention any names, but these
Yeah.
guys were like, "Oh,
Yeah.
we need to get to Epstein," and then they get arrested
Yeah.
for the same
Yeah.
type of shit. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let me just. Does anybody find that H-page document? I just want to hear because Macron is in this picture.
To thought about running the clip. I was like, you know what? It's just immodest.
What's immodest?
It's gross and weird.
How thick it
I'm
is.
not going to run the clip of President Zelensky doing weird dancing in high heels. It's gross and weird. But again, that shows we're dealing with a secular.
Oh God. Because he was a comedian, like on SNL.
Most people killed.
Oh my
Chairman
God.
Mao, China,
Oh my.
Russia, Stalin, communists, atheists, secularists, kill, kill, kill. They don't believe in human dignity.
Is this from the thing?
So these independent nations with their own identity, their own genius.
Okay, so he's reading a summary. No, I want to hear it from the original Warlock. Let me see here. Hold on. I want to see.
You see, like that. It's so crazy that they portray Russia as anything but a secular nation. Like fucking
Kremlin's
Christ.
favorite Russian.
It's so.
Oh! You're gonna like this. Do you? I mean, I don't like these guys very much because they go. Okay, some people get too OCD over the Russians. Like it's like everything is Russia. Like it's an right. So I try to balance it out, right? Like I'm sorry, it's hard for me to take somebody seriously that's like a belly dancer and was on SNL and now you're leading a country.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was a
So it's
ridiculous
hard. It's
video
hard.
for
It's
sure.
hard for me. Like it's hard. But we did have a
But he was a comedian, as you said. He was a random nobody,
yeah. Like what skill
or a
set?
random
Well,
comedian.
was
I
he a
should say.
lawyer? Right. He finished law school and essentially that was that the narrative.
Yeah, and then he started a very popular.
Like comedy
It was
series show, whatever.
yeah, and then his last famous thing was a comedian who becomes the president of Ukraine. That was the role that he played.
Let me see if this is it. No, this is. I'm trying to find the one.
Still,
Russia. Yes.
while you search what you were searching, because you were asking about what was going on in Germany in 2014 in terms of elections.
Yes.
So it wasn't specifically Germany, it was in the EU, it was the EU Parliament. There was big elections that year that basically you saw a big rise of like far right movements, anti-EU parties, and that affected the Germany elections, the following elections, not that year, but the ones afterwards. But there was something else that was very important that happened in 2014 that is related because you spoke about Syria. So that was the start of the ISIS caliphate. That's when it was declared. But there was something important that happened in the media that year. It was the very first time that network news ever showed those types of images and gore without, like hesitation. And
Well, really.
oh yeah, the reasoning behind it in the newsrooms was that it was already circulating in social media. So there was no need to insulate the public from those images as previously was done with like blurring out.
When was Telegram launched? When was Telegram launched? Does
Oh,
anybody
I
know?
don't know. I don't
So
know, but
when
you can find
so
out.
was Telegram launched around the same time that they were showing the Syrian ISIS caliphate shit? Because that would make sense then if you're starting to And when was Gab operational?
2013. Telegram was created in August of
And
2013.
when did the caliphate stuff and the ISIS stuff start? Like what month in 2014? Does anybody know?
That was in 2014. Let me find out the month. 1 second.
So yeah, so you launched Telegram. Remember there used to be like live leaks that people would listen to, right? I didn't know that Telegram existed. I don't even know what the uptake of Telegram was. I don't know how was Telegram promoted. Who knew about that? Like was that a European Middle East thing because it was started by the Russians by
It
that.
was in June of 2014. I knew it was in the summer, but I wasn't sure the month. So it was June.
So June of 2014 you have ISIS ramp up and then what month was Telegram launched? And was
Year before, August of 13.
And was the launching of Telegram, was that like worldwide or did it start only in Russia preliminarily or how did that start? Like where did people know about it from? Like I never heard about it until I came to Twitter and like
I mean, the creator's a Russian guy,
yeah, I
but
know. Like look up that fact. I know. I memorized the whole interview with him and Tucker, so believe me, I know. That's why I'm asking this. Um so Blinken met with Dugin in 2017. Hold on, and no, sorry, 2022. But wait a second. Hold on.
Or not worship. Freedom to.
Hold on. I've listened to this before. Interesting.
Then our friend Alexander Dugin. People claim that Alexander is now, quote unquote, the most dangerous philosopher of our time, and we'll discover if that's true, yes or no. Well, the concept of liberty that we are discussing was from the beginning negative concept. So that liberty, that was the liberty from, that was defined by Mills. And idea, because if you suggest that you are free for something, you limit by that the freedom itself. So it is contradictory. This is one side of the coin, freedom from. But there's also freedom to. That is at the heart of the definition. Freedom to speak, freedom to think, freedom to assemble, freedom to worship or not worship, freedom to do as you like until your own choice conflicts with someone else's freedom. And then the government is there, structures are there, a process is there to try to help regulate. I have a question.
Okay, I need this whole this debate. So that's interesting. So because Blinken went to the same school with Robert Malley in France, both came out extremely more retarded than when they went in. It would have been better if they just had electric shock therapy, had a stroke, and like went on a cocaine binge, and country would have been much better had Blinken and Malley not. Well, Malley was raised on Arafat's lap, so he was repeatedly touched and probed. So
yeah,
Oh, you're
Mally always
cooking
struck me as
tonight,
more.
Steph. You're cooking.
not really. I'm just in a bad mood. I haven't had carbs. So
Take it out on him.
I'm taking it out on him hardcore. I mean, these
So
are
that Blinken debated Dugan. I didn't
yes,
know that.
yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. At some, one of these esoteric conferences or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Let me ask you something because I just heard something I didn't know about the CIA, the U.S. envoy and the CIA in Lebanon during the Civil War, and about PLO at the
yeah.
time.
What about him?
So I was reading an article that it was them who were providing security for the Americans at the time.
Yes,
Do you know?
yes.
Do you know if that was ever like if that's like documented anywhere? Because I had not heard that part. I knew, like for
Wait.
example, PLO trained, the IRGC, all these different
Well, the
things. I
PLO was
didn't know
not
it was
providing
connected
security
to
for
it.
the. No, they were not providing security for the Americans. Absolutely not. You had the French Foreign Legion there, French forces. You had some UN forces. There was a problem with the, and then you had the Lebanese, I think, Free Army or something, the Christian Army.
Right. So,
Mm,
so whatever I
and
heard,
you had the communist Lebanese Christian group that didn't want the Americans there, wanted them out,
right?
and they conspired with Hezbollah.
No, but Hezbollah wasn't. It didn't exist at the time.
Oh, okay. They conspired with the PLO.
Yeah, this was just the PLO, Arafat, Mahmoud Abbas, the gang.
Yeah, but it was Amal was there also. There was a lot of other entities there.
Right, but that's what I was asking specifically. If you have
PFLP,
ever heard?
PFLP was there.
It does
PFLP.
appear. It does appear to be real. In June 1976, during the height of the Lebanese Civil War, President Ford and Secretary of State Kissinger enlisted the PLO's help to safely evacuate American citizens from Beirut, for which Yasser Arafat was thanked. CIA PLO cooperation continued through the 70s and the 80s, driven by back channel communication to ensure safe passage for U.S. personnel. And yeah, it did provide security for CIA and U.S. officials during the Lebanese Civil War, particularly in the mid 70s. During the 76 Beirut embassy evacuation, yeah, PLO forces under Arafat, specifically Fatah, protected Americans, creating a non aggression pact and a covert ongoing channel with the CIA.
Can you send me that, AB? I mean, I'm just trying to like wrap my head around why would we ask, I don't know, ISIS to protect us? Like, it's just stupid.
Well, let me tell you why. Because at that time, they did nothing but terrorism all over the world and plane hijackings, and we were negotiating with them, and we were trying to bring them closer to us rather than the Russians because of what was going on with the Oslo Accords and well, before the Oslo, obviously, because this is the 70s. But we had to work with them because there was more extremist groups than Fatah, which was the PFLP, DFLP, and they were considered like the ones we were negotiating with.
Yeah, and if you remember, like how messed up Lebanon was at the time, right? It was you had to have, or it was helpful to at least to have one terrorist faction on your side to sort of give you some sort of a safe passage or protection, because there was 38 other terrorist groups there that were gunning for you.
Okay.
Not to defend it, but just to explain it.
It's called the Nexus Institute. These are where they do these debates. Oh, Pence was there a month ago. That's weird. Let's see which one. What's the Nexus Institute, James? Do you know it?
I don't. I'm looking it up right now, though.
Okay, so that's where Dugan was there with. So they have a bunch of interviews with him. Oh my God, so many. Oh God. So here is 8 years ago, 3 years ago, 6 years ago, 8 years ago. Populism and proxy wars. Listen to this. Let's hear 8 years ago. An informed dialogue about the world of ideas.
Concerning populism, very important things. You identify populism in your speech with right populism. But there is left populism in Europe, for example, Cinque Stelle, Five Stars, or Podemos, or... Well, that's why I said the left-right division is old. No, that's absolutely. So there is populism, I think, that is very interesting anti-liberal tendency. It's not only something purely negative, it's a kind of chance. If we will regard populism as something of the old, of the resurgence of fascism or leftism or Stalinism and so on, so it will grow. We need to understand that phenomenon as critical. Maybe it is the birth of a new form of critical theory, not left nor right, beyond left or right. So I think that populism represents in the United States as well, because the Trump is populist president. Putin is absolutely populist,
No,
but he
Trump
is
is
not
not
right
populist.
nor left, neither left nor left. So I think the populism in the United States, in Russia, in Europe represents something more than we think. Maybe we maybe educate populism to speak with populist movement, to understand instead of demonizing it. Because now liberal discourse is populism is growing, that is new danger. We should find the way how to resist. But maybe we need to make a kind of dialogue with populism. So maybe include and not exclude the populism in our democratic system. That will. I have to report to you. I have to report to you that in the United States, at least, populism is the exact opposite of critical thinking. The exact opposite. Wait. Populism in the United States and elsewhere, from what I read, but I know the populism
Just so you know,
where I live.
everybody on stage is the least attractive human being you could ever imagine sitting in a round table discussion. Everyone looks like one of those crazy mad scientists. Everybody looks like they garden and they read esoteric poetry on the toilet, and then they go and they write about the ways that ancient societies were destroyed, and then they go play around the chess, have a cup of tea, and then they go back to doing crazy stuff. This is like, if I had to describe it, I mean, if I had more time and had more energy,
They definitely grow hair on their back as
it's
well.
not about
Yeah,
back.
back
No,
I
no,
hair.
just
no, no,
found
no.
the photo
Everybody's
and it's
hair is.
hideous.
You see what I'm saying? Okay, so you saw the
Yep.
photo. Okay, so everybody, each one of them, these are older people. They don't care about their looks. They don't look in the mirror. They're simply sitting in salons, right? There used to be salons where they would just debate ideas all day long. Mental masturbation is what I call it. I should trademark that. Somebody write that down. But this is what they would do, and they would talk and talk and talk, and then others would then go and destroy our country of America under the Obama administration.
Used to call these
So
people communists.
well, yeah, but communists, but sometimes not even communists because some of them are worth a lot of money.
Just weirdos.
I
Just
don't know, it's
weirdos.
not
Yeah.
always communist, but it's there's a word in Romanian that's phenomenal. Foaia verde lobodă. And you would say this to somebody, it's like you're sitting at a table and people think they're so smart and they're talking about everything. And it's like foaia verde lobodă. It's like okay, keep talking, whatever, like let's go back to reality in the real world because you need to eat, right? And they're waiting for some woman to bring them bread and cheese on the table, and some spritz water. These are the kind of people that forget to eat, forget to shave their beards, forget to comb their hair because they're so lost and deep in thought. Well, oh my god, this describes us on Twitter Spaces. Holy shit, big mistake, I just realized. But my
I didn't know
But
where you were going with that
we're
when
all
you
much more
paused.
but I make a
attractive.
habit of being fully dressed and have hair and makeup done when I'm Spaces. It's like a thing in the morning so that you have.
Yeah, we're way better looking, especially Keith.
Like
Like,
Uncle
and
Junior.
How do you know what he looks like?
I just know that he's a very handsome feller. That's just like you could sense it.
I told you guys before, I'm a fat guy that sits in my basement coding all day.
All right.
Okay.
Nonetheless,
Okay. All right.
nonetheless,
Okay. Let me
600
play this.
still
pounds.
like
Is
it.
essentially the politics of emotion and of high emotion, and it places an almost mystical faith in the wisdom of the people. Now, one of the things you kind of rationality. Wait. No.
A new kind of rationality. Okay. All right.
Who's he talking to? Who's Dugan talking
A
to?
bunch of other people that are also like Faya Verdelobede. Like these are people that don't have to worry
But
about
this guy
chopping
right
wood.
now, the American.
I don't know.
Who's
I
the
don't know.
American
You
that's
can
talking?
Google it.
Nothing
You
whatsoever
have it in front
new
of you.
about populism, and there is nothing whatsoever new about the mystical faith in the wisdom of the people. These are very old ideas, and in my view, very old mistakes. Because one of the things that history shows. Kabbalah tradition is the greatest achievement of human spirit. My friend, I have studied the Kabbalah my whole life in the Hebrew language. As well as and I'm here, and I have to tell you that it has absolutely nothing to do with the wisdom of the people. What history shows, but mystic. What history shows is that the wisdom of the people frequently becomes justifications for terrible crimes. Yes. And that what passes as the wisdom of the people can lead directly to evil. And the American system, certainly, when the founders of ours wrote our Constitution, they considered populism. They called it direct democracy. And they ruled it out in favor of representative democracy precisely so as to make possible deliberation and rational consideration of the issues facing the country. Maybe this is the fault there. Well, so far so good. Well, no, but I have to also say at the point.
Dugan says we will see in terms of the American Democratic Republic that we had. He says we will see, and this is when Dugan was. Do you think, James, that his daughter was really killed, or that he made sure she got out of country because it was a threat risk, or do you think really she was killed?
I don't know. I don't even like getting into that just because there's so much. Just takes you like in the conspiracy theory realm. Like
No,
people
but was
showed
was
me.
there ever a question that she wasn't killed by anybody? I mean,
Yeah, because
is it?
people show us like the photos and they're like, she looks too perfect to have been blown up in the car explosion. That's
You
what.
mean they show her body? Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
yeah.
Oh. I
So
see. Because if I had a daughter and they were in the situation they were in, I would want her to be safe. I mean, they lived with Putin, right? All of them, right? And Putin loved her apparently, like as a child, like a sister, child, whatever you want to say. Who knows? Maybe as a paramour, it doesn't matter. But I would want her safe, like his gymnastic wife who lives who did gymnastics. She's in Switzerland, and they have like I think 4 kids by now, and nobody ever sees her anymore. She's never in public. she's like locked away because of the threat concerns to her life and the kids and his first wife and those kids too. But okay, I was just curious if
I think it is generally accepted that the daughter was killed, and they were trying to kill him. Someone was trying to kill him, and got the daughter
yeah,
instead.
but you
That's
need
kind
to
of the
understand if you're running an op, you would do that if you're in the Russia-Ukraine war as
sure.
on purpose to create an outrage and to feed the narrative of like whatever listen, if I think in a Russian mindset, I would absolutely do that. Make sure she's safe, pretend like she was
Yeah,
killed, extricate her, and then use that as reason to whatever. Because somebody who lost their daughter in that way, Dugin doesn't operate. I was wondering if he accelerated James. That's what I was trying to figure out. When his daughter died, this was 2017, December 22nd. So I'm assuming she died after this, right? Because he aged considerably from what I'm looking at.
It would have had to have been like in the early days of the Ukraine-Russian war.
Oh, then they
That's what I would
did
think.
then they extricated her. That's it. Then now I know what I think. Okay, got it. Okay,
Let me
yeah,
look up when she
look up when
brought
it
up.
was. Yeah.
Discussing the idea of democracy. Now, coming from Afghanistan, we have been at the graceful receiving end of American democracy in the form of two disastrous faked elections and two presidents and a mafia system at the end of the day. There is very little faith in the idea of what is American democracy. It's been put into challenge as well in Iraq, for example. In the list of things that you cited, and I agree with you in terms of going back and trying to understand the internal forces of this, don't you think it is also about time for us to go back and understand what is the American political democratic system, and making a distinction? Because as well being a Canadian, our form of practice of the democratic political system is rather different. And there are some safeguards put in place against what exactly you described in terms of the takeover by the populists. But in America, it is the force of the material, the powerful, and the sort of capital economy that has corrupted somehow the political system, in my view. But I'd like to hear, what do you think internal forces that are... Quickly, two things. Yeah. First, as an Afghan, you can thank both Russia and the United States. They both have destroyed my country greatly. Yes, thank you. Not you per se, but your August 20th, 2022, 6 months into the war. Second, and
Okay, that makes sense then. Okay.
I think Leon's exactly right. Two things that are happening. One is the system that was designed in order to favor deliberation, to avoid the passions of the moment. But for the reasons that I suggested earlier, we're now being overtaken by the passions of the moment. The unbridled flow of information creates so much pressure now on decision makers to make decisions immediately, to just react, to just do something, to just act, that process of deliberation is taken away. And that's one of the greatest dangers, I think, that we face. But the truth of the matter is, for all of the challenges that we have now, we have self-correcting mechanisms. And we've gone through these periods throughout our history. We went through McCarthyism. We went through McCarthyism. We went through the 1960s and the turmoil there. We've gone through a series of challenges, the Civil War. But these self-correcting mechanisms usually ensure that once we've managed to get everything wrong, we eventually get it right. So right now, we still have a strong, functioning, independent media that calls truth to power. We still have a strong, functioning, effective judiciary. They're very, very courageous when they deal with local stories, but not the same when it applies to international. Well, no, but so there's another. But I'm just saying, in terms of our own positions, right? And I still believe in the resilience of those systems, despite the fact that, unfortunately, we seem to have right now a president who's taken a page out of the book of other leaders in going after those very sources that check the power of any one power center. Tony, about those media in the United States of America, I respectfully disagree with you because nobody reads them or watches them anymore. It's, we know as a result that Facebook took over and that Mr. Putin knew how to use Facebook to create, quote unquote, his fake news. And Alexander, and in the interview you gave to our newspaper, which, by the way, is a very good newspaper, and more people should read it, but you were in favor of getting Trump into power. And I cannot connect having Trump in your view as President of the United States of America, with your idea that every nation or civilization will stick to its own idea, why is it that Putin, a certain way, you did not leave America alone? Why interfere in elections? So our dream that America live alone the world and leave the world alone. Oh, so if America will concentrate, as Trump promised, on itself and will try to make it great again inside, that's the only dream. So we could help America to return to the greatness without us, without other world, because
So the Russians wanted Trump because they thought he was going to go full blown isolationist, and therefore America would be focused so much internally, so that the Russians and the Chinese could take over the rest of the world.
That's
And
right
he
out of
said he was
Dugan's
playing.
playbook. He wrote about that they were trying to find groups in the United States that were isolationist that they could work with, and that's I think it was actually a Center for Geopolitical Expertise they set up in 2008 when he brought in Edward Lozansky, and he was a guy that was running Russian propaganda operations in the United States. He brought him in, and Lozansky offered Dugin up U.S. conservative contacts. I think that's probably when he got a lot of that information, because previously he was focused on Europe.
Dugin was focused on Europe previously.
That's right. He was building
Right,
relations.
because they were about to go, because they were going into Crimea, and they had to deal with Georgia and Ukraine and what other countries there were. There was like a whole bunch of, anyways, doesn't matter. So he said it right in front of Blinken, and he admits that they were trying to affect the election, hoping that it would be more isolationist, because there was a promise to him by certain people that surrounded Trump that this would be the narrative framing. They read it wrong, because Trump is not an isolationist, and he's also not a fucking populist. So there was people that wanted to drive that, or elements to it, but that wasn't it. So hold on, I'm trying to.
Well, populist has become another one of those many terms that's kind of lost meaning over the years. But it's so, but even inherently, it's the type of word that's so vague. It can encompass everything, like they were alluding to in debate, right? It just means appealing to the sentiments of the common man. So you can be all sorts of ideologies and be a populist, but
he also stood up.
Kind of like not a very.
Basically, this guy's all over the place. Dugin. He started it was Moscow State University, I think. It was Center for Conservative Studies. So he has Center for Geopolitical Studies, and then like a conservative studies group, and that might have been the one that was hosting Lozansky. So he has multiple groups that he's involved with and that he started.
Hold on, I need to enter a password for.
Because he's a populist.
Who?
I'm saying
because Dugan's a populist.
Dugan's not a populist. He's not a populist.
He's involved with one group. His friend Malafeev runs that double-headed Eagle Society, and they want to suspend Russian presidential elections. They basically they're trying to bring back a monarch through Malafeev's group. And Malafeev is the one that started Zargrad TV with that Fox News guy that was helping him. Hannock, I think is his name. So when they launched Zargrad, they brought Alex Jones on in 2017. And then he stepped down from that, and then he started his double-headed Eagle Society, which is the group that's advocating for a return to monarchy in Russia. And that group is linked to...
Do they have a name of a person that they want?
It sounds like Putin. I mean, I don't know if they have another name. They can't say it out publicly, because they basically, the way that these groups, the only reason they're allowed to operate is if they're serving the Kremlin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the difference of what they have now versus a monarchy. What, just like the pomp and then they want like a crown? Is it they just want somebody crowned? Is that what it is? Or they want to bring somebody back from the original bloodline?
I don't think they want to bring back.
Yeah, they want to appeal to Russian imperial history, right? By the way, which is where the protocols.
Yeah, it goes back to this book I had mentioned in my timeline. It's called The Black Hundred. Walter LaCour. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I forget how you spell it. Anyways, it's called The Black Hundred, And he mentions Dugan in that book. And there's also another book by Charles Clover, Black Wind, White Snow. But anyways, both of these guys are talking about how at the end of the Soviet Union in the twilight days, there was the Communist Party boss I've mentioned before, Yuri, and he's working with some other guys, and they're basically trying to figure out how do they build a new Russian society, keep everything together, right? Because you've got this collapsing system, the Soviet Union. What is the new system going to be? And they were talking about cosmism, keeping elements of communism, bringing back some of this monarchist ideology. And so this top level Communist Party boss, who is they believed he got backing from KGB, Kryakov, the guy that was trying to set up all these private companies to get Communist Party money out of the country. So they believe he got backing from that group, and they basically stood up this group. It was like an experimental group. They hired a bunch of people, and they're trying to dream up like a new ideology for Russia. And I think that's where some of this comes
Kind of like
from.
a heritage foundation. It's like a heritage, like a think tank group that to reconstruct the
Yeah, because you got to have something
but
that's going to hold your country and your society together, right?
But they didn't do it, right, James?
What do you mean?
They didn't create anything. They didn't implement anything as of yet, correct?
Yeah, I mean they're trying to. I mean, I think that's what this double-headed eagle society kind of like ties back into. It's not a direct outgrowth of what that Communist Party boss was doing, but I think it's still part of them trying to create something that's going to hold Russia together.
Uh-huh. Why why they're worried about balkanization right now?
I think that has to be something with it. I mean, think about, the final days of the Soviet Union. You've got all these like states that are breaking off, Ukraine, the Baltics, all that. These guys, I mean, Dugin, even before, it was like early 90s, he was talking about keeping the empire together, right? So a lot of these like hardline nationalists, they want to keep all these states. They want to keep everything together. Well, how are you going to do that, right? Communism, international communism was what originally, the country's built on under Lenin.
The original
and
plan.
then it went national, quote unquote nationalist with Stalin. And then it just basically decayed and it dissolved. So all these hardliners, they want to keep everything together. You have to dream up something new to keep it all together,
which is like
to reclaim your land.
Like in Iran, it's the same kind of a weird situation, right? But Russia's different because Russia has like a lot of other countries that used to be part of their empire, right? So it's a different.
You got Muslims in there. I mean, a ton of different.
The third party, he was anti-establishment.
Russians also like authoritarianism more than many.
Okay, I just want to get through
They
this audio.
genuinely
It's
enjoy
4
it.
minutes, okay?
And we'll try to make it great again inside. That's the only dream. So we could help America to return to the greatness without us, without other world. Because in Trump, we have remarked the third party. He was anti-establishment candidature. He was a kind of trickster going against traditional Republicans, traditional Democrats, and that was a kind of voice of the silent majority of American people that has chosen something else that American elite, interventionist, imperialist, hegemonistic wants. So that was the hope for us. Maybe after coming to the White House, we are a little bit disappointed by Trump, but nevertheless, we still hope because he tries now to understand where he is. So that is the first step. And that is promising something. Maybe he finally, to the end of his presidency, he will understand something in the inner and external politics. But now he has stopped at least negative agenda of United States of America, including in the Middle East. So I'm absolutely we are grateful to Mr. Trump because he has left us a little bit alone for And that was precisely, he was blamed for that by Levy, by Bernard Levy. So I agree with his analysis, but from the other point. Now I understand the freedom that you're talking about. Well, I'll make you a deal. Freedom from the United States. Yes, exactly. I'll make you a deal. The United States will consider leaving the world alone when Russia considers leaving the world alone. As an Afghan, I would say, please, Russia and please, America, leave the world alone. I agree with you. Yeah. Wait, hold on 1 second. But hold on, let me explain that. When you get involved, let me explain that. When the power and superpowers get involved in proxy wars and in advancing their own interests, okay? Whether it's in Afghanistan, whether it's any of the other countries around the world, or whether was it in the 70s, Latin America. The problem with that is if you want to help the Middle East, Afghanistan, do it through humanitarian help, do it through medical help, do it through educational help, but leave your armies and militaries aside because they create disastrous results, and we have seen it a few times. We have seen it repeated, and I agree with a previous debate earlier in the first roundtable where the idea came about. I think it was Yvonne who said, just because we have advanced so technologically, we are under some kind of an illusion that in terms of our human advances, we have also achieved something great. But I think there has been a regression. Technologically, a lot of advancement has happened, and we're all talking about Facebook and the rest of it. But in terms of the development of the humanist thought, in terms of the development of democracy, in terms of the development of even liberalism, and the idea of intervention, non-intervention, we are still stuck in a century behind, and no further thinking and development has happened unless we are really willing to invest in that and bring our humanist thinking and development of our human thought to the level of our technological and scientific achievement. The country's involvement in other countries militarily are going to produce more disasters, and Afghanistan is a particular case in a study. And I encourage people to go and actually look at this history of the last 30 years, where I grew up in that war, fought against the Russians. I was a radical Islamist, and I moved to the West, and I'm also skeptical of the American foreign policy involved in all of the region. So as an outsider to both of these, I would say we need to rethink and reevaluate internally our own systems.
So she was a radical Islamist in Afghanistan. Now she's like literally Dugan's giving her googly eyes. Yeah.
It's
Okay.
Walter LaCure is his pronunciation, but so I found an interesting footnote from his book, and he's saying that according to the KGB general in charge of Zionist affairs, most Pamyat
Yes.
Leaders had been recruited by his organization, and Pamyat was the organization that Dugan joined in 1987, and they were producing stuff, excerpts and maybe full reprints of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion.
Okay, wait. Start from the beginning one more time. This is in reference to the guy that was on stage?
Oh, no.
With the white
No,
hair?
sorry. This is just something entirely different, but it's related to Dugan.
Okay, so start it. Can you say one more time? I was trying to frame it in what you were speaking about.
It goes to what we were talking about earlier. So it's a footnote in Walter LaCure's Black 100 book. And he's saying, according to the KGB general in charge of Zionist affairs, most Pamyat leaders had been recruited by his organization. And this was like a nationalist organization that was allowed to operate in the final years of the Soviet Union that Dugan joined. And they were basically promoting narratives like the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, reprinting excerpts from it.
That's very telling that he was doing it at that time, because that was like late 90s, right?
1987 is when he joined.
I mean, like late 80s, early 90s. Okay, so he was in that department for how long? Do we know?
It was a independent organization, but it basically, Walter is saying that according to this KGB general in charge of Zionist affairs, the KGB was like running the group or steering the group.
Yeah, people don't understand. They had actual generals in the KGB that ran Zionist affairs. Do you understand the level of fuckery that was done against Jews
Yeah.
and Israel? Like, it's crazy.
And Charles Clover, he has also something on Pamya as well in his book Black Wind, White Snow. He's speculating that the group was the creation of the KGB general Kryakov, which is the guy that we had mentioned earlier that was in the final days of the Soviet Union telling his retired KGB guys that they need to start setting up hundreds of private companies overseas to move money.
Yeah, if like they would break into buildings, offices in America as part of their like breaking, they did forgeries, they created front organizations in the U.S., they even planted bombs. All means were justified in the battle that the Soviet intelligence agency waged against the Zionist movement, the emigration of Jews leaving Russia, and the world's major Jewish organizations. Classified documents now reveal that the agency's leaders saw Zionism as a real threat to the Soviet Empire and did everything in their power against it. And the only reason why was because they didn't want to have a brain drain. They didn't want to lose their best and brightest sober thinkers, which were the Jews in Russia, of which there was only a few million. It makes no sense to me, but
Yep. And then here's another interesting. This is from, I think his name is, I'm just reading off my paper here. His first name, I think, is Kevin Coogan in his book. He's saying that it seems clear that it seems clear today that Russian Red-Brown alliance has its roots in some of the most decayed elements of the Soviet national security establishment and the Communist Party elite. So the red.
they broke into the World Jewish Congress offices in Paris in like what year was this? Let me remember what year it was. In 1972, the Russians broke into the World Jewish Congress. It's called Operation Simon in Paris, copying internal material, mostly documentation on the members of the large international organization so it could target the members all over the world. In order to map its ties to other key Jewish organizations, the Russian surveillance of the headquarters located in the heart of the City of Lights revealed that the employees did not sense any danger. While the threat of global terrorism had already been raised at the time, no one in the World Jewish Congress bothered to install an alarm system in their offices or have the offices guarded at night. A KGB team obtained a key to the front door from one of the employees and copied it. And so on February 12th, a KGB operative arrived in Paris to carry out the mission. His nickname was Chub, which in Russian means a Cossack's forelock. Interesting. Soviet intelligence humor, apparently. Chub easily infiltrated the building through the main entrance. He worked all night, photocopied a large number of documents. The loot was impressive. A list of the World Jewish Congress 20,000 supporters in France alone, including their names, addresses, information on donations. Each of them gave the organization, as well as the names of 3,000 subscribers in 55 countries, uh, of Information Juive, a newspaper for the French speaking Jewish community. Chubb quickly passed on the material to the Soviet Union's embassy in Paris and returned to Vienna in the same day using a fake passport. The material reached the desk of General Nikolai Kosov Antonovich, who was in charge of Service A. The operation later transpired was relatively easy but not risk-free, and in any event suggested just how much Andropov wanted to sabotage Jewish organizations. Operation Simon was merely a prelude to the real thing. In the year that followed, KGB experts worked to analyze the material Chubb had stolen, leading to the planning of a wide-scale operation. On January 1st, 1973, Kosov presented the planned cluster of operations to his boss, Andropov, who approved it the next day, and the operation was underway shortly thereafter. The KGB created an entire series of sophisticated forgeries based on the stolen material and on the contact and members lists. The goal was to sow internal dissent and create a rift between the Jewish organizations, occupying them as much as possible with internal arguments, while deepening the suspicion that they were stealing money from one another. This is what the fucking Russians did
Wow.
to the
And
Jews.
Service
And
A, just so everybody knows, is active measures. They're active measures.
yes,
Yep.
1972. And that was because, remember, it was the war, 1972, right? So it was the end of the, yeah, it was almost, you had the Yom Kippur War. So Service A created a new fictitious Jewish organization called the Union of Young Zionists, a name which may have sounded familiar to some. The intelligence gathering and research done ahead of the operation revealed that there was really an organization by that name, which was active in Poland in the 30s and 40s. The fictitious organization sent completely fabricated documents to addresses of members found in the documents that were stolen from the World Jewish Congress headquarters. The fabricated documents framed the WJC members of embezzling huge amounts of donations that were supposed to reach Israel and instead found their way into their own pockets. The World Zionist Organization, WITZO, and its operational arm, the Jewish Agency, were also involved in the embezzlement, the fabricated documents suggested. They further revealed a link between WJC and radical Jewish organizations that at the time were seeking to spur anti Semitic activity in Western nations to encourage immigration to Israel. That was all an information op, none of it was real. A man who worked in an executive role in the WJC in Paris during those years and who I recently met there told me it was clear to us that someone was meddling in our affairs. Suddenly, we began receiving feedback from numerous supporters, friends, and donors demanding answers, some using harsh words. They wanted to know what happened to their donations. We realized we were subject to a serious campaign of disinformation. The rumors, the accusations, the stories about theft all caused us very great harm. There was a sharp drop in donations alongside an atmosphere of suspicion. Some suspected French intelligence, while others suspected the Russians, but the majority really thought it was a competing organization trying to take our place. Those were very unpleasant days. They said, "Did you file a complaint with the police?" So they go through like the whole history. In October
What's the
1973, the
excerpt
KGB
you're
used
reading from,
information.
or the source?
Here, I'll post it. I'm posting it right
Okay,
now.
thank you.
It's from the released documents that the CIA referred. And so I was not involved in matters of security, but I don't think we did. The embarrassment caused by such a thing that someone would put so much effort in creating a web of lies about us, or the embarrassment that could be caused by us even investigating the accusations in the letters, was so great that the people in charge decided to shelve the matter. This is like the Epstein file situation. You understand what I mean? There was so much fake stuff that was reported in the Epstein files from people that would just dial into the FBI, right? And that was specifically done by certain agency people like KGB and others, and whatever, whatever, GRE, whatever. I don't know what agency dealt with that, but the Chinese did it also. There's a lot. There's a lot, or their political, or their operatives that they were paying, on the side. The Moscow Center was obsessed with Zionist subversion against the Soviet Union. Professor Christopher Andrew, the historian of the British intelligence community, told them the KGB used information obtained in Operation Cyan to spread another libel. It created another front organization, this time a French pro-Israel organization, which was allegedly involved in the murder of a relative of then French President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. It never happened, but they made this up. The murder, according to the non-existent organization, was in retaliation for the French president's persecution of a group of Jewish financiers and because of his policy, which was hostile towards Israel. You see what they did?
Yeah, it's really incredible, isn't it?
They're masters at this, but that's why, like, when to the point that they failed to understand how ridiculous it was to try to link the murder to Israel and to Zionism, and that there was no chance people would believe the story. Although this libel probably did not cause any damage, and was anyway very far from Moscow's original objective of taking active steps against the world Jewry and Zionism. They still saw the entire prank as a great success and were very proud of it. So, chapter 1 of the Middle East Files. These articles. Vasily Mitrokin is here.
Yeah, speaking of which, we had mentioned last time that the KGB was trying to frame the Jewish groups for planting explosives in African
Yes,
American communities.
yeah. This was in New York and in the South, right? Saying that they're trying to kill black people. It was all made up. The Russians were doing it.
And the thing is, they never really stopped doing this type of stuff. And I don't know, you're connected to
Like the pipe
people.
bomber on J6.
Yeah, you're connected to people around the administration. I mean, what are we doing to counter foreign malign influence? Are we going to stand up a new working group on active measures like we had under Reagan? I mean, what are we doing right now, Stealth?
Um, it is. It is. No comment. So what I can say is that it's being looked at in a in a certain way. I would say that there is. Well, were you in here when Santos was in the space? Did you listen to what Santos said
Earlier today?
yesterday?
No, I don't think so.
You should. You should. Yeah, I was DMing you. I want you should go in when George Santos comes in the space and he says, "So I have a real problem about the amount of Russian influence ops that are embedded in the administration going against the president, and I don't know what to do about it." And I was like, okay, let's talk later. I haven't called him yet. That's why Carolina came into the space and says, can we call Santos? So I said to put a list together and to DM it to, I don't know, somebody who's open to hearing those things, which is Gorka and certain other people. And I think that's the right way to go. I would say whatever they're going to work on probably won't be ready until we win in 2028, and it'll be benefiting the next president, assuming the next president understands malign foreign influence operations.
Yeah, and I'm not just talking about the Russians either. I mean, obviously the Chinese with what
Oh
you
no,
talked
no,
about.
it's mostly CCP.
Yeah,
Yeah, the main focus is the CCP. Russians is like it's real people. Like we have real
right.
people that are running operations for the Russians without them even knowing it because they're so fucking dumb, James. Like we're talking really dumb people, and that's the problem. They don't have like just dummies. So so and anyways, anything that would I don't think they would formally publicly say anything because it's such a dangerous um organization because we have like the one that what's his face Beatty is supposed to be running, which they discombobulated, right, with the Russian wife. What's his name?
Yeah, he came
Warren.
in and smashed the successor organization to the defunded GEC. And there may have been valid criticisms around some of what they were doing in terms of censorship or overreach, but we've got to have something. I mean, we had it under Reagan, right? If we want to look to a conservative example,
Right, right. So the university thing is the first thing is going to happen with that new exposures about who's donating what, but what
I did catch that. That was Ms. Nelly, right? That was talking about that
yeah,
earlier. Yep.
yeah. And so she kind of leaked that out a little bit. I would say this: it would be great if we had like not Voices of America, name it something else, make it under national security or some external thing that nobody knows how it's whatever, and do kind of like what I do, but like I don't know, maybe like 100 people, and each one picking a different topic, and have it run 24 hours a day, radio, YouTube, podcasts, this like tablet articles, something like that, like fresh and fun and interesting, different ages. But obviously, you need to have 45 and above. You need to have 25 to 35, and you need to have. I'm dead honest about this. 10 years old to 10 years old to 15, and then 16 to 24. You need to have something that has something like that, and so it's Spotify. It's every single vector, and it's purely a pro-American educational channel
And we're
that
talking
can be
about
funny and
so the Russians they call it information confrontation. They break it into informational technical and informational psychological. So what we're talking
yes,
about is the informational psychological domain.
yes, yes. So like yeah, like so something like so, but also it has to have that energy. Like the reason why the spaces work so well is because anybody just pops in. So it's kind of like calling into the radio show kind of a thing. You need to be able to take the magic that we have like in my spaces and put that across different ages, different rages. Like even though like kids do this Omegle thing where random people jump in and you talk to strangers, but something like that but elevated, like a lift from there. I think about it at times. There's people it's there's got to be a way to do it where it would appeal to individuals that like come into my spaces where I have people of various levels of expertise that would just pop in randomly like that the guy from yesterday, Smythe, who are just oh like they don't know me, I'm Angelina Jolie's whatever picture, right, John Voight's favorite daughter with yeah, so but you could have
She was
random people
calling
of
for a belt campaign that's public.
but no, but something different for me too. Like not there's sports even like even pro American narrative with politics with sports for men that want to listen to sports but also need to be educated because a lot of men have become retarded and become like females on podcasts. So we can't have that. So you need to take away that weird energy that well, I'm right, Stefan, with a name like Stefan you would know. But
I
I'm just saying
understand.
like how to bring
You should officially change your name to Stefan just to fully accept it.
no, because then other people will do it. It's supposed to be just between me and him. It's like
Just
special.
add a big F. Just put a big F, big away on your PH.
So literally, someone could be watching. Oh, this is probably how the bracket's going to play out, and oh, by the way, this is what the First Amendment of the Constitution is.
Well, a little bit more sophisticated than that, but yes, you would mix certain types of like on-demand news during exciting times with some sports stuff. Feel like some, like two creative guys. Could be two young guys from like Barstool Sports, but you have to have that level of like you know
What you'd
something.
probably have to do is you'd have to basically be a sponsor, and instead of advertising a product, just the 30-second readouts literally just teach them something.
No, but it has to be conversational and organic, like what we do. That's what gets people because they never know when you're going to say something, so it gets them addicted to just listen all day. They put an earbud in and they're like mowing the lawn, or they're at the gym and lifting, and they're like, "Oh, one earbud for music and one earbud because I want to listen to these guys and whatever they're talking about." But not like this weird like. It has to be changing constantly. It has to be spontaneous. People need spontaneity, and the pre-planned podcast, like people will skip forward or whatever. You can't do that when you have like an inorganic. It's a very interesting idea because you could essentially.
Well, as someone who watches both political and sports podcasts, I'm telling you that in regards to the sports podcasts, okay, it's going to be very difficult to integrate political stuff into the conversation unless it's a political person that's talking sports, like the handful of
Yes.
times that Trump's gone on the podcast. However, if the goal is to teach something political on a sports podcast, pretty much the only way that you'd really be able to shoehorn that, and I say shoehorn because you're not going to be able to integrate it cleanly, is to literally have them, when they do their sponsor readouts, just straight up say something intelligent. And most people who are listening to those podcasts, their phone's away or their headphones are in, so they're not skipping it. And so probably 9 times out of 10, they're hearing those sponsor readouts. Otherwise, I don't really see any other way that you're going to get a sports person to just straight up talk about how, you know, the CCP is doing all these nefarious things, etc. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if you're just entertaining this idea for fun or if you're serious because I'm
No,
treating
dead
it
No,
serious.
seriously.
No,
I
no,
am.
no, no,
No,
dead
I'm
serious.
trying to give you a serious answer. I promise. That's what
Stefan.
I'm
I'm
saying.
dead serious. No,
No,
no, no,
but
I'm dead serious.
Stefan, there's something that we all know that happens, for example, in Qatar, which is, the whole, whitewashing of their sports. Who finances the stadiums? The FIFA World Cup and all the slavery going on in Qatar. There is a lot of geopolitics that goes
In
on
sports.
around the sports subjects that can definitely be embedded in the conversation in sports podcasts, and it will open up
Yes.
the minds of
It
people.
could. It won't.
Well,
Unless you force them to. I'm being for real. Like I'm not. I know I like to joke, but I'm actually taking your idea seriously and trying to give
No,
you a
no,
real
you
answer.
understand that the government is paying these people to do exactly what I said. It's not about commercials. It's a pro America movement, government
Yes.
sponsored. What do you mean? Yes.
No, I would love people to become more knowledgeable and patriotic. I'm just strictly addressing in regards to the sports world. Okay, you have the TV stations, which are largely woke. Good luck there. But in the podcast sphere, podcast is conservative coded. However, most people that are watching the sports podcasts, they're just watching the sports. Politics never comes up unless there's the rare exceptions, like in regards to
but
you know
but
NIL and Trump and stuff like that.
no,
What I'm trying to tell you is start small
No,
and
Stefan, you're
Stephanie, let me
no.
ask
It's
you
it's very
something.
doable.
Let me ask you
Yeah,
something.
it's very doable. You're wrong. It's how
okay,
you
well
speak about
how
it.
do you
Yeah.
let's take for example, I don't even know if you'll recognize any of these, but let's say Josh Pate or Bussin' with the Boys or Barstool. Let's say they're
Well, let me give you an
talking.
example of something else. Do you remember the scandal with China and basketball and how you couldn't say anything about China?
Yes,
Okay, so you're watching basketball games and you start to re-educate Americans of what happened with China and basketball from before, and you find a way to integrate it. Listen, I am able
they
naturally and
won't bring it
organically.
up on the sports podcast, dear. I'm trying to tell you that.
No, who
That
won't bring it up? You're the hosts that are speaking bring it up themselves. What do you mean?
it did not get it. That China stuff did not get reported on podcasts. It did not get reported on sports news.
No, but
It got
What?
reported in
Wait.
normal news.
no.
No,
But
no, no,
Stephanie,
no, no. You're not
you're
getting
not
it.
getting
You're
it.
still not getting it
Let
at
me
all.
try here, Steph. Okay. So you have different types.
At all. You're not
You
getting
have
it.
different types of shows that goes around sports. You might have the sport show of the game itself, where you're just getting commentary on the game. But there's
Right.
podcasts themselves that go even in parallel to the live games that are just commenting on the players, who's sponsoring the players, the statistics of the players. They bring up a lot of like personal shit about them. In these types of conversations, these types of things can definitely be embedded in the conversation, when it comes to,
Again, you're not hearing me. Of course they could. They're not going to.
Who's they? The people that the government is going to be paying to do that? What do you mean by they are not going to? That's what their job is to actually do that.
It would be it would
Do you
be
not
it's
get
not like a
that?
cat.
I'm sorry. If I'm
It
paying you
would,
a job to do something, it's your way
How
to
is that
figure
different
out.
than what I'm saying with this with regards to the sponsors? You're saying
No, it's
create
not
no,
brand new.
sponsored. No,
you're
it's
Wait,
not
saying go
sponsored.
into
No,
a
it cannot be
technical.
sponsor
Okay.
based.
So you're
There's no
saying you want.
sponsors.
So you're
There's no
saying you want.
sponsors.
Okay. So
Sponsor
what you're
free.
saying.
seamlessly incorporated into the
What
content.
you're
Yes.
saying is, it will be a sponsor that somebody sponsored a specific segment to talk about something. No, the point is
No.
you will be paid to introduce these subjects organically in the conversation that you're having. That's the point. Not specific segments. Now we're going to talk about news, but you're talking about the game, you're talking about the upcoming World Cup, you're talking about whatever it is, and within the conversation, you bring up all these political subjects. That's the point.
Like two guys sitting on a couch watching a game, they don't just only not talk about the game. They talk about all sorts of conversations like we do here. Random things will come up. That's like what it would be like.
Okay. So I understand the vision of what you guys would like to see. I know it might not seem like it. I understand what the vision you're presenting. I'm just trying to follow the point A to point B in getting there in the sense that, okay, so here's a clarifying question. Are you suggesting creating new sports shows with new personalities
Yes,
or
of course.
integrate?
Yes,
Well,
of
no, well,
course.
hang. Okay, well, that's helpful because it sounded like what you were saying is work with the existing podcast structure.
No,
And
absolutely not. You
well,
can't
that's
do
what it
that.
sounded. Well, okay, all right.
Not if you're running you're running counter narrative programming. You're essentially like an operative of the United States government for pro America anti communist movement. Like you're trained.
Well, it would help if you could incorporate it into some existing
It's
shows. Then
Bingo.
impossible.
maybe you
They're
could.
all captured and retarded.
A lot of them are, yeah.
Not
But
exactly, Steph. You have, for example, right? I don't know. There's a streaming network called Action Network.
Never heard of it.
Okay, exactly. But it's very, very widely known about, within the circles of people who watch sports because the entire thing around it is the betting that goes around the games. So they'll talk about the betting part, who's being betted on, the players, the games, who's going to win, who's going to get the best scores. So that's the conversation that is going on those in that particular streaming network. So there's all these alternative sports, streamings that have absolutely nothing to do with these woke people. They talk about other things, and what they're doing is they're not only analyzing the game, but they're like talking to very particular niches that are doing like the
Leslie, very respectfully,
No,
say
that's not going to
this
work.
kindly. This conversation, basically, to any gentleman who listens to sports podcasts, sounds like they don't watch sports podcasts. What I'm okay. So now that I follow that you're looking, Stealth, to create a new channel or a new crop of conservative sports podcasters. Here's my question: What
Do you know what
you're saying
Carolina does at TPUSA,
federally?
Stefan? Do you know what she does
What
at
was that?
TPUSA? Do you know what Carolina does at TPUSA? She identifies new talent.
Yes. Okay.
Okay,
What I'm
that's the
saying.
same
So
thing.
But how are you going to create a new customer base that will specifically watch these educational sports podcasts when they're already watching non-educational sports podcasts?
How
That's
do I
that's
get people to come to my Twitter space rather than in other spaces?
well, they're because it's a higher IQ space, and so high IQ people come in. Very rarely do I
I also get a
encounter
lot
a
of
low
morons.
IQ.
They just don't come up and request.
Okay, well,
That's
fair
where
enough.
optimization is. That's where SEO optimization. That's where the back end is. Because when you're a government agency, you can make sure that people have the visibility and know that this thing exists. It's called marketing.
I love marketing. I'm
Yeah,
just saying. I'm just saying. I
you
look.
you get
I'm
cross promotion from other conservative frameworks that understand that you're running a pro America thing. Like the Daily Wire doesn't have a sports channel, right? So it's not a competition for that,
correct.
right? So there's a reach out.
Daily Wire did have a sport. That's actually an interesting example. They did for a couple of years.
Yes,
They had this guy Crane
yes,
or whatever, but it didn't really work out for them.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where he went
I
to.
didn't even know that.
Yeah, I watched him before. He was
Yeah.
funny. So
Jake Crane, I think his name was
there
Jake
are
Crane or something
ways
like
to
that.
do things. We don't talk about them publicly, but you need to understand it is a anti-communist effort. So you're talking about pulling
And
the
I love
full
that.
weight. Talking about putting the full weight of national security agencies, cognitive warfare behind an operation like that, so that you can ideologically shift things. It's neuromarketing essentially, and there's vectors for it, and there's samples already for it from the other direction, right? So our country's been doing this for like I don't know. Let's see.
But
Well,
Stealth, can you zoom in a little bit more on the customer base? How do you create an audience for something that they're already not seeking what you're trying to teach them? To me, I
how
think
do you do
more.
that for any new product or marketing in the world? There's a process to it. Nobody knew who I was. I didn't even have 5 followers when I came to Twitter. And I don't, and you, there's no boosting or optimization or anything like that, right? So there's not even no effort on my part or team or staffing or organizing. So
Li-
there's
Listen,
anything you market, you
I
create
just
it.
am. No, I know. Look, I love your positivity. Now I know what it sounds like when people talk to me. I promise I'm not trying to be a bugger. Think of
Well,
this as
I'm
almost
not going to
stress
give all the
testing.
details. Why would I ever give the details of how I would do it? That's
Okay,
stupid.
well, if that's okay, well, if you're being vague, to be
Of course.
okay, all right, then okay,
Because
then
some
I'll
of the
stop pushing.
vagueness has to do with that it's a national security implication how we would do it because it's more important to save America than for me to explain to you on a space how do you fucking sell those ugly fucking shoes that Kanye West made that look like they're moonwalkers?
Well, he was a
you become a
megastar.
global, international
Yeah,
superstar first, yeah. But
he was a
Yeah, but
household
nobody
name.
cares. No, who the fuck wants to wear those ugly shoes? Still, you could buy the sneakers. You don't have to buy the fucking ugly moon shoes.
but it is true though. I think the media environment has proven that there's enough. We'll just say promiscuous people. I don't mean physically. I mean like they're willing to do
There's
whatever
literally people that come
they
on
get
my
paid to
space
do.
every day that says I have nothing to listen to but coming to your space and like maybe 2 podcasts. So there you go.
No, but a lot of these people. But you spoke yourself, and it's true. Like a lot of these people, they can be outbid for their services. To put it bluntly, right? They would have just as happily if you pay if the government or whoever paid them enough, or somebody, an NGO, it doesn't matter, some think
I
tank,
guess why? I
um,
guess if we're dealing with plenty of resources
instead
to
of the
get it
commies
done.
and the Islamists. Yeah,
I mean, AB, can you understand? Do you watch sports podcasts?
yeah, some
Okay,
of them, yeah, of
Okay.
so
course,
do you understand where I'm coming from in
Yeah.
suggesting that before you
yeah,
build a new one, maybe integrating into what's already there first?
You can't you
yeah.
can't
That's
you
what I'm
can't do it
suggesting,
with
that
what
you
we're
could do
doing
both. Yeah.
because the ones that are currently there are backed by mostly have a lot of Chinese influence and foreign influence already in it, and they won't allow us to do what we would want to do.
Stealth.
Yes,
The reality is, you could easily do it.
exactly. I know.
I mean, what they're talking about is crazy. I mean, I've been listening to this all my life. I've been involved in all this crap all my life. But to say that you couldn't do it is crazy because the majority of them are boring as shit.
Exactly.
Most of
Thank
those
you very much.
podcasts that I've listened to, everybody from Stephen A. down.
You listen to the guys that are on all the time. Vast majority of them are very, very boring people.
Yes.
And you, contrarily, are funnier than hell.
Hey,
Yeah.
look at
You
what
No, but
always
people go
have.
through.
No,
Well, I respect Stealth enough to give constructive feedback, and that's what I
well,
was
that's
doing.
not
I was not.
constructive.
No,
What you're
this
talking
well,
about is
simping's
yeah, it's
not
not
constructive
constructive.
either. Respectfully,
well, you can
simping's
be
not constructive
respectfully
either.
whatever you'd
Hey,
like to
look,
be, but
look
you're
what
just
happened to
But
the NFL
but
recently,
just so
the
you
Super
know, I
Bowl.
never asked for constructive feedback. I don't need it nor want it. If I want it, I'll ask you, but I don't need it or want it.
Well, I
no. But the
voluntarily
vast
gave it.
majority of the fact is stealth. You're exactly dead on.
Thank you, David.
Were you to able to start, and I mean just start up and use what you're considering constructive media and using the government talking points that you'd like to use, and just using what you use yourself is exactly what the government would like, at
Yes.
least the government right now.
Yes.
Um, and to think that you wouldn't be just a hit right away if it's promoted as pro-American is crazy, because over half the country right now voted for pro-American.
Yes.
And so to say that you wouldn't have a customer base is just,
Well, the other
to
thing,
say that
David,
it's
is
silly doesn't even cover it.
the other thing, Dave, is you would have to you have to construct something to like for like that Pod America one.
Yep,
That's when like I want to
yep.
destroy completely, and I want to metaphorically nuke the fuck out of it. So I would create something that's parallel to it, so that I could inch the people away from that site, away to the point where nobody goes to listen to those cocksuckers who destroyed this
Well, I
country
mean,
anymore.
and that's what it is.
So
That's what it is. And the reality is all this woke crap that goes on sports media is just boring. And
yes.
you're not boring. You may be a lot of things, but you're not boring.
No, no, no. But there's other people that are also as
No,
effective or more
but you
effective than
and
I am.
Barbie and
Like,
Roden are all
We're not
quite funny.
talking about up and down political podcasts. We were talking about sports podcasts, which
yeah,
is a
no,
unique world.
David, we would hire specific people to do the sports that are trained in the dark arts. That's it. That's
You
it.
know,
Ex-military.
this,
I grew up watching Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. I love your idea, Stealth. I think it's excellent. And I haven't watched the Olympics in recent years, but it used to be that the Olympics would do that. Like, kind of
That's
while
right.
they were waiting for the skiers to line up,
Yep.
they would highlight someone and say, this was before woke. They'd say, so and so from this Eastern European country suffered through this and that and the other, and they're so happy that this other thing changed their lives. And there was a little bit of politics and history there, but in a human interest way, while you're waiting for the skiers to line up or whatever.
Listen,
You know who did it also naturally? On the pro America side, I it was before our time, at least many of our times. But you see clips of him. The legendary Dodgers broadcaster Vince Scully would just like kind of insert. He's a great broadcaster, like on the sports itself, but he would just insert like anti-communist messaging. He would just like, organically into his
all the
into
sportscasters then did. The guy that did the Celtics games, Scully was in the baseball realm,
yeah,
but
Scully was in
most of
baseball. Yeah,
the broadcasters then were pro-American. I mean, it's only in the last maybe 30 years that it's become more liberal and more woke or
oh, they're worse.
progressive.
Sports journalists, David, are worse on average. They're more liberal on
Well,
average
I'm well
than
aware of
political
that.
journalists, and that's saying so. Yeah, that's
With the
crazy.
exception of every
It's
once in
crazy.
a while you run into like Shaq. Uh, may be a lot of
Exactly.
things, but he's not an ultra progressive. You have to
No,
you
no, no.
realize when he
Right.
came to the United States, when he went to LSU, he was under Dale Brown, who was from Jamestown, North Dakota, of all places, and he lived with them. And Shaq came from Jamaica, um, and so his whole background was, and he still says to this day that Brown was his greatest influence as a father. And that's
Yeah,
true
and
with a lot of
there's
the
only
sports thing. You know, you have to remember, like the Celtics guy, Red Auerbach, who went down and wouldn't go to restaurants unless they'd take the black players they had, and so a lot of it was pro-American in those days. Um, if you realize from World War II forward, the CCP um, was pushing all kinds of organizations and dummy companies into the United States to try and divide the country. They knew the only way to do it was to break it from within. They knew they couldn't deal with it themselves because at the time the U.S. was had become, by the end of World War II, the predominant power in the world. Prior to that, they necessarily weren't, but you know, it came through the socialist part of the even during like Wilson and then FDR specifically, and then Johnson after that. But I mean, all this has come forward to what you're talking about right now nowadays, and so much of this woke crap came from again from the CCP. Anybody that thinks it didn't is crazy. I mean, Russia was involved, but off and on. Russia was involved during Vietnam at the beginning of the war, but by the end of the war, they couldn't afford it anymore, and they were out. And the Chinese were taking charge. And the same with uh, Korea. The same with Afghanistan, where again Russia was in, and then they went toes up there. And that's has happened throughout the history of our country. And so, like what Stealth is talking about right now, were somebody on like her, and like her and Barbie are wonderfully do wonderfully together. They're funnier than hell, they're smarter than hell, and they're faster than hell. And they remind you of what Charlie Kirk brought forward in this country was somebody that could actually go to the universities and talk to these guys that thought they were so brilliant coming out of college, and he just bury them. And
There's a
she's
lot,
like that.
but David, there's a lot of young people that for talent purposes can easily be developed, and they would have a whole career, and
Sure.
they would get psychological trainings and everything like that. And then there's other individuals who are prior military or whatever. Like now, there's like a bunch of military guys that I send them stories, and they do podcasts, and I just do it organically because I'm afraid to cover certain stories, and so they're very happy, and their podcasts are very big. And I don't listen to the podcast even. I don't even care. I don't need to know the narrative spin. I know they're pro America. I know their direction is pro Trump. I know they're truth based.
And
So
you give them the information.
I give them everything. Yeah, and they run the podcast. Yeah, that's what they
And
do.
you're a machine, I sometimes don't
Yeah,
think you
but these
realize what you are.
I definitely don't realize what I am, but these people, like, I barely know them. I just
Yep.
see their work. I They come to listen to me. I reach out to them and I'm like, "Hey, there's like, you know, can I give you a couple stories to do?" Cuz they want to know, like they want to understand like how to package or where those vectors are, because it's interesting to their listeners, right? And they pick up more listeners, and they're monetized on YouTube, and so it's very good for them. And there's no like nothing. There's no contract. It's like totally informal. They don't even know my first name. I'm like, here's the story. This is what you want to know. This is obviously I don't give them any private intel or anything. I give them a framework, and they create the content, and they're very effective at it, and they're making a lot of money. So
Well, and there's all
that's it.
kinds of kids that are coming out of like the good school, like MIT, that that go into the Intel organization. Most people don't realize how many they're hired out of
Exactly.
there. But
Exactly.
I mean, those kids
Exactly.
are like you. They're incredibly bright, fast. They talk a mile an hour,
Yeah.
and they're funny. And you have to have
You
humor in
have
it
to be funny. You have to. Yeah.
because if you can't have humor in it, it gets boring really quick.
Yeah, but guys are much more funny. So this is the thing that I like. It's fine to have like a female voice here or there. It's like a unique.
No, no, dear. Trust me. I've heard a
No,
lot
men
of
are more
people in my
funny.
lifetime, and
You're
I've
not
heard all
supposed
this
to be
stuff
right.
since.
Del's the only
Since
one right. You know better, David.
No, but David, men are
she knows
generally
me.
funnier than women. I know David very well. Yes,
I'm just
I'm his,
teasing. I'm trying to
I'm his
lighten it
sweetheart.
up a little bit. That was intense earlier.
Yeah, it's okay. I didn't feel intensity at all.
Lighten it up. Stealth and I've never been anything but light.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
From
She's
That's
dark
the
to
right.
light.
funniest.
David, people think when I like get serious on the space of everything, they think like I have any emotion behind it or whatever. Like I literally don't care. Like it's like the second afterwards, I'm like, I don't even remember. I wasn't upset. I have no idea what you're talking about. Because it's not like that. Because it's you're not you're these are not serious things like with people that you have to like do business with the next day, that you have to sleep in bed with, that you are worried about, he's going to get upset and go for a walk and never come home, or he's going to go drive down to get himself a diet soda and then something's going to happen to him, I'm going to lose him. There's zero attachment. So like,
Exactly.
yeah, so
They're
it's like a
gone.
very, yeah, there's no psychosocial,
No.
dynamic. So no.
Well,
I listen to all
that's
these
why I felt
people
comfortable approaching
since
you that way and just trying to stress
since
test and understand where you're coming
Twitter
from.
started.
Yeah.
I've been listening to all the people that have been on ever since, and thought they were big influencers. It was like the pet detective, the Marine.
Yeah.
I call him the pet detective
You're hilarious.
because
You're
he's as
hilarious.
brain dead as you could possibly be.
You're
He was
hilarious.
the guy that tried to sell that Liberty thing on me, and I just can't stand the guy.
Wait, who's the pet detective? Who are
He
you talking
doesn't want
about?
to say the person's name. You always do this. You can DM him, but if somebody doesn't want to say the
Well, it's
name,
just we're just talking about a personality on Twitter.
he doesn't want to
Who are
say
we
the
talking
name.
about?
Why would somebody want to say the name? It always goes back to the same thing with you. Like
I mean, I'd say it, but I wouldn't
You
say
say
it.
he doesn't want to say
I
the
would
name.
never say
Can
it
he say
on,
it for himself?
you see, he would never say
Say
it on the
my
space.
name, say my
Okay,
name.
fair enough.
not on her
Yeah,
space.
yeah.
Fair
He
enough.
doesn't want to bring me
I love this
problems.
girl,
I
and
love David too.
I'd shoot you in a heartbeat to save her.
Thank you, David.
I'd shoot myself in a heartbeat.
Well,
Oh my God. So what
okay,
is?
we got two killing you, so
Oh
that's
my
That's a
God.
whole
Oh my
new meaning.
We have
God.
lots of
That's
people
no,
trying to kill me. That's
no,
what it is.
I'm
Let's go
just
back
kidding.
to Alexander Dugin.
that's a
That was
whole
more
new
fun.
meaning
Yeah,
to shooting your shot.
I'm kidding, but
Yes, yes,
you have to realize that after World War II, this pedophilia thing had kind of started during the war, and there was some
yes.
of it involved in the church with the guy with the big hat, and he's got a
Yeah,
mobile. I think he has. I think it has a word before that, but he has a mobile, Mercedes maybe, and. So that it had started there. Well, the CCP realized that that was an in into our country, and it wasn't the selling of it. It was the fact that it would hurt the country. And
uh,
the trick was in breaking up the families in this country. Now they broke up the black families by using welfare, and so they eventually got so they'd have like five husbands and one wife, and she no longer cared. You can ask the vast majority if you actually lived in the area, the cities they live in, uh, what they believe in, and they say they don't really care if their husband's out screwing around. Well, that's very weird for the rest of us that don't live
yes,
like that.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
so, I mean, they live in an entirely different frame of, especially the people coming into the country, not the aliens coming in, not necessarily the people that actually were born Americans here.
yeah,
It's the others that have caused the trouble. It's like the Islamic religion is never going to work here. Uh, you know, their theory was by way of the womb. That's never going to work.
yeah,
It can't work. I mean, they tried to sell it in Texas. Look down in Austin, and Halsey and I, or this friend of mine that I went to Vietnam with, and I were just down at the for God's sakes, the Medal of Honor museum that's down there in Austin. That's where the Roger Donlin, if you ever know who he was the first Medal of Honor guy in Vietnam. And he used to speak for all of the other um, honorees. And just such a nice man, just one of the nicest guys I've ever met. And he got to be a friend. We spent a couple of weeks with him down at in Lubbock, Texas, at Texas Tech, which is the largest Vietnam symposium. But that's aside from what we're talking about.
Yeah.
What I was talking about is you. Uh, you could easily do one of those, and you know it. You kind of know it, and you're at least in your.
No, no,
You
yeah.
think it'd have to be some guy, but it wouldn't have to be.
No, no, no. There's going to
No.
be a series. This would be like 150 people we would be
Oh yeah, all
coaching to
kinds
do
of
this kind.
different
Yeah, it's a
people.
big operation. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
no,
For
but
multiple different topics, different.
you should be
It's
very
cool.
involved in the head of it.
I talent acquisition. I know how to pick them.
You
So
could easily be a director,
yeah, that.
if not the
Yeah,
president.
that's most likely how it's going to work out. So I
I
can
mean,
avoid
I
being the
literally I
president.
trust you. I would trust you with my life right now, and I've never met you physically,
I would tell you, you have every right to think that, and you would
but
be,
I
you would
believe
live
in
a long
you.
life.
I believe in you. If you ever notice any of my pictures, I always have the Star of David,
I know
and I
it's so
think I
sweet.
told you the story about it. So we'll
Yes, you
just leave
did.
it at that.
Exactly.
But
Hey, David, before I don't get it, or if I forget or don't have a chance, but I just wanted to say from one combat vet to another, thank you for your service, man. I appreciate your service, brother.
oh well, it was a long time ago. I haven't been shot for 55 years.
Hot Rod, did you see what he actually did in Vietnam War? Did you see his? Yeah. Okay. He's like
No,
crazy badass.
I just did what every soldier does: do what you're supposed to do and what you're told to do, and some of it I volunteered for.
I always say it's just the same shit sandwich, just from a different time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
David is a little bit different. Hot Rod, look at his.
I was in the
Look at his.
Phoenix program, and I worked for SOG.
Yeah.
If you ever knew what that was, and if you don't, doesn't matter.
Well,
Oh
I thought
yeah,
you said Zong for a second. Sorry, I got
It's kind of like a VOG. It's a SOG.
you.
We
I
always
got you. I
thought it
got you.
was hilarious what they called it, the Studies and Observation Group. And
Yeah,
basically, I mean, we lived on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and we
hey
bump,
Dave,
bumped
do you
off.
know a James Kissinger?
Yeah, I know his name. I don't know. I didn't know him physically.
Okay, he's a really good friend of mine, personal good friend of mine.
Oh yeah, I knew his name. I mean, I know a lot of the guys that were in it, but I mean, there was about I don't know. Oh, there was quite a few. It was a few hundred,
Yeah,
maybe
because he was in the fifth as well, and he got that
250.
what was it, South Vietnam Medal of Honor kind of thing. I forgot what it was called, but he brought it and he showed it to me. It was just like, I got this. I'm like one of only like three people that ever got it, and I was like,
Well,
wow.
yeah, they had all. I mean, I forget what all ours were. We had cross gallantries and that kind of stuff, but um, yeah. But I mean, our guy. There were a lot of guys that deserved the Medal of Honor. I mean, you're inserted in teams of like three, and then with some Arvin with you. And so you'd be inserted into a hot LZ and you'd get shot at. And what they wanted you to do is pick up a couple of bad guys and collect them and bring them back with you and then interrogate them and find out what they were. We didn't know we were just used as a kind of a bait, I guess, to get them to come after us. You know, because we'd get extracted as best they could get it. And they'd come for us all the time. The chopper pilots over there are the best in the world. I don't think there's ever be anybody like those guys again that popped in those old Huey helicopters and would get you out of a place, and they'd have 700 holes in the helicopter when they got out of there. And yet those pilots would just sit there and patiently wait till you got on board and
Yep.
brought your dead with you. You know, I mean, it's just, I don't know. That was
I
a
know.
long time ago. It doesn't
Unique.
matter. It's got nothing to do with this
Yeah.
subject we're talking about. So.
Let me go to a couple of the hands. Hey,
Yep,
Haslem.
I just wanted to say hi to you, honey,
Hi to
and
you.
to
You can stay
know.
up here. Hang
No,
out.
no,
Hang out.
I know, but I just wanted to know I love you dearly.
I love you too, and I hope you're
All
safe.
right,
You're
guys.
like my
Good night.
daughter.
Good night, everybody. Take care.
Oh, that's so sweet. I love it.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Go ahead. Is it Line Design and then Hot Rod, or one of the two of you guys? Go ahead, Hot Rod. and then we'll go to Lion's Design.
Yeah, I just wanted to share a video just recently popped up. I did share it to my page, and he was basically saying that he wanted all the Iranians to stay in their house. The end is almost near, and that the final act is coming soon. It
Who said
basically
that? The
what?
president?
Yeah, the Shah of Iran. Basically, what it says to me is that the United States / Israel is probably about done with their operations, and it's time for the Iranians to step forward and take their country back. That's what it read to me between the lines. So, if you mind, Stealth, could I post that up top?
Yeah, of course. Whatever you
Okay,
want.
thank you.
Of course. Go ahead, Lion of Zion. Hey, I just wanted to say that it's a sad state of affairs. The fact that you even have to think of a way of getting a hold of these people who are so busy with games and sports to influence them would be one of the hardest things ever tried or accomplished with the liberal media who controls, like even with the NFL recently, you see a desire, a true desire to have something that is truly American, not sold out to this woke crap, not sold out to this American hating propaganda that we've become so used to now. And it's sad to say that, but I think it would be a great thing to be able to have something that is conservative, that promotes America and the Constitution. I just find it very difficult to believe that something could come as a result of that, that instead of brainwashing people towards wokeism and the left and communism and Islamism and open borders, that we could have actually something that promotes nationalism, that brings pride back to America. All these sports, baseball, football, the only sport I know of nowadays that promotes Americanism is hockey. The rest of them are sold out and are gone. And I just wish that we could have those days of Babe Ruth back and all the heroes that we had that played sports and they were true Americans and they loved our country. It's a great idea. And I really wish that something could come as a result of this. That's it. No worries.
Never met Jerry Jones, apparently.
I have never met Jerry Jones. I don't even know who that is.
He's the owner of the Cowboys.
Oh,
He told
okay. Is he
any of
retired
his
now?
players that kneeled at the flag would be gone the next day.
Oh, that's smart. That's how it should be, for sure.
And the NFL had to go back to presenting the flag before the game. You know, they'd gone for a while there, where they'd completely bought into that old crap, and it died quickly. There were enough, you know damn well who buys the tickets.
Say that again.
You know who damn well who buys the tickets for these games.
Who buys them?
Well, it's you and I.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Well, it's not the darkest color in the country.
Oh, you're so fun. Oh my god, you're so.
I'm trying to be
You're
nice.
so. You're so. Yeah.
No, but I mean,
Yeah.
I forget what that percentage is, but it's in the high 80s.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean, when tickets get that expensive as they are, both in the NFL and baseball, basketball's a different deal. That one's
Yeah.
has more trouble, I think, than the other one
Yeah.
do. But anyhow, Charles Barkley's been actually good for it, and so is Stephen A.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
Yeah.
enough on me. Good
No,
night,
it's okay. I'm
sweetie.
just. Good night. Good night. Good night.
You
Um.
you just stay keeping doing what you're doing and believing what you believe because you're right.
Thank you. I need the reinforcement, David. I appreciate it. Hazem, what's going on? Hazem.
Hey, what's going on with you?
Well, I was supposed to finish the space 13 hours ago, and then and
I think
then
I think you're looking for some constructive feedback tonight. That's why I was so.
yeah, Yeah, I would not do that with me tonight.
I
That's not
got
the
some
thing for
too.
me.
I got a couple.
Oh, I'm about to
Weird
I'm
give
is
you
a
messing
weird
some
with
if you
you.
word.
think you're going to give me some.
So
I'm
you wanted to tell
Tiff,
me
Tiff,
something, and I
Tiff.
do not. I remember you messaged me earlier, like you WhatsApped me, and you were telling me I have to hear something, but I do not know what you were talking about.
uh the person is gone, so it's you'd have to go. The person's gone. You'd have to go back and listen to the recording. Yeah.
Was it like an Iran thing? Was it like a US thing?
Uh, it's Iran, Qatar, and Saudi thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well,
I'll call you. I'll privately talk to you tomorrow about it,
yeah,
probably.
there's something else I need to talk to you about that you can probably guess, but we'll talk about it offline.
Is it about Iraq, by any
No,
chance? Oh,
no. It's more about mutual friends. Um,
oh,
yeah, we'll talk.
interesting.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to mention too is let me see if I have it here. Hold on one second.
So I was
Um,
like trying to get more information on the Ukrainian team that deployed in the region, the counter drone teams. Nobody seems to have details, but I'm curious how effective they're going to be. It's very very curious.
you mean the ones that came on the ground?
Yeah. So I don't know if you're following this, but a group of Ukrainian counter drone experts were deployed to Jordan initially. And it's not even clear if there's a separate team that went to Jordan, but then like others went to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE to support the counter drone operations. And these guys like hunt drones with drones. They seem to be pretty cool. So um, this whole like thing of drone warfare, like I'm just trying to like catch up with
With
what
all the
people
stuff, with the
think.
tech and all the knowledge, like the
Yeah,
knowledge graph and
no,
stuff.
well, really, it's like homebrew tech for Ukraine. Like in Ukraine, they just sat and like cobbled together like some cool ideas and inventions, and they seem to work. I mean, more effectively and a lot more affordably than what we've been using. So,
Just so you know, the Chinese spy ship is out there by Oman monitoring everything. And this is something that I mentioned that they were aiding and abetting with more precise, accurate targeting of U.S. bases and U.S. soldiers. Um, and I know that we have to have deconfliction, but the Mizar Vision thing that they were using to leak out locations of U.S. planes since the day the U.S. was like sending them over to Israel for, to keep them safe in certain areas, they're helping with targeting and everything. What is the possibility of like I mean it is causing problems and it is harming the Gulf countries. And the Gulf countries are not going to strike that ship. The US can't because it would lead to escalation. The Israelis can't because it would lead to escalation. So what do you do?
put a few bucks in the pocket of a RGC commander and have the Iranians hit it. That'd be a lot of fun.
Oh, that's hot.
Yeah, I know.
That's really hot.
Yeah, that would be actually a lot of fun
Oh
to
my
watch.
god, that's like
That's
that's
the
like
that's my
That's like
favorite solution.
that's like the hottest thing I've ever heard of in my life. But so you have to make sure though that nobody listens to this Twitter space. Number two,
While the thing sinks. Yeah, yeah,
right?
sure.
Number
Yeah,
two, you would have to
but
make sure that it's seamless. And then what guarantee would they have on the ground that somebody wouldn't take them out and let them bleed out on the sand in front of where they launched that shit from? So,
And
but
yeah, I
it
come
would
up
be
with the ideas. These
I mean,
complications you're talking about, I am not
Hassan,
involved in anymore.
no, but no, but just listen to me. We do owe them a little bit of a spanking over COVID-19. This would be a nice little, smack on the ass. So I think that this is a brilliant idea. We need to have what if we blamed the Russians for it? This would even be more exciting. See, this is where people need to become creative. I hope we have somebody as creative as my mind and your mind right now on this topic because How many people, how many Chinese do you think are in that boat? Like, do you give them advance notice so they can like jump out in the water?
The
Is there?
answer is the answer is enough.
Mm-hmm.
There are
Is it?
enough Chinese people on that boat to make it interesting.
Yeah, but I'd want to
And in
grab.
all honesty,
I'd want to grab them and ask them lots of questions, like what's their favorite color? You know, what did they eat for breakfast? Like, I wouldn't want to just like let them drown. Is there? There's no
Are you
piranhas
trying to
there.
make Chinese PLA friends or something? Is this a new?
I'm trying to get information. What do you mean? I would want to give them like freedom. Everybody
You're,
would think they drowned, and meanwhile they're alive and they're living normal lives. I don't know. We put them in like fucking Cuba or something. I don't know. We put them somewhere. Send them to Australia. There's enough Chinese
you're
over there.
overcomplicating my very simple and fun idea of like getting Iranian drones to hit that ship. And I was laughing about it. Now you want to like raise them and like ask them what their favorite color is.
I'm
Don't
Jewish.
make it
Why waste
personal.
a good opportunity? I'm Jewish. Why would you
Don't make
waste
it
a good
personal.
opportunity?
Let them
Not
swim
personal.
somewhere.
I
Let
want
them swim
intel.
somewhere. You
You know how
know?
much you could learn from that? Do you know how much you could learn? It's very important.
in all
Yeah.
honesty, if you
Sure.
wanted to like mess with that Chinese ship, the best way to do it is basically rendering it inert, and that is by jamming the electronic warfare signals that are going on. And I think we've already done that because I've seen a video that kind of shows and demonstrates that, but that's beside the point. The thing
No, that would
is
be a provocation. No, you would have to make it seem like it needs to be
well,
rescued and there's nobody to rescue it but us and yeah, and from then on,
well, if you
no,
wanted to go to that level, yeah, right, you're right. What I'm just saying is like rendering it inert by electronic warfare means is a way because you're actually owning the battle space already. Just jamming it with electronics, that's not even a problem. It's just our battle space. We're working in it.
Or we can just seduce them with things they like bat soup. It's like,
yes, or shark
yeah,
soup.
yeah, no, the bat, like the COVID stuff, the bat soup. Remember that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That was a fun story. But I like honestly, if it's only for the Mujtaba Khamenei cutout today, this war is absolutely worth it.
Oh, 100%. Did you see
Yeah,
the Biden cutout where Mustafa was? They substituted him out?
dude, I've seen every version of the memes. Like the memes alone, like I think the meme economy will sustain us while oil prices go back to normal.
I agree. I agree.
If we can
So,
monetize memes better, we'll be a very rich country. Forget everything else. We don't need to even
uh,
manufacture stuff. We don't need tariffs. We just like give people memes.
I want to pose it something to you and I want your thoughts on this. So I'm gonna play out a narrative, your thoughts, okay? So Tucker Carlson, within 2 hours of IRGC operatives being drugged in, they haven't even started peeling off their nails yet. Nobody knows that they found these IRGC guys doing subversion in Qatar. Within 2 hours of them getting picked up, nobody knows, right? Nobody, not the US, not the CIA, not the NSA, not Turkish intelligence, nobody knows. A small group of Qatari intelligence unit know that they found these IRGC operatives. That's it. Within 2 hours of them being acquired, Tucker Carlson does a monologue discussing that they're Mossad. Now, it's not until it's not with, it takes at least 24 to 28 hours before there's any statement after he says that and does that recording where the Qataris are like, absolutely not. It's not Mossad. It's not Mossad. It's IRGC. Saudi Arabia waits 2 more days after that. By the way, he says Saudi Arabia and Qatar had Mossad agents that were helping and aiding or bombing, whatever. And then he says, and then so then the Saudis come in and make like a huge dramatic, well, behind the scenes, they're very upset at his statements and to the administration, but they make a forward a public statement also denying all allegations, saying no, it's IRGC. Now, two things are optional for you, Hassan. Okay, I'll give you three choices. One, information was intentionally leaked to him, didn't not from anywhere in our government, by the way, leaked from to him to see whether or not he's leaking out info. So it was like a test, and he did it, and he did a podcast on it. Secondly, he was told it was. Secondly, he was told it was IRGC, but he decided to twist it to the Mossad, his own narrative. Let's make that 1.1.5. So 1.5. I'll give you number two. Number two is there's two unique operators over there on the ground that would have access to this knowledge that are let's just say they operate as like lobbyists, but they're really spooks, but they sit inside of Qatar and they make things go for Qatar when they need them. So that group, they're, the DC group, there's two of them like that, for example, and they're on the ground handling, you know, handling interrogation and some other stuff, and also narrative shaping. And then finally, the third option is the Qataris release that info in that way through a specific conduit on purpose to say that it was the Mossad. And within 8 to 12 hours later, after they're just getting pounded by the Iranians, they decide, fuck it. It's not the Mossad. We're going to tell them to switch the narrative because that propaganda was not the smartest move on their part, and say that it's really IRGC, because it really was. And it was the Qataris that framed it as if it was the Qataris and the Saudis together. Like it came from their intelligence department. Because more than likely, the intelligence departments between the Gulf countries are all communicating. Because on a not incredibly embedded deep, but pretty deep enough, because they know that they're secretly, the Gulf countries are secretly hunting down right now problems in their countries, because there's fog of war and nobody knows where dead bodies go, right, during this kind of problem. So if you have operatives, if you have Iranian operatives, if you have operatives from even other countries, for example, that are harming your country, these people would be disappearing and nobody would know, because there's all these strikes and everything, right? So those are your options. How would Tucker get access within 2 hours of them just being picked up? Nobody knows in terms of any other agencies, nobody. Unless the Chinese, of course, and the Russians are monitoring comms. The Chinese would more likely be more aggressive about it, especially in Qatar, because their capabilities. How does administration, or because he then doubled down and he didn't comment on that, he commented on something else because he was corrected so brutally. It was across all English and Arabic social media all over. It made a firestorm and it very much upset the Gulf. So either were we trying to find out who he was, that he was leaking, and who was giving him the leaks, and to see if he was doing it, which, by the way, gives us cause for FISA warrants and all sorts of interesting, tasty things when it comes to him. Secondly, the Qataris fucked up the propaganda campaign and realized, oh shit, we didn't think that we were going to get hit this bad, and that framing, bothers the Saudis as well, and it's definitely not the Mossad. And that would be a crazy thing to say, because that would put Trump in a bad position too. Yeah. So what are your thoughts? Who do you think? How do you think it? If you had to guess, hypothetically, you can even just number them in order of possibility.
Honestly, I mean, again, I have my own views of Tucker Carlson, but I think it's none of the above. I think that like that whole story has been tracking for a while with him, and it just happened to hit this time. This whole idea of infiltration and Mossad being all over the place. I'm not sure, but again, like I would say, my second option would be is understanding okay, we need to understand the nature of Tucker Carlson right now, and
No,
how
no,
he's
no, no,
seen.
no.
Well, give me a
That's
second.
not the problem. That's not
Yeah,
the
but like
question. We know the nature.
okay, I'll get there. Hold on. He's a useful idiot right now. So if I want to feed and put things out there, I'll use him. He has the audience. He definitely has the U.S. audience. Not all the U.S. audience, but some U.S. audience. He has global audience. I'd use him to push things through, correct or incorrect.
Yeah, no, he's 99.9% incorrect across all his shows. That's why he's getting
Right,
lambasted.
right. But like, I'll tell you correct things because I'm no intelligence agency, but I have a lot of friends on the ground. I'll tell you, in one Gulf state tonight, very unexpectedly, there was a network of checkpoints that was deployed across a city,
Yes.
and they were checking IDs.
Yes. Yes. I know.
There was traffic like never seen before.
Yes.
So there are concerns of infiltration, but that's mostly by IRGC Iranian kind of
Yes.
agents,
Yes. Yep.
and they're more concerned about targeting, kind of like on the
Yes.
on targeting
Yes.
confirmations and
Yes.
feedback. But
Yep.
the underground concern is there, but definitely not by not from like an Israeli agency. It's from the Iranian agencies.
Yeah. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Again, the question is why upset Omid Malik, the Qataris, and the Saudis? Like he's persona non grata with the Saudis. Like this is a full blown upsetness. Let's just say very upset, right? So he's persona non grata even with Qatar now. So that's why I'm asking you either why burn him? Is it because the president came out against him and he tried to go see the president? President refused to see him right before the strike, the day before the strikes. Um, but like he burned himself badly because he did a podcast right afterwards and became a lunatic because he got caught lying about that situation and doesn't publicly address it. So again, I've said from like day two when the soldiers had even before the soldiers had died, but when the soldiers died that the Chinese were helping with targeting and the Russians were helping with targeting of the U.S. forces, and that needs to be looked at. So I said that, and I deemed it to somebody that listened, and then you see the story slowly come out, and there was a question with Witkoff, and Witkoff, because he's negotiating with the Russians, didn't want to say what the reality was, but we know that the Russians and the Chinese are helping them with targeting. So it's very obvious. It's like at this point, it's like a joke that it's not obvious to people.
Yeah, but like I've always felt that you and others have given, and this is my constructive feedback for the night, that you and others have given Tucker Carlson way too much credit. I think he's an idiot, and I think that he's been used and continues to be used in many ways because hey, he's an idiot. So in my opinion, like I'm not.
He was able to divide and conquer inside of Heritage and inside of TPUSA right now, and he's
But
creating a new political party.
because idiots allowed him to do that, not because he's very smart. Because I think he just uh, showed up in the right time in the right place, where there was an opportunity to do that during a shifting political scene in the U.S. and some chaos when it comes to the Republicans, at least, as the kind of the party shifts to a new
He
vision.
created that chaos. Hasm. He created and orchestrated the chaos.
Intentionally, not so much. I don't think so. I
Oh
think
yeah.
just he became a phenomenon because he's good at one thing. He's good at telling people what they
You
want to hear.
haven't read Barbie's article that we worked on that has over 2 million views and went all the way up to the administration, all the way up to the administration. Ted Cruz, otherwise everybody behind the scenes reading it. It made a firestorm all over DC, the White House. You haven't read it?
I have not read it now,
Dan
but
Bongino. So
again,
once you read that, you'll see what everything that I've been saying for the last year and what they're doing is spot on. They're trying to get rid of Paula White. There's operations with Carrie Brigitte Bowler. She already did her interview with Tucker. Um, he's, I mean, private telegram chat and communication with Dugan regularly. And Candace Owens met with Dugan and her husband for 8 hours in Europe. So did Tucker. There's framing and stuff that's very serious that's going on. Enough that you saw Dugan trending, right, in the last 48 hours, right? So
yeah.
that's right. That's because of me and the work that we're doing. And but so you need to understand it's identical talking points across m- multiple operations across multiple countries, like layered on
But
top of
again,
each other.
Kaya, this is where we deeply disagree, and I think we'll never agree. For you, and I see what you're doing, and I respect what you're doing with trying to expose what Tucker is doing, right, and what his ill effect on our union at this point. Sure. My strategy has always been, and again, this is a lot of it. My background speaking is if we had
spent the same time and the same effort, kind of explain to people that this guy, he will die a natural death if we ignore him enough. I think that, in my opinion, in my take, that this would have been a more effective strategy
Yeah.
against Tucker.
So you don't understand. That's impossible to happen because of the vehicles behind them. If you understand Omid Malik and you understand his relationship with him and the Qataris and the IRGC and his relationship with in the infrastructure of MAGA world in the U.S. and in foreign investments, there is no disappearing of that person. There is
Well, I
no
don't know.
disappearing.
I've seen greater people get canceled. So,
Well, he's canceled right
uh,
now because of the efforts, but
okay.
you can't cancel an infrastructure where there is where there's a where he's on the board of multiple organizations that people don't even realize at this point.
I mean, he's still speaking at Turning Point, right? Is that still scheduled? That's not.
Nope, nope, that's not scheduled.
It's not. It's canceled. Like his speaking got canceled because is
Well,
that?
he's not on the books for any other TPUSA event right now that we're ever aware of, so that's probably not going to happen. No,
He was supposed to keynote with Vance.
at CPAC.
I saw a Turning Point thing. I wasn't sure if I'm not sure if this is a CPAC Turning Point thing or a Turning Point. I didn't see a CPAC logo on it, but I thought he was going to be headlining at some Turning Point something.
At what date?
Again, I didn't look far into it. I'm like it's hard to explain.
There's nothing.
I'm naturally, I have a natural repulsion of anything where Tucker is involved, and I just look at it, like shake my head and navigate away when I'm looking at things. Like seriously,
Yeah.
I'm not very smart when it comes to Tucker because I ignore him. And I think it's a natural reaction for me. It's not something I intentionally do. I just see it. I'm like, this is disgusting. I'm gonna look elsewhere.
Did you listen to Elbridge Colby's hearing on Thursday night? Did you listen to the whole Senate hearing and how what happened at that hearing?
Excerpts, not the whole thing.
Okay, you should have
Yeah.
listened. You should listen to the whole thing. You'll understand a little bit more what the concerns are and stuff.
Which comes to what? What? Like we're talking China still, or we're
Oh
talking?
no, everything, the whole scope. There's a lack of. Well, they don't trust Elbridge Colby, and they have serious questions about. Um, JD Vance running his own with Elbridge Colby. Elbridge Colby is not following the guidance of Pete Hegseth or the president. Those were the commentary. If you did you listen to the
Well,
lefties?
here's the thing, and you gotta prepare for this emotionally and mentally. Um, there's an insane amount of attrition right now at the White House. People are leaving, and this is not like unusual for people to leave at this point, few months before the midterms. It's a natural turnover for any administration. The Biden administration was a bit unique with this, and somewhat the Obama administration, because they brought a lot of people that they should not have these jobs and they're unemployable elsewhere. However, a lot of the people that Trump brought up either said, okay, we've done enough, we're going to navigate to going back to our normal lives, our normal careers, etc. Expected, right? Like this, it shouldn't come as a surprise. Um, the problem is like the White House specifically and the administration leadership as a whole is very cliquey, and it's like small, not small, but it's groups, right? Who are kind of like this jigsaw, like small jigsaw puzzles all over the place. The concern right now is that this, internal and micro support structures start falling apart because of people leaving. We're going to see some drama, to say the least. Now, if we have the potentially expected losses in the midterm and we have like a House that is controlled by the Democrats, then be prepared for a lot of drama.
specifically with investigations, impeachment attempts. Um, you know what to expect. You know what to expect. We've talked about this before. So that's the concern right now. This is the big conversation taking place right now.
So, are there names that we would recognize that are leaving or no?
Yes, yes. And I mean, like, I know people that have put their like 2 weeks. People have, and we're like senior advisor roles, and I don't.
I mean, the only person that we need to really change is Linda McMahon because she's not doing what we need to counter terrorism and education and treasury together. That's all that I care about. I mean, she's the only one that I hope is leaving immediately. So, and having like just like a Scott Bessent, but in the Department of Education with counterterrorism. Like I don't even care if they know anything about education whatsoever. I don't care if they're 4'5" and don't even like are mute, deaf. I don't care. I need somebody that's just brutal and to do what we need to do with that department. So, um, literally, I would take the position like for free. Just give me room and board,
Problem
three
is not
months
that.
only.
Can you hear me?
What's the problem?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
The problem is that when as these again micro ecosystems that are personality based start collapsing, we will likely see additional leaks happening. Things will not be under as much control as before.
Yeah.
So that's really the big concern right now. Like Tucker is a secondary concern at this point.
You mean like backstabbing?
No,
Well,
leaks from the
Like
right.
revenge and
No, because right now there's very little leaks that come out because it's a tight. Is Susie Wiles leaving? That would be that Susie Wiles is able to hold down the leak. So if she's leaving, that would be interesting. If Pam Bondi's leaving, that would be interesting. You
no, nothing, no,
Scavino.
nothing on these names yet.
Okay, Scavino is not leaving. Stephen Miller is not leaving. Besant is not leaving. Hegseth is not leaving. Rubio is not leaving. I mean,
No,
uh,
these guys will go down with whatever goes down. We're talking about
right.
like the second tier that would be problematic.
Yeah, but we don't even know really second tiers. A lot of us like don't even know the second tiers. You probably know more of them.
You have to be in
Uh,
DC to get to know them because
yeah,
they're not out there. They're not in the public domain.
right. But like, can we live without them?
Oh no, we can definitely live without them as long as they stay quiet and don't get stupid. I mean, it's not like we're not expecting them to hide things, but we're hoping they're not going to cause problems
Well,
unnecessarily.
isn't there like things that they can sign that says they have to shut the fuck up?
Nope,
Really?
nope. I mean,
Why? So,
they cannot leak classified stuff, sure, but they can say anecdotal stuff. They can, and honestly, with a lot of these cases, you don't have to really say anything. You're just gonna like point people in the right direction to, cause enough problems. But this is the catastrophic scenario. We're hoping we're not going to see a lot of that, but I always worry that idiots will be idiots.
interesting. Like I'm more worried about I want Cuba, and then I just want a counterterrorism operation with these 501(c)(4s and the Department of Education with all the universities, high schools, and down to mid school. Like we need something that's so dramatic and so rapid. It's going to be shock and awe to the bad people, but something that is like a counterterrorism operation, like just like literally swarm Georgetown, Columbia, Brown, UPenn. Like there's certain like there's definitely ones on the high list. Just give me 7 or 8. Harvard, obviously, MIT, but 7 or 8, and that's all I need. Like, well, obviously in the West Coast, I would want 3 or 4 on the West Coast, but 7 or 8 on the East Coast, and you can just and there's a few in Texas that have to be done immediately. They're like, oh my God, they're like a national security threat. You wouldn't even understand. Like, I mean, related to even that shooter in Texas. So one of the universities. So that's all that we need right now. That's it. that infrastructure, the protest infrastructure.
Do you remember, Haya, like when you and I were slightly younger,
Yes,
Texas used to be Florida for us?
yes, yes,
Like, okay, if
yes.
it all goes bad, we can all
Yep,
move to Texas.
that's right.
Like, go
Absolutely,
to DFW and like we'll be fine forever.
exactly.
Yeah, that did not work out too well, did it?
No, CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood and the IRGC took over Texas.
Like seriously, Florida is now the final frontier. Maybe somewhat Arizona, depending what district you're in. But
Florida is
even that,
struggling right now. A I had a call for 5 hours on Saturday night regarding the because people heard me talk about the Libertarian Party, so I had a conversation. We will lose significant portions of Florida because of um, uh, Chinese IRGC, Muslim Brotherhood financing of the libertarian parties in Florida and the woke right, to such an extent that it's kind of shocking.
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know how to fix that.
no, some things are unfixable. As long as we're doing it to ourselves, we can't really fix it. Like that's again my take with Tucker. Like we're doing Tucker to ourselves.
Mahmoud Khalil went. It was at the house with what's his face, and he easily could be picked up and be sitting in a holding pen, and we're not doing it, and nobody will explain. The only thing I can understand is that we're tracing his activity and his communications, and he's hoping to maybe he'll get Mamdani on a hot mic, and he'll get to stay here with his dumb wife and his baby,
Yeah,
rather
yeah.
than
Mahmoud
going
Khalil is like, but
to
Mahmoud Khalil, you
Algeria.
have to realize Mahmoud Khalil is a symptom. It's not a disease.
The what?
He's a symptom. He's not the disease,
Yeah, the
right?
disease is Jeffrey Sachs, who sponsored him, and the infrastructure at Columbia. He's the one who brought in all these people under his name.
But anyways, I mean, it's going to be an interesting few months ahead, to say the least.
Well,
I'm
how are you
really
feeling about the? It's amazing, the Pentagon stuff with Kane and with Hexeth. They've been amazing. Their conferences have been great. The messaging's been great. Are you okay with that or no?
talking about Iran.
Yeah,
It's okay. I mean, again, I'm limited to what I can talk about, but
I know.
there are things happening right now that
Yes,
hopefully we'll hear about in the next few days. But um, there are things that we're doing. There are
yes,
things that, and just us are doing. There are things
yes,
that Israel is doing that's very interesting, and it's only
yep,
them. We're not
yep,
talking. We're not talking about like operations. We're talking about beyond that.
yes. I know.
And there are things we're doing together. So
Yes,
hopefully something will work. But I'm gonna like I've made a pledge to whenever I'm speaking, whether on television or in spaces or even in private conversations, I'm going to voice my disappointment in the Iranian people. And I will continue to voice that disappointment in the Iranian people that we have not seen really but yet. Uh,
yeah,
I was expecting more.
I know.
And I'm of that like generation that is a bit jaded by the whole Ahmad Jalabi situation,
Right.
and being told one thing and being promised that,
Another.
yeah, like, and being promised something that makes sense to us as Americans, right? Like,
Yes,
oh, people are oppressed people like rise, right? Like it's
yes.
very American. It's a very American concept.
It's a very
And
Arab concept too, just so you know.
it depends. I mean,
Egypt, Syria.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But the way we think about it. Like if somebody tries to oppress us in this country, we're going to be very reactive.
Yes
Like
and no. I mean, we
you know,
pussied out during COVID. Let's just be honest, but that's
fair
okay.
enough. Well, I mean, talking about pissing out and like Democrats, we're dealing with a major, major, major level of stupidity in Virginia right now.
Oh yes,
Yeah, like a Senate, like a member of the Virginia Senate by the name of Saddam, of all things,
of course.
trying to make it illegal to transport AR-15s or
Yes,
any AR platform rifle
yes,
on Virginia public roads,
yes.
and make that a misdemeanor. So you can't even take your gun to the range technically,
That's
right?
right. Yes.
So, like, I don't know what they're expecting you to do with your gun at that point. Like,
They're hoping we bring back machetes. That's their goal. It's going to be UK. They want the machetes on the freeways.
well, no, you know what they do, and exactly what you're saying. They will make the AR unusable.
Yes.
Then they'll create like an exchange program. We'll give you a couple $100 for your rifle if you give it
Yes.
to the police.
Yes.
Then you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yes.
And that's really what they're doing, and it's kind of concerning because
Is there any pushback from any of the 2A organizations?
NRA is like the lead on this. Mostly NRA ILA,
Uh huh.
the legislative affairs like arm of the NRA.
Yeah.
But again, like the problem with Virginia, like they have significant control at this point. The
Yes.
Democrats do, and
Yes.
even on a national level, the governor is well protected because they see her as a potential future presidential candidate, or
Yeah.
at least a VP candidate.
Well, I
She's
believe what's going on in Virginia is a national security threat in so many ways you have no idea, and we need to do what we did in Somalia and in Minnesota to Virginia because there's a lot of problems over there, and we need to do something drastic and find a way to take back Virginia, like in a very like not illegal, obviously, God forbid, but in a I would an anti-corruption investigation in the whole state of Virginia in every single level you can imagine. Now, if you do something like that and you can get it done so that it's at least done 3, 4 months after midterms, maybe 5 months after midterms, you maybe have some options. But we need to do something like very smart. We have what? Do we still have 400 DOJ officials focusing on the Epstein files, or are they now able to do other stuff?
I have no idea. Like the Epstein
How about
file is like
Homeland? How about JetBlue landing all their planes and nobody's flying because they can't have security measures on there because it's a threat risk, and us not having PSA or Homeland Security financed? What do you think about that?
I don't know, but like before we go to there, I want to talk about Virginia really quick again because that's
Okay.
me. Um, so the problem we're dealing with here that Youngkin has like really fixed a lot and
Yes.
brought back a lot of the McDonald like policies that made Virginia really like a great state. So the
Yep.
problem I have with this that the Democrats have a lot of runway of destruction
Yes.
before people like the average person will start like saying, "Oh, these policies are crap."
Right.
There's the economic aspects at least. There's enough of a runway of destruction for them to take advantage of,
Yeah.
and that is it's concerning.
Are they dismantling the wins from Youngkin?
I mean, again, you know, the liberties aspect are being dismantled. The right to bear arms has always been well protected under Youngkin and his. I forgot her name. It's going to come to me in a second. His deputy. Uh, I'll remember in a second. Again, it's like 4:30 a.m. here, but she's like a huge. She is a huge supporter of gun rights. But again, I, I don't know. And like the taxation is like the other concern right here, and
Yes.
this is really the concern.
Yeah.
They haven't really pushed hard on that just yet, but they will because that's what they do. Like
Right.
you know, it's not going to be Mamdani great shit. Like what Mamdani's doing is just like on another level, but we'll see it. We'll see it.
Where's the investigation going with Mamdani? There was an investigation about that in regarding to his election and everything. Is it still proceeding or is it gone away? That whole narrative.
Like that's the thing. Like you know, this is one of the disadvantages of being at war. Everybody seems to be so focused on Iran right now,
Yeah.
and like macro economy.
Uh-huh.
So like, I'm sure something is happening potentially, but
Yeah.
I'm not hearing about it because nobody's talking about these things. Like, when people kind of tend to forget because these things require a political follow through.
Right.
And if you don't have that political follow through, like that, like people will lose interest, and say like, especially right now, like the two big things right now, the two conversation pieces. Like if I sit down with somebody on the hill, somebody in um,
The
uh,
only conversation on the Hill should
that
be that Stealth wants Cuba immediately. We need to do something about Carney in Canada because there's such problems you have no idea. We need Treasury and a counterterrorism unit and a designated unit just to handle the university infrastructure. And I could walk you through it. It's that bad. We need to get rid of Linda McMahon. And what else needs to happen? There's the Gavin Newsom needs to be eviscerated, and there should be a full blown campaign against Gavin Newsom done every day by like I don't know two of the officials from the administration, and there should be such an incredible anti-corruption audit in California that he can't even like lay down fully straight in bed to sleep at night. Maximum pressure campaign, like he's Iran. That's what I would do to him. Every aspect. Deploy the full weight because there's
for where? Sorry.
for California.
Oh, I don't know.
It's a China stronghold.
That state has been like a thorn in everybody's side. The only decent thing that state produced was Ronald Reagan. Everything else, I don't know. I mean, no offense, Kai. I know you're kind of from there, so you're okay.
No,
You're not Reagan, but you're okay.
my problem is that it's a financial corruption inside California, and it would destroy the DSA and all the potential future anybody because everybody would be wrapped up in massive corruption and be arrested, and it's the only way to break California. I mean, it would be a focus because, and also you have tons of illegal immigration and the voter corruption, everything, the voter rolls, the voter corruption. There's so much to fix, but we could make a fortune going after just the illegal corruption in California, the homeless stuff, all the NGOs. I mean, anyways, we should be holding back federal funds from most of the universities right now because of what's going on. And I just don't understand. It's like low hanging fruit, really low hanging fruit. And also, where's John Kerry? And where's Maher Batar right now? And where's Blinken right now? And all these guys, like they're all merging with Tucker, just so you know. All the Pod Save America guys, all the Obama guys, they consider Tucker their new best friend. You should hear it's crazy. We need to be making sure that none of the Obama era, any of them, Lisa Monaco, all of them, that they're never able even to step in within, I don't know, 1,000 miles of the White House ever again. Like because of their discreditation, not for jail or anything like that.
No, it's funny you ask that because another name I was asking about the other day, Al Gore. After he made a shitload of money selling his like crappy television to Al Jazeera America,
Yeah.
remember that? Yeah,
Oh yeah.
he disappeared altogether.
Yes.
Like the guy just went to the bank laughing. Uh,
Yes.
he sold that just so he can get the so Al Jazeera can get the like the number on like a channel number on cable TV. I think they paid like $500 million
Yes.
for current TV. So like a TV station that like maybe 5 people were watching.
Yes.
It's and the Al Jazeera people like that because it was like liberals watching it, so they're like, okay, that's prime audience for us anyways.
Right.
But I don't think they really enjoyed that purchase because like I think it lasted 3 years, four
Yeah.
years.
Yeah. The most.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, what do you think that we're gonna keep any bases in the Gulf? Do you think I think we're gonna have a base in Iran, and we're gonna do it near the oil fields? But do you think we're going to keep any of the bases that we have in any of those countries anymore? Maybe a handful here or there.
Why wouldn't we?
A lot of them have been destroyed. We saw no benefit. They tried to block us from operating from their locations. I mean, we'll have one in Iran and maybe Saudi Arabia, or maybe Iran and the small one in the UAE. No longer Qatar. I think you'll find that we no longer keep a base in Qatar. I don't know how badly is the damage. We don't know how bad do you think the damages are that we don't know of. The
Uh,
dog is crying for you, Hazem. What are you doing to the puppy?
he wants to play. He wants you to play with the ball with him, and I'm not like I.
You throw
He's
it.
a German Shepherd. And he's like 5 years old. He has the energy
He has my
uh,
energy, same
uh,
energy.
of a
I'm a
tomahawk
5-year-old shepherd.
missile, and I cannot just play with the ball with him all day. So here's what he does. I'm not kidding. He will intentionally roll the ball under the couch.
Yes,
So I have to get and start barking and like making
yes,
these like begging noises so I can go and grab it and give it to him.
that's right.
Like this thing is like way too smart for his own good, and like
Well,
yeah,
he
yeah,
might be too smart for
he just
you,
did it
but
again, and
I
he like
know, I
makes
know what
us
he's doing.
eyes. He's like, oh my god, I lost my ball, help me out.
Yes, of course.
This dog is a gypsy, I swear to God.
He's not a gypsy. Knock it up with gypsy. We'll say he's Egyptian.
Sure, he's
Did
an
you hear
Egyptian
about?
gypsy.
You didn't hear about the Egyptian space situation that we went through, right? With me. Did I?
No, Egyptian
Oh,
space. What? Are you a masochist now?
no, 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 no. I'm a magician. I'll send you something and you can listen to it.
Oh God,
Well, but the Bahrainis were there too. They were very nice.
who like Ahmed was there?
They recorded it. I didn't, and they sent me the clips.
But like who from Bahrain was there? Do you remember?
I don't know, some of the younger
Ahmed
influencer
is
guys.
like the token Bahraini on X
Yeah,
recently.
Ahmed was there. Ahmed was there.
Of course he
Yeah,
was.
they
Yeah,
have like
he's a
yeah,
nice
yeah.
guy. He's a nice guy.
Well, sometimes he's genocidal with the Jews, but then he turns it. You know, he changed. He changed.
Not around me. He's never said anything
No, no,
like
no, no.
that
They're
around me.
careful. Well, yeah, they're
Gabo.
careful. You know, I get people send me a lot of clips in my DMs in the middle of the night saying, and they translate it and just like as if they're sending me compromat. I'm like, it's a Twitter space. What's the big deal? No, no, no. You have to hear what these people said. They're from here or from here, from here. So I just keep it. I don't do anything. I don't post it ever. Like I would send you an audio clip, but you know, I wouldn't. I would never post it or share my DMs. But I mean, it's an unrecorded space, but it's wild, right? So, but yeah, so that's I like sometimes. Well, there's like a sometimes there's a bunch of terrorists in the space, and I don't know that they're terrorists because they're all speaking in Arabic, and somebody will be like, "Oh my God, there's all these terrorists in the space," and they're like from America or Canada or whatever. So they'll send it to me, and then we send it on our way to where it needs to go. But I would never know because they're speaking in Arabic and they're like plotting a terrorist attack in the fucking Twitter space. Hazem.
No, you have to understand. Like my new profile picture
Yeah.
has really changed my life on these
Really?
spaces,
What do they
on the
do to
Arabic
you?
spaces.
What do they do to you now?
Well, either like you get like a brave soul who's trying to engage me, and that doesn't usually bode well for them, or like literally like the host or co-host would know me enough, so somebody will be saying something silly, and they'll like say Hazem is here, and look at his profile picture, and usually at that point, that person speaking will turn off their mic and never open it again.
Oh, that's
It,
hilarious.
it, it just confused. I think it confuses them to a point where like, who the fuck is this guy?
Right.
Is he Israeli? Is he Jew? Like, they don't know what's happening, so they do not
Well, they
engage.
might think that you're like a Lebanese Jew or a Lebanese living in Israel, or they could think you're a Syrian Jew, right? There's many options.
The problem is like they you know how they keep peddling these conspiracy theories and they end up believing it.
Yes.
So they think I like somehow potentially have enough influence. So like the IDF Arabic spokesperson will really like will publish a map of their neighborhood and say like evacuate this neighborhood immediately. So like literally they think they can be targeted personally as if like the Mossad like has nothing better to do.
Oh yeah, it's like ridiculous. Like just tell them if the Mossad hasn't targeted Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, like you're Gucci. Like it's never gonna. It's like that. That would be like if you're really gonna do something stupid. Like obviously they would never do that. But I'm just saying like that's not. they're trying to go after the Hamas terrorists inside of Qatar. Aren't they supposed to be flying out of Qatar, the Hamas terrorists? What's the plan with that? They said they're kicking them out, and I was hoping to see a fireworks show.
I don't know, but it'd be cool if like they get hit with an Iranian drone.
Well,
Just
that's what
saying.
I'm explaining. They're supposed to be leaving over there and going to Turkey. So I wanted to know if is the Qataris going to make them swim, go by land?
Oh wait, it's not safe to be somewhere where there are indiscriminate rockets flying. Wow, that's rich
You saw that
for
You
Hamas.
saw that Andrew Tate got arrested for terrorism or something on entry from Saudi Arabia, and he had to cross the desert to go all the way to the UAE. Did you see that whole drama?
I missed that,
I'll,
but
uh,
I'll tell you,
yeah.
every Gulf nation has like borderline draconian laws right now when it comes to misinformation.
Oh
Like
yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
get it,
Jail, death.
I get it.
They take your hand.
Yeah.
They take your eyes. They take your tongue. Oh yeah. It's fun times.
Well, nothing like that. They'll arrest you though.
Depending.
I haven't heard of any mutilation yet, but
As
people
if you
like.
would.
I mean, sure, but like, I know people are like the first day, especially a lot of people are not used to this. So like, no, like OPSEC
Zero.
concerns.
Yeah. For 2 days there was
Like
zero
people,
offset.
people are like really like photographing drone impact locations,
Yes.
publishing that, and
Yes.
the Emirati government's like, stop now,
Yes.
like, and
And
that
they
was
didn't,
like pretty useful.
but they didn't, and they kept doing it for like another day and a half, and then they really, yeah. But the Qataris were smart; they limited that quite a bit. Same with the Saudis,
Well, you have to remember also Dubai is an incredibly more
of
diverse.
course.
And they have like a lot of people whose job title is influencer,
Exactly.
and they think this is a great opportunity to like
Show how bad the IRGC are.
make, to gain more followers.
Oh,
And they think that what they're doing is useful, and they're gonna get like praises by the Emirati government because they're saying like positive messages, but at the same time they're like 3 seconds after a drone impact, they're like, oh, it hit right here, and that's not useful.
yeah, no, not a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But like
yes,
I'm gonna say, you know me, I like usually do not praise any government, including my own, but the Emiratis are doing a fantastic job with drone defense, and you know, you've heard Palestinians for decades saying like, oh, this like the U.S. takes all of the Arabs' money and sells them weapons. Well, aren't we all glad they've like equipped up over the past year? So when Iran lobs 1,500 drones at the UAE, only a handful makes it to their targets. Like they're doing an amazing job with defense. Obviously, there's great American support here. There's coordination, but they're well equipped.
we're gonna have the best arms sales of our life to the Gulf countries after this war. That's all I'm gonna say, Hazem. The best.
Listen, if you can like invent a interceptor missile between now and next year, you'll make billions.
Yeah.
Yeah, like go find like honestly, go find an Israeli startup that's doing some tech
Yeah.
and invest in that because that's like anything drone defense. Like if it was like easy to invest remotely in Ukraine
Yeah.
in these weapon technologies, I would have done it.
I
But
have a
like
question. You're impressed with the tech that they're building there? They actually have smart scientists, or are they helped by the U.S. foreign
the
entities?
Ukrainians.
Yeah.
No, see the cool thing about the Ukrainians is like, okay, here's like a defense system that is over engineered, made by American companies or British companies that is so finicky it almost doesn't work, right? Because we over engineer the hell out of our equipment.
Right.
The Ukrainians like, no, we're gonna strap a shotgun on a drone and we're gonna like fly after other drones. And they're like, oh well, shotguns have like insane recoil, so that's gonna be a problem. It's gonna knock the drone out of the sky. They're like, oh, that's easy. We strap a second shotgun that shoots in the opposite direction, and the recoil cancels itself. And it does.
and it's beautiful to watch. And the whole thing costs like $200. It's literally like steel tubes with a little like shotgun shell at the end of it, with like an electronic trigger. Like it's just so beautiful to watch what a couple $100 of hardware and like literally a run to Home Depot for them has created. This is what I like. Now, especially with Iran and Russia and potentially others, it's a game of numbers, not technological superiority. So you need to be able to produce defensive. You want to have like a stockpile of 10,000 things that can intercept drones, and to like invest in 10,000 things, they need to be cheaper things and affordable things and disposable things. And that's what the Ukrainians are providing: disposable, literally disposable counter drone technology that's homebrewed, and it just works. It's not perfect, but you're competing with imperfect defenses. You're competing with American and British systems, and even some Italian systems, Leonardo systems, that are really 70% effective. So it's not hard to compete with that. And when you're providing a solution that's a lot cheaper, the problem with their solutions, they're almost the only person who understands them are the people that built them. So they're not created for mass consumption, and this is really where you can make a shitload of money bridging that gap from like some people building stuff in their like garage to things that can be scaled, and with training manuals, and things you can like put in a box and send to a foreign military, and you don't have to like spend a lot of time trying to explain how the thing works and how you put it together. So yeah, it's really cool.
Hazem,
Yeah.
did you hear the audio of Tucker going after Pete Hegseth and saying that he should have been investigated before him getting his position?
Listen, I repeat, I avoid Tucker stuff. So no, I did not.
Mm-hmm. It's like,
He will go. He'll go after anything right now. And then, again, this is going to be Tucker's undoing, Kaya.
oh yes.
Like, he is so addicted to the limelight at this point. He is going to say anything and everything, and it becomes an addiction. And like he's chasing. It's like an oxy addiction. He will have to up the dose every time when it comes to how controversial he can be, to a point where he's gonna like run into the wrong person. And it's not necessarily that the person is going to like retaliate, it's the audience are going to say like, okay, this is just stupid at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he went after Hegseth pretty badly. He went after some other people. It's interesting that I heard is causing some high concerns, that he should have been investigated before having the position, because he's a Christian Zionist. And the target on Chabad in the attack in Baltimore has him, where the shooting that just happened yesterday, right? So yeah, and so he spazzed out on his podcast afterwards because he got called out so bad because he's targeting.
Wait, hold on. There's a Chabad shooting in Baltimore?
Yeah, yesterday morning.
How did I not hear about this?
They're trying to cover up as much because the focus was on other stuff, and it was.
Wait, this is like by the Chabad
Yeah,
or like at the?
so it was in front of a Jewish girls' day school, and Chabad is like right next door.
But like the
Yeah,
target
it was
Jews?
targeting Jews. Yeah.
Because I mean, literally, I spent half the morning talking to Chabad security.
And
There's an event this weekend at
oh, don't say that.
Chabad, and like we didn't really, that didn't come up. Period.
That's
Weird.
interesting. That's very weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, very weird.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll be able to discuss this in like
3 hours.
Yeah, don't post it anywhere. Don't say anything about the thing anywhere.
No, no, no. This is private conversation,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we're trying. Like honestly, it was a silly conversation too because we're trying to figure out how I'm gonna get like a reserved space in front of Chabad on Friday
Uh-huh.
because I'm bringing the Humvee and like
Oh, you're hilarious.
it's DC, so like finding parking is going to be a nightmare. So that's really you know
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
small victories. But anyways, I do see hands, by the way,
Oh, yeah.
Yochai.
Sorry,
I
I
don't know
didn't
what
look.
your strategy
I
is,
wasn't
but
looking. I
yeah,
wasn't
like
looking. Sorry. Go ahead, Lion of Zion.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm a Virginia resident, and you're right. There's a lot of really bad stuff going on. I would look into Abigail Spanberger. She was taught in a Saudi Arabian school before she start getting involved. There's also a lot of Islamists who work underneath her. She's ex-CIA, obviously, but um, I don't know who controls this yes or no vote that's coming from like 2 days ago till the 21st. But I know most of the Virginians that I know are voting no. The problem is like who controls that? And with election security, I just think this is another op. I think the results are already going to come yes because we're so close in Virginia. It's like 54% and 46%, and it's going to go yes. And I hate to say that, but we're going to lose like 3 or 4 seats. It's going to be like a 10-1 majority. And I've heard rumors just recently and before this that there is a bunch of southwestern Virginians who are thinking about perhaps being able to go over to Virginia or West Virginia and become part of that if it gets really bad here. Because not only is she taking away our guns, but she's also taking away our magazines. We can't have over 10 bullets. And she's also trying to affect our First Amendment speeches that if we say anything without giving a warning on social media or anywhere else inflammatory, that we can get charged $25,000 in a misdemeanor fine for free speech. So it's like she's attacking the whole Constitution at this point. And I'm looking forward to driving around with my AR-15 in my car safely, where it's visible, and my ammunition in my trunk, and getting pulled over and becoming a criminal as a result of it, and taking it to the Supreme Court because this is totally against our Constitution. And I don't understand how they're getting away with it, except for the fact that they have a majority, which I would really like someone to look into the election of 2028 with Winsome Sears, because I just think our whole election process is really screwed up. And if we can't pass the SAVE Act, we are really done as far as that's concerned, because I don't even trust this
I was
yes
going
or
to ask Hazem. Thune said, "Oh, this is an operation by online influencers with the Save Act and blah blah blah." And nobody gave me a straight answer this morning. It was like 7 people. I got annoyed and frustrated. Even the smarter ones. There, I'm like, "What is the narrative shaping around this whole thing with Thune and the Save Act, Hazem? Do you know anything or no?"
no,
Okay,
no.
that's good.
Again,
Don't.
like you do understand, like my bandwidth has been taken. Like
Yeah.
I'm here right now because I have like a TV appearance in around 35
Okay,
minutes,
so
fifty
since I
minutes.
have you for two
So
minutes.
like I'm just like literally micro sleeping,
Okay.
micro dosing sleep.
Okay. So I want you to hear
But
this.
I don't wanna ignore what Leon said
Yeah.
because it's Lion. Sorry,
Lion.
like here's the thing, Lion. They're trying to spam the Supreme Court. They understand that the free speech aspects and these Second Amendment aspects are going to the Supreme Court. But their idea is that, for one, there'll be like limited bandwidth by civil rights advocates and that are looking to approach this or like tackle this, that with like 5 or 6 crazy legislations, one of them are going like make it by the goalie. For two, they're looking to make deals. So they were hoping that like the right will say like, okay, well, whatever left of the right in Virginia will say, all right, well, we don't want you to ban like AR-15s off the roads, but let's make a deal to limit mag capacity to 10, or like limit accessories the way like stupid Californians do it. So that's, I think, their strategy. But you're absolutely right. Like, this is so unconstitutional. Like, people are looking at it, and like we're often distracted, especially on the gun stuff, that the person like trying to champion these legislations, his name is Saddam. So like it literally every time we talk about it, we're like talking like, how the hell is this guy Saddam is in charge of this
He's
stuff?
born in Bangladesh,
But
by the way.
yeah, I know. Like like honestly, the first time I saw like his elections like campaign road signs, I'm like, I thought it was somebody like put a joke up. I'm like, how would Saddam make it to office in in Virginia? Like, that doesn't make sense. I'm just gonna like laugh and keep going and like look at the guy. His large in charge right now.
Hazem, I need you to hear this. I don't know if you've heard this. This is like about Iran. 1 second. Listen. Lie to ourselves. Listen. Unconditional surrender means foreign troops get to rape your wife and daughter if they want. And everyone knows that. And that has been, if there's one consistent lesson of history, it means unconditional surrender means foreign troops get to rape your wife and daughter. Everyone can feel that. That's like the most atavistic instinct there is. And so to avoid that, people will do anything. And so that's why it requires that level of force to get a population subdued to the point of unconditional surrender. That's why. And so in this case, of course, we don't have the ground force necessary. I don't think Americans would voluntarily participate in it. I just don't think we can do that. It would require weapons of mass destruction. It would require presumably nuclear weapons in order to do that. And let's not lie to ourselves. We're moving toward that. Oh, you'd like me to talk about Tucker Carlson? Okay, so that was his statement on Friday with Sagar and Getty. Sagar and Getty just looked at the camera like in shock that he said that what Trump wants is for American soldiers to rape Persian women and their daughters in order for a total surrender. Do you understand how crazy it is, Hazem, to say something like that?
No, absolutely. And I think I was talking about like ended maybe like around the like I don't know Middle Ages. But again, like this is the thing. Let's go as controversial as possible because that brings the audience. It's good business for him. It's good business. And that's a problem. Like, we are in the age of social media and idiots with access to, like, honestly, like, the same way we have, like, driver licenses, people should get licensed to, like, own a like button.
Well, not.
Or, like, a share button.
I don't know about that. Maybe they should just not be allowed on social media. They should have at least a minimum IQ. But Hazem, that and many other things, citizenship. Did you hear the doubling down on Chabad? Did you ever hear what he actually said about Chabad, or did you just see the posts?
No. Play that. Like, now you got me interested. Okay.
So let's start with day one, which was 6 days ago. This is where it started. It's so bad. I had Doron Kedar, like, don't ask. The IDF, I called I called my Rebbe, my Chabad Rebbe, like the biggest one in the United States. He's made 2 videos so far and put them out. But it's just because it created fear all over the world. The Chabad's all over the world, just so you know. Anyways. So how exactly did the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, a military that the U.S. taxpayer pays for, that lots of wealthy Americans send money to friends of the IDF, how did all these guys wind up wearing patches suggesting the point of this war was the destruction of one of the holiest places in Islam and the rebuilding of a temple that is totally anathema to Christianity? Like, how did this happen? Well, there are a lot of ways it happened. The main way it happened is because no one in the United States noticed, because it's such a secular place. And as noted, we have eyes but can't see and ears and can't hear. But this has been going on a long time in public through, in part, the efforts of a group called Chabad, CHABAD. And you may know people who give money to Chabad or run into Chabad, super nice people, engaged in all kinds of charitable activities, drug rehab. There's a lot about Chabad that's really good. But what is Chabad exactly? Well, Chabad, you can look it up, is a very old organization, about 250 years old. And it's a branch of Hasidic Judaism. It's an organization that was overseen for many years by a guy called Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, who was famously in Brooklyn, considered the Messiah by some of his followers, who was a friend of presidents, or certainly someone presidents visited. He was a very powerful man in the Orthodox and the Hasidic community. And he was the overseer of Chabad, which predated him and outlasted him, but he was its most
visible ambassador. And Chabad has been pushing in a pretty subtle way, unless you look carefully, for the reconstruction of the third temple. And it seems like, from the reading we did recently, that those patches actually came from Chabad. In any case, Chabad is pushing for the building of the third temple. We are playing.
So three things. Chabad didn't make the patches. They have Mashiach patches. They do not believe in the building of the temple until Messiah comes, and then there's like a special thing that's going to happen. The patches were made by the Temple Mount guys, which like Duran Kedar is one of them. They're guys, and you order them on Etsy or Amazon, and they would switch patches with like even soldiers that were coming to visit, like from CENTCOM or whatever. But it's not a thing that like Chabad believes in at all, like at all. Mostly 99% of Chabad don't believe Lubavitcher Rebbe was Messiah, so that's a guarantee. And yes, the Rebbe met with all the world leaders in the world, would come and see him. Presidents would come and see him for guidance because he was considered the smartest man alive in the world for like 80 years. So like like Talmud Chacham, it's like the number one in the world. So all leaders, not Jewish, black, white, Arab, it doesn't matter. Everybody would come for an audience. So he made this like that was the first part. Now wait the second part. So let me just send you this.
So it's a big deal to have a religious war. It's a big deal to have a religious war. In some ways, this may turn out to be a religious war. In others, it's just inherently a religious war. So you should know. And at the center of that conflict is this thing called the Third Temple, which does not yet exist, but some people would like to rebuild. So we did a whole show on this. Seemed important and true. And in the course of that show, we described patches that some soldiers in the Israeli military, the IDF, are wearing that show an image of a temple, the Third Temple. And we asked, where did these come from? And it seems like from accounts that we read from those soldiers online that they got these patches somehow from a group called Chabad. In the United States, it's a global group, but it's headquartered here in New York and Brooklyn. And we said, and you can check the tape, it was like, Chabad, they seem like really nice people. Met a bunch of people in Chabad over the years. They do a bunch of charitable enterprises. But apparently these patches came from Chabad. And Chabad, check their website, is in favor of rebuilding the third temple. Said, I will issue a statement disavowing violence against innocents in tandem with Chabad's statement disavowing violence against innocents. Knowing, of course, Chabad does not disavow violence against innocents, of course, Gaza, and they can't because they don't believe that. I think, I would be surprised if Chabad issued a statement disavowing all violence against all innocents. And of course, if they do, I will, join them for dinner to celebrate because I will praise them for doing that. And anyone who does that will get praise from me, heartfelt. But I doubt they're going to do that. So Tucker Carlson just got
So that's a
Can I say something?
One second, 1 second. So Hazem, so he clipped two. This is just like a small portion. This goes much longer. In the original video, the first one from 6 days ago, which he released, it was Friday night, is my understanding. He posted videos of actual soldiers that were in Gaza in the beginning of the war. That I still have not gotten confirmation if they were killed or not. And it's not from Chabad, and Chabad doesn't put anything about building the third temple on their website. It's not a thing, but there was a guy showing his patch. It was probably like in the early days of the war, and it was for morale, but it took like a while to get the patches. So it was like when they finally, probably like maybe you saw them maybe December or January or February, but after the war, like when the war was starting, but they were ordering them on Etsy and Amazon, and there was these were like the reservist guys, the Temple Mount guys. These are like uh, completely different group, right? But the idea is because Iran was throwing ballistic missiles over the Temple Mount, which one landed on the side of the Temple Mount by the Kotel. If you remember, under the first and second strikes from Iran in year 24 and 25, excuse me, 20, yeah, 20, 24, and I think 25, there was strikes from them, I think, yeah, or maybe no, 24 and 23, when there was the big salvos and everything, they almost landed on Al-Aqsa. Well, this time again, they made a barrage over Jerusalem that was insane recently, like in the last, I don't know, 72 hours, 84 hours, 96 hours. It was insane. And it was, he was saying that somebody had made a joke. Well, if it lands on Al-Aqsa, it'll hit it. So in the video, he's like, oh no, the Israelis, they showed a picture of this like Rabbi Yosef guy who's like, nobody listens to him anyways. He's like, he's like a hardliner, like whatever. It's like, he's like, nobody pays attention to this guy. He says like crazy outlandish things. And so, but very far to the right, like very extreme. and I think he's Syrian. I think he's a Syrian rabbi. Anyways, doesn't matter. So he said, well, if they're throwing it over Al-Aqsa and if it falls and it destroys it, well, what can I tell you? The Iranians sent it over. They don't care. They only care about Mecca and Medina. So he makes this like random statement in a podcast that nobody even heard of. And it wasn't even related now. It was from 2 years ago. So he puts both of those clips in the thing. He's like, you see, they're trying to blow up the Temple Mount and Chabad is the ones that are doing it. Like, how the fuck is Chabad doing it when Chabad is not even serving in the like some of the units serve in the army, but like Chabad all over the world is like not like they don't talk about the war, they don't like focus on these things. This is not their thing, right? And they're like, and how is the Israelis intentionally doing it when you launch, I don't know, maybe like 75 ballistic missiles over the Temple Mount, like in a span of a short period of time? You don't think it may fall? The receptors, meaning like the interceptors, like they're huge. Like they landed in Jerusalem, like giant, huge things, kills people. And he was like trying to blame Chabad for trying to intentionally blow up the Temple Mount. Do you know what that does? People were online because we were tracking the virality of it. People that are also very low IQ and very inbred, but they were like in the U.S. and Arabs in Canada and on Spaces like, oh my God, we have to attack Chabad because they're pushing this. Like, what the fuck does Chabad have anything to do with this? They don't do any military strategy, nothing to that effect. And it's Iranian ballistic missiles, and they're doing it for 3 years in a row. And you know how many times it could have? I mean, we spent a lot of money, the US and the Israelis, making sure it doesn't fall on the fucking Temple Mount because we don't want to cause problems with the Turkish and the Jordanians, whatever other morons are going to be obsessed over it. But this one random rabbi from like 2 years ago, and they found the clip intentionally. There was no way that somebody did not send him to that because none of us knew that this guy said it. It's like the most obscure thing. The guy makes daily lectures. But everybody thinks in their mind, you know what the fucking weirdest thing would be? Is if the IRGC is launching it and blows up the Temple Mount during Ramadan. Because how stupid can you be? You're also throwing rockets at Mecca and Medina. You don't think it might hit something, or do you know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying, Hazem?
No,
I think you're
absolutely. And
exaggerating.
yeah, and I need to explain, a bit about the Chabad to some of the audience here in the room. The Chabad is many things, but one of the greatest accomplishments of Chabad over the years was creating a home for young Jewish people and friends, by the way. It's a very welcoming environment, but uh, for a Hasidic organization to be that welcoming for young Jewish people from all denominations and all shows, for
And college
for
campuses,
Kabbalah
college campuses.
and college camp. Oh, absolutely. We can talk a lot about Chabad on campus. They do great work and they really help empower the often small number of young Jewish students on campus. But it's hard to explain to somebody that has not been to an event at Chabad. It's a fun environment. It's a positive environment. And there's like religious aspects are optional at most of these events. So obviously, it's a religious organization that wants you to be involved in religion. That comes natural. However, it's not like nothing in your face, nothing. The other day, there was a nice Purim party, and people who want to listen to music and get drunk. Uh, there was the big hall. If you want to go to the Megillah reading, there's a side room where you can do that with the rabbi. So it's an interesting environment, and for the Christian listeners, it's almost like Jesuit approach to religion, where it's not like
No.
it's
It's not that at all. I'm Chabad.
no,
That's
no,
not
no.
at all.
From no. Listen to me. From like the way that they respect you and not try to like manipulate
Yeah, there's no
in any
manipulation,
way.
no pushing, no
Yeah.
evangelical, no
So that's
like
why I enjoy.
evangelizing.
That's
Yeah.
what I enjoy about Jesuits. They treat people as people. They treat people as equals. And you have rabbis, the Chabad rabbis, like treat everybody as a like an adult.
Yes.
Let's put it that way.
Yes.
And this is big part of what creates that positive environment at Chabad in general. But listen, it's part of the problem, and it's interesting that he brings up Chabad, because Chabad is part of the solution. The Jewish religion is exclusive in many ways. It's by design. It's not, I don't think it's intentional. It just evolved that way. There are very particular traditions that the average non-Jewish person is not aware of.
Nor would they
And
ever want to do because it's too hard.
Exactly, it's not the most fun of religions. Let's put it that way. But it's Chabad being welcoming to even non-Jews create an environment where people kind of can go in and understand more and learn more. So to bring up Chabad in such way, like I just heard, it's ridiculous, because again, people that say Chabad and say like, oh look, they're like manipulating the U.S. military. They're counting on you not understanding what Chabad is, and it's like this arcane organization that it's like Illuminati's, right? You've never seen? Have you met anybody from the Illuminati,
No,
Chaya?
never. And I don't know
Exactly,
what
but
doesn't exist, right?
it doesn't exactly. This one does exist, but people, the anti-Semites say like, "Oh, well, the Irish person doesn't know what Chabad does, so I'm gonna make up this whole story and say like, put Chabad at the end of the sentence, and people are gonna get confused
No, so the reason
because
why he did it is because Bibi's relationship with the Lubavitcher Rebbe and the covenant bond or prophecy that came from the Rebbe that Netanyahu would be the one to make peace in the Middle East and usher in if he does things the way he's supposed to do things, usher in peace for Israel. And this has been known for over 30 years and or 40 years, and because that's why he did that. And the Soviets, the Russians, Dugin especially is the one who gave him these Chabad talking points. I have all the evidence. I can send it to you. But we did an extensive background report on it, and I sent it to Gorka actually, which is interesting. But so you understand, he knows that Netanyahu, because he goes after Netanyahu nearly every week, maybe twice a week, very badly. You can even see like the picture on the recent podcast is Netanyahu's face when he's talking about Chabad. It's because the relationship, and I'll play something for you. You may have never heard this, because the Lubavitcher Rebbe, since he became the Rebbe, would write long hand form letters to Israel during times of war, advising the prime minister and everything, and the generals and everything, and they would communicate. But most of them were like secular, right, in the early days, and everybody in the world came to visit him. Donald Trump's father, a lot of guidance stuff, and everything like that. So, but there's such a long history, a famous history. Like there's documentaries, and the other thing is there Rabbi Kunin out of Beverly Hills area has had a long lawsuit against the government of Russia because they're holding um, thousands of pages of journals of the Rebbe, who of course was put in jail in Russia because of the pogroms and everything because of the lack of freedom of religion, and uh, and um, and was able to escape to France and then eventually came to America, but. He was an engineer and an architect and everything. But anyways, that's beside the point. So they're holding on to it, and they sued, and the lawsuit is $175 million per day in interest. It's been now like 5 years, 6 years, and the Russians obviously are never going to pay, and they refuse. Putin outwardly stated he refuses to release the Lubavitcher Rebbe's documents because he says that it's part of Russian history, and he refuses to let it go. And then he goes and he visits the Chabad rabbis that are in Russia. Now you got to remember why this is such a big deal, because those documents are the only living journal of the Rebbe that nobody has access to, and it's priceless, like priceless. Like the people would pay anything to get those documents, those writings, and he refuses to give it up, even though there's a lawsuit. So they went to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court refused. It was a different time, but I think it was maybe 2 years ago. The Supreme Court refused to hear the case, but it's just accruing interest, the case, and he refuses to let go of the papers. Now the other thing is you could allow somebody to go and and like, with gloves on, and look at the papers and let one rabbi sit all day long and just by memory memorize every page, because that's what the rabbis that sat next to the Rebbe did. They memorized every one of his sermons, even if it was 10 hours long, word for word, and they would sit at night and write every one of his words is written down and recorded. So they're saying, hey, we'll offer anything, we'll give you any kind of money for it, or to keep it in country, can we just like copy it by memory? Doesn't matter if it takes us 100 years. He won't let them have it. They won't let them do it. So this is
Hi, okay, before we like
yeah,
kind of transition away from the core
yeah.
aspect here's the problem with what we just discussed and what we just heard. Uh, okay, I would say Chabad is maybe guilty of everything that was discussed on that podcast, on that interview.
It's not
But but the question here is that is if this is true, is it a crime? Is it wrong?
for patches.
And this is well, correct.
No,
Like let's
it's
say
not a crime
let's
by
say
any
this whole
international
thing
law or any law at all.
exactly. But the way they put, Tucker and others have posed these questions, it's as if it's granted that these patches are absolutely wrong. Let's discuss
Not
if
a crime, it's religious extremism.
right. But like, here's the thing: they create this premise that what happened was wrong, and they try to figure out who's guilty of it. So they define a crime that is not a crime, and now they're on this witch hunt of who committed the crime. So you gotta be very careful listening to these people, because they're, as much of like, they're idiots, they're also, they know how to manipulate audience. It's like a grifter, right? Like grifters are not the smartest people, but they are street smart. They know how to manipulate the conversation to a point where, like, oh, well, Chabad didn't do it, but you're by nature of engaging in that conversation, you are confirming indirectly or directly that they're right, that such a patch is wrong. You don't know why it's wrong. Nobody's gonna get into it. You just create that assumption, and you create enough of that assumption, it becomes a norm. And that is my problem with this whole thing, because I don't want to discuss who's doing it. I want to discuss the question here. The core of the question is, well, what is an acceptable patch for the woke right now?
Wait, it's none of their business. First of all, he said that the U.S. pays for their military and their supplies and their clothes. No, they don't. He says our tax dollars go to pay for their soldiers and their salaries and their medical care and their dental care. That's what he says in the whole podcast. They don't. This is like to think.
Well, no. We do. It's fine. We do.
No, you
In
don't.
part, we do. No, but but like, if he's gonna do that, and I will allow it, is he doing the same for the Egyptian army? Because trust me, you start digging there. This is all part of Camp David, right?
Yep.
Like the funding goes to Israel and the Egyptian military as part of a very clear agreement. So if he's going to dig into what the Egyptian military is talking about, it's what the uniforms look like, what their routine looks like. Sure, but he needs to be very open to an adult discussion about what the Egyptians do every day and what conversation they have in their barracks about the demise of Israel, and their role in such demise. Then we can have a conversation.
Dude, nobody cares about Tucker. You guys are making a big
It
deal.
it,
Like,
Thank
it
you.
is a big deal.
I don't know who's speaking, but I
not a
agree.
big
It's a
deal.
big deal.
Dude,
Yeah.
fuck. Tucker's a fucking Muslim sympathizer. Nobody gives a fuck
Okay, no
about what he
cussing, no bad words,
says.
no bad words, no bad words as it regards to space.
Can we speak? I mean, you guys been speaking for the past 30
Okay,
minutes.
go ahead. Say
Please,
something.
I need to leave. Go for it.
Well, yeah, I wanted to talk about the three Assyrian
Yes.
guys, which shocked me. It shocked me that it came out that they were Assyrian because I'm Chaldean, which is basically Assyrian in a way. I don't think
Nobody cares,
I
bro.
don't think it was I don't think it was a terrorist attack. I think they got into a
They
fight
didn't.
over.
over some
They
bullshit.
didn't.
I don't
The two
think
guys were going and sitting down to go eat, and they were speaking in Hebrew.
you don't know that.
Yeah,
You
I do
weren't
know that
there.
because
No, you don't.
we spoke to them.
You
There's
weren't there
evidence. We
either,
spoke to the police
Nate.
department. We have the audio. They gave testimony. We all know that. They walked up to them. If you haven't seen everything on my feed, and started hitting them for no reason because they heard him speaking Hebrew. They already
I
testified.
don't believe
Well,
that.
that's too bad. That's what happened, and people know those guys, and they came to my space. So when the space is over, you can listen to the space. So you should do research
I
first.
don't.
Big dog, you're an add-on account. Shut your freaking pie
Okay.
hole.
Yeah. So this already went to the FBI, and we have all the video and audio from multiple views, and you can see it on my feed. And that guy was known to be a problem, and a big problem, and same with his two friends. So that's how it goes. And then we had a guy in here, that guy Travis, who worked at CENTCOM, grew up in the Syrian community. He's a Jewish guy, and we got into it because he's like, it's the Syrians. We have a good relationship. They put out a statement apologizing for the anti-Semitic attack. The guy, we have all his Instagram followers, so he's an MMA guy, and he got radicalized through Jake Shields and all these influencers online that they were speaking to from MMA. It's like a whole mess, Hasm. It's a very big problem. But whatever, it is what it is. And they when they took the testimony from the guy, he's like, I have kids, you could have hurt me so badly. But they punched him in the head so many times. They beat up the other guy for no reason at all. They were just literally standing there waiting to sit down at the table. They go to the table, and they kept beating them up, and they said other things, horrible things. It's all on video. We have all the video, everything. They're done for. And then the FBI took it over because the DA over there and the police department are lefty and woke pieces of shit. These are very wealthy kids. Well, not kids, they're adults. The guy was the head of the Assyrian Association, has a bunch of Silicon billionaire people on advisory. He went and flew to Australia to interview the Assyrian priest over there who got his eye stabbed out, who's a very anti Semitic. And he considers him so he's listening to that guy and he's getting anti Semitic stuff. He's listening to Jake Shields and all these stupid influencers. But another guy came on and said that he had many experiences with him, a Persian guy, and he's very racist. Another person DM me, said they went to school with him. They went to this Christian high school together, and this guy was always problematic. He was apparently overweight, and then I don't know if he's on steroids or whatever, but he's like super fit or whatever. And they do MMA and jiu-jitsu. And when you do MMA and jiu-jitsu, you're supposed to be protecting people when you see fights. You're not supposed to like start something. But he said horrible things, horrible. And the guys did nothing. They were completely caught off guard. And you look at the footage, every single angle is on my feed. And the guy gave an interview of what happened, and nobody was helping. Hazem, was shocking. Nobody helped. Everybody was sitting there just looking. They didn't even call 911. People were videotaping, like kind of farther away, but this guy ruined his life. He's University of Berkeley Law School, summa cum laude. The two guys worked for him under this Assyrian organization. There's not it's just billionaires on that organization in terms of their like leadership team. Lives in a ginormous mansion, has everything you can want in life. Everything. Very smart kid, but problematic. Anger management issues, racist, anti-Semitic. I don't know. Crazy, crazy. And there's other stuff. He's involved with like an Assyrian militia. There's northern Iraq militia group guy that is he's pro IRGC. Their content was all IRGC and Khomeini. When do you ever know Assyrian Christians to be like somebody explained it to me why, because Assad and all this stuff, but they're pro IRGC, pro Khomeini, had all the content all over his feed. And he was upset, I guess. Like I don't know, but he said very bad things. Did you see my feed, Azim, with all the videos and all the clips and all the backstory of these guys? Hazem.
Hi, sorry, getting ready for air. So
Okay, but did you see
gonna give me a
did you
few
see
minutes.
the
Yeah,
feed?
I'll be back.
Did you see the
I have I
I'll
have
DM it
not.
to you. I'll DM
Yeah.
it to you. I'll DM
All
you.
right.
Okay, bye
Thank
bye
you.
bye.
I'll be back.
Bye bye bye. I'm gonna close down anyways. I'm gonna sleep. But yeah, it's crazy. I actually wanted to play this for a second. Let me see here. Of 10 years old, and I was 40 years ago on Simchat Torah of 1984. I was a child of 10 years old, and I was sitting on the floor near the Rebbe's stage,
as Bibi Netanyahu, the then UN ambassador, came with some other Israeli dignitaries. The Rebbe spoke to them for 45 minutes. Though I have to tell you, as a child sitting on the floor with thousands of other people crammed into the synagogue at 770, it felt like they were talking for hours. Today, I'd like to touch on 3 points from the Rebbe related to what's been going on in the North. It's actually very tempting to try and share 20 points, but we'll stick to 3 for today, God willing. Both Prime Minister Netanyahu and Alan Baker told us about that conversation in Jem's My Encounter with the Rebbe project, and part of it feels especially relevant today. I said, Rebbe, I came to see you, and he looked aside and he said, just to see, not to talk. And so we started talking, and we had a 45-minute conversation. And the people who were waiting were very, very impatient, to put it mildly, but it was a wonderful conversation. Well, he said, you're going to this house of darkness, the UN, which was very, very unfriendly to Israel at the time. And he said, even in the greatest darkness, if you light a candle, it spreads a great light that can be seen from afar. And of course, he said to remember what I represent, who I represent, to stand firmly and proudly for Israel and the Jewish people. The discussion was between the Rebbe, Netanyahu, and myself. At that time, Prime Minister Shamir was involved in negotiations to withdraw Israeli forces from Lebanon. The question was whether Israel will withdraw or not. And here, and it was still open. Ultimately, Israel withdrew, but the Rebbe was very insistent that Israel shouldn't withdraw. In fact, he said several times, "Yad chazaka uzro netuya." We should go forward, and this is a message that we should bring to Shamir, and he stressed this repeatedly as something very important. He says, "Look, you shouldn't withdraw. You went into Lebanon in self-defense." Because there was terrorism emanating from Lebanese territory, and you're also in a state of hostility with Syria, and if need be, if you have to continue going forward, even into Syrian territory, then you should do it, and Israel should do it. It's Israel's right. You're protecting Eretz Israel. You're protecting Jews, Israelis, and it's very important. Who knew how relevant this advice would be all these years later? Now, an obvious thing we can all say is, oh, if only we listened, if only. But the more important point is, today, do what you need to do with full force. Unless we stop making the same mistakes, history will, God forbid, repeat itself again. The next lesson comes from the beginning of Mivtza Litani. It was a 1978 operation to bring security to Israel's northern border. After a particularly horrific terrorist attack when the PLO commandeered a bus and massacred 30 of the passengers, on top of regularly launching rockets and artillery strikes into northern Israel, the IDF moved into Lebanon very quickly and very successfully, established a buffer zone to prevent further attacks. On Purim of that year, March 23rd, 1978, 8 days after the start of the operation, the Rebbe praised the way the action began, but urged Israel's government to continue doing whatever it takes to consolidate their gains and continue to assure security.
That's in How to Achieve a Lasting Peace. Instead, they left it to the military experts who know how to operate in northern Israel and the terrorists and the territories past Israel's northern border. They decided what to do, taking action without any publicity, quietly, and without seeking the opinions of 120 members of the Knesset, amongst whom are non-Jews, Christians, and Muslims, and communists who receive orders from Moscow. They came to a decision, especially with the knowledge that lives are at stake, and they acted immediately. They saw the fulfillment of fear and panic shall fall upon them, and all the success that followed. It demonstrated that this is the way to prevent wars. It demonstrated, yeah, okay. Now it's being declared that this will be a deterrent moving forward. And it also subdued other fronts that were in danger of opening. There was a fear that this or the other would get involved. Rather, they fled from you in 7 directions. And it was all achieved in a very short time, few days. Let's hope they will continue in this way, without publicity, but at the same time swiftly taking most decisive action, bringing the task to full completion. Don't take one step forward and then send diplomats all around the world to gauge the opinions of an individual sitting in Washington, D.C., or the person sitting in Moscow, or the one sitting in London, and the one sitting in Paris, etc. Whether they may take another step forward or not. They succeeded in not consulting public opinion. There is a clear lesson here. A lesson that has been learned by actual events over time. 3 times in a row, they made the same mistake, and it cost hundreds, and may God have mercy, thousands of Jewish lives. May it never happen again. That was 78. See the mistake? Heaven forbid to repeat the same mistake yet again. And you cannot be deterred by those Jews who are fearful or faint of heart. Whatever their reasons are, even if their intentions are good, open the code of Jewish law, and you'll see the explicit ruling. If you want the victory to last, you must ignore outside pressures. Do what needs to be done to assure security. If you're going to wait for the world's approval, forget about it. Now, hopefully that's what we've been doing this week. But after you secure things, by going in on the ground or whatever the true security experts determine is needed, you need to be comfortable to keep ignoring those who will be screaming, politely but firmly, do what you need to do. The criticism and the pressure will come. It has come every single time in the past, and that's exactly where Israel has subsequently turned a win into a loss, including, unfortunately, in the very place that Rebbe was warning them in that talk in Lebanon. In Lebanon, yeah. By the way, here's a clip we found of General Avigdor Ben-Gal, an absolute hero from his actions during the Yom Kippur War, who was later the commander of the Northern Command. He devised and oversaw Mifta Litani. Rabbi, I'm the General Bengal. I fought the Syrians in the Golan Heights. Much success in protecting the entire land of Israel, as well as protecting Israel's spiritual integrity. Thank you very much. Much success. Can I have the Rebbe's blessing for livelihood and health? Give $1 to charity here and the other in Israel. Now there's a third very important point of the Rebbe that comes to mind today. Close your eyes and jump back only a couple of weeks. What were we going to do with Lebanon? Hezbollah, 150,000. This is a year ago. Medium range, long range, precision guided missiles. The situation seemed impossible. It was impossible. What in the world were we going to do? Now, if you've already forgotten the mind space we were in, Google it. The CEO of Israel's electric company said Israel's entire north will be uninhabitable. The power was going to collapse. Major damage to Israel's highways. People were going to be in their shelters for days on end. God forbid. The carnage from the salvos of thousands of well-aimed rockets was going to be massive. And look where we are today. To me, it seems there are some parallels here to the summer of 1967. It was only 20 years or so after the Holocaust, and the Jews were about to be annihilated. And there was no way around the outcome of utter devastation. And then, as the Rebbe described, in one day, everything turned around with Mifta Moked, the IAF's attack on Egypt's Air Force. And eventually, the Syrian and Jordanian Air Forces followed that. And that launched the Six-Day War, which Israel won resoundingly. Before the Six-Day War, everyone declared that we must recite the Psalms without any exception. Even the most non-observant Jews, some recited single verse or they cried out the Shema. Clearly, people saw it as a time of perilous danger. God save us. Once the sixth day had passed and the days that follow those, by the way, I declared that the true danger was beginning then. Although the obvious danger had passed, by the grace of God and through his miracles, etc., etc., we must be careful not to declare, my own strength and the power of my hand led to this outcome. Right afterwards, everyone proclaimed that it was God's hand. Only later were the results attributed to military power. They want to publicize a pamphlet promoting the notion that human efforts alone achieve this. Torah teaches that at creation, God left the north side unfinished. God says, fine, let's see how you manage on your own. May heaven prevent it, but the attacks have dragged on. With God's kindness, he is still waiting for us to recognize that this was his doing from beginning to end, from God, which in turn leads one to recite a psalm and to translate it into action. And then the one, meaning God, who manages all of creation, the Almighty, will handle the north side as well. But he gives us free choice for Jews of their own free will to turn to him. You cannot convince yourself that this is a far-off issue. That is distant from you, because there's an ocean that separates us. We are taught that every Jew is responsible for one another. When one Jew, heaven forbid, is in real danger, wherever they may be, it affects the life and the existence of every other Jew anywhere in the world.
As this relates to today, while we're not out of the woods yet, it seems obvious that Israel's intelligence services, the Air Force, the IDF, have done astounding work, and we've dodged a massive bullet. But if we want to learn from history, there's something we need to be very careful with here. On dozens, if not hundreds of occasions, the Rebbe begged Israel's leaders to stay away from hubris, not to swagger and to remain humble. Hopefully, by now we've learned our lesson about where hubris and too much pride can lead us, God forbid. So the beepers, the meticulous mapping of every missile launcher in Lebanon, the incredible intelligence on the leaders of Hezbollah, and of course all of the people who are endangering, in way too many cases, sacrificing their lives to provide security and peace. They are real, they are true, they are necessary, and we owe every one of them a massive thank you. But it's important to understand how this has worked repeatedly over the past 75 years. When we do what Torah directs us to do to protect life and limb, we achieve miraculous outcomes. So develop the most brilliant tactics and impeccable intelligence capabilities. Enlist the finest people, the sharpest minds. And then when we do our utmost, he crowns our work with miraculous results. May these miracles keep on coming.
And that's what Tucker Carlson.
It's not an accident that Donald Trump has visited the hell, that Bibi had a relationship with the Rebbe, and that every single word that he said 50 years ago reigns true today, as it has for 3,000 years. And those people and the people in Israel, if they just study and listen to what this man has said, they have all the guidance they need going forward. They know exactly what to do.
But you understand Tucker going after that, like what you just heard, like going after Chabad, and that is wild to me. Okay, go ahead, Lillian.
Okay, hi everyone. I just wanted to say that what the Rebbe said, it was a prophecy. He knows what he was saying and what he was doing. And for those people who are not acquainted with his education, he was also
a ship engineer. Just to let you know that he was not only well versed in the Bible and everything, he was also well educated and versed in what we call earthy education. So this is one thing. And the other thing I wanted to relate in kind of that Texas was attacked because of what the verse from the Psalms that he quoted yesterday. Yeah, he regretfully just omitted the last sentence. Do you know what the sentence is?
I'm sorry. I had gotten a call. I didn't hear what you were asking. What? If you want to just go ahead. Go ahead, Lillian. Just
I just wanted to say that the Rebbe, what he said was not only an opinion, it was a prophecy based on very, very long, far insight. And that the Rebbe was not only well versed for sure in the scriptures, but he was also a ship engineer. So he had this analytic mind and the capacity to see much further than his time and his days. And in the same token, how Hexas, Pete Hexas, the Secretary of War, came under the hammer of Carlson and his like because of the verse of the Psalms that he quoted yesterday in his press
yeah, but he
conference.
said everything wrong. He like mixed up everything. He made mishmash. He didn't even know what he was talking about.
Yeah, well, who made mishmash?
Tucker. He confused Psalms with this
Yeah,
thing and
of
yeah,
course.
yeah.
But I just wanted to tell you, Hexes did not read the last sentence of that Psalm 144. Do you know what is the last sentence?
I
The
don't
last
remember. I don't
sentence.
remember what Hex said. So
So the last sentence is, "Blessed is the people of whom this is true. Blessed is the people whose God is the Lord. אשרי העם שככה לו, אשרי העם שאדוני אלוהיו." And this means, of course, the sons of Israel. Because what Hexus read was, "Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle. He is my loving God and my fortress, my stronghold and my deliverer, my shield in whom I take refuge." And he omitted, I don't know if on purpose or not on purpose, the last sentence. I think Tucker would go even more crazier had he not omitted the last sentence. And last but not least, I want to come to you with, it's not funny, but a phenomenon that we have in Europe. You have to congratulate us. We have in Europe, in Germany actually, not here, but in Germany, the European version or the German version of Tucker Carlson. His name is Markus Lanz. He is a commentator on the German TV news outlet ZDF, and he blamed Israel for pushing the United States going to war against Iran in order to maintain or to achieve greater Israel that would go until Iran, and that Israel would, of course, conquer the whole Middle East. So, fine, Europe, welcome to the club. I just want to tell you that he has been experiencing since 2 days a huge backlash, and we will not stop until they fire him or he has to go somehow. And I must tell you, Chaya, that you are my role model. I will not stop with that. We've been busy with that for only 48 hours. We will not stop. I have to tell you that in the beginning, I thought concerning Carlson that if we don't relate to it, it will be like no audience, no show. But the longer it got and the more serious and dangerous it got, I understood that you had guys, especially in America, to put a pressure on an administration and took until the administration and the president took a position and took a stand. And this is good. In the end of the day, it's also good for the president and his administration. And we will see it. We will see it, and we will do it here. It's only, for us being Jewish, when you hear this kind of stuff in German language, it's even more scary in that respect. And just wanted to remind you that Germany is the biggest and the strongest country in Europe, in the EU, with 90 million. And one thing they haven't touched yet, those who oppose him and criticize him and called for his resignation, is that they haven't started investigating if there is a money trail behind it as well. So, but we will come to that too. And with that, back to you. By the way, I shared up here in the bubble the statement that Benjamin Netanyahu addressed, how he addressed the Iranian people yesterday. I think it's very significant that he chose yesterday to do it. I think there is a reason why. I think we are nearing that moment. And with that, back to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Lillian. You guys, I gotta go to bed. So unless there's like a burning